Hearing the system's warning, Mu Qianyin, in her soul form, seriously checked her list of requirements. There's nothing wrong. These are all my partner preferences. What's strange about them? The system silently flashed a 4-character phrase. Its mechanical voice, though emotionless, carried a hint of helplessness. Host, what about this one? Mu Qianyin glanced at the phrase, then looked at the holographic robot with an expression that said, "You're so old-fashioned. It just means someone strong and healthy, right? That's not too much to ask. Don't tell me you aliens can't even scan that?" System. I am a robot from an advanced planet. Of course I can scan it. But we should keep things polite. Host, even the key word in your phrase got censored. Please change it. Censored? Mu Qianyin didn't believe it and repeated the phrase carefully, one word at a time. Strong and healthy.
Huh?
It really doesn't work? Let me try again. Strong and healthy. Hearing the repeated beep sounds, Mu Qianyin sighed. It really didn't work. Fine, I'll change it. But seriously, your planet 9888 is a bit old-fashioned. The system let out a helpless beep-beep. Host, it's not planet 9888. I'm system number 9888 from the planet Mobius. Very, very advanced. All right. Mu Qianyin waved her hand. That's not important. What matters now is updating my partner preferences. This concerns my happiness, so I can't be careless. Host, why did you suddenly switch to opinion? Don't worry about the details. After a while, the system looked at the newly updated list and fell silent. Was it not advanced enough? Why did some of these requirements seem confusing? Host, may I ask, height not less than 185 centimeters, age not over 25, broad shoulders, long legs, fit and athletic, handsome, capable, good character, outstanding ability. I understand all of these. But why does the host need to add a pause mark between the words tall and strong and lasting? Mu Qianyin coughed lightly and blinked nervously. She had never experienced such happiness in her previous life. Now that she finally had the chance, shouldn't she enjoy it properly? Tell me, will these requirements be blocked? The system answered honestly. As long as there are no forbidden symbols, I will follow your instructions and select outstanding male candidates. Then that's fine.
Mu Qianyin smiled.
Now that I've set my preferences, tell me yours. All right. The system, being professional, felt quite pleased with her cooperation. It believed its ranking among systems would soon rise. Eagerly, it continued. Host, as I mentioned earlier, our Mobius planet is a highly advanced world. Mu Qianyin nodded, signaling it to go on. The system explained, at first, reproduction on our planet was the same as on your blue star. But as technology advanced, fertility rates dropped sharply and gradually no one wanted to have children anymore. However, our science is very advanced, so this small problem didn't stop us. We developed artificial residence. Whenever our citizens wanted children, they could provide their DNA to an institute, which would then create a child uniquely theirs, strong, intelligent, and physically exceptional. It paused for a moment, then said quietly, but decades later, we discovered a fatal flaw in these artificial residents. They couldn't reproduce. By then, the original humans of our planet had already passed their best age for having children. If this continued, Mobius planet would face extinction.
Mu Qianyin roughly understood.
So, you capture people from Blue Star to help continue your species? Of course not. The system sounded a bit proud. The people of Blue Star have bodies and intelligence too weak to survive on our planet. What we need are not you, but the exceptional children born after you take our specially developed fertility medicine.
Mu Qianyin frowned.
So, you mean the child I give birth to in the small world will be taken away by you right after birth? Of course not. We are an advanced planet and would never do something so cruel. The children you give birth to will live normal lives in their original world. When their lives end naturally, they will return to our system and become true residents of the Mobius planet. In that case, they can continue to help your planet grow the human population? Mu Qianyin asked. Yes, host. This is a great plan that benefits both sides. Please complete your missions actively and help our planet by giving birth to more outstanding descendants. Mu Qianyin frowned and thought for a moment. People nowadays don't simply refuse to have children because they don't want to. They're afraid they can't afford to raise them. It's not just about money. Women also worry about changes to their bodies, declining health, and losing their careers after childbirth. That's why many choose not to have children. If all these problems could be solved, and if she could live again, maybe accepting the system's request wouldn't be so hard. She looked down at her slender figure, which remained graceful even in her soul form, and asked, "Since you're so advanced, you must have developed something like a painless childbirth pill, right?" "Of course we have." As soon as the system finished speaking, a shopping page appeared before her, filled with all kinds of pills. Childbirth pill, baby girl pill, twin pill, multiple birth pill, painless childbirth pill, quick recovery pill, simulated pregnancy pill. Mu Qianyin's eyes widened at the dazzling display, then she noticed the numbers below each pill. They cost points? 1 pill for 1 point. That's not too expensive. Hee. The system sounded proud. Our system was specially designed for childbirth. All childbirth-related pills cost only 1 point each. Mu Qianyin caught the key point in its words. Did that mean there were other kinds of pills? She swiped further down, and sure enough, the prices began to rise sharply. Stop bleeding pill, 20 points. Detox pill, 20 points. Cure-all pill, 100 points. There were also energy pills, stroke pills, fake death pills, and all kinds of poisons, each costing 20 points, and so on. Mu Qianyin wanted them all, but she felt so poor. How can I earn these points? For every child the host gives birth to, you will receive 100 points. Completing hidden missions in each small world will reward you with 1,000 points. Mu Qianyin did some quick math. That's too little. The birth pill doesn't cost much, but the other ones are so expensive. If I meet some really difficult people, these points won't be enough at all. Then the host can have a few more children and work harder to complete hidden missions. The system made it sound easy, but Mu Qianyin still felt it wasn't worth it. So, I just keep going through countless small worlds, having children for your planet? Your system is so advanced, shouldn't there be some extra rewards for people like me who contribute so much? The host is right. If your completion rating in every small world reaches S level, you can enjoy our ultimate prize. Mu Qianyin hadn't expected that her random question would actually reveal something so amazing.
How can I get an S rating?
And what is the ultimate prize? To earn an S rating, the host must have at least 3 children in each small world, all with excellent qualities, complete the hidden mission, and make the main male character truly love you with all his heart, willing to give up everything for you. As for the ultimate prize, once the host completes all system tasks and achieves S ratings in every small world, you may choose one world you've been to and live there for the rest of your life as you wish. The system added, you'll keep your lifespan, wealth, and memories. If you like, you can even bring the main male character from that world with you. Mu Qianyin's eyes lit up, and she took a deep breath. Such a wonderful reward. No wonder it was called the ultimate prize. She was determined to win it. Can I really choose any world I want? And how many people can I bring with me? If I choose a world of immortals, doesn't that mean I could live for tens of thousands of years with my partners? The system replied, that's possible. As long as your partners agree, you can bring as many as you like. How long you live depends on your physical strength in that world. But for every child you have, your final world life will be extended by 1 year. Only 1 year? Mu Qianyin muttered, that's too little.
Don't be too confident, the system said.
We have 10,000 systems, and so far, not a single host has won the ultimate prize. Mu Qianyin thought about the system's earlier conditions. Is it really that hard? Then she raised her voice. Out of 10,000 systems, you're ranked 9,888? You're so useless. The system sounded displeased. It's not that I'm useless. I only assist the host with tasks. The real work must be done by the host. Outstanding and clever hosts are rare. I've just had bad luck before. It continued, these tasks may not seem hard at first, but ensuring every child is excellent is already difficult. You must also have as many as possible while keeping quality high. You need to make the main character truly love you and complete hidden missions. All these goals must be met together. Many hosts work hard at first, but once a world score drops below S, they give up and only chase points and numbers. Their later scores get worse, and worse until the system removes them. Removed? Mu Qiannin's eyes widened. The system's voice was cold. We're not a charity. Giving a host who has already died another chance is kindness enough. If a host breaks the rules and lowers the system's ranking, removal is necessary. I see. That does sound difficult. Mu Qiannin felt her competitive spirit rising. Before her death, she had been a dancer. To maintain a perfect figure, she pushed herself with extreme discipline. If not for an accident during a stage performance, when a careless stage worker caused her to fall from a height of over 2 meters, she would not have died on the spot. Now, she must be the youngest dancer on Blue Star. What has already happened cannot be changed. Then she would give her best in another world. Having a child with good genes shouldn't be harder than going on a diet, right? Seeing that Mu Qiannin was mentally prepared, the system thought this host was calmer than any it had met before. It sent out a beginner's gift pack. Host, with this, you can complete your tasks more easily. If we all work together, maybe the ultimate prize will be yours. Mu Qiannin took a bite of her simple worker's pancake, feeling full of energy. Proudly, she opened the gift pack and even encouraged the system. Little system, meeting me is your good fortune. Inside the gift pack were 50 starting points, 100 cubic meters of storage space, 1 snowskin jade pill, 1 graceful body pill, and 1 strong body pill. It also noted, time stops inside the storage space and no living creatures can enter. The effects of the pills are permanent. Though not much, everything was very useful. Mu Qiannin accepted them all with a smile and asked, System, can I take these pills now? She was cautious, worried that if she entered the small world and faced danger right away, she might not have time to take them later. Of course. Host, everything made by the system is top quality. You can take them with confidence. Mu Qiannin immediately swallowed the pills, and a mirror appeared before her. She saw her already beautiful face become even more radiant, as if touched by a soft glow. Her figure also changed slightly. Her posture became more graceful, her movements lighter and more elegant. She looked charming and full of vitality. With her long, flowing black hair and smooth, fair skin, she looked even more stunning than any celebrity she had ever seen. Truly breathtaking. Mu Qiannin admired herself for a few minutes, striking several poses, growing more and more satisfied. She really was dazzling. All right, host, that's enough admiring. You'll have plenty of time for that later. Sensing the system's impatience, Mu Qiannin nodded. She was anxious and couldn't wait to find out just how excellent the man she had chosen by her own standards really was. Let's go. Small world transfer in progress. Mu Qiannin regained consciousness and immediately felt a chill on her body. She slowly opened her eyes and took a quiet breath before she could even look around. In front of her stood a tall man. From her angle, she could only see his broad chest and the fine fabric of his ancient-style robe. This was the past. Mu Qiannin forced herself to stay calm and slowly looked up, meeting a pair of calm, deep eyes. Those eyes were striking, slightly double-lidded, dark, and steady. Just as she was about to look more closely at his face, a system notification sounded in her mind.
Ding.
Excellent mail detected. Please begin your mission immediately. At the same time, information appeared in her mind. Fang Hengji, Minister of Justice, 24 years old, height 187 centimeters. Wow, so detailed. Mu Qiannin wanted to praise the system for its thoroughness, but she was shivering from the cold. She looked down to see if she was wearing too little. One glance made her gasp. She was only wearing a light green embroidered undergarment. The cold air made her tremble, and goosebumps appeared all over her skin. Clothes were scattered on the floor beside her, as if they had just been taken off. When she touched her face, she realized there were still traces of tears. Mu Qiannin quickly crouched down, picked up the clothes, and wrapped herself tightly without caring if she put them on correctly. When she looked up again and met the man's eyes, she instinctively raised her hand and slapped him. "You scoundrel!" Then she hugged herself, turned around, and ran out the door in panic. "Second madam?" A maid at the door hurried over, shocked to see her disheveled appearance. "Second madam, what happened to you?" "Second madam, could she be married now?" Mu Qianyin didn't have time to think. The most important thing right now was to find a quiet place and carefully understand the story she had just entered. The person in front of her should be her maid. Mu Qianyin hurriedly pulled her arm through her sleeve and said as she walked, "Let's go. Take me back quickly." Inside the study, Fang Hengji's slender fingers touched his left cheek as he frowned slightly. His usually calm face now showed a trace of irritation and confusion. Had he been hit? His gaze followed Mu Qianyin's panicked figure as she ran away, and a big question mark seemed to appear on his face. A moment ago, she had rushed up to him and started taking off her clothes, and the next moment, she slapped him. Was this woman out of her mind? Just then, Liang Zhen, who had been waiting outside the courtyard, walked in. Seeing his master standing in the middle of the room with a hand on his face, he felt a sudden sense of dread. Could it be that his master had really been charmed by the second lady? What happened to his master's face? Did the second lady perhaps get too close to him? Oh no! Although the second lady was stunningly beautiful, she and his master were absolutely not supposed to have that kind of relationship. Even he knew that much. When had his master's self-control become so weak? Liang Zhen sighed quietly and asked in a low voice, "My lord, do you have any orders?" He was afraid his master might, in a moment of weakness, agree to some unreasonable request from the second lady. If that happened, his master's good name would be ruined. Fortunately, Fang Hengji couldn't hear what Liang Zhen was thinking, or the mosquitoes on the back hill would have a feast tonight. He lowered his hand, clasped both hands behind his back, and stood tall and straight, his expression calm and cold. He said indifferently, "If she comes to see me again, then." Fang Hengji had intended to say that if Mu Qianyin came again, she should be turned away. But halfway through he stopped. As the Minister of Justice, he had handled countless complex cases. Usually, just by looking at a suspect, he could guess what they were thinking. Yet no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what Mu Qianyin had been trying to do tonight. Forget it. His expression returned to its usual calm and composed look as he said softly, "You may go." "Yes, my lord." Following the order, Liang Zhen took his leave, finally feeling the heavy weight in his heart lift. Although the master had only spoken halfway, as his subordinate, he naturally understood what was meant. The master's words implied that if the second lady came to visit again, he must not make things difficult for her and should also keep it discreet. His master had lived a clean and proper life for more than 20 years, and now that he had finally opened his heart, it turned out to be in such an unexpected way. He widened his eyes and quietly took a deep breath. As the master's trusted aide, he would keep this great secret safe for him. On the way back, the maid accompanying Mu Qianyin noticed that the path was quiet, with hardly anyone around. Unable to wait any longer, Mu Qianyin spoke to the system in her mind. "System, is there a summary of what happened before?" The system replied professionally, "Yes." Transmitting story summary. After a few minutes of watching the short video sent by the system, Mu Qianyin roughly understood her situation. She also learned that the maid's name was Chun Ning, and she was the only one in the Fang household who was truly loyal to her. Back in her own room, she rubbed her temples and watched Chun Ning busily prepare water for her to wash up. Sitting down on a chair, she began to sort through the story she had just received. The original owner of this body had the same name as her, Mu Qianyin. The Mu family had been merchants for generations. By the time of her father, Mu Xian, they had become one of the wealthiest families in the region. When she was a child, Mu Xian once saved the life of Fang Hengji's father during a business trip. The two became close friends and arranged a marriage between their children. Her fiancé was Fang Hengji's younger brother, Fang Jinji. At first, one family being wealthy merchants and the other being minor officials made the match quite suitable. But later, Fang's father proved to be very capable, rising from a local official to a court official in the capital. His eldest son, Fang Hingji, even earned the emperor's favor and became the Minister of Justice. At that point, the Mu family seemed to be reaching above their station. Seeing that Fang's mother was not pleased, Mu's parents, who had only this one daughter, did not want her to suffer after marriage. They offered to cancel the engagement. However, Fang's father was an upright man who valued his friendship with Mu Xian and promised not to break the engagement. After some back and forth, the marriage agreement remained in place. After she married into the Fang family, she lived alone. Except for the night when her veil was lifted, Fang Jinji never entered her room again. Later, she learned that Fang Jinji looked down on her because she came from a merchant family. He disliked the marriage, but didn't dare to disobey his father, so he reluctantly accepted it. In secret, he had already fallen in love with his cousin, Li Mengyao, and planned to marry her as a second wife. Perhaps it was fate, but during one of their secret meetings, Fang Jinji accidentally fell from a flower boat and drowned. He truly died, never to return home again. Li Mengyao, afraid that others would discover their meeting, didn't dare to call for help. She witnessed the whole accident and was so frightened that she lost her unborn child. Later, with her family's help, she quietly married someone far away. Everyone believed Fang Jinji's death was an accident, except for his mother, Madame Li, who blamed the original wife for everything. Soon after, Fang's father also fell ill and passed away. Madame Li's hatred for the young woman grew even stronger. She treated her like an enemy. Cruel words such as husband killer, unlucky star, witch, poisonous woman, and shameless merchant were all thrown at her. Madame Li constantly made new rules for her, often forcing her to kneel in the ancestral hall. If she showed even a hint of sadness, Madame Li would threaten to send her back to her family. In ancient times, a woman's reputation meant everything. If her husband's family cast her out, even if she accepted it calmly, society's scorn would destroy her. She was a gentle and well-mannered woman, enduring all the pain in silence. But soon, misfortune struck her family as well. The current emperor favored Consort Mo greatly. Consort Mo had a younger brother, Mo Yuan, a man known for his arrogance and indulgent lifestyle. His household was full of concubines who constantly fought for his attention, causing endless chaos. Not long ago, one of his favorite concubines lost her child due to foul play. After much investigation, no culprit was found, but suspicion eventually fell on the Mu family. It turned out that the pillow used by the concubine had been filled with a strong fragrance that caused harm, and the fabric used for the pillow came from the Mu family's workshop. The Mu family was wrongly accused and refused to accept such blame. But unfortunately, Lady Mo's reputation was so great that no one in the capital dared to offend her. The magistrate didn't even hold a trial and directly sent Mu Xian and his wife to prison. All of the Mu family's property was seized. The original woman, being already married, was no longer considered part of the Mu family, so she escaped this disaster. However, her parents were her only support. When she heard the news, it felt like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. She knew all about her family's business. The cloth and pillows they sold could never have contained anything harmful. Her parents must have been framed. So she ran everywhere seeking help, spending a lot of money, but no one was willing to assist her. Yesterday, she even heard that her parents would be executed in a month. To make things worse, Madame Fang accused her of behaving improperly and ordered the servants not to let her leave the house. She was so anxious that she cried until she had no tears left, kneeling outside Madame Fang's door until her forehead bled, but Madame Fang still refused to let her go. Madame Fang even said that as the daughter-in-law of the Fang family, she should stay quietly at home and not go out, so as not to damage the family's reputation. But how could reputation matter when her parents' lives were at stake? With no other choice, she turned to her husband's elder brother, Fang Hingji. Fang Hingji was a high-ranking official with the power to review the Mu family's case. He was known for being fair and upright. If he got involved, he could surely save her parents. In the original story, that very night, she went to Fong Hingji's study, even though they had never spoken much before. She begged him to reopen the case and at least save her parents from execution. But Fong Hingji remained calm and said, "The magistrate has his own procedures. Without solid evidence, I cannot interfere." She couldn't even leave the house. How could she find any evidence? And with her parents' execution so near, even if she could go out, there wouldn't be enough time. Desperate and hopeless, she made one last attempt. She knelt before Fong Hingji and tearfully pleaded, saying she was willing to do anything if he would help her. But Fong Hingji only looked at her coldly, told her to compose herself, and ordered her to leave. The only chance was gone, and she couldn't leave the house. The original person couldn't find out anything about the outside world. In complete despair, on the day her parents were sentenced to death, she ended her life by jumping into a well. But what she didn't know was that although Fong Hingji had driven her away, he had secretly intervened in the case and delayed the execution. However, the original person would never see that again. After reading everything, Mu Qiannin's eyes grew wet. The emotions of the original person before her death deeply touched her, making her feel the same sorrow. The fate of women in ancient times was truly pitiful. Nothing was under their control. A family of merchants built up over generations could not even defend themselves when trouble came. In front of royal power and nobility, they had no voice at all. How tragic. System, what should I do? What is the hidden mission? A cold, mechanical voice replied. The host's main task is to have a child with an outstanding man within 2 years. Please act quickly. Failure to meet the deadline will result in elimination.
Mu Qianyin gasped.
2 years? There's even a time limit? And elimination? Why didn't you say that before? The system is not a charity. If the host delays too long, my ranking will drop. Please understand. The system's tone was calm and polite, which eased Mu Qiannin's anger a little. She remembered reading a story where the system also gave the main character a deadline. If she didn't have a child within a year, she would be erased. That heroine was so anxious at first, but later lived quite happily. Compared to that, she still had 2 years. As long as she worked hard, there should be enough time. She accepted it calmly. Since the system kept mentioning its ranking, Mu Qiannin guessed it must be very important to it. She asked System, if your ranking drops, will you also be erased? After a pause, it answered, yes. So please hurry, host. Mu Qiannin raised an eyebrow. Then we're partners, aren't we? You have to help me, it's helping yourself too. The system fell silent. Mu Qiannin knew that meant it agreed. Relaxing her tone, she said, then tell me, what is the hidden mission? The system replied vaguely. There are rules. The hidden mission must be discovered by the host alone. However, the system reminded her that hidden missions were always connected to the original person's deepest wish. The original person's wish? Mu Qiannin put herself in the original person's place and quickly guessed what that wish must be: to rescue the Mu family's parents. System, am I right? The system didn't answer, but the lights inside it flashed in all colors, bright and dazzling. That was enough of a hint. Feeling more confident, Mu Qiannin let Chun Ning finish her careful service and then dismissed her. She sat cross-legged on the bed, smiling as she counted her wealth. Her dowry was truly impressive: shops, farmland, estates, and 3 storerooms full of valuable antiques. Not to mention the silver notes, gold and silver jewelry, and jade hairpieces, too many to count. This was one of the reasons Madame Fong disliked her. She thought the original person reeked of money and ruined the refined image of their scholarly family. Whenever the original person dressed up a little, Madame Fong would scold her harshly and make her kneel as punishment. The original person was actually quite thoughtful. Later, she began dressing simply and often gave her mother-in-law jewelry to show respect. But Madame Fong would sneer, pocket the gifts, and still complain. With a single thought, Mu Qiannin stored all the silver notes, deeds, and jewelry into her personal space. She made up her mind. Never again would she give Madame Fong even a single coin. If that woman called her shameless, Then she would let her see what shameless really meant by charming her proud eldest son and turning the insult into truth. And as for all the gifts the original person had given before, since Madame Fong never appreciated them, Mu Qianyin would take them all back. Even if she had to sell them, she wouldn't let that old woman benefit. As for Consort Mo's family, she wouldn't let them off either. But for now, she only had 50 points, far too few to buy any useful skills. If she had enough points, she would exchange them for top-level martial arts and handle everything herself. The people who created this system were truly clever. They made it so that people would willingly, even eagerly, complete every mission. The most important thing now was to have a few children as soon as possible and raise her points. Only then could she handle things more easily in the future. Lying on the bed, Mu Qianyin suddenly thought of something. She sat up quickly, eyes wide open. What had she just done? She had gone to ask Fong Hingji for help, but she had hit him, and maybe even scolded him? Mu Qianyin covered her forehead and closed her eyes, feeling completely embarrassed. When she had just arrived in this world, she hadn't yet adjusted to her new identity. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw a man standing in front of her, while her clothes were almost off, and she was crying. Anyone would have thought that man was bullying her. Even if he was a good man, that was still too much. That slap had been a pure reflex. Sigh. Mu Qianyin tried hard to comfort herself in her mind. It's fine, it's fine. Fong Hingji was carefully chosen by the system as an excellent man. He's a good person, he won't care about such a small thing. I didn't even use much strength. He probably didn't feel any pain. It's fine, really. Humph. A petty man isn't my type anyway. Fong Hingji definitely isn't that kind of person. Hugging her blanket, Mu Qianyin slowly drifted off to sleep while repeating these thoughts to herself. The next morning, Mu Qianyin was woken by a knock on the door. She forced her eyes open and heard Chun Ning's anxious voice. Second madam, the old madam wants to see you. Mu Qianyin pushed aside the gray bed curtain and looked out at the misty morning sky. So early. Did that old woman never sleep? Yawning, she sat up.
Come in.
Chun Ning entered with a basin of hot water and quickly helped her wash up, clearly used to such early mornings. After washing, Chun Ning brought over a dark green dress. Second madam, let me help you change. Mu Qianyin glanced at the dull color. It looked heavy and lifeless, making her mood sink. She was only 18, after all. Shaking her head, she said, I'm not wearing that. Bring me something brighter. Also, the color of this bed curtain is too dark. Let's change it to sky blue. It will make the room feel calm and peaceful. Chun Ning was slightly surprised. The bed curtain didn't matter much, since the old madam couldn't see it anyway. But the clothes. Second madam, Chun Ning hesitated before speaking. The old madam doesn't like you wearing bright colors. She might scold you again. Mu Qianyin gave a soft laugh. When I used to dress plainly, did she scold me any less? She looked at Chun Ning, her eyes full of life. Chun Ning, just wait a little longer. One day, we won't have to live by anyone else's rules. Seeing her mistress like this, Chun Ning's heart trembled. Since her lady married into the Fong family, she hadn't seen that spark in her eyes for a long time. My lady. Chun Ning's eyes turned red, and she couldn't help calling her by the old name. Mu Qianyin gently patted her head. Good Chun Ning, you've worked hard these past 2 years. I haven't, my lady. You're the one who's suffered the most. Chun Ning's voice choked, and tears fell from her eyes, tears of relief and joy. After all, last night, when her lady went into the young master's study with such a determined look, and later came out in such disarray, Chun Ning had truly thought her lady had lost all hope. Mu Qianyin's nose stung slightly, but she smiled softly. All right, go get the clothes. And remember to use the proper title again, or that old woman will find fault with you. Hearing her lady call the old madam that old woman, Chun Ning couldn't help but laugh. She quickly wiped her tears with her sleeve and bowed lightly. Yes, second young madam. A moment later, Mu Qianyin changed into a cream-colored brocade dress embroidered with magnolias. Her dark hair was loosely tied up, with a white jade magnolia hairpin tucked to the side. She slowly sipped her bird's nest porridge. The small kitchen in the courtyard had always been there, but the Fong matriarch never allowed her to use it, saying it was wasteful and smelled of money.
Ha!
Yet she had happily accepted the bird's nest that the original Mu Qianyin had given her. Chun Ning watched her lady drink the porridge leisurely. At first, she felt anxious. If they went too late, her lady might be punished again. But then she thought her lady was right. Before, they would wait outside the door for hours before being allowed in anyway. When she was about to leave, the sky was already bright. Chun Ning thoughtfully helped Mu Qianyin fasten a light apricot-colored silk shawl. "Miss, it's windy outside. Please be careful not to catch a cold." Mu Qianyin looked down at the color and winked at her. The color matches nicely. It had been less than 3 years since Fong Jin's passing, so she still couldn't wear anything too bright or festive. Her outfit today was fresh and elegant. It highlighted her gentle temperament without breaking any rules or drawing criticism. The two walked slowly together until they reached Madame Fong's Rue Xiang courtyard. The red lacquered gate was tightly closed. Chun Ning knocked lightly on the door ring, and after a while, a rough-looking servant woman opened it lazily. She glanced sideways at Mu Qianyin and said in a mocking tone, "Oh, the second madam finally came. The old madam isn't up yet. You'll have to wait outside." After speaking, she tried to close the door, as usual. Mu Qianyin pushed it open and walked in confidently. As she walked, she said, "How dare you speak nonsense about my mother-in-law? It's already late in the morning. How could she still be asleep? She's not like you, lazy and useless." The servant froze, surprised that the usually gentle second madam suddenly spoke so firmly. Wait, was the second madam scolding her, or was she actually mocking the old madam? The second madam had come later than usual today. The old madam had just been complaining about her, saying she would make her stand outside for 3 hours. Feeling smug, the servant had repeated the same words she used before to drive the second madam away. Now, realizing her mistake, she hurried after Mu Qianyin and reached out to stop her. "I spoke too quickly. Second madam, please wait. The old madam hasn't given permission. You can't go in." Mu Qianyin flicked her sleeve and slapped her across the face.
How dare you?
"First, you said my mother-in-law wasn't up, and now you pretend to speak for her, saying I can't enter? The Fong family is a house of scholars and proper manners. How could my mother-in-law make her daughter-in-law stand outside? We are not ignorant peasants." The servant stared at her in shock, eyes wide. You actually hit me. I am the mistress, and you are a servant. If I punish a servant who has misbehaved, who would dare blame me?" These were the same words Madame Fong once said when she ordered the servants to punish Chun Ning. Now, they were returned to her exactly as they were. The old servant woman was stunned. She stared at her in disbelief, lips trembling, and stood frozen until she saw her walk into the old madam's room. "Host, be careful. Move to the right." As soon as the system's voice faded, Mu Qianyin saw a white object flying toward her. She quickly pulled Chun Ning to the right. The teacup crashed to the ground, steam rising with the sound of shattering porcelain, dampening the hem of her skirt. A sharp, scolding voice followed. "How dare you, Mu Qianyin? You don't even respect your mother-in-law now? You even dare to dodge?" Mu Qianyin looked up and saw Madame Fong sitting in the main seat, her face full of anger. The woman, in her 40s, had neatly combed hair and a well-maintained face. She wore a dark blue silk robe with auspicious patterns and a cross-collared dress underneath. Her appearance was elegant and dignified, fitting for the mistress of the household. If she lived in modern times, a little makeup would make her look like a confident, mature woman. But now, her eyes were fierce, her brows tightly furrowed, showing the frustration of someone dissatisfied with life. Mu Qianyin had no intention of humbling herself before Madame Fong. For those who dislike you, even if you give them your best, they will never be pleased. She gave a slight bow as a token of respect, then calmly walked to the grand chair and sat down, pulling Chun Ning behind her. She said to Madame Fong, "Mother, you should try not to get so angry." Too much anger makes one age faster. Just now, I almost didn't recognize you. I thought I saw a 60-year-old lady. Madame Fong was so furious she nearly fainted. Pointing at her, she shouted, You unlucky woman. I didn't even tell you to sit. Who gave you permission? Stand up at once. Mu Qianyin smiled faintly and said slowly, I just advised mother not to get angry. Yet here you are again. I'd better stop talking, or I might upset you even more. Madame Fong was livid. How had she never noticed before that this second daughter-in-law had such a sharp tongue? She glared at Mu Qianyin, finally noticing her outfit today, her eyes full of disdain. My son's body is barely cold, and you're already dressing up so brightly, like some shameless woman. Who are you trying to attract? Mother, you are mistaken. Mu Qianyin lifted her pale hand and brushed her sleeve gently. With a hint of grievance, she said, I don't wear gold or silver, nor do I dress in bright colors. I keep my appearance simple, yet you still find me unpleasant. Isn't that a bit too harsh? Madame Fong slammed the table angrily. How dare you talk back? She suddenly stood up, glaring fiercely at Mu Qianyin. Her voice rose as she shouted, You bring bad luck. Ever since you entered our family, nothing good has happened. My son, Fong Jinji, was a fine man, but he died because of you. My husband, heartbroken over our son, fell ill and passed away too. All of this is your fault. She stepped forward, pointing a trembling finger at Mu Qianyin's face. Look at you, always pretending to be innocent. You go out every day meeting who knows what kind of people. You have no sense of propriety. How unlucky our family was to have married someone like you. Such curses were something the original Mu Qianyin heard almost every day. Sometimes, Madame Fong didn't scold her directly, but ordered the servants to gossip loudly so Mu Qianyin could hear every word, silently holding back her tears. Mu Qianyin looked at Madame Fong and smiled faintly. Mother-in-law, you look rather unpleasant when you're like this. Her calmness, without tears or excuses, only made Madame Fong angrier. In just over 2 years, she had lost both her husband and her son, and she blamed it all on Mu Qianyin. Seeing Mu Qianyin sad and crying was one of the few things that gave her satisfaction. She sneered and said, I almost forgot. You don't just bring misfortune to our family. Even your own parents are suffering because of you. They must be close to death now, aren't they? You're a curse to everyone around you. Mu Qianyin's eyes darkened. If she didn't know that her parents' situation had nothing to do with Madame Fong, she might have already slapped her. In her mind, she asked System, Do I have enough points to exchange for any skills? The system's interface flickered, and a new screen appeared before her eyes. Power Pill, 10 points, valid for 1 hour. Only 1 hour? That's so short. But she was completely broke and could only afford this one. Fine, this will do. System, send the power pill straight into my mouth. All right. A bitter taste spread across her tongue, and within a second, the pill melted into liquid. Mu Qianyin felt a warm current rise from her stomach, filling her limbs with strength. She looked at Madame Fong and said calmly, Since I'm such bad luck, mother-in-law, you'd better be careful. Maybe next time, it'll be you who suffers. Madame Fong, who believed in such things, froze, her pupils tightening.
How dare you?
You're just a daughter-in-law, and you dare curse your mother-in-law? Her eyes turned cold. Zhao, slap her hard. Yes, madam. Zhao, Madame Fong's trusted servant, had often bullied the original Mu Qianyin and even slapped Chun Ning several times. Now, she rolled up her sleeves and walked toward Mu Qianyin with a smile. Second madam, forgive me. Be careful. Second madam. Chun Ning cried out, trying to rush forward to protect her. But Mu Qianyin moved faster. Just as Zhao raised her hand, Mu Qianyin threw the teacup in her hand at her and stood up. Smack. A loud slap landed on Zhao's face, and one side of her cheek instantly swelled. Mu Qianyin gave the system a thumbs up. Nice pill. The system replied proudly. Of course. Everything from the system is top quality. Everyone in the room was stunned. Even a servant's punishment had to be approved by the master, Yet the second madam had just slapped the old lady's personal maid in front of her. Was she out of her mind? Mu Qianyin, have you lost your senses? Madame Fong was truly furious now, her chest heaving as she glared at Mu Qianyin like she was seeing her for the first time. So your gentle act was all fake. I should have known. A merchant's daughter could never be truly refined. Someone hold her down and teach her a lesson. As soon as she finished, 2 maids and an older servant rushed forward to grab Mu Qianyin. Who dares touch me? Mu Qianyin slapped each of them once, then stepped forward and grabbed Madame Fong by the collar. Yes, I really am crazy.
Mu Qianyin smiled faintly.
Just now, mother-in-law said my parents are almost gone. So, what do I have left to lose? No matter how much I try to please you, you'll never like me. So, why not let everything fall apart? At least I can accompany my parents on the road to the afterlife. As she spoke, she pulled the hairpin from Madame Fong's hair and held it near her neck, as if deciding where to strike.
Quick.
Go call someone, cried Madame Zhao. I'd like to see who dares move. Mu Qianyin smiled like a villain from a drama, scaring the maids so much that they didn't even dare to breathe, afraid she might really do something rash. Don't be impulsive. Madame Fong's arrogance vanished instantly. She stared at the hairpin in terror, shrinking back as far as she could. Forcing a smile, she said, Qianyin, what I said just now was only out of anger. I was joking with you. Don't take it to heart. A joke? The hairpin still hovered near her neck. Mu Qianyin's expression was that of someone who had lost all hope. She murmured, but mother-in-law, you've scolded me like this every day. Were you joking every time? Yes, I just like to joke. Qianyin, please put the hairpin down first. Madame Fong was trembling. Mu Qianyin had nothing left to lose, but she herself still wanted to live. Oh, I see. Mu Qianyin gave a dazed smile. Then suddenly her eyes turned sharp, and she pointed the hairpin straight at Madame Fong's throat. But I don't think it's funny at all.
Ah!
Several timid maids screamed and huddled together in fear. Chun Ning glared at them fiercely. What are you screaming for? Be quiet. The little maids covered their mouths and nodded quickly, trembling all over. Mu Qianyin almost laughed, thinking Chun Ning really had the makings of a bandit, but she held it in. Then she heard Madame Fong's trembling voice say, If you don't think it's funny, I won't say such things again. Qianyin, please put the hairpin down. So timid. Mu Qianyin glanced at Madame Fong with disdain. She was nothing more than a paper tiger, only brave enough to bully a gentle daughter-in-law, but silent when faced with someone who stood up to her. Her eyes fell on the other hairpins in Madame Fong's hair, and she pulled them all out at once. These were all gifts she had once given to Madame Fong. Mu Qianyin tilted her head slightly, her expression unsettling. Pretending to think seriously, she said, So, it seems I misunderstood my mother-in-law? Seeing that Mu Qianyin had calmed down, Madame Fong quickly softened her tone, not even caring about her messy hair.
It was my fault.
I spoke wrongly before. I couldn't control my temper.
I see.
Mu Qianyin lowered her eyes to the hairpins in her hand and said sadly, I know you never liked me. The gifts I gave you must have made you uncomfortable, right? You don't have to keep them anymore. Please return them to me, and I'll throw them away. Madame Fong's eyes flickered with distress. Throw them away?
Yes.
Mu Qianyin looked calm. Didn't you always say I smelled of money? That's how merchants are, we never force others. Madame Zhao, go and fetch them. Madame Zhao, still holding her face in pain, froze. Was she being ordered around now? Her legs trembled as she looked at Madame Fong for guidance. Madame Fong glared at her. Her life was being threatened. What use were those ornaments now? She had heard yesterday that the 2 elders of the Mu family were to be executed, and she had even ordered the servants not to let Mu Qianyin leave the house to seek help. She had planned to humiliate Mu Qianyin thoroughly. But she had gone too far. Mu Qianyin seemed truly unhinged now. She might even kill her. Fear gripped her. She liked provoking Mu Qianyin, but she valued her life more. She shouted at Madame Zhao, Hurry up and get them. Yes, I'll go right away. Madame Zhao rushed into the inner room, grabbed a cloth bundle, and began stuffing the jewelry inside as fast as she could, terrified that any delay might cost her mistress's life. Most of Madame Fong's fine jewelry had been gifts from the second young lady, so they were easy to recognize. Before long, she came out carrying the bundle. "Second madam, everything is here." Mu Qianyin handed the items to Chunning and nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. I'll check everything carefully. If anything is missing, I'll come to mother-in-law for it next time." "Yes, yes, of course. You should go back and check right away." Madame Fong nervously touched the gold hairpin on her neck and spoke with a trembling voice. "I'm not finished yet," Mu Qianyin said unhappily. Madame Fong, who had never spoken so gently before, forced a flattering smile. "All right, go on, I'm listening." Mu Qianyin raised her voice and said seriously, "Mother-in-law, you've often said you wanted to dismiss me. But honestly, I don't have to stay in the Fong family. There are still 3 months left in my husband's mourning period. When that time is over, I'll ask to leave on my own. What do you think?" Madame Fong was surprised. "You want to leave on your own? That's not a small matter. Are you sure about this?"
Mu Qianyin nodded.
"I'm not even afraid of death. Why would I fear leaving? Or is mother-in-law unwilling to let me go?" Madame Fong didn't know how to answer. Mu Qianyin seemed completely unpredictable now. If she agreed too quickly, Mu Qianyin might change her mind and stay. But if she said she didn't care, Mu Qianyin might get angry again. Madame Fong felt like crying. In her heart, she called out to her son, "Fong Hengji.
My son.
Why aren't you home yet? Your poor mother is being bullied to death." Mu Qianyin frowned and stared at her. "Why isn't mother-in-law saying anything? Are you refusing?" That question was much easier to answer. Madame Fong quickly nodded. I agree. Whatever you say, I'll agree." "That's good." Mu Qianyin loosened her grip slightly, but her face darkened again. "Then tell me, will you still call me to Rui Xiang Court to stand as punishment?" Madame Fong, who had just started to relax, tensed up again.
No.
"Never again. And copying those moral lessons? No need to copy them anymore. Kneeling in the ancestral hall? Not anymore. Not allowed to go out? You can go wherever you like." Mu Qianyin leaned closer, their eyes meeting. "Is that true?" "Of course it's true. I swear to heaven." Madame Fong trembled all over. Her only wish now was for this troublesome woman to leave as soon as possible. She even raised her hand and swore sincerely. After hearing her swear, Mu Qianyin nodded in satisfaction, withdrew her hand, and stood up. She handed all the hairpins in her hand to Chunning. The crisis was finally over. Madame Fong's legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. Madame Zhao and the others rushed to support her. Everyone in the room looked at Mu Qianyin with eyes full of both fear and hatred. Mu Qianyin turned her head, her gaze sweeping over the maids and servants staring at her from not far away. Now that she no longer had Madame Fong as a hostage, she worried that these servants might turn against her. While the strength from the medicine still lasted, she needed to give them a warning so they wouldn't dare trouble her again. Mu Qianyin thought for a moment. She needed to scare them, but not too much, and she couldn't let Fong Heng suspect her. She walked back to Chunning, took a golden hairpin from her hand, and squeezed it tightly until it twisted into a lump. Under everyone's shocked gaze, a faint, cold smile appeared on her lips. The golden hairpin turned into a handful of golden powder, which she poured into a cloth bundle. Mu Qianyin clapped her hands and called toward the door, "I've been patient before, and didn't argue with you. But if anyone dares to disrespect me again, this hairpin will be your warning." A perfectly fine golden hairpin had turned into powder in her hands. How strong was she? The maids and servants turned pale with fear, their legs trembling as they fell to their knees one after another. They stammered, "Second madam, please forgive us. We won't dare again." Mu Qianyin swept her gaze over them and gave a cold snort. "You'd better remember that." Then she lifted her head proudly and left Rui Xiang courtyard with Chunning. Behind her came the sound of quiet sobs and Madame Fong's wailing, but no one dared to follow. Mu Qianyin smiled faintly, her expression full of disdain. With people who bully the weak and fear the strong, reasoning is useless. Tears only make them bolder. Sometimes, only a bit of madness can deal with the truly unreasonable. As soon as they stepped out of the courtyard, Chunning couldn't hold back her excitement. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Mu Qianyin. "Miss, no, second madam. You were amazing just now. How did you do that?"
she asked in awe.
Mu Qianyin gave her a look that said, "Don't mention it," and whispered, "I was just pretending to be strong." She opened her hand to show her. "Look, my palm is all red, and it's still numb." Seeing her fair palm flushed red, Chun Ning held her hand with concern. "Second madam, you've suffered. Once we return to the courtyard, I'll bring some ice to cool it for you."
All right.
After walking for a while, Chun Ning couldn't help but ask again, "That hairpin. When did Miss become so strong?" "I didn't." Mu Qianyin smiled slyly, her acting flawless. "That hairpin was something I prepared earlier. It's actually made of gold foil, so it breaks easily when pressed."
"I see."
Chun Ning's eyes shone with admiration. "Second madam, you're amazing. You even prepared what you needed in advance." Mu Qianyin waved her hand modestly. "It's nothing. Second madam, next time something like this happens, please let me handle it. I didn't dare move just now when you were so fierce."
"Sure."
"Second madam, you're so kind." The two chatted as they walked, and the effect of the medicine gradually faded. Suddenly, Mu Qianyin's strength left her, and she leaned weakly against Chun Ning. "Chun Ning, gatsme." "Second madam, what's wrong?" Chun Ning quickly supported her, her face full of worry. "Did you get hurt earlier? Let me take you to the doctor." "I'm fine," Mu Qianyin said weakly, breathing lightly. "I'm just exhausted. I'll be fine after some rest. Then I'll walk faster and help you back."
"All right."
Just as they turned the corner, they ran into Fang Hingji, who had just returned from duty. As soon as he entered the residence, a servant reported that something serious had happened in Rui Xiang courtyard. He was on his way there when he saw Mu Qianyin looking pale and weak. Chun Ning quickly bowed. "Greetings, young master." Mu Qianyin, too tired to say much, simply nodded at him and let Chun Ning help her along. Fang Hingji, who had planned to walk past her, suddenly stopped.
What kind of attitude was that?
"Stop." His calm, cold voice made both women freeze. Mu Qianyin turned her head slightly. "Brother-in-law, is something the matter?" Fang Hingji let out a short, incredulous laugh. He stepped closer, looking down at her from above. Suddenly, he felt that his sister-in-law looked a little different from before. He looked at her quietly for a while and then said, "Sister-in-law, don't you have anything to say to me? After what happened last night in his study, shouldn't she at least explain herself today?" Mu Qianyin felt weak all over. She only wanted to go back and lie down. Resting her head on Chunning's shoulder, she shook her head. Her voice was lazy and soft. "No, nothing to say." Fang Hengji frowned. He didn't like how she stood so carelessly. It looked improper. He said in a low voice, "Stand properly when you speak." "I can't stand," Mu Qianyin replied weakly. Though her words were soft, she still tried to stand up with Chunning's help, showing a kind of quiet strength, as if saying, "Even if you're being unreasonable, I'll still listen." But before she could take a full breath, her body went limp again, and she fell forward. Just as she was about to fall into Fang Hingji's arms, a strong hand caught her arm and pulled her upright. Fang Hingji frowned. "What's wrong with you?" Before he could finish, Mu Qianyin collapsed again. This time, Chunning quickly caught her and said to Fang Hingji, "Young master, our second madam has suffered a lot just now. Please, let her go back and rest." Fang Hingji looked at the bundle Chunning was carrying, then glanced toward the path they had come from. "You just came from Rui Xiang courtyard?" he asked. "Yes, young master," Chunning replied. Fang Hengji frowned again. He had just heard that something serious had happened at Rui Xiang courtyard, and now Mu Qianyin looked as if she had been mistreated. Could it be that his mother had been disciplining her again? He had rarely paid attention to this sister-in-law before, only hearing his mother mention her a few times when he went to pay his respects. He never commented on the rumors about her, but He could tell that his mother didn't like her much. Thinking of what had happened in Mu Qiannin's family, Fang Hingji decided not to question her about last night for now. He nodded slightly. Go back. Chunning let out a sigh of relief. Yes, thank you, young master. Mu Qiannin lifted her eyes, her gaze soft and calm. Thank you, brother Fang, she said quietly. As soon as Fang Hingji stepped into Ruixiang courtyard, the servants inside cheered as if they had seen a savior. Young master is back. Old madam, young master has returned. Your servant greets the young master. My son, my son. Madame Fang's voice came from the main hall, trembling with tears. Hengxi, my son, you must stand up for your mother and for our family. Hurrying into the hall, Fang Hingji saw his mother sitting weakly on the floor, surrounded by several servants with bruised faces. His heart filled with confusion. What happened here? Help my mother up at once. Madame Fang refused to rise, wanting her son to see her pitiful state. Now that he had, she finally took Zhao Nanny's hand and stood up. Then, with a sorrowful face, she reached out to grab Fang Hengji's hand. My son, why did you come back so late? You don't know how much I've suffered just now. Fang Hengji had already heard this story once. He quietly took a small step back, looking at his mother's messy hair, and asked in a calm voice, Mother, what exactly happened? Madame Fang, unable to catch his hand, pulled hers back in frustration and began to cry again. Between sobs, she exaggerated the story, describing how Mu Qiannin had behaved arrogantly before her. Pointing at Zhao Nanny and the other servants, she said angrily, Look at them. What kind of daughter-in-law would treat her mother-in-law's servants like this? She's so rude and disrespectful. How can she stay in our family? If word spreads, what will people think of the Fang family? Fang Hengji was deeply surprised. From Mu Qiannin's appearance earlier, he had thought his mother had disciplined her harshly, leaving her too weak to stand. But now his mother claimed that Mu Qiannin had caused a scene and even struck several servants. His face remained calm, though his brows furrowed slightly. Mother, did you just say that my sister-in-law asked to leave the family? Yes, Madame Fang said, wiping her tears. That's what she said. Once Jinji's 3-year mourning period ends, she'll leave on her own. I've already agreed. It's for the best. Our family can't keep such a troublesome woman any longer. Fang Hengji's eyes flickered thoughtfully. He looked again at the bruised Zhao Nanny and the maids, his confusion deepening. How could Mu Qiannin have the strength or courage to cause such trouble in his mother's courtyard, and even strike people? Did she truly care so little about her own reputation? Could it be that she changed so much because something happened to her family, leaving her disheartened? Fang Hengji said, Mother, divorce is no small matter. Perhaps my sister-in-law spoke out of anger. It's best not to spread such talk. Madame Fang grew upset and said through gritted teeth, She's so arrogant. Should I still keep her here to bully me and show off? Fang Hengji frowned slightly and comforted her, Mother, please don't worry. I'll look into what happened today. As for the matter of divorce, let's wait until my second brother's mourning period is over before making any decisions. Madame Fang sighed irritably. If Mu Qiannin hadn't said she would ask to leave on her own, she might have already driven her out of the house. But if she did that, people would surely say she was a harsh mother-in-law who treated her daughter-in-law unfairly. Forget it. It's only a few months, she could endure it. Looking at Fang Hengji's calm and steady face, Madame Fang felt comforted and nodded. After losing her husband and second son one after another, she was grateful to still have Hengji. Her eldest son was capable and made her proud. She said gently, Hengji, these years have delayed you. Once the mourning period is over, it's time to think about your marriage. Other men your age already have children running around. Fang Hengji's expression remained calm. Mother, I'm busy with official duties and have no plans to marry for now. Madame Fang frowned. You're already 24. How can you not marry? I know you're busy, but that's exactly why you need a good wife. If you marry a kind and sensible woman, she can take care of you when you come home. Building a family and a career should go hand in hand. He had heard these words countless times before and replied casually, I understand, mother. Let's talk about it later. Later, later, always later. Madame Fong's eyes turned red as she patted her chest. I'm already old. How many laters do I have left? If you keep delaying, when will I ever hold a grandchild? If I pass away before that, how could I face your father and our ancestors? Fong Hengji pressed his fingers to his brow, his lips tightening as if holding back his frustration. After working all day at the Ministry of Justice, he came home only to be met with his mother's loud scolding, and his temples throbbed painfully. He liked quietness and couldn't imagine how annoyed he would feel if someone stayed in his room, talking loudly when he wanted to rest. Mother, I still have things to do. I'll take my leave now. With that, Fong Hengji stood up and walked away quickly. The early winter wind lifted the hem of his black robe, making him look distant and cold. Seeing her eldest son leave without looking back, Madame Fong's sobs caught in her throat. She stared blankly at his fading figure. She asked Madame Zhao in a daze, did Hengji really just leave like that? Does he find me annoying? Madame Zhao, holding her stinging cheek, spoke softly to comfort her. How could that be? You are the young master's mother. He would never dislike you. He's a busy man, yet he still greets you every day. That shows his respect. Madame Fong nodded, clutching her handkerchief, still feeling upset. Hengji had always been quiet and distant since childhood, never close to her, only to his father. If only Jinji were still here. He had been cheerful, sweet-talking, and always knew how to make her smile. He would never have walked away when his mother was feeling hurt. She bit her lip, filled with sorrow and anger. Why did it have to be Jinji who met with misfortune? My Jinji, my poor child. After Mu Qianyin returned to her courtyard, she slept for half a day before feeling better. The strength pill worked well, but the side effects were serious. Her body couldn't handle such power. When the effect wore off, she felt as if she had run a marathon, completely exhausted and weak. And it didn't even last long. If only she could have permanent strength. She opened the system shop and looked through the combat power exchange page, clicking her tongue. Basic skills, 100 points. Beginner martial arts, 200 points. Normal strength, 300 points. Top level strength, 1,000 points. So expensive. The system's voice sounded in her mind. Host, each child gives you 100 points. Completing hidden tasks gives 1,000 points. If you perform well in this world, you can earn over 1,000 points. And if your rating reaches S, you'll even get a chance to draw a prize. Mu Qianyin's eyes lit up. What kind of prizes are there? The system opened a large spinning wheel that looked like a pancake, divided into many glowing sections. Looking closely, the prizes included points, pills, tools, and various skills. Mu Qianyin's eyes locked onto the top-level combat power section. She was determined to win it. She glanced at the other skills. Top-level needlework, top-level calligraphy, top-level medicine, perfect memory, disguise technique. She wanted them all. At that moment, Mu Qianyin was full of energy and excitement, eager to take action. Just then, Chunning opened the bundle she had brought back. Second madam, I've checked everything. Besides the bird's nest and ginseng for the old madam, all the jewelry is here. All right. Mu Qianyin lifted her gaze and glanced over the items. A gold filigree necklace with pearls, gold and gemstone earrings, a pure gold hairpin, a full ruby headpiece, a sapphire forehead band she had embroidered herself, a jade bracelet, a white jade pendant, a jade rui, a jade cicada, a jade disc with auspicious beast patterns, and a golden qilin. Each piece was exquisite, made with the finest craftsmanship and materials, worth a great deal. But sadly, her sincere heart had been wasted. The other side never appreciated her kindness. Since these items had already been used by Madame Fong, she would never wear them again. Besides, she had said she would get rid of them, and she meant it. She wouldn't give Madame Fong any chance to find fault. She said calmly, keep these for now. When we go out next time, sell them all. Yes, madam. Chunning obediently tied up the bundle and placed it in Mu Qianyin's chest. Mu Qianyin looked at the sky outside and said, Chunning, Tell the small kitchen to make a pot of ginseng soup.
I'll need it tonight.
Yes, madam. That night, at Fong Hingji's residence, Longfeng Hall, Mu Qianyin carried a food box and smiled gently at Liang Zhen, who was guarding outside. Please inform my husband that Mu Qianyin requests to see him. Liang Zhen thought to himself, as expected, the second madam really came to see my master. He knew his master hadn't eaten much that evening, and now she had even brought food. How thoughtful. Feeling a bit conflicted, he nodded. Please wait a moment, second madam. I'll go announce your arrival.
Thank you.
Liang Zhen knocked on the door outside Fong Hingji's study. Sir, the second madam requests to see you. Fong Hingji paused slightly as he reviewed the documents in his hand.
Mu Qianyin.
Why is she here again? Is she here to apologize or to explain what happened earlier today? Just as well, he wanted to ask her a few things too. He gave a calm reply, let her in. Liang Zhen had expected this answer. He quickly returned to the entrance. Second madam, the master will see you now. Then, being clever, he stopped Chun Ning. Miss Chun Ning, this is the master's study. Please wait here. Second madam? Chun Ning looked nervously at Mu Qianyin. Last night, the second madam had run out of the young master's study looking upset and refused to say what had happened. Chun Ning was sure her mistress had been wronged and wanted to go in to protect her. But Mu Qianyin looked calm. She turned back and gave Chun Ning a gentle smile. It's fine, Chun Ning. I'll be back soon. Yes, madam. I'll wait outside. Please call me if you need anything.
All right.
The study door was slightly open. As Mu Qianyin pushed it, the faint scent of ink and pine smoke filled the air. This was her second time here. Last night, she had left in such a hurry that she hadn't had time to look around. The study was simple, yet dignified. 3 walls were lined with rosewood shelves filled with law books and case files. There were no decorative vases or ornaments. Every space was used, showing the owner's diligence. In the center stood a polished Wangwali desk, its surface so smooth it reflected Fong Hingji's seated figure. He wore a dark blue robe with a silver belt. His posture was straight, his hair tied loosely with a black wooden pin, a few strands falling over his forehead. The look softened his usual sternness. Behind him was a window with a frosted pattern. Outside, bamboo swayed gently in the wind, the rustling leaves unable to disturb the quiet inside. For the first time, Mu Qianyin truly looked at Fong Hingji's face. Sharp eyes, strong brows, well-defined features, and calm, unreadable expression. He looked noble and distant. What a cold but handsome man. Mu Qianyin steadied her racing heart and gracefully bowed. Greetings, Brother Fong. She had already studied the etiquette of this dynasty in the system, and with the body's natural instincts, her movements were proper and graceful. Fong Hingji looked at her quietly for a few moments. Yesterday, around this same time, she had stood there filled with sorrow and determination, pleading with him for help. Even when she suddenly removed her outer robe, though he was shocked, he could still see that her actions came from despair and resolve. But the woman standing before him today looked completely different. Her expression was calm, her eyes bright with a lively light he couldn't quite understand. Though she wasn't smiling, she seemed full of energy and life. How could she have changed so much overnight? Or was this her true nature all along? At that moment, Mu Qianyin glanced at him with slight displeasure, as if blaming him for staying silent too long. Fong Hingji finally spoke softly. You may rise, sister-in-law. Mu Qianyin straightened up at once. She might have learned the proper etiquette, but that didn't mean she liked performing it. These ancient manners were truly troublesome. Carrying a food box, Mu Qianyin walked to his desk, set it down, and took out a steaming bowl of ginseng chicken soup. With a gentle smile, she said, Brother-in-law, I made this soup myself to help you regain your strength. Fong Hingji didn't move. His hands rested casually on the table as he raised an eyebrow. Don't you think, given your current position, that making soup for me is a bit inappropriate? Mu Qianyin curved her lips slightly. After what happened last night, making soup today hardly seems improper, does it? Her straightforward words left Fong Hingji momentarily speechless. He looked up in surprise, seeing that her expression was calm, as if she were simply talking about the weather. The usually composed and sharp-minded Minister of Justice found himself at a loss for words.
You.
Seeing his flustered look, Mu Qiannin's eyes glimmered with amusement. He was known for his keen insight and ability to read people. Although Mu Qiannin had studied acting and was skilled at controlling her expressions, this was her first mission, and she lacked experience. If she tried too hard to pretend in front of Fang Hingji, she feared her act might fall apart, not only failing to win his trust but also arousing suspicion. The best disguise, she thought, was to be completely natural. In front of someone with a strong emotional defense, being straightforward can sometimes have unexpected effects. Mu Qiannin stretched out her soft, fair fingers, placed the spoon into the bowl, and pushed it toward Fang Hingji. "Brother-in-law, please drink it quickly. It will get cold soon." At this moment, how could he be in the mood to drink soup? Fang Hingji frowned as he looked at the woman in front of him. Her skin was smooth as jade, her eyes sparkling with life, as if they could speak. She stood in front of his desk, graceful and gentle, speaking softly and kindly. Every move she made was pleasing to the eye, making it hard to look away. If it had been last night, he might have thought Mu Qiannin was trying to beautiful him and use him to rescue her family. But she didn't run away last night, and she even slapped him. "What exactly do you want?" Fang Hingji couldn't help but ask. Hearing his question, Mu Qiannin suddenly bent down, her flawless face enlarging in front of his eyes. Bright eyes, white teeth, a gentle smile. "Brother-in-law, can't you see? I'm trying to beautiful you." Gasped Fang Hingji's body suddenly recoiled, and for a moment, his usually calm and expressionless face showed a hint of panic. Who would openly admit to seducing someone like that? Fang Hingji's long fingers clenched on the edge of the table, then he regained his composure. He spoke coldly. "Sister-in-law, please show some respect." "Oh." Mu Qiannin didn't argue at all. She straightened her body, smiled charmingly, and stood tall and elegant. "Then I won't beautiful you today. Brother-in-law, please drink your soup. After finishing, I will go back to sleep." Fang Hingji, is she in a hurry? He looked down at the bowl of soup in front of him, picked it up, and drank it all in one gulp. "I have a question for you." As Mu Qiannin put the bowl into her lunchbox, Fang Hingji spoke. Mu Qiannin nodded gently. "All right, brother-in-law, ask whatever you want." Sometimes she was bold, sometimes gentle and calm. Fang Hingji really wanted to know which side of her was the real Mu Qiannin. He stared into her eyes for a long time, noticing her expression, which could be called sincere, but he was even more confused. "Mother said you caused a big fuss at Ruixiang court today," Fang Hingji asked her in a serious tone. "Yes." Mu Qiannin nodded calmly. "It's not really causing a big fuss, just self-defense." She openly admitted it, with no sign of nervousness on her face. Fang Hingji couldn't understand her anymore. He frowned slightly. "What's with that hairpin? Do you have martial skills?" Mu Qiannin smiled gently. "You mean that one?" She took a few steps toward him, raised her hand, and extended her wrist. "What are you doing?" Fang Hingji looked down, seeing her wide, lake blue sleeve pulled up, revealing a small, fair arm. Her skin was very white. As she raised her hand in front of him, in this cool-toned study, her white skin was dazzling. Mu Qiannin pursed her lips and raised her wrist a little more. Her soft voice said, "I said whether I have it or not, brother, you wouldn't believe me. Why don't you touch it yourself? Then you'll know, you." Fang Hingji was speechless again, caught off guard by her. He could reach out to check, but since she called it touching instead of probing, doing so now might seem a bit inappropriate. This woman was too straightforward in her words. Seeing his hesitation, Mu Qiannin simply grabbed his hand from the table and slipped her wrist into his. "Go ahead and touch it quickly. You're a grown man. Why are you hesitating?" Having never touched such smooth, soft skin before, Fang Hingji was momentarily stunned. He reached out and gently probed, his fingers quickly withdrawing. Mu Qiannin's wrist was soft and slender, so fragile that fingers could easily break it. There was no strength behind it. Fang Hingji's eyes flickered slightly. "Since you don't have martial skills, could that gold hairpin be just a trick?" Yes. Mu Qiannin's eyes curved into a smile as she winked at him. It's made of gold leaf. Just this casual gesture made her look lively and charming. Fong Hengji turned his gaze to the heavy night outside the window. Did you prepare this early? Of course. Seeing that he wasn't looking at her, Mu Qiannin smiled and turned her face away. She answered confidently, honestly, brother, every time I go to Ruixiang Court, I face trouble. If I don't prepare something, I might get bullied to death, she emphasized. I'm not complaining to you. I'm just stating a fact. Looking at her small face so close, Fong Hengji turned his head away again. Then why can't you bear it now? He looked at her calmly. After all, you said yourself that you always do. Why do you want to resist today? Mu Qiannin raised an eyebrow in surprise. She didn't expect Fong Hengji to show no blame for her rebellion against her mother, only curiosity about the truth. She smiled slightly. Because I don't want to endure it anymore. Why? Fong Hengji saw her expression suddenly darken, probably guessing the reason. Sure enough, she said, I tolerated it before because my family was still here. For the reputation of the Mu family, I could endure anything, no matter how hard. A flicker of tears flashed in her eyes. She suddenly turned her head, sniffing her nose. She put aside her previous cheerfulness and faced him sideways. The Mu family is almost gone. Why should I care about reputation? If my parents are in trouble, I have nothing left to hold on to. Fong Hengji looked at her tightly clenched fingers, feeling a twinge of pity. Could it be that as long as the Mu case isn't solved, she will follow her parents? Is that why her personality has changed so much? He was silent for a moment before speaking. There's no need for you to be so pessimistic about the Mu family. Mu Qiannin suddenly turned her head, her eyes filled with surprise and tears. Brother-in-law, you agree to help me? Fong Hengji's expression was calm. The magistrate has procedures. Without solid evidence, I can't interfere in this case. It's the same answer as before. Mu Qiannin's light dimmed, and she forced a smile. I understand. After saying that, she picked up her food box and bowed to him again. It's getting late. Qiannin will take her leave now. Fong Hengji watched her lonely figure walk away, shook his head, and continued handling his work. The next night, Mu Qiannin came again. Fong Hengji looked at her smiling as she brought out a bowl of Angelica lamb soup, his brows slightly furrowing. His expression was cold and serious. You don't need to worry so much, sister-in-law. If I want to drink soup, I will tell the kitchen to prepare it. The kitchen's prepared it, but it can't be the same as what I made. Today, Mu Qiannin wore a light apricot-colored floral dress, her hair loosely tied up with a silver hairpin. Her face was gentle and kind, looking like an ordinary family member. I handed him the spoon. This soup was made by me with my own hands, full of sincerity.
I hope you can taste that.
Seeing him stay silent, Mu Qiannin pointed to her finger. Brother, I burned my finger making this soup. It still hurts. Her delicate, fair fingers looked pink, making it hard to tell if they were naturally that way or if they were burned. Fong Hengji sighed, feeling a bit helpless. If it had been someone else, he would have already thrown them out. But Mu Qiannin was different. He couldn't ignore her reputation and just throw her out. Moreover, she kept saying she wanted to flirt with him. Besides the first night when she suddenly took off her clothes and slapped him, she hadn't done anything inappropriate since. Making soup for him wasn't wrong. It was a reasonable reason. She openly explained her purpose. She said her family had a problem, and she was making the soup to help her parents. It didn't make him dislike her, just left him feeling a bit overwhelmed. Was this younger sister-in-law always like this, bothering her second brother? When Fong Hengji realized what he was thinking, he paused. He raised his hand to rub his forehead. He was still caught up in her words. He looked at her with a cold expression and pushed the bowl back. After a moment of silence, Fong Hengji said seriously, Thank you for your kindness, younger sister-in-law. I am not hungry. Please don't come again. But Mu Qiannin didn't follow the usual way. She wasn't upset by his rejection. Instead, she picked up the bowl and, with a disapproving look, brought it close to his mouth. Her little lips pouted and said, Brother, you have to drink this. I worked hard to make this soup. Not drinking it would be a waste. Think about the beggars on the street. They can't even get enough food. You shouldn't waste good food. It's shameful. Do you understand? Fong Hengji. His calm, cold expression couldn't hold back, and he felt a bit speechless. It was clearly her idea to make the soup. If he didn't drink it, why was it his fault? Seeing Mu Qianyin gracefully scoop a spoonful and bring it to his mouth, Fong Hengji quickly held her wrist to prevent her from spilling the soup on him. This was the second time he held her hand, her wrist delicate, soft, and smooth. Mu Qianyin paused her soup-feeding hand, her gaze fixed on his slender, knobby fingers. She looked at him with a gentle smile, but said nothing. Fong Hengji suddenly withdrew his hand, looking a bit helpless. Let me do it myself. Oh, okay. Seeing Mu Qianyin stop causing trouble and obediently let him take the soup, Fong Hengji finally relaxed. He thought, I should have said nothing and just drank the soup. There was no need for all this fuss. After finishing the bowl of soup, Mu Qianyin didn't say anything else and simply packed up her food box to leave. On the way back, the system asked in her mind, host Fong Hengji's attitude seems to be softening. Why don't you ask him directly to help rescue Mu's parents? Mu Qianyin's lips curved slightly. Fong Hengji is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Once he knows my goal, even if it's to stop me from bothering him, he'll get involved. If I tell him clearly, then I won't have a reason to keep bringing him soup in the future. The system understood. I see. So, are you planning to keep giving him soup, using this subtle care to win him over? That's too slow. Mu Qianyin's eyes sparkled with cleverness. Having read countless novels and watched many dramas, she already had a targeted plan in mind. Confidently, she said, I will only do it for 7 days. After Mu Qianyin left, Fong Hengji let out a soft sigh and continued working on his official duties. A moment later, he put down the file in his hands. His handsome brows furrowed slightly. He used to read through files quickly, but now he couldn't focus at all. Mu Qianyin's family matter had to be resolved. Otherwise, if she kept coming every day or truly followed the wishes of the Mu elders, he didn't want to see that happen. After all, she was also considered family. Fong Hengji raised his hand to rub his forehead and called out, Liangzhen. Liangzhen entered respectfully and asked, Sir, what are your orders? Fong Hengji spoke in a calm voice, Find the Mu case files and have them checked again, but don't let anyone find out. Yes, Liangzhen, already prepared, responded respectfully. He knew that his master still couldn't resist the sweet words of the second lady and was helping her reopen the case. I hope there are real doubts about the Mu family's case. Otherwise, their reputation could be ruined. Mu Qianyin learned from the system that Fong Hengji had started reviewing the Mu family's case files, and she smiled happily. Her guess was correct. Fong Hengji is a very good person. Otherwise, in her past life, he wouldn't have delayed the date of the Mu family's execution without any evidence. Thinking of Fong Hengji's cold and noble face, Mu Qianyin's heart moved slightly. She wondered what kind of person he was when talking about love. She really wanted to know. Since causing a big scene at Ruixiang court that day, Fong's mother no longer scolded Mu Qianyin or made things difficult for her. Even when she needed to go out, the gatekeeper didn't ask questions and simply let her pass. That's what reputation does. In the following days, Mu Qianyin went out during the day, pretending to look for ways to save her parents. She also pawned the items she got from Fong's mother at the pawn shop. During this time, she bought some food and daily necessities to store at her space. She even thought about returning to the old Mu family residence to gather the remaining assets into her space, but seeing the sealed gate and the guards with swords outside, she gave up that idea. She has no martial arts skills now and can't climb walls, so her safety is the most important. At night, she still delivered her homemade nourishing soup to Fong Hengji, every day with a different flavor. Fong Hengji was now used to Mu Qianyin bringing him soup in a lunchbox, and he no longer found it strange. He was busy with the Mu family's affairs, so drinking her homemade soup was a small comfort. However, this case involved the consort, and until the matter was settled, he couldn't tell Mu Qianyin anything. Thinking of that gentle, shy woman who smiled softly and said she wanted to beautiful him, Fong Hengji shook his head slightly, a faint smile in his cold, deep eyes. She thought that just by making nourishing soup, she could beautiful him? She's overestimating herself. On the evening of the 8th day, the night wind was cold and quiet. Fong Hengji was in his study, reviewing case files with a calm and indifferent expression, occasionally looking up at the moon outside the window. It was already so late. Before, Mu Qianyin always arrived at the beginning of the watch. But now, it is almost the end of the hour of the dog, and soon it will be the hour of the pig. Why hasn't she come yet? That's true. She never said she would come every day. It's better if she doesn't come, so I won't always have to force him to drink soup. Although the soup tastes good, he doesn't have the habit of eating late at night. Recently, to finish that bowl of soup, he has been subconsciously eating less at dinner. In case he can't finish it, I will feed him. Fong Hengji shook his head, not noticing that his attitude toward Mu Qianyin was becoming more indulgent. He reached out and opened a drawer, which contained files about the Mu family. Regarding the case of the Mu family, it is confirmed that the elderly couple was indeed wrongfully accused. However, the physical evidence has been destroyed, leaving only eyewitnesses. But the eyewitness is Mo Yuan's concubine, and convincing her to testify is not easy. With about 20 days until the execution of the Mu couple, Fong Hengji lowered his eyes and bowed his head. He must find a chance to visit the Mo family.
But
Fong Hengji's gaze once again swept outside the door. The corner lantern under the eaves swayed gently in the cold wind, casting flickering yellow light and shadows. Is she really not coming? A modest carriage suddenly stopped in front of her. Mu Qianyin pretended to be surprised, her shoulders trembling, and she tightly clenched her handkerchief. Fong Hengji looked at her with lowered eyes. Such a timid person, yet she still dared to come to the Mo family's place to take risks. She really doesn't know her limits.
get in.
His voice carried a slight hint of irritation that was hard to notice. When Mu Qianyin heard the familiar voice, she lifted the curtain and revealed her beautiful face. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her big, expressive eyes showed lingering fear. She wasn't wearing makeup, and her whole person looked fresh and delicate, shyly looking over. The man inside the carriage had handsome features, a calm face, and was quietly watching her with dark, unreadable eyes. Seeing it was him, Mu Qianyin's tightly knit brows suddenly relaxed. Her long eyelashes fluttered like small fans, and she looked surprised. "Brother, why are you here? Hurry and get in." Fong Hengji's expression was serious, and his tone became a bit sharper.
Oh.
Mu Qianyin looked longingly at the distant Mo residence. She hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly lifted her skirt and stepped into the carriage. Spring Ning quickly followed and sat inside. Inside the carriage, Mu Qianyin gently clutched her clothes and sat opposite Fong Hengji. She took off her veil and placed it aside, then looked at him, but suddenly lowered her eyes, looking guilty. She cleared her throat and asked, "Brother, why are you here?" Fong Hengji stared at her soft hair and snorted coldly. "The Mo family isn't a place for you to casually peek. If they find out, have you thought about the consequences?" Mu Qianyin looked up in surprise, her eyes showing some shock, then quickly understood. "You, brother, are indeed the Minister of Justice. You didn't even ask questions and already knew my purpose." Fong Hengji still kept a serious face. "Don't try to change the subject. Today is your lucky day, you just happened to meet me. If the Mo family finds out you have intentions against them, you probably won't come back. How serious can it be?"
Mu Qianyin said nonchalantly.
"I was just wandering nearby, not sneaking into the Mo family. Do they really have such strict control? Are they not allowed anyone to walk around near their house?" Fong Hengji frowned and said coldly, "Don't be naive. The Mo family is now very powerful, and they have a favored consort backing them. They always act arrogantly. If they see you as suspicious, they won't reason with you. They might find someone to hit you unconscious and drag you away, and you wouldn't know where you died." He intentionally made his words sound serious to make Mu Qianyin back off. The Mo family is very powerful, and she, as a weak woman, can't just get involved easily. What he didn't say was that Mo Yuan is very handsome, and Mu Qianyin looks like this. If Mo Yuan saw her face, Fong Hengji believed he wouldn't care if she was married or not, and he definitely wouldn't let her go. That's why he hurriedly called her into the car when he saw Mu Qianyin. She is his sister-in-law, and he should take care of her. Mu Qianyin was indeed a little scared by his words. Her face turned pale immediately, her fingers trembled slightly, and her long eyelashes blinked nervously. After a moment, she bit her lip, looked up at him with a firm expression, and showed brave determination. No matter how hard it is, I have to try. I can't just ignore my parents. Fang Hengji squinted his eyes, about to say more, when suddenly the carriage jolted violently and the horse neighed loudly, rushing forward recklessly. Because of the inertia, the two inside the carriage were immediately thrown into the air. Mu Qianyin cried out in surprise, her head almost hitting the ceiling. At this critical moment, Fang Hengji stepped on the wall of the carriage with his foot, twisted his body, and quickly pulled her waist, dragging her back forcefully. They both fell onto the carriage floor. Before they could steady themselves, the horse's wild charge pushed them into the corner of the carriage. At this moment, Mu Qianyin was curled up in Fang Hengji's arms. Whether she was scared or not, she tightly held his waist with both hands, closed her eyes tightly, and was very tense. Fang Hengji realized something was wrong the moment he held Mu Qianyin. She was too soft, like a warm, gentle jade, soft all over, reminding him that men and women shouldn't touch each other. But as soon as he let go of her, Mu Qianyin's body jerked toward the other side, and the carriage jolted, as if walking through a dangerous fire. He had no choice but to pull her back again, press her against his chest, and shout outside, "Liangzhen, what happened?" Liangzhen desperately held the reins, his fingers turning white from the effort, and anxiously shouted outside, "Sir!" The horse suddenly got frightened. "I am doing my best to control it." Fang Hengji's expression eased slightly, as long as he wasn't facing an assassination. He calmly ordered, "Try to go to less crowded places and avoid hitting civilians." "Understood." The horses still galloped wildly, but luckily, everyone on the carriage was prepared and no longer panicked like before. Spring Ning, who was clutching Liangzhen's clothes tightly, finally regained her senses. Amid the rough jolts, she stretched her neck to look behind.
"Miss."
"Second madam. Are you hurt? Are you okay?" At the moment the horses went wild, she heard the second madam scream in surprise. But at that moment, she was also thrown into the air. Liangzhen whipped the horse to pull her back, then wrapped the whip around her waist and tied it tightly. Only then did she not fly out. There was no time to think about anything else. Hearing Spring Ning's voice, Mu Qianyin lifted her head from Fang Hengji's chest and turned her head to shout outward, "Spring Ning, I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. Take care of yourself." After she finished speaking, she suddenly realized something was wrong. She looked around and saw that she was now buried in Fang Hengji's arms. The two of them were lying on the carriage floor, bouncing with the carriage as it swayed from side to side. Their bodies occasionally bumped into each other, and when they touched, she could even feel his warm body temperature. She looked up and saw Fang Hengji lowering his gaze, his eyes deep and focused on her. Mu Qianyin's face immediately turned red. Almost instinctively, she loosened her grip and tried to get up. But just as she let go, the carriage suddenly tilted sharply, and her body was thrown out again. Fang Hengji quickly caught her, wrapping his arms around her and holding her steady with one hand, while gripping a firm point with the other. He thought to himself, now she's shy, but earlier when she said she wanted to flirt with him, how could she not blush or feel her heart race? Back in his arms, Mu Qianyin's small face was flushed as if it might bleed. She gently pushed him, but didn't dare to make too much noise, so she whispered, "Let me go quickly." Fang Hengji also wanted to release her, but she had no martial skills. If he let go now, it would be like watching her struggle alone. He could only say in a deep voice, "In urgent times, sister-in-law, don't move around." In this position, hearing him call her sister-in-law, Mu Qianyin felt strangely excited. She blinked twice quickly, indicating she understood his words, and gritted her teeth as she held on. But when their bodies were once again bumped together, their eyes met briefly, then quickly looked away in embarrassment. Mu Qianyin couldn't help but feel ashamed. She pushed against his chest with her hands, trying to push him away. At that moment, the carriage seemed to be turning, and when she pushed, she slightly moved out of Fong Hengji's protective circle, hitting her head against the carriage wall with a dull sound. Ugh, she cried out in pain, tears welling up in her eyes. It hurts so much. She choked, her voice trembling with suppressed tears. Fong Hengji helplessly pulled her back, steadying her, while trying not to touch her. He looked down and softly said, "Be more careful." Mu Qianyin pouted, not daring to push him again. She also didn't dare to hold him tightly, only clutching his collar firmly. "Second madam, are you hurt?" Qingning, with sharp ears, heard her voice and called out from outside. Mu Qianyin had no choice but to turn her head and reply, "I'm fine. I'm safe." "Qingning, you don't need to worry about me." At this moment, Liangzhen also spoke loudly, "Sir, we are now outside the city. Later, I will try to drive the carriage into the woods so we can slow down." Fong Hengji responded softly with a focusing all his attention on controlling his body. He added, "Hurry up." Yes, having received the approval from the master, Liangzhen no longer pulled on the reins forcefully but skillfully adjusted the direction toward the woods. However, the dirt road outside the city was uneven, making the carriage bounce more violently. If the carriage wasn't made with special craftsmanship to resist feather arrows and was very sturdy, it might have fallen apart by now. As time passed second by second, Fong Hengji's expression grew more tense than ever. He tried hard to keep from overthinking, but his body's instinctive reactions made him feel helpless. He wasn't a flirt, but he wasn't a saint either. It seemed his mother was right. He should get married. When they were once again jolted together, Fong Hengji hesitated to look into Mu Qianyin's eyes. He forcefully pushed her upward a bit and signaled with his eyes for her to look up. "Hold on to it." Mu Qianyin looked up at the point he was holding tightly and asked nervously, "What about you? Don't worry about me. You need to hold on to it." "Oh, okay." Her delicate, soft hands reached out and overlapped with his hand on the back. Fong Hengji suddenly let go of his hand, intending to use his strength to rush out of the carriage and control the horse. At that moment, the carriage suddenly hit a tree trunk, causing their direction to shift completely, and he was thrown back again. Ugh! In an instant, the air seemed to freeze. Fong Hengji looked up in shock and saw Mu Qianyin with wide, surprised eyes, staring back at him in disbelief. Just a moment ago, after being bounced back, Fong Hengji's lips pressed firmly against Mu Qianyin's corner of the mouth, with enough force to be noticeable. Not to mention, their bodies had collided countless times, one strong and masculine, the other gentle and delicate, like a perfect match made by fate. "Sorry," the calm and serious De Li Siqing, for the first time in his life, stammered. He quickly withdrew from her body, and at the same time, the carriage suddenly stopped. "Your Grace." "The carriage has steadied." Lian Zhen's relieved voice came through. Fong Hengji stood there in a daze, his heart pounding loudly, with no time to respond to Lian Zhen. If looked at carefully, one could see beneath his expressionless face the faint redness on his ears. Mu Qianyin was the first to regain her senses. She quickly turned over and sat up, tidying her clothes. "Second madam, are you all right?" Chun Ning anxiously called from outside, also urging Lian Zhen to quickly take down the whip. I'm fine." Mu Qianyin hurriedly adjusted her collar and touched her messy hair, looking embarrassed and uneasy. Fong Hengji finally snapped out of his daze, speaking awkwardly. "I will get off the carriage first." Mu Qianyin lowered her head, afraid to look at him, and softly replied, Fong Hengji took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, then lifted the curtain. Chun Ning finally got her freedom and immediately entered the carriage, anxiously inspecting Mu Qianyin from head to toe. Then she exclaimed in surprise, "Second madam, how did your lips get cut?" Almost simultaneously, Lian Zhen outside sighed, "Your Grace, your lips are bleeding." The air seemed to freeze for a moment. After a short pause, Fong Hengji's indifferent voice came through. "Can't you see? I am hurt in other places too." "What?" Liangzhen immediately became anxious and went forward to check. Usually, when the master was injured, he never paid much attention. Today, He spoke so carefully. It must be a serious wound. Let me see where you're hurt. We have healing ointment in the carriage. The awkward topic outside was quickly diverted. Mu Qianyin also hurriedly covered her embarrassment, raising her hand to press her lips. She said to Chun Ning, "Maybe I accidentally bumped into something." "Chun Ning, my hair is messy. Quickly help me comb it." "Yes." Chun Ning took a comb from her waist pouch, skillfully removed the crooked hairpin, then combed her hair smoothly and styled it again. When Mu Qianyin was neatly dressed and stepped out of the carriage, she saw Fang Hengji standing alone with his hands behind his back. Liang Zhan was nowhere to be seen. She walked forward and bowed naturally to him. "Thank you, Brother Fang, for saving me just now." "I am very grateful." Fang Hengji lowered his eyes, his gaze falling on her bright red lips. There was a tiny gap, like a small tooth mark. He quickly looked away and asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" "No." Mu Qianyin shook her head. "Brother Fang." She hesitated, as if recalling that it was not appropriate to mention what just happened, and fell silent. But she felt the quiet atmosphere was quite awkward, so she looked for a new topic. Smiling, she asked, "Brother Fang, why are you alone here?" Fang Hengji's eyes were calm, and he replied softly, "The horse went crazy earlier and can't be used. I asked Liang Zhan to go find another one. We might have to stay here for a while." "I see." Mu Qianyin lowered her head gently. "I understand." Fang Hengji looked at her soft hair, wanting to explain what had just happened, but his lips moved without speaking. At this moment, Chun Ning came out of the carriage, holding a white porcelain bottle. "Madam, we found the healing ointment." Fang Hengji's eyes darkened as he looked at Mu Qianyin. "Are you hurt?" Mu Qianyin took the porcelain bottle and smiled slightly at him. "I just heard that my brother was injured, and I feel guilty about it. I asked Chun Ning to find some medicine. Would you like me to apply the medicine for you?" Actually, Fang Hengji's injuries are just bruises and are not serious. He only wanted to change the subject to distract Liang Zhan. "You don't need to, I am fine." "That's not acceptable." Mu Qianyin frowned gently, speaking softly and with regret. "It's all my fault. My brother got hurt because of me. If I don't treat his wounds quickly, I will feel uneasy." She then told Chun Ning, "Chun Ning, go get some water." Seeing a small stream in the distance, Chun Ning nodded. "Yes, I will be right back." Mu Qianyin moved closer to Fang Hengji, biting her lip. "Brother, let me help you apply the medicine." Seeing her insist, Fang Hengji sighed and took the medicine bottle. "I'll do it myself." "All right." Fang Hengji sat on the grass, rolled up his sleeve, revealing his strong arm, and began to apply the medicine. Mu Qianyin also sat down nearby, slightly turning her head away from him. The sun was setting, and the remaining light shone through the dense trees, casting a peaceful and beautiful glow on them. The air was very quiet, only occasionally hearing the rustling of clothes. Fang Hengji looked at Mu Qianyin, who was turned away from him, her slender figure making his mind race. His throat moved, breaking the silence. "Earlier. I didn't mean to." "I'm sorry." Mu Qianyin turned to look at him. Their eyes met briefly before she looked away. She turned her head, cleared her throat softly, and replied calmly, "Brother, don't worry. I understand. Please don't let what happened earlier trouble you." Fang Hengji had the same thought, but hearing her say this made him feel a bit uncomfortable. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He was a proud man. How could he let such a small matter bother him? As the sun was about to set, Liang Zhan arrived riding a fast horse, followed by 2 groomers on another horse. The groomers led away the horse that had gone wild earlier. Liang Zhan then changed the carriage to a horse and patted the gentle horse's head. "Sir, this horse is the calmest in the stables. It will never go crazy." Fang Hengji nodded calmly. "Let's go." Rejoining the carriage, the atmosphere became very tense. Mu Qianyin sat quietly, tilting her head slightly and looking out the window. In fact, she was mentally talking to the system. "System, you did a good job just now." "Thumbs up," the system proudly replied. "Of course. I always get the timing exactly right." Mu Qianyin snorted. "That's because I have good acting skills. I am selfless, stimulate the horse, and control the direction. all without asking for extra pay from the host. I'm just doing my task. If it weren't for your ranking, I wouldn't have to act so hard. Inside her mind, she and the system argued back and forth, both thinking they were amazing. Fong Hengji glanced at Mu Qiannin's side profile with a dark, unreadable look. That night, Mu Qiannin still didn't come to bring soup. Fong Hengji unconsciously rubbed his lips with his fingers, his gaze quietly fixed outside the window. Was she trying to flirt with him? It's only been a few days, and she's already given up? What a liar. Mostly, he just wanted to drink the soup. After falling asleep, Fong Hengji had a very vivid dream. In the dream, he tightly held a soft, delicate body, bouncing along in the carriage, constantly bumping into her. His throat was dry, and he clenched his teeth, trying to control his body. But his rising body temperature made him feel dizzy and confused. He heard the woman's soft moans beneath him, and his lips pressed against her gentle, tender lips. He wasn't satisfied yet. He held her back of the head and deepened the kiss fiercely, until he felt short of breath, and she gently pushed him away with her hands on his chest. Suddenly, Fong Hengji remembered something. He looked up sharply and saw that charming little face that could disturb anyone's mind. Her cheeks were flushed, and she looked at him shyly, her beautiful eyes full of flirtation and hesitation. This was his sister-in-law, Mu Qiannin. A thunderclap seemed to explode in his mind, and his jaw suddenly loosened. After a quick gasp, Fong Hengji suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up, pulled back the quilt, and looked down with lowered eyes. Then he let out a frustrated sigh, raised his hand, and rubbed his forehead. How could he dream of Mu Qiannin, and even? He turned his head to look out the window. The sky was beginning to lighten, with the first hints of dawn, but it was not fully bright yet. He got out of bed and went behind the screen, removing his undergarments. Liangjin, prepare some water. I want to take a bath. Liangjin had just woken up, squinting and yawning outside the door when he heard the adult's command. In the early morning, the adult wanted to bathe? Yes, sir. For several days, Fong Hengji had not seen Mu Qiannin. Usually, they might not meet for a month or two, but now, just a few days later, Fong Hengji felt something was wrong everywhere. Does she no longer want to save her parents? Is she not coming to ask him? Fong Hengji irritably put down the file in his hand and looked up. He saw Liangjin lost in thought. His eyes were vacant, sometimes staring into space, sometimes smiling foolishly. He seemed to be lost in his own thoughts. Fong Hengji looked at him with some annoyance. Are you tired of your duties? Liangjin was startled by his gaze and quickly snapped out of his trance. He immediately cupped his hands and apologized. I dare not, sir. I like serving in front of you. I hope you will forgive me. Fong Hengji snorted. Then what were you just doing? Just now. Liangjin chuckled and scratched his head, looking silly. He shyly pursed his lips, then seemed to gather courage and said, Sir, I was just thinking about whether I should take responsibility for Miss Chunning. Take responsibility? Fong Hengji raised an eyebrow calmly. What did you do to her? No. It's nothing. Liangjin waved his hands wildly, eager to explain. I dare not do anything to her. It was just that on the carriage that day, when I was rescuing someone in a hurry, I accidentally had some physical contact with Miss Chunning. I was worried she might mind.
So?
Hee. I was just thinking that since men and women shouldn't touch, and I already held her once, I should take responsibility for her. Hearing this, Fong Hengji suddenly understood. As for Mu Qiannin's identity. Anyway, she herself said that in a few months, she would ask to leave the family. By then, she would no longer be his sister-in-law. Perhaps he could make this day come a little earlier? Liangjin waited a long time for the adult's advice, but looked confused. Why did their expressions suddenly relax and seem a bit happy after hearing his words? Sir, are you listening? Liangjin asked cautiously. Fong Hengji tapped his knuckles on the table and suddenly asked, Where is the second madam now? Huh? The topic shifted so quickly that Liangjin was sure the adult hadn't been paying attention to what he just said. He paused.
Then,
should I go ask now? Go ahead. Fong Hengji's face was calm as he nodded lightly. Yes. After a moment, Liangjin returned. Sir, The second madam isn't in her courtyard. I asked the gatekeeper, and he said she goes out every day and usually returns around the evening. Fang Hengji's eyes narrowed slightly. Do you know where she went? Liangjun shook his head. The gatekeeper didn't ask. Fang Hengji looked at the sky. It was past the evening time, but Mu Qianyin hadn't come back yet. His brows furrowed tightly, and his pupils shrank. Could Mu Qianyin still be unwilling to give up and went alone to the Mo family to find clues? How could she be so brave? Hadn't he already warned her not to act rashly? Fang Hengji suddenly stood up, reached for his black cloak hanging on the beam, and put it on while speaking in a deep voice. Go to the Mo family. The carriage sped along the road, approaching the Mo residence. Fang Hengji led the way to the street corner where he saw Mu Qianyin that day. No one was there. He looked again at the Mo family's gate and saw nothing unusual. Soon, Liang Zhen, who had been communicating with the secret agents, returned and whispered behind the curtain. Sir, the secret agent said that today no woman resembling the second madam entered the Mo residence. Also, Lord Mo is not inside. He is at Qiming Tower. Qiming Tower, Fang Hengji muttered, his brow tightening even more. Qiming Tower was the most famous brothel in the capital. Mo Yuan was a frequent visitor, indulging in wine and pleasure there. It is said that the Dream Pavilion has 3 main features: fine wine, beautiful performances, and even more beautiful people. The people refer to the courtesans. It is rumored that the courtesans inside are carefully trained from a young age. Their looks, figures, manners, and skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting are all better than those of noble ladies. Thinking of Mu Qianyin's extraordinary face, Fang Hengji's expression suddenly darkened, and anger appeared in his eyes. This daring woman, does she really want to risk herself for something? Fang Hengji took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said, Go to the Dream Pavilion. Yes, they hurried to the Dream Pavilion, which was already lively with the first evening lights. Inside, the place was brightly lit, and the sounds of stringed instruments and flutes floated out, making it very lively. On the street in front of the building, people came and went. Elegant carriages often stopped at the door, and clever young women would run out, charmingly inviting guests inside. As Fang Hengji and the other person approached the door, a heavily made-up woman rushed over. She smiled sweetly, swaying her hips as she approached Fang Hengji. Oh, young master, you look so handsome. Come in and have some fun. Fang Hengji frowned, holding back his anger, and sidestepped her. He strode into the building. Liangjun followed closely behind and turned to add, vulgar makeup and cheap tricks. Don't come near my young master. The woman wasn't angry. She knew that someone like this guest wouldn't be interested in her, as he had high standards. So she followed, enthusiastically recommending, Are you here to watch the dance? The butterfly dance will start soon. If you want a good spot, just 100 taels of silver, and I can arrange the best view for you. Fang Hengji paused and looked at Liangjun. Liangjun understood and took out a silver note, handing it to the woman. Get the best seat. The woman's eyes lit up. She didn't expect this newcomer to be so generous. She smiled flatteringly. Yes, yes. I promise the best spot. Young master, follow me. Inside, the place was intoxicating with luxury. The women wore bright, beautiful silk dresses unlike those outside, teasing and joking among the various guests. Fang Hengji carefully scanned every corner with sharp eyes, trying to find Mu Qianyin's figure, but found nothing. The two were led upstairs to a private room with a perfect view. The private room has a large balcony with elegant tables and chairs. On the table, there are delicate wine bottles and small dishes to accompany drinks. From here, you can see the entire second floor and the area below clearly. Fang Hengji's eyes eagerly searched, but still couldn't find even a shadow resembling Mu Qianyin. His eyes darkened gradually. A woman cheerfully spoke. Young master, do you need me to find a beautiful girl to keep you company? Watching a dance while drinking is such a pleasure. Fang Hengji frowned without replying. Liangjun waved her hand. Go away. Our young master wants to focus on the dance. You're not needed here. All right then. If the young master needs anything, just call me. My name is Ying. Ying turned and leaned on the doorframe, reluctantly glancing at Fong Hingji's face. This guest is really handsome. If she could spend the night with him, she wouldn't ask for any payment. Seeing her eyes almost glued to him, Liang Zhan impatiently waved her off. Go now. Ying hesitated but bowed politely. Yes, I'll take my leave. Then she twisted her waist and left. Finally, Fong Hingji was able to send Ying out of the private room, closing the door behind her, and the noise outside became quiet. Fong Hingji sat on a grand chair on the balcony. Coincidentally, directly opposite him was Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan was surrounded by a group of friends, with two beautiful women sitting beside him. They were drinking, joking, and one of his hands was playfully wandering over the women, which was quite inappropriate. Fong Hingji's gaze sharpened as he carefully observed Mo Yuan's surroundings, trying to find Mu Qianyin. But still, no sign of her.
Where?
Could Mu Qianyin have gone? At this moment, music from downstairs started to play. A group of women dressed in colorful dance costumes stepped onto the stage. They all wore barely their brightly colored silk dresses, revealing smooth arms and shiny calves. Their slim waists and ankles were wrapped with small silver bells. With every step they took, the bells jingled melodiously, drawing everyone's attention. In addition, they wore light pink veils over their faces, making their features look misty and mysterious, only revealing their eyes, which seemed to speak without words. If you looked closely, you would notice that their skirts were embroidered with flying butterflies using colorful threads. The skirts were cut in the shape of butterfly wings, and their flowing, colorful sleeves sparkled with gold dust. This was the famous butterfly dance of the capital. At this moment, the system reminded him mentally. Host, Fong Hingji is above. Mu Qianyin raised an eyebrow slightly and saw the tall, handsome figure sitting on the second-floor terrace. The red lips hidden beneath her veil curved slightly, and a hint of a triumphant smile flashed in her eyes. Mu Qianyin's figure was the most outstanding, standing right in the center of all the dancers. In modern terms, she was the absolute C-position. She lowered her eyes and focused entirely on her dance. This dance was not very difficult. It mainly showed a woman's grace and ethereal beauty. If she added the right expression in her eyes, it would be even more impressive. For Mu Qianyin, who had performed on many stages, this was easy to understand at a glance. She had already fully grasped it backstage. Soft silk music began to play, and the dancers started to dance gracefully. At the start of the dance, all the dancers simultaneously swung their colorful sleeves. Bright petals flew out from the sleeves and slowly fell from the air. This opening made everyone exclaim, "Wow!" Then, with light steps and elegant movements, perfectly synchronized with the music, the guests upstairs were instantly captivated. Mo Yuan's eyes widened as he pushed the beauties on both sides aside, staring intently at the stage below. Fong Hingji, however, was not interested in watching. His gaze was fixed on each dancer's face, his expression growing more serious. He had a strong feeling that Mu Qianyin was hidden among these dancers. But they all wore veils and kept changing positions, making it hard to see clearly at first. Suddenly, he focused on the girl in the middle. She had a delicate figure, black hair flowing like a waterfall, and a very soft waist. Her arms, moving constantly, were white and glowing. In the next moment, she gently lifted her leg, spun around, and bent her leg. Her hands formed a lotus shape, and she turned in the air. Then, through her veil, she stopped at her chin, her eyes slightly raised. Fong Hingji saw her shining, beautiful eyes clearly. It was really Mu Qianyin. Mu Qianyin seemed to see him too. Her eyes quickly flashed with a hint of panic, but she immediately lowered her head to hide it. Her dance movements continued without pause. Instead, it seemed like she was afraid he might interfere, so she danced even more passionately. Then, she repeated the same dance moves, and this time, when she looked up, she gazed in the direction of Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan's pupils immediately widened with excitement, and he shouted loudly, without caring about his image, "Beauty! Wait for me!" I'll come to take care of you soon. His friends in the private room cheered loudly, their laughter lewd and full of mischief. Hearing their words, all about Mu Qianyin, Fang Hengji clenched his fists tightly, his face dark and cold. This woman really doesn't know her place. She dares to dress like a courtesan to tempt Mo Yuan. Fang Hengji's heart tightened. Just as he was about to rush downstairs, he saw all the dancers bow and turn to leave the stage. The dance was over. The guests erupted into enthusiastic applause, throwing silver coins and bills onto the stage, eager to see more. A woman who looked like a madam stepped onto the stage, skillfully encouraging everyone to throw coins and bid for the courtesans. The scene grew even more lively. Thinking about Mu Qianyin possibly being involved, Fang Hengji suddenly stood up, his eyes showing clear anger. He strode down the stairs toward the backstage, where she had just disappeared. His sudden fury confused Liang Zhen, who quickly followed. But when they arrived, they saw the dancers being led away in groups, heading back to the second floor. They all wore similar clothes and veils, turned away from the crowd, making it hard for Fang Hengji to tell which one was Mu Qianyin. He looked around anxiously, his face tense, lips pressed tightly, eyes dark and intense. At that moment, one dancer slightly turned her face, glancing sideways and catching sight of him. She immediately turned her head back and quickened her steps. This time, even Liang Zhen clearly saw her facial features. He pointed up the stairs in shock and exclaimed, "Sir, is that the second madam?" Fang Hengji didn't speak, but his quick stride confirmed Liang Zhen's suspicion. That dancer was indeed the second madam. The second madam was playing so openly. Liang Zhen, stunned, followed behind Fang Hengji, feeling like the master was acting like a husband catching his wife in an affair. This was truly exciting. They went upstairs to a private room. Fang Hengji recognized it as Mo Yuan's room. Mu Qianyin had really come for Mo Yuan. Fang Hengji's heart burned with anger. His fists clenched tightly, and he followed behind with a dark face. At the door of the room, a guard outside tried to stop him with a raised hand. Mo family's eldest son is here. Who dares to cause trouble? Liang Zhen showed a token in his hand and scolded, "How bold! Our master is a high official of the court. Step aside quickly." It's Lord Fang. I was rude. The guard no longer dared to block him. Fang Hengji pushed the door open. Inside, several men and women sat together. Each man held a woman, whispering and laughing softly. He saw Mu Qianyin sitting there, opposite Mo Yuan, both with charming smiles in their eyes. Mo Yuan looked flirtatious, talking to her. He raised a finger, about to lift her veil. Fang Hengji was furious. He quickly stepped forward, pulling Mu Qianyin up and wrapping his arms around her. The beautiful woman he had just won was suddenly snatched away. Mo Yuan looked angry and glared at him. "Who's so blind to ruin my good thing?" When Mo Yuan saw who was in front of him, his momentum suddenly weakened, and he looked surprised. "Lord Fang? Why are you here?" "I haven't done anything wrong." The other young men recognized Fang Hengji too. They quickly stopped their teasing and sat up straight, watching him carefully. They knew that the court official was a close servant of the emperor, honest and fair. He was here not for fun, but probably to handle a case. They were all unworthy descendants of their families. Though they liked partying, they didn't want to get involved with such a formidable figure who could bring trouble to their families. Fang Hengji felt a tightness around his waist. The woman held his clothes lightly, pulling at them. He looked down and met Mu Qianyin's tearful eyes. She subtly shook her head at him, her eyes red and shimmering with tears. She was begging him, humbling herself. She was pleading with him. In her eyes, besides tears, Fang Hengji saw a look of determination. It was as if he interfered today, she would rather die than let him ruin her plans. Fang Hengji felt a sourness in his chest and wanted to scold Mu Qianyin, but he also wanted to throw everyone in the room out. In the end, he took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Then, he tightly embraced her waist and pressed her against his chest. He said to Mo Yuan, "This woman was first chosen by me. I wonder if young Master Mo is willing to give her up. After hearing his words, everyone present looked surprised. Did they hear correctly? The distinguished Minister of Justice was coming to a brothel to find a woman? And he was competing with young Master Mo for her? This was a rare event. Not only were the others shocked, but Mu Qianyin herself was also surprised. She thought that today, at most, Fang Hingji would see her determination to help her parents and thus speed up the investigation. And maybe she could have more contact with him. But she didn't expect Fang Hingji to get jealous right away. Was her charm really that strong? The system chuckled in Mu Qianyin's mind. Host, you don't realize how beautiful you are. Your dance, your figure. Even I can't look away. Plus, Fang Hingji is still a young man. After being teased on the carriage, he's already fallen for you. Hearing this, Mu Qianyin felt secretly pleased. So, Fang Hingji had already fallen for her. Could she now take advantage of him? She was so excited. The beautiful woman she liked at first sight, even before removing her veil, was snatched away by Fang Hingji. This made Mo Yuan very unhappy. But Fang Hingji's official position prevented him from turning against Mo Yuan like he would others. Recently, Fang Hingji had visited his house and mentioned Mu's family openly and secretly, even expressing a desire to meet his concubine who had a miscarriage. He found out that Mu's family was just a merchant family, but her daughter was the widow of the second son of the Fang family. Perhaps that was why Fang Hingji was interested in this case. He was so scared that he sent his concubine to a farm overnight. He only mentioned Mu's family casually to avoid constant quarrels among the women. Later, when he saw Mu family's property, he thought to himself that his quick idea was really the right move. Although he had destroyed all the evidence, now facing Fang Hingji again, Mo Yuan felt a bit less confident. But he didn't want to let this woman go easily. Although he hadn't seen her face clearly, her figure was absolutely stunning. Plus, her big, watery eyes and smooth, white skin made it easy to imagine how her body, wrapped in a dance costume, would be incredibly alluring. It made his heart race with excitement. Mo Yuan snorted in annoyance, pretending to be generous with a smile. So, Lord Fang also has an eye on this dancer? I should have said so earlier. Since Lord Fang likes her, I won't stand in the way. He waved his hand, and someone filled all the wine cups on the table. He took the lead, raising his cup to Fang Hingji. Since we're both connoisseurs, cheers. Lord Fang, I toast you. Fang Hingji remained calm, with a refined and handsome face that showed no smile, as if he wasn't here to enjoy a night at the brothel, but to investigate a case. He said softly, I don't like drinking. Hearing this direct refusal, Mo Yuan's expression changed slightly, and a flicker of displeasure appeared in his eyes. But having spent many years in the wine scene, he quickly regained his smile. He said, Lord Fang, after watching the dance and choosing a woman at Qiming Tower, how can you not drink? If you refuse, I might have to keep this beauty for myself. Just to show respect, have a drink. Though he smiled, his eyes carried a hint of challenge and anger. He also glanced at Mu Qianyin's graceful figure beneath her dance clothes, feeling a restless itch in his heart, eager to act. He really didn't want to let her go. He felt her small hand clutching his clothes tighter, and Fang Hingji knew that Mu Qianyin wasn't as carefree as she appeared. He was still afraid. It's good to know you're afraid. He subtly shifted his body, blocking Mu Qianyin with his tall figure, then reached out, picked up his wine cup, and drank it all in one go. Good. Mo Yuan burst into laughter and clapped, his friends following suit, making the scene seem a bit more relaxed than before. Mo Yuan then pushed another cup of wine toward Fang Hingji, raising an eyebrow. Lord Fang, is this your first time at Qiming Tower? The fine wine here isn't meant to be drunk like this. Seeing Fang Hingji's calm expression, Mo Yuan didn't take it seriously. He then tilted his chin toward a young nobleman nearby. Li Yao, show us how to drink the wine from the Dream Pavilion. This was Li Yao's specialty. He reached out to hold the dancer beside him, nodded at Fang Hingji. Lord Fang, watch closely. Then he casually picked up a glass of wine, took a sip, and pressed the woman's neck, lowering her head. The dancer's veil had already been removed, and Li Yao's lips covered hers. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, pretending to resist while softly humming. The clear wine moved back and forth between their lips and teeth, then they both swallowed. When they looked up, Li Yao's lips were red and shiny, and the crowd cheered and laughed proudly. Mo Yuan raised an eyebrow at Fang Hingji. Lord Fang, did you see clearly? Fang Hingji's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of dislike flashing in his eyes. According to his nature, even if he took Mu Qianyin away directly, all the useless people present wouldn't be able to stop him. Why go through such a complicated process? Just as he was about to speak and refuse, Mu Qianyin suddenly slipped out from behind him and picked up a glass of wine herself. Then she turned around, facing Fang Hingji. She looked at him with shining eyes, seeming to beg. Softly, she said, "Lord, please show mercy to your humble servant." Then, with delicate fingers, she lifted a corner of her veil, revealing her bright, full lips. She took a sip from the porcelain-white cup, then threw the cup aside, tiptoed, and wrapped her arms around Fang Hingji's neck. In shock, Fang Hingji's eyes widened as she tilted her head and pressed her red lips onto his. Her lips were soft and familiar, just like in her dreams. Fang Hingji froze, his mind going blank. He was so stunned he forgot how to react. Mu Qianyin blinked gently, lightly biting his lower lip to remind him to cooperate. Then she tentatively probed with her tongue, trying to open his teeth. Fang Hingji's whole body trembled. He couldn't understand how things had come to this point. He was kissing Mu Qianyin in front of everyone, but his body reacted faster than his mind. He obediently parted his lips. The warm wine slowly flowed into his mouth. As he swallowed the wine and couldn't help but want to deepen the kiss, Mu Qianyin had already let go of him first. She wore her veil properly, holding onto his sleeve, then hiding behind him again. A brief, restrained kiss made Fang Hingji feel a mix of emotions and his heart race wildly. This woman. One moment she dared to kiss him actively, and the next she hid away. He really didn't know whether to call her brave or timid. Mo Yuan and his friends were all stunned. They didn't expect this dancer to be so bold and proactive. She even dared to kiss the Minister of Justice. Thinking about what might happen if they were in bed made Mo Yuan feel even more upset. He thought, if I had known, I wouldn't have let her go. After some thought, he said, Lord Fang, I can exchange 2 beautiful women for this dancer. What do you think? Fang Hingji's heart was still pounding, but his face remained calm. He spoke in a cold tone. We've already drunk the wine. Are you planning to go back on your word, young Master Mo? Mo Yuan's face stiffened. He didn't expect Fang Hingji to be so persistent. He chuckled softly. Lord Fang, those 2 women are both talented and beautiful. This dancer is just an entertainer. Why are you so stubborn? Fang Hingji smiled faintly. If she's talented and beautiful, then keep her for yourself. This dancer caught my eye, and I want to keep her today. Mo Yuan was angry inside. His eyes flashed with more fire as he looked at Fang Hingji. Since his sister became a favored concubine, he had been the little overlord of the capital, rarely feeling so humiliated. He never thought he would one day be competing for a woman with the upright and strict Minister of Justice. Li Yao and others nearby noticed Mo Yuan's anger and gently nudged him with their shoulders. They whispered, Young Master Mo, forget it. She's just a dancer. There are plenty of them in Qiming Tower. Lord Fang has finally taken a liking to someone. Let's just let him have her. If we make trouble later, it might be bad for us. Mo Yuan lowered his eyes with a cold snort, glancing at Mu Qianyin hiding behind Fang Hingji, then took a deep breath. Anyway, the dancers in Qiming Tower are all under the madam's control. Today, he decided to be generous and let Fang Hingji keep this dancer for a day. Until tomorrow, he will definitely hold the dance girl's contract in his hand. If this dance girl is brave and makes Fang Heng realize her worth, and then uses her to control him, that would be a good thing. What's her name? Mo Yuan suddenly asked Mu Qianyin. Fang Hingji raised his hand to protect Mu Qianyin, but she softly replied, Sir, my name is Ruo Dai. Mo Yuan clapped his hands. All right. Since Master Fang likes this dance girl so much, I will also do a good deed. He called over two of his men and with a half-smile ordered, "Take Master Fong and Miss Ruo Dai to the upstairs bedroom and serve them well." "Do you understand?" He said the word serve in a suggestive way, making it clear that these two are here to watch over them. Fong Hongji frowned slightly. If someone was watching, how could he take Mu Qianyin away? He thought it would be better to say they were working on a case and tell all the idle people to leave. Just then, the woman behind him suddenly staggered and wrapped her arms around his waist. She pouted and said, "Sir, Dyer feels very dizzy." Fong Hongji instinctively held her, feeling her hands twist around his waist, and found it amusing. Was it really worth her risking so much over such a small matter? Since that's the case, today he would make her remember this lesson. Fong Hongji didn't say much. He opened his cloak, wrapped Mu Qianyin in it, and then followed Mo Yuan's men out. The third floor was much quieter than the second. Most of the doors were closed, and as they passed, faint sounds of low moans could be heard from inside. Hearing the sounds of others in action for the first time, Mu Qianyin's ears turned slightly red. She glanced at Fong Hongji's tall and strong figure, secretly feeling a bit excited. Sigh, this is her first time doing something like this in a brothel. Isn't it a bit too exciting? The system couldn't help but pour cold water on her. "Host, I think you're overthinking." Fong Hongji wouldn't be that eager. "What if?" Mu Qianyin cleared her throat and asked, "System, if I give him some medicine, will my rating be affected?" System reply, "Host, children with excellent genes are best conceived when the father is a good man who volunteers willingly and loves the host very much. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that the child you carry will have these good genes. Is it that strict?" "Of course. Wanting to live on our Mobius planet isn't easy. You Earth people also need to quit smoking and drinking and eat healthily to have good children. Everything is for the child's sake." "Oh, I see." Mu Qianyin nodded, her mind turning quickly. Although the requirement to conceive a child with excellent genes is high, if she doesn't want to have a child, she can just enjoy herself freely. Since she has 2 years to relax, she can enjoy herself first and then choose a good day to have a child.
Perfect.
The system, hearing her thoughts, felt speechless. Indeed, doing anything requires passion to truly enjoy it. Other hosts of the system are eager to complete their tasks and want to conceive a child as soon as they arrive in the small world. But her host only wants to indulge in men, and completing the task is just a side benefit. However, considering her host's strict requirements for excellent men, other hosts usually just describe their ideal man as tall, rich, and handsome, but her host's standards are so high that she even wants to specify physical features. Her standards are much higher than the system's default conditions. As a result, the quality of the excellent men she seeks is also higher than others. Maybe they really can win with quality. In a room with no one inside, Fong Hongji pulled Mu Qianyin into the room and closed the door. 2 people sent by Mo Yuan also wanted to follow in, but Liang Zhen stopped them with a raised hand. Crossing his arms with a sword, he said, "What? Do you want to eavesdrop on us?" Liang Zhen, who often accompanies Fong Hongji in and out of prison, carried a serious aura that these 2 timid men from Mo Yuan lacked. The 2 immediately bowed and said, "We dare not. We're just following our young master's orders." "Then wait outside." "Yes, yes." Fong Hongji quickly pulled Mu Qianyin into the inner room and immediately lowered his voice to ask, "Mu Qianyin, what exactly are you doing? Are you crazy?"
Mu Qianyin lifted her veil, revealing her pink cheeks.
She wasn't sure if it was because she had just drunk wine or because the veil was making her feel stuffy. She bit her lip, making her lips look tempting and bright. Quickly, she whispered, "Brother-in-law, I am here to find clues. I can't get into the Mo residence, so I have to use this method to get close to Mo Yuan. Please don't reveal my secret." Just now, she had kissed him willingly, and now she called him brother-in-law. Fong Hongji had been angry earlier. Now, he looked down at her lips and seemed a little distracted. His Adam's apple moved, and his voice slowed down without him realizing. "Do you know how dangerous this is? If I hadn't come today, would you really use this way to get into Mo Yuan's backyard? Why not?" Mu Qianyin looked up at him with firm eyes. "Since I made this decision, I am ready to lose everything. If I could find proof that Mo Yuan was framing my family, I would risk my life for it, even more than risking my appearance. Fang Hingji was so angry, he clenched his teeth. His dark eyes darkened, and he grabbed her wrist tightly. Just for finding clues you are willing to fall so low? Not only are you disguising as a dancer, but you also want to sell yourself as a concubine. Mu Qiannin's body was pulled by him, and her shoulders relaxed. Her cloak fell to the ground, revealing her alluring dance dress. Her smooth, tender arm, like a jade lotus root, was held in his hand, feeling hot. Her body was pressed close to his. Fang Hingji looked down slightly and saw her moist, tempting skin. A fire burned in his chest. He thought it was anger, but the fire quickly spread downward, and suddenly, it was as if he had been burned. He immediately let go of her and turned away. Just as he was annoyed with his own reaction, Mu Qiannin seemed to be crying from his scolding, softly sobbing. Then she choked out, "What can I do? The merchants who used to be friendly with the Mu family won't help me, and you don't want to help me either. I don't know anyone, and I can't do anything. I can't just watch my parents be falsely accused and executed, while I hide in Fang's house to survive. It would be better if I just died. I never said I wouldn't help you." Zhengji turned around helplessly and said, "I only said there is no evidence. Gathering evidence takes time." Mo Qiannin's eyes lit up. "Brother, you promised to help me?" "Yes." Zhengji nodded, looking calm and serious. "Don't ask about this matter in the future. I have my own plans." He had already secretly watched the woman who was sent away by Mo Yuan. When the time was right, she would be the key witness. But according to the law of the country, he couldn't tell Mo Qiannin about these things before everything was confirmed. Who knew she would take such risks? Seeing his calm expression, even though Mo Qiannin knew he would help her in advance, she still felt a sense of safety. Looking closer, Mo Qiannin noticed that Zhengji's face was slightly red. She was about to ask him something when she suddenly felt her legs weaken, and a warm feeling rose in her abdomen. She leaned into Zhengji's arms, her hand touching his firm muscles, and felt something was off. Her body was a bit too eager. "System, what's going on?" The system scanned and was also a bit surprised. "Host, Mo Yuan put an aphrodisiac in the wine just now."
Montag Qiannin was shocked.
"Why didn't you warn me earlier? What's the use of you then?" The system quickly operated on the interface and said, "Aphrodisiacs are not poisons and can help develop feelings. That's why the system's original program didn't alert you. But don't worry, from now on, any related medicines will be flagged." The system's professionalism made Mo Qiannin feel a little embarrassed to be angry. Anyway, she had already planned to take Zhengji today. She felt the large hand on her waist tightening more and more. She looked up and met Zhengji's increasingly dark eyes. Zhengji also sensed something was wrong. The wine was problematic. The wine that Mo Yuan had poured earlier, Mo Qiannin had only drunk half a glass, but he had drunk a whole glass and a half. Now, with the drug kicking in, he was starting to lose control. Mo Qiannin, the soft, fragrant woman in his arms, made Zhengji unable to hold back his rising emotions. He whispered her name, his eyes locking onto her tightly, his voice a little hoarse. He still had a bit of reason left. Just before his emotions could get out of control, he suddenly pulled Mu Qiannin away and strode toward the window. He pushed the window open, looked down, and was about to speak. His lips were unexpectedly covered, causing Fang Hingji's pupils to widen. His suppressed desire was stirred again by her. This was the third time he had touched her lips. If the first 2 times were accidental or necessary, then this time. Fang Hingji raised his hand, pinched Mu Qiannin's small shoulder, and forcefully pulled her away again. He was panting heavily, with deep eyes and a vein bulging on his forehead from restraint. He really wanted to kiss her without care, but his reason told him he couldn't. If he let himself go like this, what was the difference between him and Mo Yuan? Trying to keep a serious face, he asked Mu Qiannin in a hoarse voice, "Do you know what you're doing?" Perhaps because he lacked martial arts skills, Fang Hingji, despite having drunk more wine than her, could still control himself. But Mu Qiannin felt she couldn't anymore. It was like a dam breaking. She reached out her tender arm to hook around him, tears in her voice, saying, "Husband, I I feel so unwell. She then tiptoed, seeking his lips. Fong Hengji slightly turned his head away, but his large hand honestly grasped her waist. His fingers twitched uncontrollably, and his body was almost exploding with tension. He spoke hoarsely. We are in a delicate situation. Mu Qianyin, bear with me. I'll take you out. It's too late. Mu Qianyin's body softened, and she pressed closer, her fingers touching his slim waist, slowly moving upward. Her face blushed red, her beautiful eyes wide and clear, her mind in chaos, yet she looked at him pitifully. Husband, save me. Her eyes at this moment were pure yet enchanting, overlapping with the scene from her dreams, causing Fong Hengji's mental defenses to quietly collapse. He closed the window and looked deeply at Mu Qianyin's face. His Adam's apple bobbed wildly a few times. He moved his hand up, gently supporting her neck, and softly stroked it. Taking a deep breath, his deep, dark eyes fixed on her again and asked, Have you thought it through? Yes. Mu Qianyin nodded shyly and anxiously. Husband, I have thought it through. Fong Hengji's breathing grew heavier again. He lowered his head, his breath hot. His voice was hoarse with a warning. If you've made up your mind, then don't call me husband's brother anymore. Yes. Mu Qianyin's voice trembled as she quickly changed her words. Hengji, I've decided. Before she finished speaking, Fong Hengji's large hand gently pressed her down. His hot, eager kiss swept over her completely. This kiss was different from the previous two. It was a real kiss between a man and a woman. Fong Hengji's kiss was very forceful. Though inexperienced, it burned like a spark that quickly spread, using undeniable strength to overwhelm Mu Qianyin. Mu Qianyin felt like he was more eager than she was. Her back hit the hard window frame, and she let out a low, pained sound, a soft whimper. This sound seemed to turn on a switch, making Fong Hengji kiss her even more fiercely. His hand, which had been holding her against the window, suddenly moved upward.
Mu Qianyin's body trembled suddenly.
She opened her eyes and looked at the handsome face of the man so close to her. He was closing his eyes, lost in the kiss, his palm burning hot. His heavy, confused breathing was very different from his calm, serious appearance when facing others downstairs. It turned out that the usually composed and reserved Grand Master of the Justice Department also had desires. This strong contrast made Mu Qianyin's legs feel weak. She slightly slid downward, and Fong Hengji's arms wrapped around her waist. He looked up at her with deep, dark eyes filled with intense desire. Then Mu Qianyin suddenly leapt up, and he caught her horizontally, walking quickly to the bed. As soon as she fell onto the bed, the tall figure leaned over her, his hot chest enveloping her completely. Fong Hengji's eyes had already turned slightly red. His rough, broad hand held her, and his calm expression was replaced by desire. He asked her again in a husky voice, Do you really not regret this? Mu Qianyin responded by pulling down the bed curtain herself. Then she hooked her hands around his neck and pulled him down. With a teasing look in her eyes, she looked at him and said playfully, No man could resist such a challenge. Fong Hengji no longer hesitated. His eyes reddened, and his hands trembled as he untied her simple dance dress. The smooth, white, jade-like skin was fully displayed before her eyes, trembling slightly with nervousness. Fong Hengji's eyes were deep and intense, more than ever before. He looked at Mu Qianyin with a bit of wildness. His slender fingers gently brushed through her hair, then moved to her smooth back, caressing her inch by inch. He wanted to hold back, but he couldn't resist and suddenly kissed her. No longer holding back. Suddenly, he looked up in disbelief, his eyes full of surprise. He was stunned and wanted to get up, staring at Mu Qianyin's expression, hesitant to speak. Seeing him try to run, Mu Qianyin quickly held him tightly, then turned over and pressed him down. After catching her breath, she shyly and angrily hit him. Fong Hengji, if you want to run now, are you still a man? Fong Hengji didn't actually want to run. He was just very surprised. Mu Qianyin was already married before, and she didn't expect this to happen again. Thinking about how she might have been neglected, Fong Hengji felt a strong mix of sourness and pity in his heart. His hot breath brushed her ear as he softly whispered, "Qian Qian, be good. I will treat you gently." Night deepened and went on. When Mu Qianyin woke up, it was already bright outside. She struggled to open her eyes, saw the familiar surroundings, and realized she was back at Feng's house, lying on her own bed. She propped herself up and suddenly gasped. She muttered softly, rubbing her waist and pinching her leg. She hadn't rested well all night. By the time she fainted, it seemed like dawn was approaching outside. Thinking about Feng Hingji's well-defined muscles and great feel, Mu Qianyin smiled again. Her eyes curved happily as she reminisced. Such a beauty, she had truly fallen for him. It felt so good. "All right, stop thinking about it, greedy girl." The system's voice echoed in Mu Qianyin's mind. "Host, last night while you were busy, I detected that Feng Hingji's favorability towards you is already very high. If you are pregnant now, you can have a child with excellent genes." Mu Qianyin's expression froze, and her face immediately turned bright red. "What? While we were busy, you were also watching. Don't you know it's inappropriate to peek? You're just a system, spying on us. Don't you have any shame? Ahem. Please don't get upset, host. This is a proper system. When you're busy, the interface is always censored. Besides, I am not human, so I don't have any sense of shame. Fortunately, I didn't see anything inappropriate." Mu Qianyin let out a small sigh of relief. "That's better. Host, you haven't answered me yet. Do you want to take the childbirth pill?" "Not for now." Mu Qianyin quickly refused without thinking. "This is ancient times. If I get pregnant now, the child might face gossip after birth. It's better to wait a bit." The system paused, seeming to understand her reasoning. Then it replied, "Understood, host." The system noticed that this host was quite different from previous ones. It had had two previous hosts. The first one was obsessed with speed and quantity. She didn't care whether her pregnancies were timed right or if the environment was suitable for raising children. She just had 8 at a time. This led to weak children and a low chance of carrying good genes. Moreover, that host didn't love her children. She neglected them and even asked if, in the case of some children not being outstanding, they might die, and whether the remaining good children would be noticed during evaluations. Although it was just a system, it could tell that this host wanted to secretly kill the less talented children to improve her score. It was even less humane than the system itself. The second host was less extreme, but she was too cold and only focused on completing her tasks, showing no real feelings for the male lead or the children. As soon as she finished her task, she would leave the world, leaving the sad male lead and the neglected children behind. This caused her score to never reach S level. Because of this, her ranking in the system dropped to the very end. She never received the annual rewards or recognition. If this host didn't improve and she fell below 9,900th place, both of them would be erased without mercy. Thinking about it made the system feel very sad. But this host now seems better. Aside from being a bit lustful, she has intelligence and humanity. She's much better than the previous two. At this moment, Chun Ning brought in a basin of water and pushed the door open. "Madam, you're awake? Are you hungry?" After saying this, she placed the basin on the table and came over to help her fold the bed curtain. Mu Qianyin sat lazily, looking at Chun Ning with a natural expression. Chun Ning knew about her sneaking into Qiming Tower yesterday. She had told Chun Ning to wait for her at the inn. She wondered how much Chun Ning knew about what happened last night. She moved her mouth and asked, "Chun Ning, last night, how did we get back?" Chun Ning, while helping Mu Qianyin get dressed, smiled and replied, "This morning, the young master rescued Miss from Qiming Tower. Miss was unconscious at the time. The young master said that Miss just drank too much wine and was fine, so he told the servants not to disturb her rest." Mu Qianyin coughed lightly. She asked again, "Did anyone know I didn't come back all night?" Chun Ning shook her head. "Don't worry, Mississippi. The young master said you should rest peacefully, and he will handle everything else." She blinked and asked, "Miss, was it successful last night? Did you see the Mo family's young master?" Mu Qianyin thought for a moment and decided to keep things simple. She shook her head and said, I thought about it and this way isn't working. So I asked my brother-in-law for help. He agreed to assist me. That's great. Chun Ning smiled happily. I also think the young master is more reliable, and since he's family, he wouldn't have any bad intentions toward you. Yes. Mu Qianyin lowered her eyelashes, secretly thinking, Fang Heng truly wouldn't mean her any harm, only to push her to her limits. She looked out the window and saw it was already noon. Tun Ning, yem hungry. Go get some food. Yes, miss. Soon, Mu Qianyin's table was filled with a large variety of dishes. Red date black chicken soup, 4-ingredient king turtle soup, angelica blood-nourishing soup, a treasure soup. Mu Qianyin looked at the table full of nourishing soups and felt speechless. Why are there so many? Chun Ning, while serving her soup, happily said, it was sent by the young master's trusted servant. He said these tonics had been sitting unused at his place and were almost spoiled. He asked Miss to help consume them as a thank you for all the times Miss helped him make soup before. Mu Qianyin. That excuse is so ridiculous. Only Spring Ning, this silly girl, would believe it. However, a generous man like him is quite her liking. After finishing the meal, Mu Qianyin was about to rest a little longer when Spring Ning came in and said, Miss, the eldest young master has arrived. Mu Qianyin was surprised. She didn't expect Fang Hengji to come directly to her courtyard. Is he not worried about being discreet? She slightly curved her lips. Since Fang Hengji is the head of the Fang family and can come openly, she doesn't need to worry about other things. She turned her head to look at her bed and smiled softly. Please, let the eldest young master come in. Yes. When Fang Hengji entered, Mu Qianyin was greeting him in the outer hall. He wore a dark, patterned long robe with a gold-trimmed collar, narrow sleeves tightly fitted around his wrists, and dust-covered boots. He also wore a black cloak, and a dark gold crown kept his black hair neatly tied up. His gaze was noble and commanding. Mu Qianyin was respectful and bowed slightly, saying, Young master, I greet you. Hearing her address him as young master, Fang Hengji looked down at her, his black eyes flickering. He paused for a moment, then looked at Spring Ning. I have something to discuss with Miss Mu. Spring Ning immediately understood. The eldest young master and Miss Mu were probably talking about how to rescue the old master and madam. She looked at Mu Qianyin for approval, and after receiving her nod, she stepped back as instructed. She even kindly closed the door behind her. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Fang Hengji moved. He strode toward Mu Qianyin, grabbed her arm, and gently pulled her toward himself. His expression was displeased. You were crying and begging me last night, and now you call me young master. Mu Qianyin, are you trying to avoid paying your debt? Mu Qianyin was startled by his blunt words and immediately looked around. Fortunately, the doors and windows were all shut tight. She looked up at him and said, You're talking nonsense. Spring Ning is still outside. It doesn't matter. Fang Hengji's expression was calm as he softly said, Zhengzhen is watching outside. He then sniffed her faint fragrance and his mind, which had been confused all morning, suddenly cleared. Gently touching her earlobe, he said, Am I talking nonsense? Do you want me to repeat what you begged me last night? Last night? She asked him for help. Mu Qianyin had taken medicine and was impatient with his slow pace. So, well, she was a bit anxious. She remembered grabbing his back, biting her teeth, urging him, biting his shoulder again and again. That scene. It's almost too much to imagine. Thinking about it again makes her feel flustered. Mu Qianyin quickly shook her head, pretending to be obedient. No, I was just joking. That's more like it. Fang Hengji's large hand moved to her waist, pulling her into his embrace, and he let out a satisfied sigh. He was so afraid she would forget what happened last night after waking up, or that she would tell him it was just a moment of weakness, and that she wanted to draw a clear line between them in the future. So, he hurried over immediately after his shift. Fortunately, she still cared. Mu Qianyin smiled sweetly, leaning into Fang Hengji's chest, secretly slipping her hand into his shirt to touch his firm chest. It's that feeling. So soft and bouncy. Fang Hengji's muscles tensed slightly, and he held her restless hand. His voice grew serious. Qian, don't cause trouble. Oh. Although she agreed, her fingers continued to move slowly, sometimes up, sometimes down, busy and playful. She also tried to distract him with conversation. Hengji, are you here for something? Fong Hengji nodded, sighed, and let her continue. He said, tomorrow you can visit your parents in prison. I've arranged everything. Mu Qianyin suddenly looked up, her eyes shining with surprise. Really? Of course. He reached out to gently touch her face, his voice soft. How could I lie to you? Mu Qianyin's eyes twinkled, thinking how different a man with a good reputation was. His words even sounded nicer. She smiled happily at him. Thank you, Hengji. You're so kind. Fong Hengji shook his head, looking at her with deep guilt. You've been wronged before. Mu Qianyin blinked. What do you mean? It meant many things. Fong Hengji's lips curved slightly, showing he wasn't afraid of losing. He sighed and lowered his voice. I've already investigated what happened before. It was second brother who made the mistake, and he didn't cherish or treat you well. Regarding my mother's side, I will find a chance to explain everything to her in the future. Qian, from now on, I will work twice as hard to make it up to you and treat you with all my heart. Mu Qianyin lowered her eyes and softly nodded, not refusing. She has no right to forgive them on behalf of the original owner. If others knew about the wrong she suffered, the spirit of the original owner in heaven would probably feel comforted. Seeing her mood seem a bit down, Fong Hengji gently rubbed her head. Are you crying?
No.
Mu Qianyin looked up, her eyes slightly red, and pouted at him. Want a kiss? Seeing her trying not to cry, Fong Hengji felt a wave of pity in his heart. She was indeed sad. His Adam's apple moved as he restrained himself, lowered his head, and gently kissed her lips. Mu Qianyin instinctively tiptoed, wrapped her arms around his shoulders, and deepened the kiss. However, Fong Hengji didn't plan to get lost in the moment. This was her courtyard, and it wouldn't be appropriate. But just as he looked up, Mu Qianyin grabbed his collar and pulled him down again. Her eyes shimmered, her beautiful lips slightly parted, and softly she said, Hengji, I want more. Fong Hengji's eyes darkened. His Adam's apple moved wildly as he struggled internally. He didn't want to be so eager, especially since he lost control last night and was worried about hurting her. But he didn't expect her to like it so much, to cling so tightly. A faint sense of pride welled up in his heart. After a pause, he said with difficulty, Qian, it's daytime now. So what? I want it anyway. Mu Qianyin nudged her nose against his high-nosed tip, acting cute. It's just a kiss. What's the difference between day and night? Ancient people are still too conservative. Fong Hengji's Adam's apple moved again. He glanced at the sky, then turned back. He cleared his throat. Do you really want it? Mu Qianyin nodded, blinking her eyes in confusion. Seeing his serious yet reserved expression, anyone unfamiliar might think he was planning something big. Although she also wanted it, with Fong Hengji's strict personality, he probably wouldn't agree to it during the day. Just as she was thinking this, Mu Qianyin felt her waist tighten, and he lifted her horizontally, carrying her inside the room. Mu Qianyin quickly steadied herself, her eyes slightly widened in surprise as she watched them get closer to the bed. But Fong Hengji simply hurriedly placed her on the 8 Immortals table and then leaned in to kiss her. While kissing, he also started to remove her clothes. This. Mu Qianyin felt a mix of excitement from her wish suddenly coming true and sudden confusion. She just wanted a kiss. Why is that hard to understand? Why does Fong Hengji seem to understand her so well? Could it be that his desire is even stronger than hers? But the soft bed is right in front of her. Why does he still want to do this on the table? Mu Qianyin kicked him gently with her fair leg, but he immediately caught it, draped it over his shoulder, and lowered his head to kiss her again. His broad chest wrapped around her, his skin hot. Mu Qianyin's voice trembled. Why? Why not go to the bed? The table is too hard. Fong Hengji immediately picked her up with one arm, went to the bed to get a blanket, then folded it and placed it under her. He explained softly, the sound might be too loud. Hiss. She liked this boldness. Mu Qianyin bit her lip and looked at him, smiling sweetly and charmingly, Master Fong, you understand so well. She reached out her leg to hook into his clothes. Fong Hengji's ears turned red. He gently pressed her into his arms with his palm. His voice was hoarse and helpless. Qian, behave yourself. It turned out that the noise from the table was indeed quieter. But there was still some sound. Later, Mu Qianyin held onto the edge of the table tightly, biting her lip hard, while Fong Hengji's light nasal sounds echoed softly in her ear. Her heart was pounding wildly, her eyes unfocused as she stared at the table, sweat dripping into the delicate embroidery of the cloth. An hour later, Mu Qianyin tiredly curled up in Fong Hengji's arms, her fingers still diligently pressing on his abs. Fong Hengji stroked her back, feeling the meaning behind. The king no longer attends court, he softly said. I have to go on duty now. I'll come back tonight. Mu Qianyin lazily lifted her head and lazily glared at him. Why are you coming back tonight? Fong Hengji cleared his throat. I have something for you. Oh. Mu Qianyin's waist shifted slightly as she looked down. He covered her eyes with his hand and sighed helplessly. It's something proper.
Mu Qianyin smiled softly.
After his explanation, it seemed like he was saying something more and more inappropriate. Fong Hengji also seemed to realize this. He blushed, stood up, and tucked her smooth, jade-like arm into the quilt, then adjusted the corner. Rest well. Mu Qianyin only showed her face, like a peach blossom, blinking and smiling at him. She looked like a charming fairy. Fong Hengji's lips tightened. He restrained his desire to kiss her again, tidied his clothes, and turned to leave. Outside the door, Mu Qianyin heard him giving instructions to Chun Ning. She's asleep. Don't disturb her. Make more soup for her tonight. Yes, young master. Dream Pavilion. How dare you? Mo Yuan slammed his hand on the table, frowning as he shouted at the madam. I want the girl who danced the butterfly dance last night. You brought me some fake. Do you think I'm easy to fool? The madam looked worried and stammered. Young Master Mo, you said you wanted to buy the girl's contract. I brought her to you. You said you wanted to see her. But you insist this girl is not right. I really don't know what to do anymore. Mo Yuan's lips tightened as he looked at the girl kneeling nearby. He asked again, Are you really called Butterfly? The girl hurriedly nodded. Yes, I am called Butterfly, absolutely. Then how many girls named Butterfly are there in Dream Pavilion? Mo Yuan asked. Only this one. The madam told the truth. Young Master Mo, all the girls in our building have unique names. Only this one. Mo Yuan's suspicious gaze swept over Butterfly again. He was usually very good at judging women. Last night, he didn't lift her veil, but just from her figure and those eyes, she was definitely not the same person as Butterfly. He waved his hand. Come here. Yes. Butterfly knelt and walked over, placing her hands on Mo Yuan's leg. Her charming eyes looked at him, full of flirtation. Young master. Mo Yuan pinched her chin and examined her carefully. Her face was indeed pretty, and her skin was fair, but no matter how he looked at her, she was clearly not the Butterfly from last night. He raised his hand, covering everything below her nose, and ordered, Smile. Ruodai shyly showed a little smile. Not right. Mo Yuan kicked her away with one foot, his face darkening. This is not the one. Call all the girls from the Dream Pavilion. The madam hesitated, but young master, some of them still have guests in their rooms. Mo Yuan slammed the table. Call them all over. Don't make me say it again. Yes. Yes. I will go right now. The madam was frightened by him and immediately went to call people. Behind the Dream Pavilion, although there was support, it could never compare to the Empress. When faced with the city's bully showing off, they could only flatter and serve him. After the incense burned, the hall was filled with women of all kinds. They thought Mo de Gongzi was looking for someone to keep him company, so they all smiled politely at him, full of charm. In the past, Mo Yuan would have gone over to play with them. If he liked someone, he might even buy her freedom and keep her in the backyard to have fun. But today, he was not in the mood. He thought that catching the little troublemaker from the Dolly court would make him more reckless in the future. But now, where is the troublemaker? If the young lady Ruodai from earlier was real, then who is the dancer that Fong Hengji took away last night under his nose? Mo Yuan's face grew darker as he looked at each woman's face. None of them looked like her. But the servant had clearly said that Fong Hingji spent the night at the Dream Pavilion and fought with the dancer, Ruo Dai, until dawn. His medicine to boost her courage had worked, so why couldn't he find that dancer? He frowned and asked, "What time did Fong Hingji leave?" One of the guards at Fong Hingji's door replied, "I don't know, I'm sorry. I accidentally fell asleep at the time. Good for nothing." Mo Yuan kicked him hard and strode over to Ruo Dai, grabbing her. "If you really are Ruo Dai, then why didn't you go on stage to dance last night? That fake, Butterfly, how could she possibly replace you?" Butterfly's body trembled badly. She initially wanted to pretend to be the woman from last night, hoping to be redeemed by Lord Mo and become his exclusive concubine. That seemed better than being used by thousands of men. But she realized things might not be so simple. She heard the name of the Grand Court Clerk. Since it involved the Grand Court Clerk, this was no longer just a romantic affair, but a matter of national importance. As a helpless dance girl, she truly couldn't afford trouble. In front of wealth and power, her life was more important. She couldn't hold back anymore. She turned and knelt down, tears streaming down her face, and explained, "Young master, before I went on stage yesterday, I was suddenly knocked out by a thief. When I woke up this morning, I found myself hidden under the bed. I just got up, and my mother said you were looking for me. I really don't know anything. Look at my neck. It still hurts." Mo Yuan frowned. "Did you see who knocked you out?" Butterfly shook her head, crying. "I was changing my dance clothes at the time, and the thief attacked from behind suddenly. I really don't know who it was." Mo Yuan's suspicion grew. Could it be that Fong Hingji didn't come to Qiming Tower to find a woman last night, but to investigate a case? If so, then that dance girl might have been sent by Fong Hingji himself. But why would he pretend to be intimate with that dance girl all night in the guest room? Could he be trying to confuse the situation? Mo Yuan considered himself not stupid, but he wasn't very clever either. He couldn't figure out the key point, so he decided not to think about it anymore. As long as it wasn't from the Mo family, he didn't care what Fong Hingji was investigating. He impatiently waved his hand. "I know enough. You all can leave now." The madam still held Butterfly's contract and smiled flatteringly. "Young Master Mo, about this contract. Get lost. Don't bother me." Both the madam and Butterfly felt disappointed. They lowered their heads and bowed respectfully. "Your servant will take her leave." At night, the moonlight flickered under the cover of clouds. Fong Hingji sat quietly at his desk, focused on writing something. Next to him, several books were laid out. Each book showed signs of careful reading, as if he was working on an important document. Good Truth stood outside the study door, deep in thought. The last time an adult was so serious was when he wrote a memorial to the emperor, asking for the execution of his own uncle, who had embezzled relief funds and murdered many refugees. I wonder which corrupt official the adult plans to punish this time? After a while, Fong Hingji finally finished writing. He gently blew on the ink seal until it dried, then carefully folded the paper and placed it close to his chest. He stood up and said to Liangjun, "Pack this up. You can go now. No need to follow." Then he stepped out of the room, walking briskly toward the courtyard. "Yes, sir." Liangjun entered the study, quickly tidying up the desk. A finished memorial was on the desk, probably to be presented to the emperor tomorrow morning. Liangjun carefully placed the memorial so as not to spill ink and stain the carefully written document. He felt a bit strange. He saw the adult put something into his clothes, but the memorial was still there. Could it be that what the adult put in his clothes was something else? He shook his head and continued organizing the scattered books, then paused slightly. Household and marriage laws, noble rights, marriage ethics. Why is the adult looking at these laws about marriage? Suddenly, he remembered last night at the Dream Pavilion, when he listened all night to the noises and he clicked his tongue. The adult's actions must have a reason. The adult is always right. In the quiet of the night, Mu Qianyin curled up in her warm bed, unable to sleep. Fong Hingji said he would come tonight, so she had sent Chun Ning to rest early, waiting for him all night. But he still hadn't come. At this moment, She heard a faint sound from the window at the corner of the wall. She looked up and saw a tall figure jump in. She curled her lips and lifted the curtain with her hand, smiling warmly as she looked over. He was dressed in a blue robe, tall and graceful. Even though he sneaked in through the window, his face was calm and composed, as if he was in his own room, relaxed and at ease. Fong Hengji never thought he would sneak into a woman's chamber at night, especially Mu Qiannin's chamber. He always thought he was not interested in women, even when he was a teenager in his teens, when his body was most prone to restless feelings. He never had this kind of sensation before. The intense feeling of longing and obsession for a woman, wanting to see her, hold her, and be close to her all the time. And this woman was his former sister-in-law. But luckily from now on, she was no longer that. Mu Qiannin didn't stand to greet him, but sat on the bed, giving him a half-smile with her eyes. Her white collar was slightly open, revealing her soft chest. Her skin was smooth and icy, with her long black hair spread over her waist. She looked lazily at him, naturally charming. Seeing her like this, Fong Hengji wanted to say something but forgot it all. He quickly walked over, bent down, and held her head, then kissed her fiercely. The kiss was so sudden and intense that Mu Qiannin couldn't prepare herself and was quickly overwhelmed. To match his movements, her slender waist arched, her neck stretched out, and her lips felt numb. Mu Qiannin pushed against him with her hands, making a low protest. His way of kissing was too forceful. Her waist and neck couldn't handle it, feeling like they might break. Fong Hengji slowed down, gently on her lips a few times, then suddenly released her, panting. His large hand moved to the hollow of her waist, gently kneading, then pressed her closer to him. Mu Qiannin quietly rested her head on his chest, waiting for his breathing to steady. After a moment, Fong Hengji took out a piece of paper from his bosom and handed it to her. Mu Qiannin looked up in surprise. "What is this?" He smiled slightly. "Qian, open and see." Very mysterious. Mu Qiannin reached out to take the paper, scolding him with a glance, then opened it. A letter of divorce. She quickly read the words and found it was a formal divorce document issued by Fong Hengji in the name of the family head. She looked up at him in surprise. "Can you just write this directly for me?" Mu Qiannin had previously told Fong Mu that she wanted to request a divorce, but it wasn't exactly leaving the Fong family in the traditional sense. In ancient times, the expectations for women were strict. Divorce, abandonment, and leaving the family all damaged a woman's reputation, with leaving the family being the worst. But Fong Jinji had already died, and divorcing him was difficult. The best option was to issue a formal divorce letter. With this release letter, Mu Qiannin could return to her family home and be free to remarry in the future. However, writing such a letter requires the approval of her family and her husband's parents. Fong mother hated her deeply. She thought it would take a lot of effort to achieve her goal. But unexpectedly, Fong Hengji directly brought it to her. Fong Hengji softly responded, "Starting today, you are free." He didn't mention the process, only the result. Mu Qiannin knew there must have been many difficulties behind it. Feeling warm inside, she gently snuggled into his arms and sincerely said, "Hengji, thank you." Fong Hengji straightened his back, patted her shoulder, and smiled. He spoke seriously. "Qian, once I rescue your parents, I will come to propose marriage." Mu Qiannin looked up from his chest, teasingly. "So that's your plan?" She straightened up, looked him in the eyes, and asked with a smile, "What if I refuse?" Fong Hengji frowned at her, his hands on her waist, looking serious and tense. "You are already my woman. If you don't marry me, who else would you marry?" Mu Qiannin shifted her hips, making him breathe a little heavier. She tilted her head and said, "What if you and your brother, after getting married, dislike that I am from a merchant family and regret it? Then secretly find another woman to live with. What should I do? I might as well stay in Mu's family and live happily with my parents. I will never do that." Fong Hengji clenched his teeth, looked down at her, angry and anxious, speaking more seriously than ever before. "Qian, I only need you." His dark eyes fixed on her, lips pressed together, eyebrows slightly furrowed, as if about to get angry or feel frustrated. Seeing him upset, Mu Qianyin no longer played hard to get. After all, that was her main goal. If he changed his mind later, she could just part ways with him and raise the child alone. She nodded gently and smiled kindly at him. All right, I believe you. So, can I go back to Mu's now? Fang Hengji looked at her in different expression and knew she didn't fully believe his words, which made him secretly grit his teeth. But he also understood that Mu Qianyin had suffered great injustice before and was now unwilling to trust anyone. It is quite difficult to make her believe that he fell deeply in love with her in such a short time. But it doesn't matter. He has a whole lifetime to let her believe that everything he just said was from his heart. He reached out and gently pulled up her slightly open collar, sighed, and said, "The Mo family is not yet gone, so you can't go back now. Stay obediently at the Fang family. This is the safest place." Oh, Mu Qianyin played with the corner of his clothes, twirling it slightly, and winked at him playfully. "Then the young lady will have to stay at the mansion a little longer, bothering Lord Fang." Seeing her playful look, Fang Hengji's heart melted. He gently pinched her nose and said, "Yes, just stay quietly." He looked down at her bright red lips, his throat moving. He really wanted to lean in and kiss her again, but was afraid that once he did, he wouldn't want to leave. He turned his head to look at the night outside, reluctantly touching her face. His voice was gentle. "I have something to do tomorrow and can't visit your parents in prison. Be careful in everything." Mu Qianyin nodded. "Okay, then, I'm leaving," he said again. Mu Qianyin smiled at him, without speaking. At the moment he turned to leave, she reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Her eyes sparkled with a flirtatious look, and her voice was soft. "Didn't you say you would give me something tonight?" Fang Hengji stiffened slightly and cleared his throat. He glanced at the paper she had placed by the bed, his voice darkening. "I already gave it to you. That's not what I mean." Mu Qianyin had a mischievous smile on her lips, hooked her arms around his neck, and whispered in his ear. "It's something else." Fang Hengji's throat tightened, and he took a deep breath. "Qian, don't tease me." But his hands unconsciously held her tighter, secretly gathering strength. Mu Qianyin tiptoed and touched his hot earlobe softly, her voice tender. "Are you going to give it to me or not?" "Ugh." Fang Hengji closed his eyes in frustration. What a little devil. He suddenly pressed her into his arms and sighed in a husky voice. "Why are you so restless?" Feeling her small hands start to move playfully, Fang Hengji couldn't hold back anymore. His deep eyes fixed on her as he pressed her down onto the bed. The heavy bed curtains blocked most of the moonlight, creating a small, private world. Mu Qianyin was completely captivated by Fang Hengji's figure, strong arms, a slim waist, tall and powerful. Truly, he was chosen exactly as she wanted, perfect in every way. She reached out and touched him, both grabbing and pressing, distracting Fang Hengji and making him lose focus. He quickly grabbed her wrists and held them above her head, then kissed her lips fiercely. Mu Qianyin kicked his chest playfully and panted. "This isn't fair. Your hands are so busy, but you won't let mine move. You're mean." Fang Hengji had no choice but to hold her ankles with his other hand. His breath was uneven, and his voice was husky. "Be good." "I won't." She kicked him again with her other foot. Now, she couldn't control her hands or her feet. Mu Qianyin looked up and bit him. "Ugh, you're bullying me." Her voice trembled slightly, playful and teasing, not fierce at all. Fang Hengji's eyes darkened further, and his voice was muffled. "Qian. Behave." He pressed his lips to hers again with force. In the quiet of the deep night, even the faintest sounds could be very noticeable. Next door, Chun Ning Yu woke up, listened carefully, put on her clothes, and stepped out. "Miss, are you awake?" Mu Qianyin quickly covered her mouth, paused, and pushed Fang Hengji slightly. After taking a few deep breaths, she said breathlessly, "What's wrong? I heard a cat meowing. I wonder if a cat got into Mrs. Room? So I came to ask." As Chun Ning finished speaking, Mu Qianyin felt Fang Hengji's chest tremble slightly, as if he was laughing. She clenched her teeth and glared at him, then kicked his throat with her foot. He easily defused her attack, breathing close to her ear. "Qian, if you don't answer, your maid might come in." Mu Qianyin shot him a glare and quickly said, "It's nothing. I'm not afraid of cats." Chun Ning, go back to sleep. Chun Ning listened carefully again and realized she no longer heard the cat. The stray cat probably ran away. She softly replied, "All right, Mississippi. If you need anything, just call me. You can go now." As Chun Ning stepped out, Fang Hingji suddenly picked up Mu Qianyin and carried her off the bed. Mu Qianyin quickly hugged his neck and asked, "What are you doing?" Fang Hingji gently kissed her earlobe and teased, "You're so brave, yet you still dare to make me stay." His voice was deep and pleasant. Hearing him say a few words in her ear made Mu Qianyin feel dizzy with desire. She bit his shoulder and, with his movements, took a light breath, until her back pressed against the cold wall and he kissed her again. Mu Qianyin finally understood what Fang Hingji wanted to do. Annoying man, he has so many tricks. She liked it very much. The next morning, Mu Qianyin woke up to find Fang Hingji had already left. Looking at her charming reflection in the mirror, she smiled shyly. The delicate and soft pills and strengthening pills from the beginner's gift pack worked well. She had already gotten used to such intense nights so quickly. It was simply amazing. The system had been watching the pixelated images all night and thought that the host wasn't here to do a task but to enjoy herself. Hearing the host praise it, it couldn't help but feel proud. Of course. System products are top quality. Mu Qianyin, feeling happy, praised it. "I'll give you a thumbs up, hee. "Thank you, host." From the system, Mu Qianyin learned that her parents had now been taken over by Fang Hingji's people and were safe inside the prison. Their injuries had been treated in time, and their lives were not in danger. Now, she just needed to let them know she was doing well, so they could rest assured inside. Thinking for a moment, she put on a bright, healthy makeup look. Spring Ning helped her change into a light blue dress and draped a white fur-lined cloak over her shoulders. Simple yet elegant, showing she was living a good life. She also brought 2 bowls of nourishing soup, some warm clothes, and 2 beds of cotton blankets before heading to the prison. Outside the Fang family's house, a modest carriage was already waiting. The coachman saw Mu Qianyin come out and respectfully bowed to her. "Madam, this is a protection team sent by the young lady." Mu Qianyin nodded, secretly impressed by Fang Hingji's careful planning. Also, even how he addressed her was cleverly shortened by 1 word. She asked, "What is your name?" Replying to "Madam, my name is Liang Qi." Mu Qianyin looked down at Liang Qi's hand. The back of his hand had visible veins, and there were calluses on his knuckles and fingertips, indicating he was skilled in martial arts. Satisfied, she nodded. "Let's go to the prison." "Yes." The Dali prison is very secure, and only 1 person is allowed to visit at a time. Mu Qianyin asked Chun Ning and Liang Qi to wait outside, while she carried a large basket inside. The guards didn't make things difficult for her, and even helped carry the basket. Mu's parents still had fresh scars from recent injuries and looked a little tired. They lived in a clean cell. When they heard the door open, they looked hopeful. When they saw the slender figure, their eyes lit up suddenly.
"Üne? It's really you."
When Lord Fang personally took them out of the Jingzhou prison, he told them that the execution had been delayed. He promised to rescue them soon and arrange for Ener to visit. They didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Seeing her parents, Mu Qianyin couldn't hold back her emotions and tears welled up in her eyes. As soon as the cell door opened, she hurried inside. "Father, mother, I am unfilial and caused you to suffer." Mu Xian and Lu Ruanqiu finally saw their daughter after a long time. Their eyes were already red. They quickly helped her up. Mu Xian said happily, "Ener, it's good that you're safe. We're fine. Your mother and I were just worried about you." Lu Ruanqiu held Mu Qianyin's hand tightly, fighting back tears as she looked her over. They had been in prison for a long time, and she was most worried about her delicate daughter. She had never suffered much before, but since she got married, her smile had faded more and more each time she returned home. When asked about her, she wouldn't say anything, only insisting she was doing well. This made her very worried. She was worried that trouble at home made things harder for her daughter at the Fong family, and she was also anxious about her daughter working hard for her and her father, losing sleep and appetite. Now that she finally saw her, her worries eased a little. At least her daughter looked much better than before. Tears suddenly fell, full of concern. "Iner, you've lost weight. Are you doing well recently? Has Fong's family caused you any trouble?" Mu Qianyin shook her head, smiling warmly. "Father, mother, don't worry. I am doing very well now. Fong's family hasn't caused me any trouble. Lord Fong believes we are innocent, and he will rescue you. You can stay in prison a little longer, and when your innocence is proven, your daughter will personally bring your parents home." Good, good. Mu Xian's eyes reddened. He thought the Mu family was doomed this time, but unexpectedly, there was hope ahead. He patted Mu Qianyin on the shoulder, and all his words turned into one sentence. "Yin, you've worked hard." Mu Qianyin blinked, holding back her tears. She wasn't tired. It was the original owner who was suffering. She forced a small smile and took out nourishing soup, clothes, and blankets. "Father, mother, I brought you some nourishing soup. Drink it while it's hot. I also brought warm clothes to wear under your prison uniforms to keep warm. And this blanket is very soft. Since it's getting cold at night, cover yourselves warmly so you'll be more comfortable." She then went to make their beds. Watching her busy, Mu Xian and Lu Ruanqiu exchanged a look, filled with gratitude and emotion. After they finished the soup, Mu Qianyin secretly took out a few silver notes from her pocket and quietly handed them to Mu Xian. "Father, mother, although you're safe for now, I don't know if there's a place inside the prison that needs help. Keep this for protection. If you want anything to eat, ask the guards to bring it. Take good care of yourselves. I feel more at ease knowing you're safe outside." Mu Xian stored the silver notes carefully, feeling grateful for his daughter's thoughtfulness. He comforted her. "Master Fong specifically told us that the guards at the Dali Temple are very kind. Don't worry about us, Yin." Mu Qianyin nodded, then covered her mouth as she shared some good news. "I've obtained the release letter. Once you come out, our family will be reunited." Lu Rinqiu's eyes, red from crying, suddenly lit up. Her face, which resembled her daughter's, shone with happiness. "Yin, are you telling the truth?" "Absolutely." At this moment, Mu Qianyin was very grateful to Fong Jingji. With such good news as her support, her parents in prison could still have hope. She smiled warmly and said, "From now on, I will help take care of the family business. I believe the Mu family will soon regain its former glory." Good, good, good. Mu Xian nodded excitedly. The Mu family's legacy was built by their ancestors over many generations. If it were to be lost because of him, he would feel ashamed to face his ancestors. "That's wonderful. Yin, I'm so glad to have you." Seeing her parents' faces brighten again, Mu Qianyin suddenly felt a heavy weight in her heart lighten a lot. She knew this was the lingering attachment of the original owner. She took a deep breath and smiled even more brightly. "Dad, Mom, I will make sure you live a good life." She stayed in the prison until dusk before reluctantly leaving. In the following days, Fong Hengji was very busy. Mu Qianyin learned from the system that he was working hard on the Mu family case, aiming to take down the Mo family. Although consort Mo was favored, the current emperor was not a fool and had long been dissatisfied with the Mo family. If it was only Mu Qianyin's family matter, it wouldn't be enough to overthrow the Mo family. Fong Hengji needed to find evidence that could shake the foundation of the country. He not only had to gather evidence, but also had to hide that he was targeting the Mo family. He was so busy he hardly had time to rest. He didn't even come back for lunch, only occasionally visiting Mu Qianyin's room late at night, where he would hold her down and scold her fiercely. He also brought her a cat. With this cat, Chun Ning would no longer come knocking at midnight to ask if a wild cat had entered her room. Mu Qianyin felt both shy and angry about this, and she left several tooth marks on Fong Hengji's strong chest. More than a month later, Mu Qianyin was sitting on a lounge chair in the yard, holding a very clingy little orange cat, reading a storybook. The system teased in her mind. "Host, look at the color of this cat. Does it resemble your inner feelings?" Now, Mu Qianyin's skin was quite thick. She lazily lowered her head, glanced at the orange fur, and gently turned a page, calmly commenting, "The color is a bit dark. I am still tender, system." Why does it feel like the host is becoming more like Fong Hingji, getting better at talking nonsense? Mu Qianyin enjoyed her relaxed and comfortable life, reading, petting the cat, and occasionally nibbling on a peeled grape given by Chun Ning. Meanwhile, at the MO residence, chaos reigned. Fong Hingji, dressed in bright red official robes, led the Dali court officers to surround the MO family's residence tightly. He stood tall and stern, holding a royal decree high, speaking loudly, order to search the house. MO family members, receive the decree. The MO family was having a meal in the back hall when the butler suddenly ran in, looking distressed, to report that someone was coming to raid the house. His heart sank, and everyone's face turned pale. Mo Yid put down his chopsticks and looked at his irresponsible son. Have you caused trouble again recently? Mo Yuan shook his head confusedly. No, I haven't caused any trouble for many days. Many days? Are you trying to make me angry to death? Mo Yid's face darkened as he made a move to hit him. Mo Yuan immediately begged, Father, please forgive me. I really don't know anything. Old Master Mo slammed his hand on the table, his voice old and commanding. Stop talking. Go and receive the decree quickly. And, if anyone sneaks out of the house, go find the noble lady. The entire Mo family suddenly woke up from their shock. Mo had sent his trusted men out, and they hurriedly ran toward the front hall, all looking terrified and uneasy. When they reached the front hall, they saw the royal decree in the hand of the court official and the trusted servant who had been caught. Their legs went weak, and they knelt down with a loud thud. The large front hall fell silent instantly. Only the sound of hurried breathing could be heard. Fong Hingji's cold gaze swept over the Mo family, then he unfurled the decree and announced loudly, by the Emperor's command, Mo Yud, as an official of the court, has been corrupt, abusing power, forming factions and killing people unjustly. His son, Mo Yuan, has seized land, forced good people into prostitution, framed merchants. His crimes are heinous. The court orders the court official Fong Hingji to confiscate all property of the Mo family immediately. Male members of the family shall be executed publicly, and female relatives shall be exiled 3,000 miles away, as a warning to others. So decreed. Hearing the decree, old Master Mo felt dizzy, his vision blurred, almost fainting. He tremblingly took the decree with trembling hands and said in a shaky voice, Lord Fong, there must be some misunderstanding. I have always been loyal to His Majesty and have never committed corruption or injustice. Please, sir, investigate carefully. Fong Hingji's expression was calm. The evidence is clear. Old Master Mo, you should first ask your son and grandson about this. Realizing his father's gaze, Mo Yud's heart sank. The Mo family had placed many spies in the court, and with his daughter whispering sweet words to the emperor, how could the family be raided without him hearing a single word? The imperial decree had arrived, and it was clear the emperor had seen the evidence. At this point, protesting was useless. The most important thing was to protect the younger members of the family. He raised his head, looking proud. Sir, I want to see the consort. Mo Yuan was trembling with fear, shaking like a leaf. Yes, yes, yes. I want to see my sister. We are innocent. My sister will save me. Fong Heng's voice was cold and firm. Consort Mo harmed the heir. The emperor has already sent her to the cold palace. You probably won't see her for a while. After speaking, he ignored their shocked faces and ordered coldly, search. In an instant, the officials surrounded the Mo family, and loud crying filled the air. How could this happen? How could this be? My daughter. The consort. Please, Your Majesty, see the truth. I am innocent. I don't know anything. People in the court had seen scenes like this many times. No one paid attention to their cries. More officials flooded into every corner of the Mo residence, overturning boxes and searching everywhere. Soon, they carried out boxes of gold, silver, jewelry, and fine silk, piling them in the main hall. Gradually, The entire front hall was filled with treasures, spreading into the backyard. At this moment, less than half of the stolen items from the Mo family's storeroom had been found. This wealth was comparable to a national treasury. Old Master Mo's cloudy eyes darkened. He knew what his son and grandson had done. How could he not? He understood that all was lost. He knelt and looked at Fong Hung with pleading eyes. "Sir, these valuables were forced upon me. It's solely my fault. It has nothing to do with Mo Yud and Mo Yuan. Please have mercy and spare the Mo family." Father, grandfather, Mo Yud and Mo Yuan looked at old Master Mo in shock. When they saw his warning gaze, they fell silent again. One death was better than the whole family dying. Fong Heng's expression remained calm as he watched the old man's act, showing no emotion. "Old Master Mo, at this point, there's no need to protect your unfilial descendants. The crime of the Mo family is undeniable, and the law cannot tolerate it. Rest in peace." After saying this, he waved his hand. "Send the male members of the Mo family to prison to await execution. Prepare to exile the women." The officers immediately stepped forward, escorting the Mo family members onto the carriage. The Mo family's cries grew louder. Unprepared, they were taken away one by the officers, never to return. The young lady collapsed to the ground, trying to grab Fong Hengji's sleeve. Pleading softly, she said, "Sir." Before she finished, Fong Hengji, expressionless, took a step back. Sharp-eyed officers quickly moved in and forcibly dragged her away. Mo Yuan was still struggling, shouting, "I am innocent. I want to see the Empress." He was silenced and forced onto the carriage. The once lively Mo family was now deserted. Only busy officers remained, repeatedly carrying heavy wooden boxes. The Mo family was doomed to decline. When Fong Hengji returned to the Fong family, it was already late at night. Mu Qianyin was dozing off when he woke her up by accident. She kicked him away, annoyed. "Go away, I want to sleep." Fong Hengji skillfully grabbed her smooth, soft ankle and pressed her down. He smiled in her ear. "Qian, you are so cold-hearted. I just solved a big problem for you today and wanted to see you. Why are you making me leave?" Mu Qianyin opened her eyes a little and looked at his face. "What big problem?" Fong Hengji reached out and pulled out a document from his recently removed robe, waving it in front of her. Mu Qianyin fully woke up, trying to reach for it, but he pressed her back down. His voice was hoarse. "Want it?" "Yes." Mu Qianyin twisted her waist. "Really want it." Her soft, sweet voice, combined with her bold actions, made Fong Hengji momentarily unsure which matter she was referring to. He sighed, clenched his teeth. "Little fairy, let me kiss you first." Then he suddenly kissed her. An hour later, Mu Qianyin, trembling, peeked out from under the bed curtain. In the faint moonlight, she read the words on the document. She raised her voice. "A release order? Our family's injustice has been cleared." "Yes." The warm chest pressed against her back, and a hot hand gently held her slim waist. "Mu family has been cleared of all charges. Tomorrow morning, you can go to pick up your parents." "That's wonderful." Mu Qianyin was so excited that Fong Hengji let out a quiet breath and held her still. She had to stay in place, clutching her documents, thinking intermittently, "Hengji, thank you. So, does that mean I can go back to Mu family tomorrow?" "Not yet." Fong Hengji gently kissed her neck. "First, you need to tell your mother, and then we can send you back proudly." Mu Qianyin hummed softly. "You're using your power for personal gain." Fong Hengji sighed softly. "You caught me, so I won't pretend anymore." His big hand gently turned her over, and a series of tender kisses fell on her delicate, slender neck. His voice was full of affection. "Qian, I will bring you back soon, and we will never be apart again." Mu Qianyin looked at him with bright, sparkling eyes, then bit him playfully, a mischievous smile on her face. Just like now, Fong Hengji raised an eyebrow, a satisfied smile on his handsome face. Why not? The next morning, Fong Hengji accompanied Mu Qianyin to pick up her parents from prison. Mu family's old house had already been tidied up in advance, and now it looked just the same as before. Some of the former servants had also been found and brought back to Mu family by Fang Hengji. Mu Qianyin was touched by his thoughtfulness and sincerely said, "Hengji, thank you." Fang Hengji looked down at her, smiling. "Your matters are my matters." Lu Ruanqiu watched their natural interaction and felt something was off. The Chief Justice of the court was usually cold, serious, and never smiled, so why did he seem like a different person when talking to Einer? The way he looked at her made her heart skip a beat. Einer had been a widow for many years, and she and the Chief Justice shared the same roof. Could it be that they had? "Einer," Lu Ruanqiu suddenly called out to Mu Qianyin, her lips moving as she hesitated to ask her question directly. She only said, "Go with your mother to the backyard and see if there's anything you need to buy." She exchanged a glance with Fang Hengji, smiled slightly, and nodded. "Yes, my daughter." After watching the two leave, Fang Hengji cleared his throat and looked at Mu Xian, who looked as if he had just escaped danger. He bowed to Mu Xian and then spoke seriously. "Uncle Mu, I have something to say." Since Fang Hengji personally brought Mu Xian out of prison and helped settle the family's issues, Mu Xian thought he was honest and kind-hearted. He liked him very much. Now, seeing the respected Minister of Justice bow to him as a merchant, Mu Xian was startled and quickly returned the bow. "Sir Fang, please speak freely. No need for such formalities." Fang Hengji looked gentle and helped Mu Xian up. "Uncle, this is proper." "Uncle?" Mu Xian finally realized what Fang Hengji called him. Maybe after going to prison, his mind had become a bit slow, and he was a little slow to react. "Sir Fang, what do you mean by?" Seeing Fang Hengji look at him with surprise, Mu Xian, who is usually fearless, felt a little nervous. He paused and spoke sincerely. "Uncle, I like Miss Mu from the Mu family and want to marry her." Whoa!
Mu Sin Shiva.
Although he only had one daughter, Mu Qianyin, Fang Hengji's words sounded unbelievable. He couldn't help but ask, "Sir Fang, are you talking about my daughter, Mu Qianyin?" Fang Hengji nodded seriously. "Exactly." Mu Xian. Back in the backyard, Lu Ruanqiu had just pulled Mu Qianyin to a quiet place and whispered, "Einer, tell me the truth. What is your relationship with Sir Fang?" Mu Qianyin was prepared and smiled softly, admitting directly, "Mom." Fang Hengji and I are together. Seeing her so straightforward, Lu Ruanqiu quickly covered her mouth and looked around nervously. She whispered anxiously, "Crazy girl, how can you say such things out loud? What if someone hears?" Mu Qianyin blinked and saw genuine concern in Lu Ruanqiu's eyes. In ancient feudal times, when a mother heard her daughter say such things, her first reaction wouldn't be to scold, but to worry about her reputation being damaged if others found out. She felt warm inside. Is this what motherly love looks like? In her original world, Mu Qianyin's parents divorced when she was very young. Neither wanted her, so they left her with her grandparents, sending money for her living expenses each month. Although she never lacked food or clothing, she never felt love from her parents and grew up feeling lonely. Now, looking at Lu Ruanqiu's worried eyes, her own eyes involuntarily filled with tears. She snuggled into her mother's arms and softly called out, "Mom." Hearing the sad "Mom," Lu Ruanqiu's eyes also turned red. In this world, women face many difficulties, especially those who have lost their husbands. She regretted more than once that she shouldn't have agreed to that arranged marriage and should have simply broken it off. Then Mu Qianyin wouldn't have suffered so much. But now, Mu Qianyin had just left the Fang family and was getting close to the eldest son of the Fang family, marrying two men, and they are brothers. If this news got out, she didn't know how others would judge Mu Qianyin. She gently patted Mu Qianyin's back and softly said, If your feelings aren't deep, then just end it. Our family's daughter would suffer a lot if she married into such a wealthy family. You knew that before. Later, your father and I will carefully choose a suitable man who is honest and devoted to you, okay?" Hearing her mother's heartfelt words, Mu Qianyin felt a slight stir inside. These gentle words of comfort were more effective than harsh scolding and easier to make her hesitate. She understood the reasoning, but it must be with Fang Hengji. She silently cursed the system in her mind. They didn't even give me a decent identity, and now my sister-in-law is flirting with my brother-in-law. Is this reasonable? the system quietly argued. Host, when you were with him, did you ever think about whether it was reasonable or not? Oh, right. Mu Qianyin took a deep breath.
Fine.
Fang Hengji was indeed very attractive. Giving him up was hard to do. She could only pretend to be troubled by love and hesitated, saying, Mom, in my most helpless moment, only he reached out to help me. He's like a ray of sunshine, bringing hope to my dark and gloomy life. I can't let him go. The system sneered in disdain, trembling as it sent out a mechanical, humph. Mu Qianyin ignored the teasing system and continued her performance. My daughter knows that being with him would cause gossip, so she has decided to stay at home to serve her parents and never marry again. Her words, a gentle retreat, frightened Lu Ruinxiu quite a bit. Why say such foolish things? You're so young. How can you talk about giving up on the world like that? Lu Ruinxiu's heart was pounding. Many women who divorced and returned home had suffered hardships. Some even went to the extent of harming themselves out of despair. She only had one daughter, Einer. If Einer also lost hope like those women, what would be the point of her living?
Einer.
Mother didn't mean that. She tried to smile and comfort her. Mother isn't against you. It's just that this news is too sudden, and I wasn't prepared. Let me talk to your father first. Please don't do anything rash, okay? Mu Qianyin pursed her lips. But Mother, I truly want to stay with you and Father. We all know your filial heart. Now it was Lu Ruinxiu who comforted her, trying her best to persuade. No matter when, you can stay with us. Even after marriage, you can come back home. Einer, don't rush to make a decision. Let me discuss with your father first, all right? Mu Qianyin pretended to think and reluctantly nodded. All right then. Fang Hengji said that after a few days, he will tell his mother about the divorce papers, and then he will send me back to the Mu family. At that time, I will help my parents manage the business and make our Mu family stronger. Seeing her daughter ready to forget the worldly worries and focus on becoming a businesswoman, Lu Ruinxiu's heart pounded anxiously. The topic shifted. Master Fang is handsome and kind-hearted. He seems like a good match. Mu Qianyin nodded heavily, but her eyes suddenly darkened. He is a good person, but unfortunately, I am destined to have no fate with him. That's not true. Lu Ruinxiu quickly stopped her, holding her hand. In marriage, a man's attitude is the most important. If Master Fang truly cares for you, he wouldn't let rumors spread or let his family bully you. If he can do these things, then I will do my best to make this good marriage happen for you. Tears welled up in her eyes, and Mu Qianyin was overwhelmed with emotion. She choked with emotion and said, Mother, you are so kind. Lu Ruinxiu hugged her and wiped her tears. Mother just hopes that my voice can bring happiness, smooth days, and joy all my life. Mu Qianyin kept nodding. My daughter will do it. We all will. The two elders of the Mu family saw their daughter and Fang Hengji off, then closed the door and started whispering. Both sides originally wanted to persuade each other to accept this surprising news. But when they met, they found out the other side had already been convinced. The elders secretly felt happy and praised in their hearts. My daughter/my future son-in-law, truly clever. After leaving the Mu house, Fang Hengji noticed Mu Qianyin's mood was clearly low. In the carriage, he asked her, Qianyin, what's wrong? Is it because Annie doesn't agree? Mu Qianyin shook her head. Mother loves me very much. As long as I am happy, she doesn't care about anything else. But Mu Qianyin thought for a moment and looked up at him. Hengji, do we have to get married? Fang Hengji's pupils flickered, and he felt a bad premonition. He grabbed her arm tightly, his eyes darkening. What do you mean? Are you regretting? His brows furrowed, and his eyes looked hurt, like a loyal dog about to be abandoned. Mu Qianyin immediately shook her head. No. I mean, even if we don't get married, we can still be together. That's not the same. Fang Hengji held her in his arms and said seriously, Qianyin, I want to marry you. I want you to be my proper wife. I don't want to hide every time I see you. I want to stand openly by your side and be your husband. Mu Qianyin gently clutched his clothes, understanding her own thoughts. In this era, it was still quite shocking. She sighed, but if we do it openly, what will others say? Have you thought about that? Fong Hingji took her face in his hands and looked into her eyes with determination. From the moment I decided, I already thought it through. Qianin, a widow remarrying is common. I won't let anyone gossip about you. He was worried she might hesitate again, so he continued, as for my mother, I will explain everything to her in advance. Qianin, trust me. I will handle everything well, and you won't suffer any wrong. Having said all this, Mu Qianin felt that if she hesitated any longer, she would seem too delicate. The little face rubbed against his chest. Then I leave everything to you. I won't care about anything anymore. Yes. Fong Hingji finally relaxed his worries and gently pressed her into his arms. Just wait for me peacefully, and I will proudly marry you into the Fong family. Mu Qianin nodded and warned, it can't take more than 2 years. I can't wait that long. Hearing Mu Qianin's words, Fong Hingji finally smiled. He happily kissed her forehead. Of course. I can't wait that long either. Then he reached out with his big hand to hold her at the back of her head, slowly lowering his head. His eyes darkened with emotion. Realizing what he wanted to do, Mu Qianin quickly covered his lips with her hand, glancing nervously at the door curtain. Zhao Mama and Chun Ning were sitting in the carriage. Someone's here, she mouthed silently. No problem, he replied with a faint smile. He lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers, kissing her deeply. Fong Hingji kept kissing Mu Qianin as they traveled. Until the carriage entered the Fong family's gate, Mu Qianin heard Zhao Mama greeting Fong Hingji respectfully. She suddenly turned her face to the side, pushing against his chest to resist. Fong Hingji, feeling unsatisfied, lifted his head and pressed Mu Qianin, who looked like a peach blossom and was panting, into his arms. Then he calmly lifted the curtain and looked outside with a faint gaze. Zhao Mama stood below the carriage, looking up. She couldn't see inside, but she noticed that the usually cold-looking young master's lips were a little red and seemed to shimmer with a faint wateriness today. She lowered her head and said softly, "Young master," the old madam asked the old servant to wait at the door. She said once you return, you should go see her. Hearing this, Mu Qianin, who was lying in Fong Hingji's arms, slightly clenched her fingers around his clothes and instinctively buried her head further down. If Zhao Mama saw her lying in Fong Hingji's arms, she couldn't imagine how shocked her expression would be. Noticing her small movement, Fong Hingji lowered his gaze and saw her head buried down, almost falling between his legs. His Adam's apple moved involuntarily. He reached out and gently stroked her fair neck. Then he looked at Zhao Mama calmly and said, I have some matters to attend to. I will go to Ruexiang Court to see my mother later. Madame Zhao has never dared to disobey the eldest son. After hearing his words, she bowed respectfully. Yes, young master. The old servant will take her leave. She lowered the curtain, and the carriage continued moving inward. However, Fong Hingji's gaze grew darker and more intense. Mu Qianin lifted her head and met his deep, shadowy eyes. She was very familiar with that look. Every time Fong Hingji pressed her onto the bed and tossed her around, he would always look at her with this possessive, aggressive stare, never letting go of her expression. Mu Qianin glared at him in embarrassment and anger. What was he thinking? Doesn't he see what time it is? When she glared, she looked lively and bright, with sparkling eyes that seemed to have a teasing hook. Fong Hingji's throat moved, and he wanted to pull her closer to kiss her again, but suddenly, the carriage stopped. Sir, we have arrived. Seeing Fong Hingji stop, with a look of slight frustration, Mu Qianin smirked slyly and gave him a mischievous, sneaky smile. Fong Hingji clenched his teeth silently, tapped her nose, then opened the curtain and jumped down from the carriage first. After Mu Qianin got up from her seat, she saw him standing tall outside the carriage, holding out his hand to her. Qian, take it slow. She looked into his dark, deep eyes, which were as mysterious as the ocean. His large hand was open in front of her, firm and unwavering. She bit her lip and glared at him, signaling that there were people around. But Fong Hingji seemed not to notice. His eyes flickered with coldness, as if he would stand there forever, if she didn't agree. Really, this person? Mu Qianyin looked around and saw that besides Liang Zhen and Chun Ning, there were no others. She scolded him softly and placed her hand in his palm. "Thank you, Sir Fong." His long, strong hand held her small, delicate one without hesitation, showing strength and confidence. After helping her down from the carriage, Fong Hengji gently tidied her cloak and said softly, "Qianqian, there's no need to be polite with me." Mu Qianyin glared at him again, biting her lip. As for their relationship, Liang Zhen had long since become used to it, acting as if he saw nothing and calmly tying up the horse. But Chun Ning was so surprised that her mouth was wide open. The usually aloof and cold eldest son, calling the young lady Qianqian? Could it be that they are this close? She was standing nearby, so there was no need for the young master to personally help her lady down from the carriage. And also, in matters of propriety, even if you are Mu's savior, you shouldn't casually touch Our Lady's cloak. Spring Ning had many things she wanted to say, but when she saw that the lady showed no sign of rejection, she held her words back. She felt a bit suspicious, thinking there was something strange between the lady and the young master. But she hadn't sorted out her thoughts yet. She needed to think carefully. Her doubts reached their peak after seeing the young master send the lady back to the courtyard. Da Huang, who was dozing in the yard, saw the master return. It wagged its tail high and walked over gracefully. Da Huang was a stray cat. Recently, it had been meowing near the lady's room every night. Later, the lady caught it and kept it inside. The lady loved Da Huang very much. She told her that Da Huang could meow freely at night, so she didn't need to worry. Now, she was used to falling asleep with Da Huang's sounds. But Da Huang only recognized certain people and liked to stick close to her lady. She could only get close when feeding it. But now, what did she see? Da Huang, usually very aloof and only recognizing her lady, ignoring everyone else, was actually curling its tail and rubbing against the young master's leg. Were they close? And that wasn't even the most shocking part. What really made Spring Ning's jaw drop was that before the young master left, he had touched her lady's cheek. This. After Fong Hengji left, Mu Qianyin looked at Spring Ning, who was stunned and almost dropping her eyes, and tried to hold back her laughter as she waved at her. "Come here." Spring Ning walked over blankly. "Miss?" Mu Qianyin smiled softly, stroked Da Huang's head, and said to Spring Ning, "I am no longer Mrs. Fong." "I know," Spring Ning nodded confusedly. "But in the future, I will probably marry Fong Hengji," Mu Qianyin said with a gentle smile. "Huh." Spring Ning blinked rapidly, seeming unable to understand the connection between these two sentences. Mu Qianyin smiled, reached out, touched her pigtails, and winked at her. "Not many people know this news. You are the person I trust the most. Keep it a secret, okay? The system can check a person's loyalty to themselves." Mu Qianyin asked the system to check, and Chun Ning's loyalty was 100%. That's why she told Chun Ning about this matter. When Miss said she was her most trusted person, Chun Ning felt proud and responsible. She tilted her head up and pounded her chest, saying, "Miss, you can rest assured. Even if I die, I won't tell anyone about this." Mu Qianyin smiled. "Our Chun Ning is the best." When Fong Hengji arrived at Mother Fong's Ruixiong courtyard, she was having the servants set the dishes. Seeing him, she immediately smiled and waved. "Hengji, come eat with your mother." After bowing to her, Fong Hengji sat opposite her. Mother Fong's enthusiastic hand paused for a moment, and she said warmly, "Don't sit so far away.
Come, sit next to me."
Let's talk." "That's good." Fong Hengji looked calm and respectful, speaking in a gentle tone. Mother Fong nodded with a slight frown. "All right, let's eat." They ate silently. Mother Fong glanced at Fong Hengji and smiled as she pushed a dish of honey-glazed goose breast toward him. "Hengji, isn't goose breast your favorite? I had the kitchen prepare this specially." Fong Hengji looked up slightly, paused for a moment, but his expression remained unchanged. "Mother, you're mistaken. The person who likes goose breast is second brother." Mother Fong's smile stiffened instantly. She forced a laugh and said, "Oh, I must have remembered wrong." She took back the goose breast and pushed the yellow braised fish he had just picked up in front of him. "You like this one?" Eat more. Fong Hengji looked at his mother, who was trying so hard to please him, with a hint of complexity in his eyes. He could be filial to his mother and follow her wishes most of the time, but he could never get close to her. During the years he needed his mother, her heart was full of second brother. He had already calmed his feelings and decided he wouldn't need her anymore. He put down his chopsticks. Mother called me here. Is there something you want to say? Mother Fong heard this and also put down her chopsticks. Frowning, she asked, I heard you went to the Mu family today. Fong Hengji nodded softly, his gaze calm like water. My son was about to tell you that the Mu family's case has been cleared. I have already given Mu Qianyin a divorce letter. Mother, choose a day to let her visit the ancestral hall to pay respects, and then return her dowry. From now on, Mu Qianyin is free to marry and no longer the second daughter-in-law of the Fong family. Mother Fong was startled and raised her voice sharply. Why a divorce letter? Didn't she ask to leave? Why should I return her dowry to that jinx who brings bad luck? Hearing her harsh tone, Fong Hengji slightly frowned. Mother, you're also a woman. Don't you understand how the life of a woman who leaves her husband will be? Mother Fong scoffed disdainfully, lifting her chin. Mu Qianyin married into the Fong family for so many years, eating and drinking with us, yet she didn't leave a single bloodline for Jinji. Why should I care about her future? My Jinji has already lost his future. My son. She burst into tears. Thinking about how her beloved son was gone, losing her hair and sending her child to the grave, she felt life was bleak and her heart was broken. Fong Hengji patiently waited for her to cry for a while, sitting steady like a mountain. Mother Fong cried until she noticed her eldest son didn't comfort her as she expected, then she stopped crying with less interest. Then she heard Fong Hengji speak softly. Mother, do you really not know why second brother died? Mother Fong paused, her eyes flickering with avoidance. It was, of course, because Mu Qianyin's jinx caused his death. Fong Hengji didn't want to hear more accusations against Mu Qianyin. Quickly speaking, mother's niece, Li Mengyao, suddenly fell seriously ill on the day second brother drowned. She secretly invited a skilled doctor in obstetrics and gynecology into the house, then hurriedly married far away. Mother, do you want her son to tell you more details? He quickly finished this, then pressed his lips and took a deep breath, trying to suppress his emotions. He had only recently begun investigating these matters. When he saw the results, he finally understood what Mu Qianyin had endured before. She had borne such grievances and her mother's baseless accusations, protecting second brother in the Fong family for over 2 years. If the Mu family hadn't suddenly fallen into trouble and Mu Qianyin had nowhere to go, seeking him out, perhaps she would have quietly stayed in the back courtyard of the Fong family, enduring humiliation for a lifetime. Thinking about this, Fong Hengji felt that all moral rules and principles could be ignored. Suddenly, when he mentioned Li Mengyao, Fong's mother's face turned pale, her lips trembling, and she clenched her hands tightly. He actually knew everything. Yes, he is the Chief Justice of the Court of Justice. Anything he wants to know, he can find out easily. Jinji is her most beloved son. She must know how he died. She had already investigated that day. It was that wicked girl Li Mingyao's doing. That wicked girl, she beautiful Jinji, and had an affair with him. Jinji even went out to the lake with her, away from all the servants, to meet her privately. Because of this, when Jinji fell into the water, there was no one to save him. How scared was her Jinji at that moment. The water must have been very cold. After learning the truth and seeing Li Mengyao have a miscarriage, losing her only bloodline, she immediately wanted to kill Li Mengyao to vent her anger. She wished to hang her at the city gate, throw her to wild dogs, and let her die a horrible death. But her parents and older brother begged her not to pursue it. They said that a person cannot come back to life, and she shouldn't ruin the entire Li family just because she lost a son. They said she was still a Li by blood, and her family's reputation was already ruined. Would she still feel proud? They also said she had an older son, and she would have support in the future. What could she do? Her pain of losing her beloved son and her overwhelming hatred, how could she vent it? It's all because of Mu Qianyin. Fong's mother shouted through tears. If she had been useful, if she could have won her husband's heart, Jinji wouldn't have been so entangled with Li Mengyao. Or if she had been more generous, knowing she wasn't loved by her husband, she could have asked to leave, or even offered to let Jinji take a concubine or buy a house. Jinji wouldn't have sneaked around, and he wouldn't have fallen into the water and died. Fong Hengji looked at his mother in disbelief. Such stubborn and unreasonable words came from his mother's mouth. It was my second brother who wronged Mu Qianyin first. His death was his own fault. But mother, you blame everything on Mu Qianyin alone. Do you really think she was at fault? Or are you just picking on the weak, deliberately bullying an innocent daughter-in-law? Mother Fong was speechless after being confronted by him, her face flushing and paling alternately, and her body beginning to tremble. She covered her chest, took a few deep breaths, and tremblingly said, Hengji, why do you always speak for Mu Qianyin? Jinji is your younger brother. How can you say his death was his own fault? Do you have no conscience? Don't forget, you are my son. Yet, you are criticizing your brother and your biological mother for an outsider. Hengji looked calm and did not feel guilty about her accusations. The law is strict. Wrong is wrong. I am just stating facts. Mu Qianyin should not bear the blame for her second brother's death. She deserves freedom, and my mother should apologize to her. Mother Fong was so angry she was trembling all over. Apologize? You want your own mother to apologize to your sister-in-law? Hengji, are you crazy? Do you still have me in your heart? Hengji's voice was cold and firm. Mu Qianyin is no longer your daughter-in-law. If my mother feels guilty, she should apologize to Mu Qianyin. No way. Mother Fong was so angry she grabbed an object and threw it at him.
Rebellious son.
Are you trying to drive me to death? You rebellious son. Crash. The sound of porcelain breaking followed by the exclamations of the servants. Ah, young master is hurt. Liangjun heard the noise and immediately rushed inside from outside. Seeing the blood on Hengji's forehead, his face changed. Sir, are you all right? I will call the doctor right away. No need. Hengji remained calm, his black eyes as cold as an endless night. He stood up, blood flowing down his face, but he did not wipe it. He simply looked at Mother Fong calmly. I have already given the divorce papers to Mu Qianyin, and the dowry must be returned. If my mother refuses to see reason, don't blame me for being unfilial. After speaking, he turned and strode away. Mother Fong was frozen in her chair, staring at Hengji's back with wide eyes, speechless for a long time.
Why?
Why didn't he run away? Tears welled up in Mother Fong's eyes as she looked at Mammy Zhao for help. I didn't mean to hurt him. I don't know why he didn't hide. I also don't know that it was a bowl. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have thrown it at him. Madame Zhao sighed deeply. The eldest son is the old lady's child. If the old lady wants to punish him, how could he possibly hide? Since the second young master left, the old lady's temper has been very bad, and she refuses to listen to any advice. She not only takes her anger out on the second young master, but the eldest son also suffers. When the second young master first left, the old lady had nightmares every night. No matter how late, she would wake the eldest son to keep her company, holding his hand and repeatedly calling the second young master's name. During the day, the eldest son was busy with official duties, and at night, he had to stay by the old lady's bedside. He looked more and more tired, very thin, with dark circles under his eyes. Yet, he still had to listen to her repeat those meaningless words over and over. Once, she even heard her shout angrily at the eldest son. Why isn't it you who died? If only it were you. You're my son. Why did you survive and not him? She was so frightened she quickly pulled the eldest son away. Young master, the old lady is out of her mind. What she says is nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. Although she apologized like that, she clearly saw tears in the eldest son's eyes. Since then, the eldest son's personality became even colder and more distant. She once advised the old lady that if she didn't find a way to mend their relationship, the eldest son might drift further away from her. At first, the old lady didn't care. He is my son, after all. Would he really turn against me? Later, seeing the eldest son's attitude grow colder, only greeting her on necessary occasions and holidays, with no other words of kindness, the old lady finally started to pay attention. But a child who has been hurt can't be easily comforted with a few words. Now, with this happening again today, it will be even harder for mother and son to reconcile in the future.
Sigh.
Madame Zhao took a deep breath, carefully choosing her words, and smiled as she advised. Perhaps, sometimes the old lady could indulge the eldest son a little? After all, before she finished, she saw the old lady turn around with a pair of bloodshot eyes. Even you want me to apologize to that wicked woman? Madame Zhao was startled. I have no such intention. Fang Hengji walked out of Ruixiang court feeling very sad. Liang Zhen kept looking up at him and said, Sir, your forehead is still bleeding. I will call the doctor right away. Fang Hengji paused, as if he didn't feel the pain, and reached up to touch his wound. Looking at the blood on his hand, his eyes darkened, and his fingers unconsciously rubbed. He turned and headed toward Mu Qiannin's courtyard. No need. You can go back first. Yes. Mu Qiannin had already seen what happened just now in the system and felt a bit emotional. Happy people are all similar, but unlucky people each have their own misfortunes. The Grand Minister, who is highly valued by the Emperor and holds great power, was once a lonely person who was not loved by his mother. She felt a little sorry for him. Seeing Fang Hengji coming toward her, she quickly sent Chun Ning to go to bed. Chun Ning was hanging her head, using scissors to trim her candle wick, and shook her head saying, Miss, I am not sleepy yet. It's me who's sleepy. Mu Qiannin yawned and forced out a tearful look. You can go now. I want to sleep. Okay, I'll be right there. Chun Ning quickly and skillfully made her bed and helped Mu Qiannin onto it before leaving. When Fang Hengji climbed in through the window, he saw Mu Qiannin dressed in white, her delicate waist outlined by the candlelight, smiling gently at him. Her smile suddenly changed when she saw his forehead injury, and she hurried over in alarm. Hengji, how did you get hurt? Until that moment, Fang Hengji felt his cold, painful heart warm slightly. He said nothing, but quickly pulled Mu Qiannin into his arms and held her tightly. Mu Qiannin felt almost suffocated by his grip, but she understood he was upset. She listened to his steady, strong heartbeat and tried to control her breathing. They stayed like that for a while before she softly said, Hengji, let me see your wound. You've lost a lot of blood. I'll help you treat it first. Once it's done, you can hold me again, okay? Her gentle tone was like that of a caring parent, which made Fang Hengji's tense lips relax. He knew his injury wasn't serious, just that the blood on his face looked a bit frightening. Worried she might be frightened, he loosened his embrace and looked at her quietly with lowered eyes. Mu Qiannin saw his broken expression and sighed. She took his hand and helped him sit at the table. She took a small tray from the drawer, filled with various medicines for injuries, and gently treated his wounds. She wiped the blood from his forehead and noticed a cut about half an inch long, in a semi-coagulated state. Tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. How did you get hurt?
Who hurt you?
What if you get scarred? She tilted her head and gently blew on the wound, her eyes full of concern. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Fang Hengji shook his head slightly. The pain from the wound was minor, but the hurt was in his heart. A flash of sadness appeared in his eyes, but did not escape Mu Qiannin's notice. Her eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything, carefully applying medicine to his wound. Fang Hengji looked down at Mu Qiannin's calm and gentle face. She was his only source of warmth. Qian, he spoke with difficulty.
I'm sorry.
I promised you I would do something, but I didn't. What is it? Mu Qiannin looked up at him, her gaze gentle, clear, and innocent. You promised to help my family clear their name, didn't you? You did a great job, Hengji. I really appreciate you. Fang Hengji's lips tightened. He clenched his hand on the table and said in a deep voice, I wanted my mother to apologize to you. But I'm sorry. It's okay. Mu Qiannin smiled faintly, her tone calm and gentle. Even if she apologized, I wouldn't forgive her. So, there's no need. Fang Hengji didn't expect a reaction and felt a mix of sadness and frustration. He didn't know what to say. Usually, when the instigator apologizes, even if you don't want to forgive, your heart can feel a little better. And you wouldn't bring up the fact that you didn't forgive. Seeing him silent, Mu Qianyin raised an eyebrow and smiled at him. I'm quite vengeful and hold grudges. If you do something wrong to me in the future, you don't need to apologize. I will just leave. Before she finished, Fang Hengji pulled her into his arms again and held her tightly. Simply and clearly. I will never do that. Again holding her so tightly, Mu Qianyin felt as if her chest was about to be flattened. She hit his back with her hands. Okay, I get it. Let go of me quickly. You're going to choke me to death. Seeing the discomfort in her voice, Fang Hengji immediately loosened his grip, looking apologetic. Qian, did I hurt you? Mu Qianyin gasped, rubbing her chest where he had pressed, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of anger as she stared at him. If you press me like that a few more times, you can do it to yourself next time. Her shirt was half open, and her smooth, pink, rounded skin was trembling a little from her rough movements, making Fang Hengji's eyes darken suddenly. The sadness that had been lingering in his heart just moments ago was now completely pushed aside. He quickly extinguished the candle, and with a single hand, pulled her into his arms. Mu Qianyin was comforting her little bunny when she was suddenly sat on by him. She was so startled that she quickly wrapped her arms around his neck. What are you doing? I haven't finished tidying up the table, although she complained, her waist instinctively arched upward, and her voice was soft and sweet. Then forget about the table. Fang Hengji's voice was hoarse. His hand moved to her slender waist, his long fingers gently circling her waist. He lowered his head, breathing softly along her ear. I'll send you back to Mu's house tomorrow. Next time you come back, you'll be wearing a wedding dress, sitting on my bed. Mu Qianyin's ears felt numb, and just thinking about that scene made her feel a little excited. It wasn't even their wedding night yet, but he had already done many things with this calm-looking, cold but actually wild and capable official from the Dali Temple. If Fang's mother found out, she, who always hated the most, would be furious if she knew her most promising eldest son was involved with her. Revenge, of course, would be to hit right in the heart. But she would also live well with Fang Hengji, not letting her mother's feelings affect him. She liked him quite a lot. Looking at Fang Hengji's handsome, upright, yet dreamy eyes, Mu Qianyin felt a little mischievous, like a little fairy leading a noble gentleman astray. When he pinched her waist, Mu Qianyin asked him, Hengji, do you regret meeting me? If I hadn't asked for your help, you might never have interacted with me. Perhaps your future marriage will be very happy and smooth, unlike the current hardships you face. Fang Hengji's voice was soft and hoarse. Qian, before I met you, I disliked myself and everything in the back courtyard. I didn't want to marry. You made me feel warmth and gave my life hope and brightness. Thank you for coming to ask me. After saying this, he forcefully leaned in and kissed her deeply. When the system suddenly displayed a mosaic in front of his eyes, it confirmed Fang Hengji's words. Host, Fang Hengji is telling the truth. In the original story, Fang Hengji never married in his life. Later, Fang's mother lost her mind and couldn't recognize anyone. Mu Qianyin hummed softly, indicating she understood. She tightly clung to Fang Hengji's strong back, her legs wrapped around him to prevent herself from falling. The big yellow cat, lying sprawled in its warm nest, heard what seemed like a call from a fellow cat. It turned its round head to look. With its different vision, it saw the outline of the chair behind the master. It looked twice, then turned over and closed its eyes again. Its master's call was not as commanding as its own voice. That's what it thought. Mu Qianyin left the Fang family like that. Before leaving, Fang Hengji used firm methods to have someone find all of Mu Qianyin's dowry from Fang's mother's storeroom and returned everything to her. Fang's mother was so angry she almost fainted, wishing she didn't have such a son. At this moment, Fang's mother hadn't yet thought about Fang Hengji helping Mu Qianyin in other ways. She only thought her son was foolish for becoming an official, stubborn in everything, and liked to oppose her as a mother. Back at Mu's house, Mu Qianyin moved into her old boudoir. The pink bed curtains draped softly, bright red lacquerware decorated cheerfully, and all the items looked new. How wonderful!
Mu Chanyuin smiled happily.
After leaving the Fong family, she was finally no longer a widow and could use red-colored things. Lu Ruinqiu sighed with emotion. Most of the furniture and belongings from before are gone. The ones we managed to recover are old, and I didn't feel comfortable using them. These were all replaced by my mother for you. If you don't like them, you can choose and add your own later. What about her family's assets? Mu Qianyin asked. Hearing this, Lu Ruinqiu's face showed a satisfied expression. She praised most of the fixed assets that Master Fong recovered for us, but a small part of the goods couldn't be retrieved. He used equally valuable silver to make up for it, showing his dedication and responsibility. Mu Qianyin felt a little pain hearing this. The money Fong Hengji used, wasn't it her money in the future? Why should the losses caused by the Mo family be paid with a silver? It should be the Mo family's responsibility. The system saw the host's heart ache and comforted her. Don't worry, host. Fong Hengji is very wealthy. When he plundered the family, just a little slip from his fingers was enough to cover these losses. Mu Qianyin's eyes lit up, and she was happy again. That's more like it. One downside of being with the Mu family was that she couldn't meet Fong Hengji as easily as she did when she was with the Fong family. But now, Mu Qianyin had more freedom to handle her own affairs. She followed Mu Xian every day, leaving early and returning late. After learning about the Mu family's business and operations, she gave her father many useful suggestions. She also designed many new patterns and styles for the cloth and clothing workshops, focusing on limited edition luxury items. Seizing the New Year opportunity, the Mu shop launched a large batch of new products, capturing the market early. Unique styles, limited editions, and attentive service made noble ladies and young misses eager to buy, causing a sensation in the capital. When Fong Hengji returned to the capital exhausted and unable to bear his longing, sneaking into Mu Qianyin's chamber in the middle of the night, the Mu family was already a prominent merchant family. Suddenly, someone entered the room. Mu Qianyin was not surprised. It was midsummer. She wore a new rose-colored embroidered slip dress from the Mu family with a matching sheer silk robe. Her black hair was loose, and her waist was not tied but loosely hanging. She reclined on a soft imperial concubine's bed, holding a book. When she moved her waist, a small, glowing white leg and a rounded curve were revealed. Seeing him come in, Wang Wang's watery eyes looked at him without a word. She simply leaned forward, exhaled softly, and blew out the candle. Fong Hengji's heart pounded like thunder. He strode forward. He hadn't seen her for over half a year. He missed her so much he wished to hold her in his arms immediately. As he approached the imperial concubine's bed and was about to bend down, a smooth, tender little foot reached out from his chest. Mu Qianyin stretched out one foot to touch him and softly complained, "Who dares to break into my private room without permission?" Fong Hengji grabbed her ankle and said in a deep voice, "Qian, you're so unkind. I wrote you letters, but you never replied. I was waiting anxiously." Mu Qianyin felt a little guilty. She knew Fong Hengji had been very busy these past 6 months. He traveled to different places several times, solving major cases for the emperor and earning great credit. It wasn't that she didn't want to reply, her handwriting was not good enough to show others. After months of hard practice, her writing had improved a lot. She cleared her throat and pretended to complain. "Who told you not to show up for months? I don't want to see your letters. I want to see you." Her playful words made Fong Hengji relax and smile. His chest felt warm and full of love. She was still his Qian, and she didn't want to be without him. He looked at her gently, turned her legs around, and placed them on his waist. Then he leaned slightly, grabbed her arm, and gently pulled her up into his arms. Fong Hengji buried his face in her chest, taking a deep breath of her scent. All the tiredness from traveling disappeared, and he felt full of energy. Mu Qianyin hugged his shoulders and asked softly, "Did you just come back?" "Yes," he replied quietly. "Are you leaving again?" "Not for now." Fong Hengji looked at her, and the dim room couldn't hide the brightness in his eyes. He was excited and said, "Qian, I've earned some merit. The emperor will reward me." When that happens, I will ask him to grant us marriage. Marriage? Mu Qianyin was surprised. So, you've been traveling around for over half a year just to earn merit and get the emperor to grant us marriage. Of course, he smiled and admitted it, his face showing a happy, unhidden smile. With a marriage decree from the emperor, no one can bother you anymore. That's the fastest and safest way. Mu Qianyin felt touched. Her heart softened, and she lowered her head to kiss his forehead. You're so silly. Fang Hingji's hand on her waist tightened as he chuckled softly. This is the first time someone called me silly. You really are silly, she muttered with a gentle smile. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Just now, when Fang Hengji entered the palace, the emperor had already waved his formal greeting. Now, he bowed respectfully again, which made the emperor's eyes light up with interest. What is it that makes you so serious, my loyal subject? Fang Hengji bowed deeply and spoke clearly. Your Majesty, I humbly request you to grant marriage to Mu Qianyin, the daughter of Mu family business. Mu family's daughter? Usually, the emperor wouldn't remember a merchant's daughter. But recently, Mu family business had brought many new and interesting items, making the concubines in the harem eager to ask for favors. There was also a gold silk pillow filled with mountain cypress seeds, which helped with sleep and eased neck pain. However, although Mu family was a royal merchant, she was still a merchant's daughter, so her status was somewhat lower. The emperor slowly asked, Loyal subject, do you know that with your status, you could marry a daughter of a noble family or a high-ranking official? Even a princess, I could approve. Why do you insist on a merchant's daughter? Fang Hengji answered calmly, Your Majesty, marriage is about fate. I have no requirements about my future wife's family background. I only wish to be with someone I love. Mu Qianyin is kind and intelligent, and we are truly suited. I will marry no one else. His eyes were firm, and his voice was strong. After a moment, he added, To be honest, Your Majesty, Mu Qianyin was once my younger sister-in-law. Even if Fang Hengji hadn't said this, the emperor could easily find out. Now, he chose to reveal his secret for a reason. The emperor's eyes sparkled with interest. A capable official marrying a daughter of a modest merchant family would put his mind at ease. After a moment, he chuckled happily. Since Your Majesty's heart is set, how can I stand in the way of true love? I will issue an edict to announce it to the world, choosing a good day for your wedding. Fang Hengji was overjoyed and quickly bowed in thanks. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. I will dedicate myself fully to repay your grace. By the decree of the emperor, appointed by heaven, a noble family must have talented and virtuous members. A family rooted in proper morals is truly a good match. Fang Hengji, the Minister of Justice, is talented in both literature and martial arts, honest and upright, experienced in judging cases with fairness and clarity, and responsible for law and order. He is a pillar of the court and a trusted aide of mine. Mu Qianyin, from the Mu family, is gentle and kind, skilled in managing household affairs, understanding proper etiquette, and maintaining grace and virtue. Her virtue is worthy of a noble gentleman, and her conduct is a model for women. Now I hear that their marriage is not yet arranged, but destiny has its plan. It is proper for them to unite in marriage and create a beautiful story. Therefore, I grant Fang Hengji and Mu Qianyin to be husband and wife, and they are to choose an auspicious day to marry. This is an imperial decree. Once the marriage edict was announced, the whole city was in an uproar. Fang Hengji, the Minister of Justice, was highly ranked and influential, admired by many nobles, and the dream of many young women. He had almost rejected all the matchmakers in the city, and everyone assumed he was not interested in women, even believing he preferred men and would never marry. Unexpectedly, he was to marry a daughter of a merchant family. Some well-informed people quickly learned that Mu Qianyin, the merchant's daughter, was actually his former sister-in-law. Suddenly, there was much gossip everywhere. The noble daughters who had long admired Fang Hengji were now even more jealous and resentful. Just a merchant's daughter, and a widow at that. How could she marry Lord Fang? She must be very lucky, A widow remarrying, and to her former brother-in-law? She must have used some cunning tricks. How could Lord Fong like someone like her? There's definitely some secret behind this. Maybe Lord Fong isn't even happy about it. He's just following the Emperor's order. Shou, keep your voice down. It's an imperial edict. Do you want to risk your life? I just can't stand it. Even if Mu Qianyin weren't a widow, and even if she married the Minister of Justice as a merchant's daughter, there would be gossip. Now, with the official decree, the rumors are even more widespread. However, the marriage decree is still displayed there. As long as those gossipers don't approach the main person directly, they can pretend it doesn't exist. This marriage decree also affects Mu family's business a little. Those who want to flatter and curry favor bring many orders to Mu family. But the clothes and jewelry that were fought over among noble ladies have slightly decreased in sales because of their jealousy. Mu Qianyin was well prepared. Before autumn, she launched a series of stunning new autumn and winter products. Now, no one cares about jealousy anymore. Who owns the shop doesn't matter. Those beautiful dresses and jewelry, if they can't be worn by oneself, will make people so jealous they can't sleep. Since they are limited editions, if they don't buy quickly and end up on someone they dislike, it will make them so angry they could spit blood. Mu family's business reached a new peak again and regained a firm foothold in the capital. On the second day after the decree was issued, Fong Hingji personally brought generous wedding gifts to Mu family. He wanted everyone to know that Fong Hingji's marriage to Mu Qianyin was sincere, not a joke. Mu Qianyin looked at the tall, handsome figure before her, like a mountain that could block all storms for her. She watched him respectfully bow to her parents and ask for her hand, with no trace of hesitation in his expression. When their eyes met, she saw joy and deep affection in his eyes, and she couldn't look away for a long time. Mu Qianyin smiled sweetly at him and mouthed, "I agree." The elderly couple of Mu family felt a different kind of solemnity and respect compared to the last time they married off a daughter. Lu Ruanxiu wiped her tears with a silk handkerchief and patted Mu Xian. "It's all your fault. If you had chosen Fong's second son back then, instead of the eldest, our daughter wouldn't have suffered so much unfairness." Mu Xian was both happy and worried. "I was mistaken. At that time, Fong's eldest son didn't want to marry, and I thought Fong's second son, being a scholar, would treat Ener well in the future, so I decided on him."
Sigh.
"It's all my fault." Seeing her husband also realized his mistake, Lu Ruanxiu couldn't say anything more. She sighed reluctantly. "My daughter has only been back with me for less than a year, and now she's getting married again." Mu Xian also sighed. "Our daughter is destined for business. During the time she helped me, Mu family's business has grown several times over. I really can't bear for her to get married. Now that she is married, who will come up with those crazy ideas for me?" Then his eyes brightened, and he clapped his hands happily. "In that case, let's give all those things as dowry to Ener. That way, I won't have to worry anymore." "That's the plan." Lu Ruanxiu also smiled. Yes. You can give some of each business, so Ener can still visit her family often and discuss business with you. Husband/wife, you're so clever." When Mu Qianyin found out that her parents planned to give most of the Mu family's assets as her dowry, she felt both amused and helpless. "Father, mother, are you trying to wear me out? How could we possibly tire you out?" Lu Ruanxiu patted her hand and smiled. "All those businesses are managed by experienced managers. You just need to check the accounts each month and come up with ideas now and then. The business will keep growing." Exactly, Mu Xian chuckled. "Anyway, your parents only have you as their daughter. These assets will all belong to you sooner or later. If we give them to you early, we can enjoy our old age sooner, but that's too much." Mu Qianyin came to enjoy life and have children. She didn't want to exhaust herself. Moreover, she didn't want the hard-earned legacy of the Mu family, built over generations, to be passed on to the Fong family. "How about this?" she thought. "Father, mother, what if I adopt a son to carry on the Mu family line? That way, the family's assets can continue forever." Mu Xian's eyes lit up. "Really? That can work. Would Lord Fong agree?" Mu Qianyin's eyes shone brightly. Anyway, she planned to have several children, and whether they are boys or girls, she could decide herself. I will definitely get him to agree. That night, Fong Hingji came back through the window, and Mu Qianyin told him about this plan. Hingji, if we have more than one son in the future, can one of them take the Mu surname? You know, my parents only have me. If I marry, the Mu family will have no heir. My parents will feel guilty and be reluctant to let me go. To her surprise, Fong Hingji didn't hesitate at all. Of course, that's fine. Then he hugged her affectionately. Qianyin, you've even thought about me having children? Mu Qianyin blushed and kicked him. You're always so restless. Of course I've thought about it. If it weren't for her system, and the fact that every time Fong Hingji found out in the end,
Cough.
she might have been pregnant 800 times already. Actually, Fong Hingji's approach isn't foolproof either. He doesn't understand much about this, and since nothing has gone wrong so far, he thinks it's completely safe. Fong Hingji's hand started acting up again, and in a soft voice he said, Qian, I've chosen the best day soon. In 2 months, you will be my wife. Mu Qianyin also hopes that day comes sooner. After all, with a 2-year plan, it's better to have the baby in her belly early, so she can feel at ease. Her voice trembling slightly, she asked, What about your mother? Does she have any opinions? Fong Hingji paused, already used to his mother's expectations being less important. He softly said, She's been confused lately and doesn't really care anymore. Really? Mu Qianyin let out a small cry, her fingers tightening as she grabbed his firm arm. What's wrong with her? Fong Hingji hesitated, feeling caught between two feelings. He sighed and said, She was sick for a while. Qian, is this really the right time to ask? Fine. Mu Qianyin also thought that asking about this now wasn't very appropriate. Anyway, even if he didn't say it, the system could tell her. She looked up, showing her smooth, slender neck, and gently kissed his prominent Adam's apple, licking softly. Her voice was sweet and soft, with charming eyes like silk. Then, I'll leave the happiness of the little girl to Lord Fong. Fong Hingji's eyes suddenly darkened. Little fairy. He really wanted to die in her arms. The wind and rain gradually calmed down. Fong Hingji then held Mu Qianyin, gently patting her back, and carefully told her what had happened to his mother recently. It turned out that a few months ago, on the 3rd anniversary of Fong Jinji's death, his mother invited a Taoist priest to hold a 7-day, 7-night ceremony by the lake where Fong Jinji had met his end, to help him find peace. During those 7 days and nights, his mother stayed by the riverbank. The area was damp and cold wind kept blowing, so she caught a cold. The cold and high fever made her very weak, and just like before, she needed Fong Hingji to come and take care of her. At that time, Fong Hingji was away on business, so he couldn't come back quickly. His mother kept crying and yelling, accusing Fong Hingji of being unfilial, stubbornly refusing to take medicine. As the illness worsened over time, by the time Zhao Mama noticed something was wrong, Mother Fong no longer recognized people clearly and called everyone Jinji. Actually, that wasn't a ritual to help the second brother, Fong Hingji said hesitantly. What was it then? Mu Qianyin asked him. It was a soul exchange. Souls exchange. Mu Qianyin sat up suddenly, unable to see his expression in the dark, then lay back down. She asked in shock, Could it really mean what I think it does? Yes. Fong Hingji's voice carried a hint of self-mockery. Mother wanted to bring back the second brother's soul and exchange it with mine, thinking that way he could come back to life. He spoke calmly and lightly, but Mu Qianyin felt a deep chill in her heart. How could she do this to you? Aren't you her own child? Qianyin, don't be angry. Fong Hingji comforted her in return. That Taoist priest is just a liar. There's no such thing as a soul exchange in this world, but even if it's not real, it shouldn't be done. Mu Qianyin's tears welled up as she felt sorry for him. She's your mother. How could she make such a decision? Not every child is loved by their mother, Fong Hingji said as if he had already come to terms with it, gently wiping her tears with his finger, speaking in a calm tone. How many times must he be disappointed before he can speak so peacefully? Mu Qianyin felt a bitter ache fill her chest, and her heart filled with endless compassion for Fong Hingji. She hugged him tightly and said firmly, Hingji, it's okay. From now on, you have me. All the care and love you never felt before. I can give you everything. I will give you so much more. We will have children someday, and we will be very happy. In the dark, tears welled up in Fong Hingji's eyes, and a faint sparkle seemed to slide down his cheeks. He silently sniffed, then pressed Mu Qianyin firmly into his arms, resting his chin on her hair, and nodded at the moon outside the window. We will definitely make it happen. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and the wedding day arrived. The auspicious hour had come, and the wedding procession joyfully arrived at the Mu family, drums and gongs ringing loudly, lively and festive. Fong Hengji rode a tall horse, dressed in a bright red wedding suit, with a cheerful red flower pinned to his chest. On her usually calm and expressionless face, a gentle smile appeared, making her look more approachable than usual, very handsome and confident. Mu Qianyin, dressed in a wedding gown with a phoenix crown, was reluctantly sent out by her parents. She was helped into the bridal sedan by the matchmaker, followed by a long procession of dowry, making a 10-mile red wedding parade. Although Mu's parents knew they would have a grandson with the Mu surname in the future, they still prepared an astonishing amount of dowry for Mu Qianyin. Her father said, "Our family can earn more money later, but Yinin is our only daughter. Her dowry must be generous." What could Mu Qianyin do? She was just an obedient and well-behaved girl. She could only accept her parents' deep love with a smile. When they arrived at the Fong family, the guests were already full of chatter. Even the emperor sent a gift to show how much he valued Fong Hengji. As Mu Qianyin stepped out of the bridal sedan, a piece of red silk was placed in her hand, with Fong Hengji holding the other end tightly. They walked into the main hall to begin the wedding ceremony. First, bow to heaven and earth. Second, bow to the elders. Through the red veil, Mu Qianyin saw that Fong's mother sitting at the top looked quite calm. She didn't cause a fuss, which was unusual. When she bowed her head, Mu Qianyin finally understood why she was so quiet. She said excitedly, "Great! Jinji is finally married. Mother has been waiting for this day for a long time." Momo Zhao looked at the eldest son with some difficulty, lowering her head to correct her softly. "Old madam, you are mistaken. This isn't the wedding of the second young master, but the eldest young master." Fong's mother looked a bit dazed, looking around anxiously. "How can this wedding be the eldest? Where is my Jinji? Quickly find my Jinji, old madam. The second young master has already." Momo Zhao stopped her words just in time, knowing that on such a joyful day, she shouldn't say anything unlucky. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Mu Qianyin clearly felt the red silk tighten at her end. After a moment, Fong Hengji spoke softly. "Continue." Couples bow. Send into the bridal chamber. I Cheng, Fong Heng knew to use red silk to pull Mu Qianyin gently, walking steadily toward his Chongfeng residence. Mu Qianyin's view was limited. She looked down at the tiles beneath her feet. When the noise in her ears finally quieted, her fingers slowly moved along the red silk, slipping into his warm palm. Fong Hengji's hand tightened slightly, and he gently pinched her fingers, as if to tell her that he was okay. After entering the bridal chamber, Fong Hengji took a gold scale and gently lifted Mu Qianyin's red veil. Under the candlelight, her face was so beautiful it was intoxicating, making Fong Hengji's gaze flicker repeatedly. That porcelain white face today was touched with blush, showing a perfect blend of innocence and charm, with sparkling eyes and lips that looked tender and inviting, stunning everyone with her beauty. Finally, her vision cleared. Mu Qianyin lifted her eyelashes and saw Fong Hengji looking down at her with a smile. They gazed at each other affectionately. "Qian," he softly called her. "From today on, you are my wife." Mu Qianyin's long eyelashes trembled shyly, and a timid smile appeared on her lips. She gently pressed her lips and softly called him husband. That tender call made Fong Hengji's heart race. He longed to hold her in his arms immediately. The matchmaker, standing nearby with a smile, reminded them, the newlyweds should drink the wedding wine now. After drinking, you'll be bound by a lifelong promise. Chunning, dressed in a joyful pink silk dress, happily brought 2 cups of wine, tying a red ribbon around them. "Young master, lady, please drink the wedding wine." Fong Hengji gently took Mu Qiannin's hand, picked up one cup, and she followed, holding the other. They clinked their cups and drank without taking their eyes off each other. The spicy taste of the wedding wine spread in their mouths, with a hint of sweetness. Mu Qiannin couldn't handle the alcohol and immediately blushed, her face blooming like a peach blossom. She looked at Fong Hengji with a bright smile, feeling warm inside. Fong Hengji put down her cup and said to the matchmaker and servants, "You all may leave now." Yes, finally, only the couple was left in the new room. Fong Hengji immediately lifted Mu Qiannin into his arms and carried her to the bed. Mu Qiannin wrapped her arms around his shoulders, teasing him about his eager behavior. "There are guests outside." Fong Hengji's eyes were deep, and his fingers skillfully unbuttoned her wedding dress. He smiled and said, "The ceremony is done. The rest are just colleagues who love drinking. You don't need to worry about them." He leaned in, pulled down the bright red bed curtain, and his voice grew softer. "Drinking isn't as important as my wife." He emphasized the words, "my wife," subtly showing his proud and honest identity. Soon, Mu Qiannin realized that Fong Hengji had been holding back before. Tonight, he was full of energy, using all his strength. The noise made Liang Zhen and Chun Ning outside the door feel awkward, so they looked away and pretended not to hear. After a while, Mu Qiannin was sweating all over and couldn't help but cry softly, begging for mercy. With bright, watery eyes, she looked at him pitifully and softly called, "Husband." She had given up, not knowing that her charming expression was extremely alluring and could easily move people's hearts. Fong Hengji's eyes darkened further, and his breathing became more chaotic. Half an hour later, Fong Hengji, satisfied, held Mu Qiannin's smooth waist and gently stroked her sweaty back. He called out, "Liang Zhen, bring water." Mu Qiannin bit her lip and closed her eyes, feeling a bit embarrassed. His voice calling for water was so loud, as if he was afraid others wouldn't hear. Liang Zhen lowered her head, carried bucket after bucket of hot water behind the carved mother-of-pearl screen, then quietly closed the door without daring to look up. After Liang Zhen left, Fong Hengji picked up the weak and soft Mu Qiannin and strode to the screen. The bath bucket behind the screen was newly replaced, very large, enough for 2 people. The sound of water started, followed by Mu Qiannin's reluctant voice, sweet and charming, as if with a hook. Fong Hengji gently placed her hands on the edge of the tub and softly coaxed, "Qian, be good. Hold on tight. Your husband will help you bathe." Mu Qiannin was about to give in. She used to think she was quite greedy, but she never expected that in front of such a passionate general, she was just a piece of cake. She sniffled and said, "Take it easy, I know." Fong Hengji kissed the back of her neck. "We still have a lifetime to go." In the early morning, cold light seeped through the window lattice, casting faint shadows on the bedroom. Among the red bed curtains, 2 young bodies embraced tightly. Mu Qiannin woke up feeling sore all over. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Fong Hengji's handsome face enlarged before her, full of love as he gazed at her. She moved slightly and realized her legs were still resting on him. Her arms were wrapped around his slim waist, holding him like a big doll. From her angle, the morning light filtered through the bed curtains, casting a charming red outline of Fong Hengji lying on his side. Against the light, his broad shoulders revealed firm, tight muscles without a trace of fat. Mu Qiannin moved her hand away from his waist and unceremoniously pinched his tendons, then slowly moved downward, lightly touching his chest and abs. Her bright red lips curved into a satisfied smile. It was so wonderful to wake up and feel the abs of a handsome man. Fong Hengji was even more satisfied than her. Waking up with a loved one in his arms and being able to stay by her side openly made the usually early riser reluctant to get up. It seemed that just watching her peaceful sleep could make him feel eternal. "Madam." Fong Hengji traced her delicate eyebrows and eyes with his finger, his voice a little hoarse, but filled with affection and joy. He softly said, "Good morning." Mu Qiannin gently pressed on his excellent abs and smiled back. "Good morning, husband." Feeling the warmth under his hand growing hotter, Mu Qianyin gently pushed him. Time to get up. We need to serve tea to your mother. Although her mother was not very good, the proper procedures still had to be followed. Fang Hengji naturally understood this and gently lifted her to sit on his lap. He carefully fastened the red double-bird waistband on her, then helped her put on her undergarments. He slowly said, "If your mother says something unreasonable, don't take it to heart. If she makes any unreasonable demands, just refuse. Don't let yourself be taken advantage of." He then took a set of keys and a card from a small table nearby and handed them to her. "Qianqian, from now on, you are the lady of the Fang family." Entering the room and becoming the lady of the house, holding the authority over the steward, was a great honor for women in ancient times. It was also a privilege she had never experienced before when she was the second wife. She certainly wouldn't refuse. She took the keys happily with both hands and winked at him. "Thank you, husband. I will do my best." Fang Hengji was amused by her playful tone and then took out a large sandalwood box from beside him. Inside, there are some banknotes, property deeds, and the key to the private treasury. "Qianqian, these are all the family savings I have saved over the years. I give everything to you. From now on, the entire Fang family will rely on Master Mu to manage the household. The man always hands over all his possessions when he gets married, which shows his good character. No wonder he is considered an excellent man chosen carefully by the system." Mu Qianyin's eyes sparkled with happiness. Excited, she gave his face 2 kisses. "Hengji, you are truly the best husband in the world." Early in the morning, he touched and kissed her, making Fang Hengji both happy and a little helpless. He smiled affectionately, gently pinched her cheek, and softly said in her ear, "Be good, and I will love you properly tonight." Mu Qianyin suddenly took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. Honestly, she definitely didn't mean anything inappropriate. Seeing her lively expression, Fang Hengji smiled happily. He felt this was the happiest and most relaxed day of his life in over 20 years. After a little affection, they called Chun Ning to come in. Chun Ning, as the most capable maidservant beside the mistress, was very diligent. She had already prepared the breakfast in the yard early in the morning, so Mu Qianyin wouldn't have to worry. When she entered, she quickly arranged the breakfast in the room and then started to help Mu Qianyin with her makeup. As a new bride, Mu Qianyin wore a bright red long dress with embroidered lotus patterns, decorated with pearls around her waist, and a gold hairpin with green and pearl decorations in her hair. Her makeup was light pink, and she looked as radiant as a springtime crabapple blossom. Fang Hengji wore a dark cloud-patterned silk robe with silver threads, a silver crown, and a jade belt. He was tall and handsome, with a calm and steady presence that made him look both noble and reserved. The Ruixiang courtyard was still as magnificent and solemn as before. Mu Qianyin and Fang Hengji entered the courtyard hand in hand. When the servants saw them, they all knelt down to greet them. "Servants, greetings to the young master and the lady." Fang Hengji stood tall and straight, nodded lightly, and looked at Mu Qianyin without speaking. Mu Qianyin knew he was trying to show his authority. She smiled gratefully at him and said to the servants, "Everyone get up." "Thank you, madam." All the servants in Ruixiang courtyard were very nervous and had complicated feelings about the lady. When she was still the second wife, they had often spoken unkindly about her. Although at that time, they only dared to act this way because they followed the old lady's instructions, they still felt very proud of themselves for bullying their mistress despite being servants. Now that the old lady has lost her mind and the main wife has taken over the household, they probably won't have such easy days in the future. When they saw that the main wife didn't scowl at them, but instead kindly asked them to stand up, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Qianyin didn't look at these servants with different thoughts anymore. She didn't believe in repaying evil with kindness. She wouldn't forgive those who had bullied her in the Yuxiang courtyard. Anyway, the entire back house would belong to her in the future. When she had free time, she would deal with everything slowly, without rushing. On the main seat, Mother Fang, waiting for the new daughter-in-law to serve tea, saw Mu Qianyin's face, and her mind started to become fuzzy again.
Mu Qianyin.
My second daughter-in-law? And What about Jinji? Momo Zhao whispered to her, old madam, this is your eldest son's wife.
No.
Mother Fong shook her head wildly, pointing at Mu Qiannin's face. I know her. She's that troublemaker, Mu Qiannin. She's the one who caused Jinji's death. After thinking for a moment, she said, no, that's not right. Jinji didn't die. He's still alive. She looked at Fong Hingji, who stood straight but looked very calm, and smiled. So Jinji was here. She remembered now. Today was their big wedding day. Momo Zhao, quickly bring the tea. Momo Zhao clenched her hands, looking a bit hesitant as she looked at the eldest son. Should she serve the tea now? Fong Hingji nodded slightly at her, knowing that she should first let Qiannin serve the tea. Mu Qiannin felt wronged for Fong Hingji. He was about to marry his wife, yet his own mother had forgotten him and mistaken someone else for her. She gently placed her hand in his and gave it a light squeeze. Fong Hingji held her hand tightly, looked down at her, and gave her a small smile, then slowly shook his head. Mu Qiannin knew he was worried that Mother Fong might get too upset and refuse to serve the tea, so he was willing to endure this unfairness. But she couldn't accept that. She felt heartache. Mu Qiannin lowered her eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. Momo Zhao brought the tea forward, and Mu Qiannin remained very obedient throughout. She knelt, served the tea, and called her mother. But after the tea ceremony was over, she suddenly pulled Fong Hingji closer and stepped nearer to Mother Fong. She loudly said, Mother, I am your eldest daughter-in-law, Mu Qiannin. This is my husband, your eldest son, Fong Hingji. Thank you for giving birth to such an excellent son. From now on, I will take good care of him on behalf of you, so he can become the happiest man in the world. She spoke confidently, emphasizing words like eldest daughter-in-law, eldest son, and Fong Hingji, making it clear enough for Mother Fong to hear. Mother Fong was stunned by her words, like a string of firecrackers, and her eyes flickered between the two of them. After a moment, she suddenly hugged her head and screamed, No, that's not right. This is Jinji. Jinji is not dead. He's back. Nanny Zhao quickly stepped forward to support her, anxiously saying, Old madam, look again. This really is the eldest son. Mother Fong's eyes were cloudy. She suddenly pushed away Nanny Zhao and rushed toward Fong Hingji. She reached out to grab his face, shouting, You're not my Jinji. You're a bad person. How are you not dead? Give Jinji back to me. Seeing her nails about to scratch Fong Hingji's cheek, Mu Qiannin reacted quickly, stepping in front of him and grabbing her hand. She looked at her coldly and said, Jinji has been dead for a long time. The one standing here now is Fong Hingji. If Mother doesn't want the son, then we won't come anymore. After speaking, her calm gaze turned to Nanny Zhao, with a commanding presence like a head lady. She said softly, Mother is tired. Nanny Zhao, help Mother back to her room to rest. If you need anything, send someone to tell me. We are leaving now. Nanny Zhao understood that the Fong family was now under the control of the main wife. She sighed in relief and nodded. Yes, madam. Then she signaled a few maids to come forward and help Mother Fong down. When Fong Hingji saw Mu Qiannin pull him forward and speak his identity to his dazed mother, his chest was trembling violently. His mind went blank, and he lost the ability to think or react. He was trembling all over. So, when his mother tried to rush forward to grab him, even though his hands were clenched so tightly they turned white, he made no move. A wave of emotions, shock, gratitude, and being overwhelmed, surrounded him, making his eyes fill with tears. This was the first time in his life that someone stood in front of him to protect him when his mother wanted to hit him. The person protecting him was a gentle woman, his new wife. She stood in front of him, even unable to hide his chin with her head. Yet, despite her delicate appearance, she bravely stepped forward to defend him. He had never been protected like this before. Qian. Thank you, Fong Hingji said with a thick nasal voice, slowly and painfully expressing his gratitude. He knew that simple thanks were not enough to show how deeply moved he was. At this moment, he loved Mu Qiannin with all his heart, willing to die for her if needed. But he didn't want to die. He wanted to live well and be happy with Mu Qianyin. He poured his overflowing feelings into a tight hug, wishing he could merge into her. Mu Qianyin was almost breathless from his embrace, but this time she didn't struggle. Instead, she gently patted his back with her hands. Softly, like soothing a child, she said tenderly, "It's all over now. If you find it hard to speak in the future, I'll speak for you. When you see your mother next time, remember to bring me along. I won't let you be wronged again." Her confident words made Fong Hengji's furrowed brow relax, and his worries disappeared. His slender fingers gently brushed her dark hair, and his heart beat happily and passionately.
Okay.
Fong Hengji, busy with official duties, returned to his usual routine after visiting Mu Qianyin's family for the wedding celebration. Mu Qianyin finally had some free time to tidy up the backyard of the Fong family. All the servants who had bullied her before, except for Granny Zhao, had been sold off. The new servants she bought were all obediently under her control. Madame Zhao became the only survivor who escaped, living in constant fear. She devoted herself entirely to caring for the old lady, never daring to make mistakes. Every time she saw Mu Qianyin, she was more respectful than when facing the old lady. Fong Hengji never commented on the changes Mu Qianyin made. Mu Qianyin looked at the lively and healthy backyard of the Fong family and nodded with satisfaction. 1 month later, Mu Qianyin woke up feeling suddenly nauseous and weak. The system excitedly cheered in her mind. "Congratulations, host. You have been pregnant for a month. According to ancient doctors' methods, you can now feel the baby's movements." Mu Qianyin was happy and instinctively placed her hand on her belly. On the night of her wedding, she took the childbirth pill. Now she was carrying 2 little lives. Today, Fong Hengji was off duty. Seeing Mu Qianyin frowning slightly between her brows, he paused his movement to get up. "Qianqian, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Mu Qianyin looked into his eyes and nodded gently. Fong Hengji saw her hand on her belly, his expression tightening. He placed his large hand over hers and asked softly, "Could it be that I was too? Last night?" "No." Mu Qianyin quickly covered his mouth, stopping his words. She glared at him and coughed lightly. "Don't say everything out loud." "Then, where do you feel uncomfortable?" he asked worriedly. Mu Qianyin was not a doctor. If she directly said she was pregnant, it might seem a bit far-fetched. She pursed her lips and nonchalantly said, "I just feel a bit nauseous. It should pass soon." At breakfast, after drinking a sip of 3 delicacy soup, she suddenly put down her bowl and turned her head to vomit. Fong Hengji was startled and quickly supported her, turning to order Liang Zhen. "Hurry, send the family doctor here." Liang Zhen ran out quickly, while Chun Ning gently patted Mu Qianyin's back in worry. In her panic, she called out the previous titles. Miss, what's wrong? Is the food not clean? Or did you get an upset stomach?" "Don't scare the servants." Mu Qianyin waved her hand, unable to speak, her eyes filling with tears from discomfort. Fong Hengji was so worried that his eyes turned red. He ignored the others present and immediately picked her up onto his lap. His face was pale as he said, "Qianqian, don't scare me, stay strong, the palace doctor will be here soon." Mu Qianyin was too uncomfortable to speak. Seeing how nervous everyone was, she took several deep breaths to calm herself and swallowed the nausea. She weakly said, "I'm fine, just a little uncomfortable." Her discomfort was real. As someone who was pregnant for the first time, she realized that what she saw in TV shows and novels was not exaggerated. At this moment, a shopping page appeared in her mind. The system switched to the pill section and highlighted a pregnancy disappearance pill, which only costs 1 point. Highly recommended. Host buy this. Pills related to childbirth only cost 1 point as a service fee. It's a clearance sale. Mu Qianyin started with 50 points. She spent 10 points on a strength pill before, and last month she bought a twin pregnancy pill for 1 point. Now she has 39 points left. Seeing that the pill only costs 1 point, she bought it without hesitation. "Quickly give it to me." "Okay." The next second, her tongue felt sweet, and Mu Qianyin immediately felt refreshed. Her nausea and fatigue disappeared instantly. This really is a good thing. Mu Qianyin thought quickly. System, can the pills in the shop be given to others? Yes, host. Pills in the shop work for everyone. So, the host should earn more points. Not only is it good for herself, but in the future, she can also make a fortune with pills. This system is constantly promoting and pushing her to earn points, like a top salesperson. But with her current status, she isn't lacking in wealth. When needed, she can also use the pills to help others. Soon after, the palace doctor was dragged over by Liang Zhen, carrying a medicine box. Before catching his breath, he bowed and said, "Greetings, young master and madam." Fang Hengji waved his hand anxiously. No need for formalities. Quickly check the lady's pulse. Yes. At this moment, Mu Qianyin was still sitting on Fang Hengji's lap. She moved to slide down but was held tightly by him around her waist. Don't move. His expression was serious. Qian, let the doctor check first. All right. Mu Qianyin had no choice but to muster her courage and reach out her hand toward the palace doctor. The doctor carefully checked Mu Qianyin's pulse, feeling her breath and pressing with his fingertips. After a moment, his face lit up with happiness. He quickly knelt down to congratulate them, saying, "Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, madam. Your pulse is like a pearl rolling in a dish, swirling and moving. Definitely a sign of pregnancy. Madam, you're going to have good news." The servants inside the room heard this and immediately cheered, kneeling down to offer their congratulations. "Congratulations, young master." "Congratulations, madam." Fang Hengji was surprised at first, then burst into joy. His eyes turned red as he looked at Mu Qianyin's belly with disbelief. He reached out carefully, wanting to touch but hesitating. Mu Qianyin had just married in, and now she was pregnant, his child. He had never thought he would have his own child, nor believed he could be a good father. But since meeting Mu Qianyin, she kept surprising him again and again. Now, the woman he loved most was carrying his baby. Suddenly, he felt confident that he could be a good father. "Mu Qianyin, did you hear that? You're pregnant. We're going to have a baby." Fang Hengji's voice trembled with happiness, showing his joy. Mu Qianyin smiled gently and took his hand, placing it softly on her belly. "I heard, Hengji. I'm so happy." "I am too." "Mu Qianyin, thank you." Fang Hengji was moved and hugged her tightly, his face no longer calm. Before this, the clever Chun Ning had already paid the doctor and sent all the servants away. When she left, she crouched down, picked up the chubby Da Huang, and kindly closed the door, leaving the space for the loving couple. They embraced for a long time until Mu Qianyin's stomach made a gurgling sound. The warm atmosphere was broken, and she shyly looked up, feeling embarrassed as she nudged Fang Hengji. "Stop holding me. I'm hungry." Fang Hengji looked up from her neck, his eyes gentle and full of affection, with a hint of longing. He kissed her on the forehead. "Let's eat first, then I'll take you back to Mu's house to tell your parents the good news in person, okay?" When they arrived at Mu's house, Mu Qianyin told her parents she was pregnant. Mu Xian and Lu Ruanxiu were so happy they couldn't find their balance. Previously, Einer married the second son of the Fang family, but after a few months, he passed away and Einer was unable to conceive. Unexpectedly, just over a month after marrying the eldest son of the Fang family, she became pregnant. By the calendar, it seems she was pregnant on her wedding day. That's a joyful surprise. Lu Ruanxiu pulled Mu Qianyin into the room and carefully advised her on what to pay attention to during pregnancy. Don't eat foods that promote blood circulation. Avoid very cold foods, and don't eat too nourishing foods, as the baby might grow too big. Remember to walk around more, so that during delivery, you'll have an easier time. At the end, she blushed and covered her mouth, awkwardly whispering, "And about intimacy, cough. Be careful. It's best not to have it during the first 3 months. If you can avoid it throughout the pregnancy, that would be best. You should talk to your husband, don't cough, don't indulge too much." Mu Qianyin also felt a bit embarrassed after hearing this. Although she was thick-skinned, her mother talking about such private matters between spouses still felt strange. As for this matter, She thought Fong Heng's self-control should be enough to resist, but she might not be able to. Thinking about a tall, handsome man with perfect muscles lying beside her, if she didn't indulge, wouldn't that be a waste? Anyway, she definitely couldn't hold back. Plus, she had her system, which was very protective of the baby, so it wouldn't let anything happen to her child. The system proudly announced in her mind, "This system's childbirth pill has a built-in fetal protection function. Don't worry about your limited activity. Even if you do splits and walk 800 miles, the baby will stay safely in your womb. No problem at all."
See?
She said there was no issue.
But
Mu Qianyin closed her eyes and cursed silently. If you can't describe properly, don't bother. Who would walk 800 miles doing splits? Hee. That's just a metaphor. What I mean is not just 800 miles, even 8,000 miles is fine. I'm not going on a journey to seek enlightenment. Why don't you say 10,000 or 80,000 miles? If the host could walk that far, I dare to guarantee the baby won't fall out.
Mu Qianyin.
Forget it, just shut up. Oh, okay? Mu Qianyin and Fong Hingji were left at home by their parents, who took care of them warmly all day. After dinner, under the moonlight, they returned to the Fong family in a car filled with various health supplements. Finally, they washed up and lay down on the bed. Mu Qianyin skillfully rolled into Fong Hingji's arms, wrapping her arms around his waist and resting her thigh on him. Fong Hingji held her firmly, gently kissing her. From her forehead to her nose, then to her lips and earlobes, finally lingering softly on her neck. After waiting for a while, Mu Qianyin, missing her usual nightly routine, let out a small dissatisfied hum and looked up at him with a pout. Her lips, bright and red, made Fong Hingji's Adam's apple move up and down. But his hand stayed firmly on her waist, not moving at all. "Qian," he said in a husky voice, "you're pregnant now, so we can't. Then you should take it easy," Mu Qianyin softly suggested. "That's not possible, in case." Mu Qianyin gently frowned, reaching out to pinch him. "Humph.
Stinky man."
I knew it. Is it because I'm pregnant that I lost my charm? How could that be? You're the most beautiful," Fong Hingji quickly explained, remaining still as she pinched him. His muscles were too firm, so he didn't feel pain, but Mu Qianyin's hand hurt her a little. She gave up and started drawing circles on his chest. She raised an eyebrow, her eyes full of charm. "So, after I got pregnant, I lost my attractiveness." Fong Hingji gently rubbed her mischievous fingers, looking down at her enchanting smile. His eyes suddenly darkened. Then he quickly regained his composure, shaking his head with a helpless look. "Qian, your charm is endless. Then that's enough." Mu Qianyin giggled sweetly, turned over and lay on top of him. Tonight, she wore a coral-colored, sheer silk dress. The fabric was thin, soft, and translucent, revealing the contours of her skin under the candlelight. Her skin, smooth as congealed fat, contrasted beautifully with the coral color, making her look like the finest jade, flawless and pure. When she leaned toward him, her graceful, full figure was faintly visible through the silk, yet protected by a delicate strap, leaving just enough to tease the eye. It challenged Fong Hingji's self-control. His slender fingers clenched lightly, trembling with desire. Just as he was about to reach out to her, Mu Qianyin suddenly sat up, gently flicking her long hair that was gathered around her chest, and casually swept it behind her, then shook it loose. Her slender neck swayed lightly, her waist moved gracefully, her collarbones delicate, full of charm. Fong Hingji's Adam's apple moved rapidly. He suddenly reached out and grabbed her waist. Mu Qianyin gently slapped his hand away. Her enchanting eyes softly glanced at him, with slightly raised eyebrows and a playful look full of flirtation. "Little mischievous one." Fong Hingji clenched his teeth tightly, then forcefully turned around and pressed her onto the soft bed. Staring into her teasing and captivating eyes, Fong Hingji sighed softly and kissed her deeply. Mu Qianyin's voice carried a proud tone of success, her hands climbing onto his strong back as they kissed passionately. An hour later, it proved that everything was fine. Mu Qianyin stretched out her tender, white toes to tease him. Fong Hingji understood and, with deep eyes, moved closer again. 3 months into her pregnancy, Mu Qiannin's belly gradually rounded under her loose, winter clothes. Inspired by this, she specially designed a comfortable and beautiful line of maternity clothes for the Mu family business, which quickly became popular. Afternoon sunlight shone through the carved window lattice, casting mottled shadows on the blue brick floor inside. A silver wire charcoal brazier burned quietly, warming the room like spring. Mu Qiannin wore an elegant yellow, loose, woven gold dress, leaning on a noble consort's bed, holding a small storybook with soft silk pillows piled beside her. At her feet, 2 young maids sat on small stools, massaging her legs from both sides. Spring Ning sat on a small stool beside her, holding a clear crystal bowl filled with small pieces of fruit, feeding her with a silver fork. When she tasted the slightly sour flavor, Mu Qiannin squinted happily and let out a contented sigh. This comfortable, wealthy life was truly delightful. Although Fang Hingji was busy with official duties, he would rush home like the wind after work every day. No matter who invited him for socializing, he refused all, eager to return. When he arrived at Changfeng residence, he tiptoed into the room, afraid to disturb Mu Qiannin's peace. Mu Qiannin seemed to sense something and turned her head to see him brushing off the fresh snow from his shoulder, a gentle smile appearing on her face. "Hengji, you're back." Fang Hengji turned around, hung his black cloak on the coat rack, and strode toward her. His face was kind, and his voice was clear and gentle. "Don't move." The 3 maids saw the young master return, understood that their presence was no longer needed, silently bowed to him, and quickly left the room. Fang Hingji sat beside the noble consort's bed, carefully took out a box of delicate rice cakes from his bosom, and smiled as he handed it to her. "Freshly made, eat it while it's hot." This was Mu Qiannin's favorite snack. It was similar to modern sticky rice cakes, but made more delicately and in small, beautiful shapes of different flowers, like exquisite works of art. He touched the box with his cold winter snow-covered fingers, but warmed it with his hands. "Thank you." Mu Qiannin gratefully took the box, holding his large hand, and gently rubbed it with concern. "It's cold outside in the snow. Don't overexert yourself. What if you catch a cold?" Fang Hengji smiled softly, letting her warm his hands, and said gently, "It's not cold at all." He looked down at her face, then at her slightly protruding belly. He softly asked, "How do you feel today? Are the children causing you trouble?" Last month, the family doctor had already inferred from her pulse that she was carrying twins, which made him more anxious. Mu Qiannin shook her head, her face showing a healthy blush. "I feel fine. I eat well, sleep soundly, and the children are well behaved. That's good." Fang Hingji gently stroked her belly with his palm, then picked up a book she had just looked at from the small table. He glanced at the title, "A Love That Shocks the World," the evil king's exclusive favor for the foolish consort, then carefully opened the page she had folded and read aloud with calmness. Just as Su Li was trapped in despair, Yi Hanxian appeared like a divine being. He coldly surveyed everyone around him, his eyes filled with deadly intent. "Anyone who dares to harm my woman, I will make sure they have no place to hide." His voice was deep and magnetic, making this overly dramatic story sound surprisingly profound. Mu Qiannin stifled a laugh, leaning her head on his shoulder, her soft fingers covering his hand. Fang Hingji had previously said that reading books strains the eyes. If he was there, he would read storybooks for her. At first, he struggled to read the strange titles and the dull content, stumbling over the words and looking embarrassed. Sometimes he would give her meaningful looks, as if to say, "So all your tricky tricks are learned from these books?" Later, he got used to it. He could read the romantic scenes without changing his expression and even discuss the stories with her. "We haven't been reading for long," he said seriously. Mu Qiannin blushed and bit her lip, then pinched him. She kept pinching until she rolled onto the bed, saying that gentle exercise during pregnancy is good for childbirth. Men's strange desire to win and lose. Sometimes, Fang Hingji would cook himself, preparing nourishing dishes for Mu Qiannin based on what he learned about pregnant women's diets. He wore a fancy robe and an apron, busy in the kitchen, which was very different from his usual calm, cold, and serious look. Although his cooking skills were average, he carefully chose the ingredients, and a cook was watching to make sure he didn't add too much salt or sugar. Mu Qianyin enjoyed the food very much. Besides that, Lu Ruanxia would visit every now and then, bringing lots of good things. Now, the storage room was full of supplements enough for her to have 3 more children, and her baby clothes filled several big cabinets, enough to wear different outfits every day. Throughout her pregnancy, Mu Qianyin lived happily and joyfully. Finally, the day of delivery arrived. That night, before sleeping, Mu Qianyin felt her abdomen tighten repeatedly, but it didn't hurt. As she reached the late stage of pregnancy, she often experienced false contractions, which would soon go away, so she didn't pay much attention. However, the system suddenly sent a reminder. "Host, you should give birth tonight." Mu Qianyin's eyes flickered slightly. She counted the days and realized she was about 5 or 6 days earlier than the expected due date. The system explained, "Multiple births often come early. Rest assured, the system will prevent any complications during labor." Hearing this, Mu Qianyin calmed down. The palace doctor, midwife, and nurse were all staying at the residence, and the delivery room was already prepared. Starting this month, the kitchen is prepared with hot water all day to simmer nourishing soup, to prevent Mu Qianyin from going into early labor. Everything is ready. Fang Hengji is also nearby. She has little to worry about. She rests her legs on Fang Hengji and falls asleep peacefully. In the middle of the night, Mu Qianyin is awakened by a sudden cramp in her lower abdomen. She takes a gentle breath and quickly buys a painless delivery pill from the market, then takes it immediately. Noticing her breathing change, Fang Hengji suddenly opens his eyes. "Qianqian, what's wrong?" The pain has subsided, but Mu Qianyin now only feels her uterus tightening. She lightly grips Fang Hengji's arm and speaks with normal panic. "Hengji, I think I'm about to give birth." Fang Hengji turns over and sits up quickly, putting on his coat while softly comforting her. "Qianqian, don't be afraid. Stay lying down and don't move." He then immediately opens the door, where Liang Zhen and Chun Ning are waiting outside. He calmly orders, "Madam is about to give birth. Liang Zhen, go call the doctor and the midwife. Chun Ning, go get water from the kitchen for the delivery room." Yes, the Longfeng residence quickly lights up with lamps. All the servants work efficiently, busy, but orderly. Fang Hengji returns, gently lifts Mu Qianyin with the quilt, and holds her. He looks down at her slightly furrowed brows, feeling deep affection. "Qianqian, don't be afraid. I'm here." Mu Qianyin looks at him dependently. "With you here, I'm not afraid. It doesn't hurt that much. Don't be too nervous." Fang Hengji knows she's comforting him. Usually, if he accidentally hurts her, she would complain, but giving birth is a big event, like walking on the edge of danger. Of course it hurts. He kisses her forehead and softly comforts her with tenderness. "Be good. I won't let anything happen to you." In the delivery room, the midwife is already waiting. Mu Qianyin feels no pain at all. Afraid Fang Hengji might worry if he stays inside, she urges him to go out. "Hengji, you should go out." Fang Hengji wants to stay but holds her hand tightly, saying, "It's okay. We don't need to follow all the rules." Mu Qianyin bites her lip. "But if you stay here, I'll be distracted." She glances at the midwife again. The experienced midwife was professional and, noticing the lady's gaze, advised gently, "Young miss, during childbirth, the mother needs to stay focused. It's best if you step outside and wait." When Fang Hengji heard how serious the situation was, he immediately gave up the idea. He nervously touched Mu Qianyin's cheek. "I'll stay just outside. If you need anything, call me. Don't hold it in, okay?" Mu Qianyin nodded.
All right. You go out now.
"Don't forget to tell my parents. They've already been informed. You don't need to worry about anything." "Okay." Fang Hengji kept turning to look back as he left the room, standing straight outside like a mountain Buddha. Not only had Mu Qianyin managed to calm all the servants in the Fang household, but even those who were not obedient wouldn't dare have bad thoughts while seeing him standing there. Soon, Mu's parents arrived. They spoke with Mu Qianyin outside the door. After seeing she was doing well mentally, they gave a few instructions and stayed by the door. Having family and loved ones nearby, and feeling no pain herself, made her think there was nothing to fear. Mu Qianyin listened carefully to the midwife's commands. She used her strength when needed and sipped some nourishing herbal soup when resting, cooperating fully. Finally, at dawn, the first cry of a baby sounded from the delivery room.
Wow. Wow.
Wow, the voice was clear and strong. The midwife looked at the healthy baby with a happy smile, but didn't rush to announce the good news. She quietly told Mu Qianyin, who was awake, "Congratulations, madam. It's a little boy." Then she quickly handled the baby's umbilical cord, cleaned him, wrapped him in soft cloth, and placed him beside Mu Qianyin. Soon after, the second baby was born. With the experience from the first, the second delivery went even more smoothly. About half an hour later, the second child was also born successfully.
Wow. Wow.
Wow. Congratulations, madam. Another little boy. The midwife kept working efficiently, wrapping the second prince in cloth and cleaning up the mess. There was plenty of hot water, and the servants worked calmly. Mu Qianyin soon recovered and felt clean and refreshed. She took a postpartum recovery pill quickly. After everything was settled, the midwife softly asked, "Madam, the delivery room is now open for visitors." "Yes." Mu Qianyin's voice was a little tired, but gentle as she said, "Go and share the good news." "Yes, madam." The midwife and Chun Ning each held a baby, and from outside the door, they announced the good news to the masters. At the same time, cheers sounded outside, and Mu Qianyin's mind exploded with excitement. When the system spoke, it even had a fireworks effect. "Congratulations, host. Both children carry excellent genes. 200 points have been credited to your account."
Please check.
Mu Qianyin watched her points jump from 36 to 236, and she suddenly felt very safe. She stared eagerly at Fong Hengji rushing into the room, her pupils shining brightly. She could still have more children. Fong Hengji had been unable to hear Mu Qianyin's voice. Originally, he was so nervous that his heart was pounding, and he didn't even look at the children, rushing straight to her bedside. But seeing her bright, lively eyes, he felt he might have worried too much. He found it a bit amusing. Still, he gently bent down, stroked her messy hair, and softly asked, "Qianqian, how do you feel?" At this moment, Lu Ruanqiu also rushed in, looking at her with concern. "Einer, how do you feel?" Mu Xian, standing outside the door, called out loudly, "Einer, Dad is outside. Dad is here with you. I saw the two grandchildren. One looks like your son-in-law, and the other looks like you." His voice was excited and happy, clearly very pleased. Lu Ruanqiu wanted to go out and tell him to be quiet. "Lower your voice." Hearing his wife scold him, Mu Xian immediately fell silent and obediently said, "Oh." Then he peeked through the door crack again. He also reminded the young maid who had opened the door a little, "Don't open the crack too wide. Be careful of the wind blowing in and disturbing my daughter and grandchildren." Lu Ruanqiu rolled her eyes and wanted to shout at him, "If you're worried about the wind, don't peek at the door." She held back, deciding to give her son-in-law some face in front of his father. She softly told Mu Qianyin, "Your body is weak now. Don't overexert yourself responding to your father. Be careful with your health." Seeing her parents healthy and lively, bickering in front of her, Mu Qianyin couldn't help but smile happily. She said to them, "I'm fine. Both children are well behaved. I didn't suffer much." Fong Hengji looked at the two chubby, pink-cheeked little children, his face full of the joy of becoming a father for the first time. He carefully held one of the children, looked down, and softly said, "This little face looks just like Qianqian." Lu Ruanqiu also leaned over, full of love. "These two children will surely be handsome and extraordinary in the future." Mu Qianyin had not spoken yet, but the system proudly responded, "Of course. We residents of Mobius Planet are the best in appearance, physique, and intelligence." Unfortunately, Lu Ruanqiu couldn't hear this. Mu Qianyin smiled slightly and yawned. To ensure that her first child would have the Mu surname, so her parents could rest easy, she chose to have twin boys. Actually, she wanted a soft, fragrant girl more. Next time, she definitely wanted to have a daughter. Fong Hengji didn't know that, just after the first birth, Mu Qianyin was already planning for the second. Seeing her tired, he gently whispered in her ear, "Sleep now. I will stay here with you." Mu Qianyin's consciousness gradually blurred, and she closed her eyes peacefully. The two children, the older one resembling Fong Hengji, the younger one resembling Mu Qianyin. Fong Hengji named them, the older one Fong Yuan, the younger Mu Yushuan. Although Mu Yushuan has the Mu surname, he is still raised by the Fong family. When he grows up, he will inherit the Mu family's estate. Mu Qianyin began her difficult postpartum confinement. In ancient times, sitting month was very hard, boring, and no bathing. Actually, as long as she didn't catch a cold and her wounds didn't get infected, she could bathe. But this was hard to explain to the elders. They had been doing it this way for thousands of years, so there was some truth to it. To prevent Mu Qianyin from disobeying, Lu Ruanqiu moved into the Fong residence and stayed with her for 40 days during her confinement. In fact, Mu Qianyin recovered completely the day after giving birth. Her abdomen was firm and smooth, with no stretch marks. But she couldn't say anything and could only obediently listen to her mother. She felt like she was going to spoil, uncomfortable all over. So, after her mother went back to her room at night, she secretly begged Fong Hengji to bring some hot water so she could take a quick, small bath. Fong Hengji originally didn't want to agree. He thought Mu Qianyin was fragrant from head to toe and didn't need a bath, but he was worried she might catch a cold. However, she looked at him with teary eyes, feeling wronged and on the verge of tears, which made his heart ache.
So he went along with it.
The two of them secretly kept this matter very quiet. Initially, Lu Ruanqiu wanted Mu Qianyin to stay in confinement for a full 100 days, saying, the confinement period is 100 days, so her body could recover better. Mu Qianyin was so frightened that she jumped a few times right in front of Lu Ruanqiu, even lifting her belly to show her she was fully recovered. Lu Ruanqiu was startled but also convinced that her daughter was in excellent health. Reluctantly, she moved back home. On the day Mu Qianyin was officially released, she took a thorough bath, feeling as if she had lost several pounds instantly. She was smiling seductively, humming a little tune, changing into a pink-purple slip dress, and planning how to enjoy herself later with Fong Hengji. Suddenly, her waist tightened. Then, she felt dizzy, and in the next moment, her body sank into a soft bed.
Huh?
Are you using light skills? She looked confused. Fong Hengji's eyes were dark, his breath hot, and his palm had already reached into her delicate little dress. Gently applying pressure, he asked in a husky voice, Qian, is this okay? Mu Qianyin's eyes lit up, naturally agreeing. She immediately lifted her leg to hook around him and leaned back to kiss his soft lips. A greedy girl and a passionate man tangled together, like a thunderbolt igniting a fire. The two little babies were sleeping soundly in the nurse's room, while the main room was filled with noise all night. The next day, both husband and wife looked visibly satisfied, each feeling they had enjoyed themselves very much. Mu Qianyin wanted to get pregnant right away with her longed-for daughter, but then she remembered she would need to stay in confinement after giving birth. During confinement, she couldn't take a bath and had to rest for so many days, which made her hesitate. She decided to enjoy her youth first and have some fun. In the following years, Mu Qianyin's daily routine was very regular. She would stay up late playing with her beloved husband, then sleep until late morning the next day, take a short nap at noon with her husband, spend the afternoon with the children, and continue having fun at night. She felt very happy. As for the Rue Xiang court. Anyway, Fong Hengji is still Fong Mu's son, and they cannot cut ties completely. Children always need to see their grandmother. During festivals, Fong Hengji and Mu Qianyin take the two children to visit her and stay for a while. They don't expect a deep grandparent-grandchild bond, only to honor their ancestors and their conscience. Fong Mu is sometimes clear-headed, sometimes confused. When she is clear, she shows little love or warmth toward the children, with no sign of affection on her face. When she is confused, she calls out Hengji and Jinji to the children. She hugs and kisses Jinji, stuffing toys into his arms, but often yells at Hengji. Once, the two children were playing with a shiny ball and having fun when Fangmu suddenly rushed over and pushed Hengji away. "You're the older brother. How can you take things from your younger brother?" At that time, the children had just learned to walk and were unsteady on their feet. If Fangmu had pushed them so roughly, they might have fallen badly. Fortunately, Chun Ning quickly stepped in, using her body to cushion the fall, so the children were unharmed. But the children were still so frightened that they cried loudly, their faces turning red. Fang Hengji and Mu Qianyin felt heartbroken and held them, comforting them for a long time. Since then, the children no longer liked to visit their grandmother. When they did, they would hide behind their parents, looking shy and pitiful. The children are twins and should grow up happily together. But if they are treated unfairly from a young age, it might leave a shadow on them when they grow up. Fang Hengji decided not to bring the children to Rui Xiang Court anymore, as if their grandmother didn't exist. In this ancient time where filial piety is above all, Mu Qianyin watched Fang Hengji make this difficult decision without saying anything. She didn't try to persuade him to change his mind, because for them, the children are the most important. When both boys turned 4 and started their early education, Mu Qianyin planned for a second pregnancy. This time, she was pregnant with triplets. She had no morning sickness this time, ate well, moved quickly, and looked very healthy. Her figure remained slim. From behind, she didn't look like a pregnant woman at all. Lianjun watched the two little princes running around happily and also looked at the adults walking in the garden with the doctor. Just by looking at the adults' back, you can tell they are very happy inside. They also want to get married. He secretly asked the adult for their opinion, and they said it was up to him. He also asked the lady of the house. She said as long as he truly liked Chun Ning and Chun Ning agreed, she had no objections. But Chun Ning! Liangjun lowered his head. He saw Chun Ning sitting on a small stool with a little basket on her lap, happily sewing a red tiger head hat. He stood straight and moved slightly, blocking the bright sunlight from her. Isn't he thoughtful? Would Chun Ning be very touched? Suddenly, Chun Ning let out a small cry, almost poking her own hand. She looked up, annoyed, and said, "Move aside. You're blocking my light." "Huh?" Liangjun was a bit confused and sincerely said, "I'm worried you're hot." Chun Ning rolled her eyes at him. "It's autumn now, and it's late afternoon. How could I be hot? Go away. Don't block my light." "Okay." Liangjun obediently moved aside, scratched his head in frustration, and looked a little sad. Did he fail to show kindness? He wanted to cry. It's so hard to chase after a wife. In the second pregnancy, Mu Qianyin gave birth to 1 boy and 2 girls. The system cheerfully announced, "Congratulations, host. All 3 children carry excellent genes. 300 points have been credited to your account. Please check." Mu Qianyin happily watched her points increase to 5 digits, smiling with her eyes. This time, she was pregnant with triplets as an experiment. She felt that if she increased the man's favorability to the highest level, no matter how many children she had, they would all have excellent genes. But she only planned to have 3 children in 1 pregnancy. Although her system's medication made multiple pregnancies safe, she was worried that a big belly would limit the children's growth space and affect their development. Mu Qianyin happily looked at her 2 pink, adorable daughters, seeing that they resembled her and Fang Hengji and loved them very much. Her son was also cute, and she hugged and kissed him. Seeing Mu Qianyin so satisfied with her daughters, Fang Hengji was a little nervous. After the nurse took the children downstairs, he tentatively said, "Qian, we won't have more children in the future. I can take the contraceptive medicine." How could that be? Mu Qianyin still wanted to earn more points. So, before Fang Hengji made up his mind, she quickly became pregnant with their 3rd child. Then she happily assured him, "Hengji, after this baby is born, I don't want to have more children. Let's go back to our old way, okay?" Fang Hengji coughed lightly and said, "All right then." Mu Qianyin had 3 children in this small world, a boy and a girl, both with excellent genes, earning her 300 more points. In this small world, She had a total of 8 children, 5 boys and 3 girls.
Grandpa.
Grandma. The children's innocent voices echoed through the corridor of the Mu residence, bringing life to the house. The 8 grandchildren, like happy little deer, laughed and played as they jumped down from the carriage, heading straight to Mu Xian and Lu Ruanxio's main courtyard. The oldest two, Fong Yuanan and Mu Yuxuan, were already 12 years old. The youngest, Xiao Lu, Xiao Qi, and Xiao Ba, were only 5. They all looked delicate and lively, like porcelain dolls. When the 2 elders received the news, they were happily walking outside when the little 7th and 8th grandchildren ran over and hugged their legs. Xiao Qi, with a delicate face and bright eyes, looked up and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, your grandson misses you so much. I miss you too, I do." Xiao Ba hugged Lu Ruanxio's leg and shook it. "Grandma, did you miss me?" "Of course I did." Lu Ruanxio smiled so broadly she couldn't close her mouth. She bent down and picked up Xiao Ba, kissing her chubby little face. Then she gently touched each grandchild's head. "Grandma misses you all very much." Although the children all had formal names, the family still liked to call them by their birth order, feeling it made them proud. After all, no other family had 8 legitimate children. Lu Ruanxio loved taking all 8 grandchildren out to banquets. Every time they went in a big group, they could all sit at one table. When she saw others looking at them with envy, she felt her life was worth it. But she was so superficial. In the afternoon, after playing for a while, the children began to settle down and study. The eldest, Fong Yuan, loved martial arts and was calm and steady, showing the demeanor of a big brother. He was busy practicing martial arts with his younger brothers on the flat ground, occasionally glancing at little 7 doing horse stance, acting like a caring family head. Second brother Mu Yuxuan had a talent for business, was very good with numbers, and was already managing half of the Mu family's business with the clicking of the abacus. Younger sisters 4 and 5 sat quietly beside him, one reading a book, the other looking at account books. 8th younger sibling wore a colorful little dress, spinning and jumping under the tree, dancing freely. The sound of her cheerful laughter filled the entire yard. Mu Xian and Lu Ruanxio watched happily from nearby, smiling as they looked at their talented grandchildren. Mu Qianin and Fong Hengji, on the other hand, became free people. The couple didn't need to watch the children, so they held hands and strolled in the garden. Fong Hengji was already 37 years old. Time had quietly touched his face, making him look more calm and reserved, like a pine tree swaying in the wind, steady and graceful. Mu Qianin admired his handsome side profile, her smile gentle. She felt that Fong Hengji's calm and composed aura was especially attractive. How is it that this man, the older he gets, the more charming he becomes? Noticing her gaze, Fong Hengji smiled slightly, turning his head to meet her eyes. Mu Qianin, now in her early 30s, had shed her youthful innocence, but blossomed like a flower in full bloom, shining even brighter. She was still delicate and soft, with snow-white skin and charming looks. Every smile and frown was full of allure, truly a walking beauty. Seeing her unhidden affection in her eyes, a gentle smile appeared in Fong Hengji's eyes. He reached out and tapped her forehead, whispering in her ear, "Be good, not now. After we get home." Hiss. Mu Qianin pouted playfully and shot him a glare. This man. In front of others, he always looked serious and stern. His expressionless face could make wrongdoers confess immediately just by looking at them. But when they were alone, he was full of teasing words, often making her blush and feel like hitting him.
But
she liked it so much. At this moment, the system asked in her mind, "Host, the hidden task is complete. Do you want to leave the small world?"
no.
Mu Qianin answered firmly, "Life is so wonderful now. Why rush to leave? I want to grow old with my children and slowly age alongside Fong Hengji." The system did not persuade her. After all, human lifespans are only a few decades, and it doesn't rush this time. Moreover, it subtly sensed that the host's choice might become a bonus point. Fong Hengji passed away peacefully at 92, leaving this world in his sleep. Throughout his life, He never took a concubine, only Mu Qianyin as his wife. They loved each other for many years, becoming a beautiful story. Before leaving, Mu Qianyin filled her space to the brim. Although 100 cubic meters isn't very large, if packed tightly from top to bottom, it could hold many things. She prepared plenty of cooked food and fruits, as well as clothes, shoes, socks, blankets, various containers, weapons, medicines, and even a few basins of hot water. She also stored many pieces of jewelry. These are valuable assets, which can be exchanged for money in any small world they might enter later. She included portraits of their family members too. Now, the Fong family has become a large, thriving clan. Fong Yuan was appointed prime minister and highly valued by the emperor, ruling above others. The other children of the Fong family also excelled in their fields. Their descendants, including children and grandchildren, numbered nearly 100. The Mu family's lineage also continued strongly. Under Mu Yuxuan's leadership, they became the top merchant in the world, with wealth rivaling a nation. Mu Qianyin had no regrets in her life. On the third day after Fong Hingji's passing, she peacefully left this world in her sleep.
Ding!
Congratulations, host. You completed the hidden task, ensuring Mu family's parents had a happy old age. Reward: 1,000 points. Mu Qianyin's consciousness returned to the system space, and she saw her points balance had increased to 1730, a satisfied smile on her lips. In this small world, her life had been very smooth, with hardly any need to use points. Except once, when Fong Hingji was investigating a corruption case and was secretly ambushed, severely injured, and unconscious. The doctor said he might not survive. At that time, Fong Hingji was only 40 years old, and Mu Qianyin couldn't bear to see him die. She spent 100 points to buy a universal cure pill in the mall and secretly fed it to him. Within a few seconds of taking the medicine, Fong Hingji's pale face gradually regained some color. A few minutes later, he became conscious. An hour later, he was full of energy, making the doctor marvel at his recovery. This also let Mu Qianyin see the power of the system's pills. Thinking of her late husband, Fong Hingji, Mu Qianyin still felt a bit sad. She covered her chest and looked at the robot in front of her. System, you said that in the future, they can all return to me? That can't be a lie, right? Of course not. But the host must have an S rating in every small world. Then what are we waiting for? Let's rate it. Submitting data. The indicator lights in the system space lit up, first yellow, then blue, then red, and finally turned into a colorful display that kept flashing before her eyes. The system made a mechanical exclamation. Wow. It's an S level. Congratulations, host. Your first small world rating is S level. Great. My ranking won't drop. I might even move up dozens of places. You're awesome, host. Mu Qianyin was also very happy. What rewards do I get for an S level? Don't hesitate. Give me everything. The system became excited, and even its mechanical voice changed to a cute cartoon tone. Okay. Then Mu Qianyin saw a glowing orb appear in its hand. After flickering, inside, she saw Fong Hengji's soul form, looking like he did when he was young. She was so shocked that her pupils widened, staring at it without blinking. The system held the orb in front of Mu Qianyin for display, then it automatically floated into a semi-transparent space in the air. The system said, "This is Fong Hengji's soul form. If the host truly wins the ultimate prize, after the quick transmigration ends, this system can send their souls into the world you choose, so you can be together forever." Will they still remember me then? Of course. The ultimate prize is a reward, not something that requires the host to go through more challenges. That's good. Mu Qianyin felt very happy. She decided that in the future, she would choose a world of cultivation or a female-dominant world, gather all her handsome men, and create a top-level battlefield. He. While daydreaming, a large spinning wheel appeared before her. Host, draw a prize. This lottery was something Mu Qianyin had been looking forward to for a long time. She stared at the skills with shining eyes, each one she really wanted. But the ones she wanted most were strength and medical skills. These are life-saving abilities, useful in any world she might enter. She clasped her hands together, silently prayed to various deities in her mind, then pressed the draw button. The pointer on the wheel started spinning, gradually slowing down, and finally stopped at a slot.
Mu Chanyuin smiled happily.
Top level, martial arts.
Great.
I'm so lucky. The system was also surprised by the host's good luck. Although the wheel had many skills, most of the options gave points, so what she got depended entirely on luck. No tricks could be played. Unexpectedly, she drew such a useful skill on her first try. Congratulations, host. Please close your eyes. Mu Qianyin obediently closed her eyes. In the next moment, a golden light shot up from the wheel and entered her forehead. She instantly felt her body fill with strength, and her mind suddenly gained various movements and techniques, as if they were carved into her body. Wow, so amazing! She opened her eyes and looked at her hands. They were still smooth as jade, with slender fingers, nothing like a martial artist. Host, do you want to open the next small world? Mu Qianyin was eager to try. She was curious about what the next world would be like.
But,
my children, host, don't worry. After they pass away in their original world, our system will use the method of collecting their soul and body to bring them back to the Mobius planet. Will we see each other again someday? If the host is lucky enough to visit our planet in the future, perhaps yes. Will they remember me? Of course not. Oh, okay then. Being a mother and child for a lifetime is already fate. Just as Mu Qianyin prepared to go to the next small world, the system asked her, Host, do you want to block emotions and memories? Is this a required choice? You can choose not to, but if the host carries feelings when conquering another excellent man, she might not be able to fully immerse herself. That's true. Mu Qianyin sincerely cares for Fang Hingji. If she carries feelings for him and then tries to win over another man, she feels she might not be able to fully invest. Then block emotions, but don't block memories. Everything in my mind is useful. Understood. Emotions are now blocked. Transporting to the small world. After blocking her emotions, Mu Qianyin's sadness instantly disappeared without a trace. Now, when she thought of Fang Hingji, she could remember everything about him, but it felt like watching someone else's story, and her heart no longer stirred. After a brief darkness, Mu Qianyin's consciousness gradually returned. When she fully woke up, the first thing she noticed was the strange silence around her. Then came a strong feeling of hunger and coldness. She suddenly opened her eyes. The room was dim, and she blinked a few times to adapt to the light. She found herself in a dull, gray room with old tables, chairs, and beds. The bed was hard and thin, with a rough blanket barely providing warmth. Mu Qianyin immediately sat up, frowning slightly. This place is so desolate. Could she have traveled to a poor household? Now that she had gained martial skills, her hearing seemed much sharper than before. She could even hear the sound of wind and leaves outside the wall. She focused her attention, listened carefully, and found no unusual sounds nearby. Then, a bowl of hot meat porridge appeared in her hands. The porridge was at the right temperature. She drank a few bites and ate 2 pieces of snack, feeling a bit stronger. She noticed she was wearing a thin, ancient dress. She took out some thicker clothes from her space, put them on, and called out to the system. System, send the plot. Story transmission in progress. This time, Mu Qianyin's identity is higher than in the previous small world. She is the legitimate daughter of Marquis Jing'an. She is currently in the palace's cold palace. The original Mu Qianyin was known for her beauty and was called the most beautiful woman in the capital. She has a lively and straightforward personality, comes from a noble family, and originally lived a very happy life. Last year, after reaching adulthood, her family was busy arranging marriage proposals. Her mother, Su Jinghua, wanted to find a suitable match for her so she could continue her carefree life. However, at a temple fair, Emperor Xianyuan Hong fell in love with her at first sight. The next day, he issued an order to bring her into the palace as a concubine and granted her the title, Zhao, The imperial decree was clear and unchangeable. Even though the original Mu Qianyin didn't know what the emperor looked like and didn't want to become a concubine, the decree had been issued. No matter how unwilling she was, she had to enter the palace. This might not be a bad thing. Her father was General Jing'an, and as the legitimate daughter, she would always have her family's support, even in the palace. Plus, she knew some martial arts, so she wouldn't be bullied. But the trouble started with Emperor Xianyuanhong. Although the decree to make her a concubine had been issued, entering the palace required choosing an auspicious date from the heavenly observatory and completing some necessary procedures. Even if it was quick, she would have to wait 3 months. Xianyuanhong couldn't wait. He was naturally a lustful man, and he was captivated by her beauty. He desperately wanted to bring her into the palace immediately. He couldn't bear the loneliness and secretly visited the Marquis Jing'an's residence, hoping to develop feelings with her. But the original Mu Qianyin was not happy about this marriage proposal. She didn't feel flattered by Xianyuanhong's actions and was very cold toward him.
Xianyuanhong didn't mind.
He was used to women flattering him, and sometimes a woman who didn't listen was even more interesting. After all, he was the ruler of a country. Any woman in the world he desired would be his. After visiting the residence several times, Xianyuanhong also set his sights on Mu Qianyin's younger sister, Mu Miaoyi. If Mu Qianyin's appearance and temperament were bright and charming, Mu Miaoyi was pure and innocent. No matter what type, Xianyuanhong liked them all. The process of making someone a concubine was complicated, but if he wanted to make her a noble lady, the process was much simpler. Soon after, Mu Miaoyi was brought back to the palace by Xianyuanhong and was made a noble lady, gaining much favor. Her original sister only entered the palace yesterday, several months later than Mu Miaoyi. At this time, Mu Miaoyi had been promoted from noble lady to gentle consort and was very popular. This morning, when Mu Miaoyi happily came to visit her sister, the original self did not yet know that Mu Miaoyi had already decided how to get rid of her. Mu Miaoyi clearly knew how she had gained her current status. She took advantage of the time when the emperor came to visit Mu Qianyin at their home, pretending every day to pass by casually. Once, she accidentally bumped into the emperor, tearing his robe. Using this as an excuse, she invited him to her courtyard to sew his clothes. Since then, whenever the emperor visited her sister, he would also come to see her. Mu Miaoyi knew that the emperor actually preferred her sister. In his heart, she was just a plaything to pass the time when her sister ignored him. But her aunt had taught her that if she wanted something, she had to fight for it herself. Otherwise, she would always be an unnoticed daughter of the Marquis of Jing'an. Once her sister married, her stepmother would find her a husband of similar background, and she would never have a chance to rise. She was unwilling. As a daughter of the Marquis of Jing'an, why could Mu Qianyin enter the palace to become a consort, but she was only fit to marry a commoner? When the emperor visited her courtyard again, she timed it perfectly, undressed, and bathed inside. When the emperor entered and saw her panicked look, he closed the door with a teasing expression and stepped inside. Being taken into the palace ahead of schedule made Mu Miaoyi very proud. When she entered the palace that day, her aunt was so happy she cried. In the harem, Mu Miaoyi learned that there were many consorts, besides the empress, including several high-ranking ones. Soon, Mu Qianyin would also enter. As a low-ranking noble lady, it was very difficult for her to stand out. She used all her tricks to beautify the emperor, who was very charming. He visited her room 3 or 4 days out of 10, showing her much affection. But after their passionate moments, he would always mention Mu Qianyin's name. Holding her in his arms, he looked at her longingly and said, "Miaoyi, you are truly wonderful. I wonder if your sister Mu Qianyin is the same, also finding such joy?"
Mu Miaoyi secretly clenched her fists.
Was the day Mu Qianyin entered the palace also the day she lost favor? She was anxious to get pregnant to strengthen her position, but after several months, her belly showed no signs of pregnancy. Not only her, but everyone in the harem, even the empress, had never been pregnant. Although the emperor didn't say it openly, Mu Miaoyi knew he must really want a child. So today she planned a scheme. After chatting with her original self, Mu Miaoyi had just returned to her palace. Before long, her maid Hongruei ran out crying. Hongruei was crying and screaming all the way, and the whole harem heard the noise. People came out to check. They heard Hongruei outside the imperial study crying and saying that Lady Ro's monthly cycle had been delayed for several days. Today, after drinking tea at concubine Zhao's palace, she had severe abdominal pain. When the imperial doctors examined her, it turned out she had a miscarriage. She begged the emperor to decide for Lady Ro. Everyone in the palace was shocked. Lady Ro was pregnant, and she had a miscarriage? This was the emperor's first child. How could concubine Zhao dare to do this? Everyone believed that Mu Qianyin was behind this. She was jealous that her half-sister entered the palace before her, and that Lady Ro was favored and pregnant. So, she wanted to eliminate the baby. Maybe she had bullied her half-sister at home, and even after entering the palace, she still felt fearless. Even Xian Yuanhong was not an exception. Mu Qianyin was rebellious and difficult to control. Even the emperor didn't take her seriously, and she might have done something to hurt her half-sister. Lady Ro was the most gentle and innocent. After losing her child, she even begged him to spare her sister, saying her sister must have done it unintentionally. Xian Yuanhong saw Lady Ro's kindness and believed the doctor's words. The original self was stubborn and didn't say a soft word. Angrily, he sent her to the cold palace. So, Mu Qianyin had just entered the palace and, before she could serve the emperor, she was sent to the cold palace. When she was sent there, she had nothing with her, not even a thick coat, and was taken away immediately. In the original story, her parents heard about this and pleaded for her. Father Mu Zhenglin, proud of his military achievements, pleaded with the emperor for leniency and insisted that his daughter would never do such a thing. He believed there was a misunderstanding and asked the emperor to see clearly. The imperial doctors had already made their judgment. What more was there to see? Xian Yuanhong was so angry, he almost wanted to kill. In 4 years of ruling, he had no heirs. The court officials often said he was a useless emperor and doubted his ability to have children. The throne was in danger. Finally, Princess Ro was pregnant, giving him hope to restore his pride and prove he could have children. But before he could rejoice, she had a miscarriage. Such a great shame hurt him deeply. Even if he loved Mu Qianyin and valued the Mu family's contributions, he couldn't erase his pain. As a result, the emperor revoked Mu Zhenglin's military honors and spared his life. However, Mu Zhenglin still remained in the cold palace, living a life of hunger and cold. In the end, his mother, Su Jinghua, begged for mercy and was allowed to meet Princess Ro in the palace. Mu Miaoyi sat at the top, watching her once proud biological mother kneel before her, begging humbly for her daughter. She felt extremely happy inside. She made her mother kneel from dawn until dusk. Only when her mother promised to promote her aunt to a primary wife did she finally agree to go to the emperor and plead for her sister. When Su Jinghua left the palace, her knees had gone numb and she couldn't stand. She was eventually carried out by others. Mu Miaoyi, the suffering daughter, showed great composure and pretended to be generous, pleading with Xian Yuanhong to forgive her sister, saying she had already forgiven her, and asked the emperor to let their sisterly bond be restored. Moved by Mu Miaoyi's kindness and also concerned about her own beauty, the emperor released her from the cold palace. But good times didn't last long. Mu Zhenglin, who had served in the military all his life, lost his military honors and was demoted from a young officer. A few months later, during a rebellion against bandits, he lost his life. A few days after that, Su Jinghua was discovered by Aunt Lien, who had been promoted to primary wife, to be secretly meeting with a servant in her room. Su Jinghua was caught in the act and, overwhelmed by humiliation, she died by hitting her head against the wall. The original person suddenly lost her parents. Her mother died in a shameful way, making her the laughingstock of the entire palace. Princess Ro watched silently. As a member of the Mu family, she did not speak up for her biological mother. Even the sadness of losing her father didn't seem very real to her. The original body knew that her parents always had a good relationship. Even Aunt Lien had taken advantage of her father's drunkenness to climb into his bed and become pregnant with Mu Miaoui, which was why she was reluctantly accepted. She didn't believe her mother could do such a thing and was furious at others gossiping about her mother. She defended her mother, angrily slapped several jealous concubines who were attacking her, and was once again sent to the cold palace. A few months later, she died there from hunger and cold. After watching the whole story, Mu Qianyin clenched her fists. As a young person educated in modern times and a law-abiding citizen, she didn't want to hurt others intentionally. Even in her previous small world, when Feng's mother bullied someone, she didn't poison her but let her live a confused and aimless life in her later years. But now, she wanted to take Mu Miaoui and Aunt Lien's lives. Being kind to enemies is cruelty to oneself. Now her father's military achievements were still there, and her mother was alive and healthy. They were at home, anxiously discussing ways to rescue her. Mu Qianyin couldn't wait for the villains to act before she intervened. She had to prevent problems before they happened. She turned her head to look at the sky outside the window. Then she decisively took out a set of night clothes from her space and put them on. This was specially prepared in her previous small world to make it easier to move without hindrance if needed, and she also had a mask. The system saw Mu Qianyin's full set of gear and reminded her, "Host, I think we are a childbirth system, right? Do you want to check the profiles of the handsome men first? Later, I'll look at the handsome men." Mu Qianyin covered her face with the mask tightly, jumped in place a few times, and tested her light skills. She said, "If I don't do something first, even if a handsome man is standing in front of me, I won't be able to focus on eating." That made sense. Good offspring shouldn't be conceived when the host is restless and impatient. The system was convinced by the host and listened to her. It displayed a real-time map in her mind. "Host, follow the lit path to avoid the patrols of the Imperial Guard." "Not bad, you're useful." Mu Qianyin left the room, looked around the cold and desolate cold palace, her gaze sharp, and easily jumped over the palace walls. Although it was nighttime, many palace lights were still bright in the Imperial Palace. Top-tier strength is no joke. Although there are lanterns and patrols by the Imperial Guard, Mu Qianyin can still move quickly and secretly, running along rooftops and walls. She soon left the palace quietly and headed straight to the Marquis of Jing'an's residence. The Marquis of Jing'an's house is in a busy part of the city. Her ancestors helped the former emperor conquer the land, and their noble title has been passed down through generations. By Mu Qianyin's father's time, the family had almost no children left. Besides Mu Qianyin and Mu Miaoui, Mu has a younger brother named Mu Xingzhe, who is only 9 years old. In the original story, her parents and the main character died one after another, leaving only Mu Xingzhe and Aunt Lien at home. Not long after they died, Aunt Lien announced she was pregnant with Mu Jinglian's child. More than a month later, her younger brother tragically drowned. Since then, Aunt Lien became the only mistress of the Marquis of Jing'an, and her son naturally became the new Marquis. Mu Qianyin, who has read many stories, doesn't believe that Aunt Lien's unborn child is her father's. Such coincidence is too obvious. But that's okay. This time, she won't let such things happen again. She sneaked into the residence, planning to go straight to her father's study to tell him she was safe and to not act rashly. But the system stopped her, telling her to first watch a good show in the backyard. The yard of Aunt Lien's residence was empty, and it seemed all the servants had been sent away. Mu Qianyin floated down lightly. As she approached Aunt Lien's bedroom, she heard teasing voices and the creaking of a wooden bed. Her eyes widened suddenly, and coldness flashed in her gaze. She recognized the man's voice. It was the old butler of the house. The butler was exerting himself on Aunt Lien while joking with her. "Good girl, you bother me every day, and you don't give me any benefits. If you can have a son for me, and if I do anything you ask in the future, I'll be happy to do it." Aunt Lien chuckled softly. "You wish. The master has never entered my courtyard. If I really got pregnant, what would others think? Are you trying to ruin me? That's easy to handle. The butler was unconcerned. The Marquis trusts me a lot. If I add something to the wine I send to him, then you can crawl into his bed just like before. At that time, my son would become the young master of the Marquis's residence. Aunt Lien let out a delicate hum. You wicked girl. So you actually wanted to deceive others and make your son the master of the house. Why not? The butler smiled slyly. I've served Lord Marquis for many years, and he hasn't even given me an official position. Humph. Once my son becomes a son, just thinking about it excites me. The master and madam are now worried about the young lady, and they might drink to forget their troubles tomorrow. When the medicine takes effect, you, a clever girl, can take the chance to get inside. Then you'll have another opportunity. Aunt Lien giggled happily, her voice full of excitement. That's great. Just work harder, and I'll try to get pregnant tonight. Girl. Tonight, you'll see what Grandpa can do. The air was filled with inappropriate words, but Mu Qianyin clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, taking a deep breath. No wonder in the original story, her mother's room was invaded by a wild man, and Aunt Lien caught them so precisely that everyone knew about it. And that illegitimate child of Aunt Lien's, what a coincidence. Turns out, he wasn't even Mu family's child. It was all the butler's secret help. The Mu family really raised two ungrateful people. Mu Qianyin's heart filled with intense anger, but she knew that rushing in to kill them wouldn't help. Besides, making them suffer a little, it would be pointless. She wanted them to taste the humiliation her mother endured in her past life. She thought for a moment, then spent 10 points in the system to buy a love potion, blowing it through the window. Soon, the sounds of rustling inside grew louder. The two on the bed had lost interest in talking, focusing only on breathing heavily and exerting themselves. Mu Qianyin looked away with contempt and headed straight for the study. The light was still on inside. Mu Zhenglin and Su Jinghua were discussing how to rescue Mu Qianyin. Their trusted servants and maids guarded outside. They all recognized her. Not wanting to be seen, Mu Qianyin remembered that the original her knew some martial arts, so she quickly climbed onto the roof. After removing a few tiles, she saw her parents pacing anxiously inside the study, looking worried. She found a good spot and leapt down, standing right between her parents. Looking worried and distressed, Mu Zhenglin and Su Jinghua were both startled when a person in black suddenly appeared before them. They both took a sharp breath. Where did this thief come from? How could someone sneak into the study of the Marquis's residence so quietly? Mu Zhenglin reacted the fastest. He quickly pulled Su Jinghua behind him, ready to act. Just then, the black-clad person swiftly removed their mask, revealing a clear, fair face. Father, mother, it's me, Mu Zhenglin and Su Jinghua. Seeing her face clearly, they both froze in surprise. Then, Mu Zhenglin immediately looked cautiously toward the door and pulled her into a corner. He lowered his voice and asked, weren't you sent to the cold palace? How did you come out? I snuck out. Mu Qianyin had little time, so she didn't bother with pleasantries. She went straight to the point. Father, are you planning to use military merit to ask the emperor to release my sister? Her words made her parents pause again. Even Su Jinghua, who was about to hug Mu Qianyin, stopped and looked at her in surprise. We just decided to do this. How do you know? Mu Qianyin looked serious. Father, please don't do this. It's a trap set by the emperor. What? Mu Zhenglin and Su Jinghua looked shocked. Where did you hear that? Mu Qianyin didn't have time to make up a perfect excuse. She quickly lowered her voice and said, I accidentally overheard the emperor talking with my sister. The emperor fears our Marquis's influence and knows you love your daughter. So, he teamed up with my sister to set this trap, aiming to take back Mu family's military power and achievements. I risked coming out tonight just to tell you this. If you fall for it, the Marquis's house will be in danger. What? Su Jinghua trembled. Are you saying that Mu Miaoyi deliberately set you up? Mu Qianyin held her mother's hand firmly, her face calm. Yes, mother. My sister isn't pregnant at all. Besides, I just entered the palace. I haven't even found my way around. How could I have the time or mind to harm her? Mu Zhenglin looked serious. I believe what you say. But why would your sister do such a thing? Although Mu Miaoyi was an unexpected addition, Mu Zhenglin believed he had never mistreated her. She is also a member of the Mu family. Why would she want to harm the Mu family? Mu Qianyin took a deep breath. Because she is not the daughter of my father. She was not sure about that now. But the adulterers were lying there, waiting for her father to catch them in the act. When her father saw everything with his own eyes, Mu Miaoyi, even if she was a true member of the Mu family, would become a wild girl. Mu Zhenglin and Su Jinghua looked at each other. Since their daughter returned and spoke, her words were like thunder, shocking them deeply. "Iner, do you have proof?" "Of course I do," Mu Qianyin said calmly, her face very serious. "When I sneaked into the house just now, I passed by Aunt Lien's yard. I heard some strange noises. I jumped into the yard and saw Aunt Lien with the butler in a room. Ahem, I overheard their conversation. The butler said he wanted Aunt Lien to get pregnant again. Then, he planned to get my father drunk and have Aunt Lien sleep with him again. After that, the butler's son would become the young master of the Jing'an Marquis estate." "What?" Mu Zhenglin's eyes widened. "This is impossible. The old butler has served me for decades. How could he do such a thing? He deserves to die." Su Jinghua's face turned pale with anger. "Our Xingzhe is the young master. Those two scoundrels dare to covet Xingzhe's position. It's true. I heard it with my own ears." Mu Qianyin looked anxious as she urged, "Father, mother, you must go quickly. If you're late, you might not catch them." No matter which man was betrayed with a green hat, he would be furious. Mu Zhenglin was no exception. His face instantly turned dark as iron. He gritted his teeth. "Those Aunt Lien and the butler dare to do such shameful things. I will beat them to death." His face flushed red. Just as he was about to step out, he turned back and said to Mu Qianyin, "Iner, I remember what you said. Leaving the palace without permission is a serious crime. You must go back quickly. Leave the rest to us." Mu Qianyin nodded. "I will go back immediately. Father, remember to bring more people. Don't let Aunt Lien deceive you." "I know." Mu Zhenglin's face was grim. "I should have dealt with her long ago." He signaled Mu Qianyin to stand aside, then opened the study door and took all the servants from the yard. Su Jinghua held Mu Qianyin's hand, wanting to say more to her daughter. "Iner, tell me, are all those words you just said true?" "Absolutely true." Mu Qianyin's face showed no signs of hesitation. She said angrily, "Mother, the matter with father and Aunt Lien hurt you so much all those years. You've been taking good care of them all this time, but they repay you with betrayal. It's so hateful. Mother, you should go see for yourself. Don't let father be fooled again. And you?" Although Aunt Lien is hateful, in Su Jinghua's heart, her daughter is more important. She had tears in her eyes and asked anxiously, "Iner, what will you do? If father doesn't give up his military merits, will we just watch you suffer in the cold palace?" Mu Qianyin's eyes were firm. "Mother, I now know that His Majesty plans to trap the Mu family. I absolutely do not want to be his wife anymore. Staying in the cold palace is fine. At least I will be safe and won't be at risk of being betrayed again." "What will you do then?" Su Jinghua wiped her tears with a handkerchief. "You just entered the palace, and this happened. If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed for you to go in, even if it meant resisting the emperor's orders. It's okay, mother." Mu Qianyin smiled to comfort her. "Heaven is still on our side. I overheard His Majesty's plan. As long as the Mu family remains strong, even if I live in the cold palace, I can still live as freely as at home. You just say nice things to comfort me." Seeing that her daughter didn't take it seriously, Su Jinghua's mood eased a little, but she still looked worried. Mu Qianyin looked at the sky. "All right, mother, it's getting late. I need to go back to the palace. Remember to persuade father. Only by protecting the Mu family can I stay safe. I have martial skills so I can defend myself in the palace. You can rest assured." When she heard her daughter was leaving, Su Jinghua hurriedly checked her waist, stuffing all her valuables into Mu Qianyin's hands. After packing, she was still searching in Mu Zhenglin's study. While searching, she said, "Ina, the servants in the palace are all greedy for money. Bring some silver with you, buy a few, and if you need anything, Have them deliver it. Don't let yourself suffer. She also found 2 silver notes and some broken silver, placing them in Mu Qiannin's hand. Her voice choked with emotion. My daughter, you've suffered. If there is a chance in the future, my parents will definitely rescue you. Mu Qiannin's eyes turned slightly red. My daughter understands. Mother, please go to father. I will leave now. After speaking, she tiptoed onto the roof and, under Su Jinghua's gaze, restored the broken tiles to their original position. Su Jinghua didn't have time to be surprised by her daughter's surprisingly good skills. How did she suddenly become so capable? She took a deep breath, wiped away her tears, and hurried to Lian Yang's courtyard. As Mu Qiannin passed by, the courtyard was already brightly lit, filled with crying and wailing. The sound of the wooden stick hitting flesh echoed constantly. She sat leisurely on a nearby tree, feeling her chest loosen a little as she watched. In the courtyard, servants surrounded the scene. Everyone covered their mouths or turned their faces away, hesitant but unable to look away, staring at the center. Lian Yang and the steward were both stripped naked and pressed onto a wooden board. Their mouths were stuffed with rags, and they were being beaten with sticks. Mu Xinlin's face was dark and stern, full of a deadly aura. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Beat them! Beat these shameless, treacherous women to death! Keep hitting!" Lian Yang was beaten until her skin was torn and bleeding. She looked at Mu Xinlin with tears all over her face, crying out something in her throat, as if trying to plead for herself. She never expected that the master, who never entered her courtyard, would suddenly rush in with his guards tonight. Nor did she expect that she and the steward, usually alert, would be so distracted tonight that they didn't notice the commotion outside. And she certainly didn't expect that the master would show no respect at all, leaving her naked and exposed for everyone in the house to see. Had he forgotten they had a daughter who is now favored by the emperor and could bring glory to the Mu family? Did Mu Xinlin even forget about their father-daughter bond? Lian Yang had many words she wanted to say, many reasons to beg for mercy, but her mouth was sealed from the start, and she couldn't speak a single word. All she felt was regret. Her daughter had become a concubine, and her good days were ahead. She shouldn't have mixed with the steward anymore. Gradually, Lian Yang's crying softened, and along with the steward beside her, she slowly turned into a pile of broken flesh. Lian Yang died. She was now only a concubine. Although concubines and housekeepers held slightly higher status than other servants, they were still, in the end, servants. When the master punished a servant who had betrayed him, no one could question it. Even if concubine Ro, Mu Miaoyi, tried to appeal to the emperor, no one could find fault with the Mu family. Mu Qiannin watched with her own eyes as the two of them met their end. Only then did she quietly breathe out and slip away. The family's troubles had been solved at their root, and most of the Mu family's crisis was now over. The only thing left was to deal with Mu Miaoyi. But since it was already late, she decided to continue tomorrow. Mu Qiannin's original plan was to take care of Mu Miaoyi and then fake her own death to escape. However, just as she jumped into the courtyard of the cold palace, her system suddenly activated.
Ding.
Excellent mail detected. Please begin the strategy mission immediately. What on earth? A photo and a short profile appeared in Mu Qiannin's mind. Xianyuan Zhan, 19 years old, height 190 centimeters, twin brother of Xianyuan Hong, the hidden prince. The man in the photo had striking features, dark hair like ink, pale skin, and slightly curved lips that hinted at a faint, mysterious smile. He wore a loose black robe that gave him an air of noble elegance mixed with a touch of danger. He resembled Xianyuan Hong, but he was taller, his features more refined, and his complexion even fairer. If not for his tall build, one might almost mistake him for someone with both gentle and sharp qualities. Impressive. Mu Qiannin couldn't help but stare. Someone this handsome, she definitely wanted to win him over. But she looked around cautiously. The last time the system had alerted her about an excellent male, Fang Hingji had appeared right in front of her. Where was this one? The system replied, Host, Xianyuan Zhan also lives in the cold palace. He's in the room near you. Puzzled, Mu Qianyin glanced toward the room the system mentioned. Sure enough, she sensed a faint breath coming from inside. If she didn't have top-level martial skills, she would never have noticed it. Holding her breath, she quietly returned to her own room and asked softly, why would a man like him be living in the cold palace? The system explained, Xian Yuanzhan and Xian Yuanhong are twins. Because Xian Yuanhong was born weak and the royal family was very superstitious about twins, the former emperor kept this secret, only claiming that Xian Yuanzhan was the only child and secretly raised Xian Yuanhong. Then why is the person on the throne now Xian Yuanhong? Mu Qianyin asked. Because Xian Yuanzhan was disfigured, the system replied. Really? Mu Qianyin looked again at the photo of Xian Yuanzhan, examining it carefully. The face in the photo was perfectly handsome, flawless, with no visible scars. But upon closer look, she noticed he was wearing a silver-black mask-like thing on his head. What's going on? Mu Qianyin asked. The system answered. When Xian Yuanzhan was 10, he was injured in a hunting accident and was scratched by an eagle. The doctors at the time thought the scar would be permanent, which would be a big flaw for the future king. If it got out, it might cause unrest in the court. So, the former emperor decided that Xian Yuanhong, who was healthier, would take his place. Since they are twins and look alike, and he was at a growth-spurt age, Xian Yuanhong stayed hidden for over half a year. When he reappeared, everyone thought he was the original crown prince. As for changing his name, the emperor used the astrology bureau, claiming it was to align with the nation's destiny. But actually, the scar on Xian Yuanzhan's face wasn't that serious. He realized he was betrayed and attacked, but he was too young to fight back, so he withdrew. He disappeared for a few years, then came back with his face healed. But he kept wearing a mask, so Xian Yuanhong thought he was disfigured and not a threat, and let him stay in the cold palace. Mu Qianyin was even more confused. Letting a grown man stay in the cold palace, what was Xian Yuanhong thinking? Isn't he worried that Xian Yuanzhan might wear a green hat for him? Hee. Host, you hit the nail on the head, the system said excitedly. Mu Qianyin felt the system get excited, and she was also thrilled. Tell me more quickly, the system cleared its throat and said, because Xian Yuanhong was born weak, meaning he cannot have children, it turns out that Xian Yuanhong is not capable. He is not completely incapable. He just lacks outstanding qualities in men, and that's all. Mu Qianyin understood the censored words and signaled the system to continue. Before the former emperor passed away, he considered this issue and left a secret decree. The decree clearly states the origins of the two princes and specifies that if Xian Yuanhong is unworthy or has no heirs, the throne will pass to Xian Yuanzhan. More importantly, this secret decree has not been found by any officials to this day. With a secret decree, Xian Yuanhong dares not attack Xian Yuanzhan and fears that Zhan might secretly cause trouble, so he keeps him close and even lets him handle some affairs. He's really good at using others. Mu Qianyin stroked her chin, her eyes shining with excitement. Since the water is close, I get the moon first. I am a concubine in the cold palace, and Xian Yuanzhan is a prince in the cold palace. Why aren't we a perfect match? Host, keep going. Xian Yuanzhan is especially outstanding, and he will definitely satisfy you. The system encouraged her. Mu Qianyin was full of determination, thinking for a moment. She asked the system, does Xian Yuanzhan know martial arts? He is highly skilled in martial arts.
Then,
did he notice me just now? The system scanned and replied, yes, he did, but he didn't bother to pay attention to you. Quite proud and aloof. Since he had already noticed her, Mu Qianyin decided she didn't need to be cautious anymore. She took out a firecracker from her space and lit the oil lamp on the table, casting a faint glow in the dark room. The room was very simple, and Mu Qianyin, used to a comfortable life, found it hard to get used to. Even though she was in the cold palace, she still wanted to make her living space more comfortable. The appearance of the cold palace couldn't be changed, but she could improve the inside. Fortunately, in her previous small world, she prepared several beds and bedding, which she could now use. Mu Qianyin replaced all the bedding, making the hard bed soft and comfortable. The light purple sheets and elegant brocade quilt looked fresh and calming. She also changed out of her nightgown and put on a comfortable dress. Finally, she took a small bundle, picked out some snacks and fruits from her space, and set out happily. She confidently walked to the room where Xian Yuanzhan was and knocked on the door. Xian Yuanzhan inside suddenly felt a cold shiver in his eyes. He had noticed her just now when she climbed over the wall. He knew that today, a new person had been brought into the cold palace, the newly appointed imperial consort. Women in the cold palace come and go, and most of them cry and shout about being wronged, desperately trying to leave. In the end, none of them succeed. Some die, others go insane, and they spend their whole lives there. No one has ever been able to climb the wall and come and go freely like her. And this was the first time someone had noticed his presence. It seems her martial arts are quite good. While he was thinking, he heard a woman's voice outside the door say, "May I ask which sister lives inside?" "My name is Mu Qianin. I was just put into the cold palace today. I was so hungry earlier that I sneaked out to steal some cakes. Would you like to try some?" Xian Yuanzhan's dark eyes flickered with a hint of disbelief.
Mu Qianin.
She went through so much trouble to climb over the wall just to steal a few pieces of cake? If she had that much energy, why didn't she just go directly to that person's bed and shout for justice? The knocking continued. "Sister, I just felt your presence. Are you faint from hunger and too weak to speak? Should I come in?" Xian Yuanzhan frowned, moving his lips but ultimately not speaking. He quickly grabbed a cloth to cover his face. Creak, the old wooden door was pushed open easily, breaking the silence inside. There was no light in the room. The space was dim but very clean, with no smell of dust. Mu Qianin moved gracefully to the table, her posture very proper. She placed her bag on the table and slowly opened it. Her small mouth pouted as she said, "Sister, this cold palace really doesn't allow free movement, and we can't even leave the courtyard. Luckily, I have you with me. Since we're neighbors, we should support each other and keep each other company. Only then can life be a little better." She spoke lightly. Don't be discouraged. Whether in the harem or the cold palace, they're just places for people to stay. The only difference is that we can't see the emperor. She chuckled softly. That untrustworthy man is just a scoundrel.
What's so good about him?
My sister, please don't be so sad. We sisters must live well together. When the emperor passes away in the future, we will have endured through the hardest times. When the new emperor grants amnesty to everyone, we old sisters can leave the palace. Xian Yuanzhan. Why is this woman so familiar and bold? How does she have such courage, daring to speak against the emperor and even wishing for his passing? But when I think about her background, I understand. She is the daughter of the Jing'an Marquis, a daughter of a military family, which makes her braver than most women. I heard she was punished and sent to the cold palace because she caused a concubine to have a miscarriage? Xian Yuanzhan sneered inwardly. With Xian Yuanhong's body, it was impossible for the concubines to get pregnant. But he didn't want to believe it. He kept bringing women into the palace, yet he still refused to accept the truth. However, Mu Qianin talks too much. Even though she's in the cold palace, she's not worried at all. Her words make his head spin. She took out 2 items from her bag and sat down heavily on the bed beside him. A pleasant, light fragrance wafted into his nose. Mu Qianin's voice was soft, cheerful, with a sweet, gentle tone typical of a young girl. The food in the cold palace is all spoiled and can make you sick. Sister, if you want to eat anything in the future, just tell me. I'll sneak it out for you. Using her sharp eyes, Xian Yuanzhan clearly saw her face. The girl in front of him had a delicate, small face, a bright smile, sparkling eyes full of life, both pure and charming. A gift from heaven. Her hair was loose and soft, falling naturally on her shoulders, not messy, but elegant and free-spirited. Xian Yuanzhan lowered his gaze and pulled the quilt closer. Mu Qianin spread her hands in front of him, smiling brightly. Sister, these pastries and pears are freshly stolen just now. They're still fresh. Please try them. Xian Yuanzhan didn't move. This woman, despite her good looks and martial skills, clearly lacked good judgment. She was so close, yet she couldn't tell he was a man. No wonder she was framed. Seeing he didn't take it, Mu Qianyin eagerly pushed her hand toward him. Sister, why don't you take it? Are you worried there's poison in the food? Or do you not trust me? That's true. People in the palace are hard to read, so it's better to stay alert. Unlike me, I was actually betrayed by my half-sister. I really had bad luck. The emperor is also quite foolish. I told him I didn't do it, but he didn't believe me. He even locked me in the cold palace. I didn't even have time to bring my change of clothes. She smiled mischievously, but luckily, I was clever and snuck back what I took earlier, so those bad people didn't get the better of me. Oh heavens, I wish a big thunderbolt would strike that scoundrel and my sister, striking him into pieces. Hearing her constant chatter, Xian Yuanzhan felt strangely happy. He had many people who wanted to scold him, but none had her quick tongue. Then he saw Mu Qianyin bite on each of her hands, one after the other, and place the bitten pieces on his chest. She clapped her hands proudly. Sister, I ate some for you. These are safe, so you should eat too. You look so hungry, you can't even speak clearly. Xian Yuanzhan was speechless. Even at his lowest point, he had never eaten something that someone else had bitten. He looked faintly at the 2 pieces on his chest, considering whether to throw them away. Just then, a small face suddenly appeared close to his eyes. Xian Yuanzhan quickly raised one hand to shield his face with a veil, his eyes sharp, and clenched his other hand under the blanket, showing absolute caution. The small face withdrew again. Mu Qianyin looked at him with a regretful expression and said, Sister, your eyes are so beautiful, but why are you wearing a veil? Could it be that a bad person hurt your face? Don't worry, I won't lift your veil to satisfy my curiosity. We're both unfortunate in life.
Ah.
Sister, you're worse off than me. At least my body isn't hurt. She raised her hand and patted her chest, saying, Don't worry, sister. From now on, I'll protect you. You won't be bullied anymore. She sat on the edge of the bed, with moonlight shining through the window, outlining her graceful figure. It also made her chest tremble a little. Xian Yuanzhan lowered his eyes and moved his throat. Thank you. I will go to sleep now. His voice was very low, with a faint huskiness, a charming magnetic tone that made people's ears feel ticklish. Hearing his voice, which was different from a woman's, Mu Qianyin took a gentle breath, widened her clear eyes, and stared at him in surprise. Xian Yuanzhan thought to himself, finally realizing I am a man. Now I can leave. Unexpectedly, Mu Qianyin covered her mouth and exclaimed softly, Sister, your voice has been damaged by someone. Her voice even carried a hint of choking. Oh my! What kind of torture have you suffered? Sister, you are so pitiful. Destiny is cruel to beautiful women. Xian Yuanzhan. Her words were very close and intimate. Such a foolish woman with big breasts and no brains, who talks a lot, wouldn't survive a day in the palace. It's better to stay in the cold palace. He sighed quietly, picked up the food on his chest, and turned his head calmly.
I'm tired. Heh.
Oh, the foolish woman seemed to realize that he had issued an eviction order, and suddenly stood up. Oh, right, sister, you were just sleeping, so I didn't hear you respond when I knocked. I'm sorry, I really didn't know. I'll leave now. Rest well, sister. I'll come to see you tomorrow. After saying that, she turned around, shyly, patted, and ran away. She even carefully closed the door for him. Suddenly, everything became quiet. Xian Yuanzhan sat up, and the quilt slipped off his broad, majestic body. He held a bitten pear and a piece of snack in his sharply defined fingers, with a slight twitch of his brow. He stood up and walked to the table, his tall figure sweeping over the quiet bundle of cloth on the table. Inside, there were a few pieces of cake and 2 pears. This foolish woman, who had finally stolen some food, actually gave it away to a stranger? With her kind of mind, how could she survive in this treacherous palace? He exhaled softly through his nose, then looked again at the food in his hand. After a moment of silence, he slowly put the whole piece into his mouth. It was quite sweet. Early in the morning, a commotion broke the silence of the cold palace. Mu Qianyin, lying in her warm quilt, suddenly opened her eyes. Her thoughts moved, and the soft bedding on the bed disappeared before her eyes. She sat up, put on the dress she wore yesterday, and her beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed. Even though she was in the cold palace, she still couldn't sleep until she woke naturally. She felt very angry. She listened carefully and found that Xianyuanzhan's room was already empty. She wondered where he had gone so early in the morning. At this moment, Mu Miaoui, along with 2 maids, burst into the courtyard. She pushed open her door forcefully, her hands clenched tightly, and her eyes were a little red. Mu Qianyin didn't leave, but stood quietly in the middle of the room, watching her. Her lips curled slightly. "Didn't you have a miscarriage, sister? Why aren't you taking good care of your health and instead coming to visit sister in the cold palace? Did you bring a gift? You can't come empty-handed." Mu Miaoi's hands trembled as she clenched them tightly under her wide sleeves. She always maintained a gentle and beautiful image in front of others, but now she was trying hard to control her emotions. Taking a deep breath, she asked with tears in her eyes, "Did you do it? I know sister is unhappy with me, but if you're angry, you can vent it on me. Why did you hurt my aunt?" "Your aunt?" Mu Qianyin looked confused. "What happened to your aunt?" "Sister, stop pretending." Mu Miaoui looked sad, and tears suddenly fell. "You just entered the cold palace yesterday, and tonight my aunt was beaten to death by father."
Tell me.
"Did you make father do this?" Mu Qianyin showed a surprised expression, then scoffed disdainfully. "She's just an aunt. I've never cared about her. Besides, father isn't the kind of person who would kill a servant for no reason." "Did your aunt do something terrible to anger father?" The word, servant, deeply hurt Mu Miaoi's heart. Since she was young, she hated people using status to judge her. Why was she born inherently inferior? Why could Mu Qianyin enjoy her parents' love and get whatever she wanted with a flick of her finger? Even the emperor, who claimed to love her the most, only sent Mu Qianyin to the cold palace in his fury yesterday, without stripping her title. And what she, Mu Miaoui, wanted always required careful planning and effort to obtain. Heaven was truly unfair. "Shut up." Mu Miaoui adopted a commanding attitude, her face serious as she shouted loudly at her. Since Mu Qianyin had already been sent to the cold palace, she would never get another chance to leave it. Therefore, she no longer needed to pretend. She turned around, ordered the 2 palace maids to step back, and entered the room, quickly closing the door behind her. Then, with a fierce look of hatred on her face, she strode up to Mu Qianyin. "Mu Qianyin, do you think you're still the proud daughter of the Mu family? Humph. Now that you're in the cold palace, you're worth less than the lowest servant. I can have you die at any time." Slap. Mu Qianyin raised her hand and slapped her hard. Then, she gently rubbed her slightly stinging palm and snorted, "Even in the cold palace, I can still hit you." "Ah. You." Mu Miaoui covered her face in disbelief. "Mu Qianyin, you're crazy. How dare you hit me?" She raised her hand, intending to slap her back.
Slap.
This time, Mu Qianyin grabbed her wrist and forcefully slapped her other cheek. Now, it was a perfect match. Her gaze shifted to her lower abdomen, her eyes cold and sharp. "How did I get in here?" "Don't you know, sister?" Mu Miaoui covered her stomach with both hands. She was actually pregnant, not having a miscarriage. The doctor she bribed in advance confirmed it. The emperor saw the bleeding from her lower body and, eager to believe her, accepted her story. But Mu Qianyin, who was usually simple-minded and physically strong, obviously didn't understand these tricks. Furious, Mu Miaoui rushed at her. "Mu Qianyin, it was clearly you who caused my miscarriage, and now you dare to hit me. I will tell the emperor and have you torn to pieces." Mu Qianyin easily controlled Mu Miaoui, disdainfully watching her twisted, out-of-control face. A slight smile appeared on her lips. "It seems, sister, that you really want to have a miscarriage. Then I will help you." Mu Miaoui, who didn't know martial arts, was immobilized by Mu Qianyin. Before she could understand what Mu Qianyin meant, a pill was stuffed into her mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, and Mu Miaoui felt a sweet taste on her tongue. The medicine was gone. She stared at Mu Qianyin with terror, her face calm. "What did you put in my mouth?" Mu Qianyin smiled softly and casually said, "Fake pregnancy pills can make everyone think you're pregnant. After 3 months, they will cause a natural miscarriage." Mu Miaoi's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe such pills existed in the world. And Mu Qianyin had just told her about them. Was she not afraid Mu Miaoi might tell others? As she thought this, another pill was placed into her mouth. Before she could ask, Mu Qianyin explained, "This is a forgetfulness pill. It can make you forget everything that happened in a short time. It costs 20 points per pill, a real bargain." She hadn't finished speaking when Mu Miaoi's vision turned black. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself facing away from the door of the cold palace, with 2 maidservants behind her. "Your Majesty," Hong Rui said, "we've already visited Consort Zhao. Now we should go to see the Emperor." Mu Miaoi rubbed her temples, feeling her mind in a jumble and her thoughts hazy. Had she already visited Mu Qianyin? Why couldn't she remember what they talked about?
And
She gently touched her face. Why did her cheeks feel hot and sore? Could it be the sunlight was too strong? "Your Majesty," Hong Rui softly reminded her, "yesterday, you promised the Emperor that after he finished court, you would personally grind ink for him. Don't be late." Mu Miaoi frowned slightly and asked, "What did I just say to my sister?" Hong Rui looked at her in surprise. Just now, Consort Ro had told them to stay away so they wouldn't hear what was being said inside. Now she was asking this, was she trying to test if they had eavesdropped? Hong Rui quickly replied, "Your Majesty, I only heard you talking with Consort Zhao. I didn't catch exactly what was said." Hearing this, Mu Miaoi's brow furrowed even tighter. She snapped, "Just a prisoner in the cold palace." "Why do you call her Your Majesty?" Hong Rui flinched at her shout and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I was confused and spoke out of turn. Please forgive me." Humph. Mu Miaoi never scolds her servants outside. She gave Hong Rui a cold warning glance, then looked back at the tightly closed gates of the cold palace. There was no time left, and she couldn't go back to mock Mu Qianyin again. She had finally gained the Emperor's favor and promised him something. She must not be late no matter what. Moreover, her aunt had just died, and for that reason, she needed to cry loudly to gain the Emperor's sympathy, so he wouldn't look down on her. She let out a deep breath and then returned to her fragile, helpless appearance. Clasping her hands in front of her, her hair moved gently as she said, "Let's go." After Mu Miaoin left, Mu Qianyin also fully woke up. She couldn't sleep anymore. She stepped out of her courtyard and saw the leftover food and cold dishes brought in by someone. She calmly took them away. Then she poured them out. She closed the door and enjoyed a hearty breakfast in her room. Fortunately, she had prepared well in her previous small world. The food stored in her space was enough to last several months. If she finished eating, she still had gold, silver, and her mother's silver notes. She could also go outside the palace to buy supplies from time to time, so she wouldn't worry about starving. After finishing her breakfast, Mu Qianyin began to carefully observe the courtyard she was in. The layout of the cold palace was similar to other palaces, divided into separate courtyards. The palace walls were tall, and the gates were locked from the outside. Her courtyard had several rooms and was quite spacious, with a very clean ground. Although it wasn't as grand as the main palace courtyards and was a bit worn and deserted, it was still built with bricks and tiles, much better than a commoner's thatched house. There was also a water well in the courtyard, making washing up quite convenient. But she wondered if she could make a fire? Washing and doing laundry would be a problem. Mu Qianyin walked around the courtyard and sadly found nothing that could be used to make a fire. No pots or anything. She thought, being sent to the cold palace meant losing her basic freedom, and it was unlikely anyone would let her cook or make fire inside. What should she do in the future? She couldn't go without bathing forever, right? There were guards in the cold palace. Mu Qianyin leaned on the wall and looked around. The courtyard she was in had no guards nearby, but there were guards in the distance. Perhaps because the area is large, the guards are few, and there isn't much to do, they are not very alert and stand around casually. This fits the environment of the cold palace. With such guards, it would be easy for Mu Qianyin to go out and bring back a pot. But then she would need to find firewood and light a fire, which would produce smoke. She thought about it and decided not to. She wasn't that diligent. At most, she could pay some silver to bribe a guard to let her in. Her gaze shifted to the room where Xian Yuanzhan was staying. Mu Qianyin raised her eyebrows and smiled. Xian Yuanzhan's room was so clean. How did he keep it that way? Suddenly, evening fell. When Xian Yuanzhan jumped in from outside, he noticed that the cold palace yard, which had been his home for nearly a year, looked a bit different today. Although the outside of his yard looked like other cold palaces, it was usually cleaned regularly and not cluttered. But now, a rope was hanging in the corner of the yard, with clean sheets and clothes drying on it. The sunset's glow shone on the old fabric, and a gentle breeze made the sheets flutter. It looked like a normal, cozy home. Xian Yuanzhan paused, surprised to see a small figure crouching at his door, his heart skipping a beat. If Xian Yuan Hongxi didn't like beauty and couldn't manage his harem well, leading to some consorts being sent to the cold palace, each yard would have someone living in it. He wouldn't have been caught off guard with someone suddenly brought in. Feeling his presence, the small figure moved and suddenly lifted a pure white, jade-like face. "Big sister, you're back." Mu Qianyin almost jumped up, then hurriedly lifted her skirt and ran to him. Worried, she asked, "Where did you go?" "I waited for you all day. Have you eaten? I have some pastries here. Do you want some?" Xian Yuanzhan looked down and quietly observed the foolish woman before him. Last night, the light was dim, but he could still see her beauty. Now she looked up at the setting sun, and her face was even more striking, bright as spring flowers, beautiful as autumn moon. But her eyes were not very good. Xian Yuanzhan bypassed her and walked into his room. He softly said, "What are you waiting for me to do?" Mu Qianyin naturally followed him inside and sat on a stool. She picked up the teapot on his table and poured herself a glass of cold tea. Holding the cup with both hands, she took a sip and said, "I'm bored. It's daytime and I can't sneak out, so I just wanted to talk to my sister to pass the time." "Oh, I see." Suddenly, she widened her eyes and looked at him. "Sister, you can practice martial arts too? You even go out during the day? Your courage is even greater than mine." Xian Yuanzhan didn't reply. His tall, strong figure moved toward the corner, slowly taking off his black cloak and hanging it on the rack. He had black hair tied with a silver crown and wore a silver-black mask like the one in the system photo, just covering his prominent Adam's apple. This allowed Mu Qianyin to continue pretending to be naive. "Sister, you're so tall," she suddenly exclaimed. Xian Yuanzhan raised an eyebrow. Finally, did he realize he's a man? But she saw Mu Qianyin resting her chin on her hands on the table and saying, "I think you're even taller than that scoundrel. Maybe that's why he doesn't like you and locked you away in the cold palace." Xian Yuanzhan, he couldn't have too much hope for her intelligence. He was silent for a moment and then said calmly, "You could say that. That's the truth. Xian Yuanji is afraid of him. So, he obviously wouldn't like him. He didn't need anyone's approval. When the time was right, he would take back everything that belonged to him. I knew it was for this reason." Mu Qianyin pouted her soft, pink lips, her eyes full of anger. "Humph. He can't even tolerate his own concubine being taller than him. That scoundrel is really narrow-minded." Seeing her still criticizing the current emperor, Xian Yuanzhan's eyes flickered with a faint interest. "If you dislike him, why are you still willing to enter the palace to be a concubine?" "That's not something I can choose." Mu Qianyin sighed deeply. "I didn't even see the scoundrel before. Who knew he suddenly made me a concubine? I can't disobey the imperial decree." Alas, she cupped her beautiful face and sighed heavily. "It's all my fault. I look too beautiful." Xian Yuanzhan curled his lips, and his narrow eyes looked a bit enchanting because of his smile. He was noncommittal. Such arrogant words coming from Mu Qianyin's mouth were not really an exaggeration. "It's a bit of a pity." He stood tall, crossing his arms as he glanced at her. "Since you're so beautiful, on your second day in the palace, you were thrown into the cold palace. Hearing his teasing words, Mu Qianyin's big, watery eyes suddenly widened, and she glared at him with a pout.
You're joking about me. I was so nice to you.
Humph, I won't sneak you any snacks today. Her voice carried a playful, mischievous smile, not truly angry. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes looked charming, like a bright moon in the sky. This was the first time Xian Yuanzhan truly noticed a woman's appearance, and he was somewhat amazed. He immediately realized this and frowned, tilting his head. His voice suddenly grew cold. I want to rest now. He was giving her the hint to leave again. Mu Qianyi nodded, seeming unaware of his change in attitude. She said naturally, Sister, I have one more question. After I ask, I'll go back. Go ahead. Xian Yuanzhan faced her. Mu Qianyi immediately stood up, taking small steps to approach him. She raised her delicate finger and pressed down, signaling him to lower his head. Xian Yuanzhan was not used to being so close to someone and stood still. Just tell me, he said. Unexpectedly, Mu Qianyi showed no hesitation. She suddenly reached out and grabbed his arm, pulling him down. Xian Yuanzhan wanted to straighten himself, but then a tingling, ticklish sensation spread through his ear. Mu Qianyi tiptoed and whispered mysteriously beside his ear. Sister, how do you usually bathe? Do you bribe the guards with silver? Which one do you bribe? Can I join you? After she finished speaking, Xian Yuanzhan's ears also went numb. It was like he was electrocuted. He quickly shook off Mu Qianyi's hand, took a big step back, then turned around and faced away from her. Standing so tall, he looked a little shy. His voice was unsteady. How? How bold. Mu Qianyi's gaze swept over his slightly red ears, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes. She didn't expect Xian Yuanzhan to be so innocent, but just talking to him made him blush. She reached out with empty hands, looking at the startled Xian Yuanzhan with a puzzled expression, her face full of confusion. Older sister, what's wrong? Why are you reacting so strongly? She slowly walked closer this time. She didn't pull him but asked from behind, Older sister, did you hear what I just said? I heard clearly. Xian Yuanzhan moved his steps again, as if trying to create a boundary between them. He softly said, The guards outside. I've already paid them off. If you want something, just tell them directly. No need to give money. Mu Qianyi exclaimed, Wow. Sister, you're so impressive. Her surprise was genuine. She didn't expect Xian Yuanzhan to be so capable, to have arranged his people inside the cold palace. She had thought that although the cold palace only held some unimportant, out-of-favor concubines, its defenses were too weak. Maybe it was also because Xian Yuanhong was overconfident, thinking that a prince who was disfigured could never rise again. Xian Yuanzhan nodded calmly. Yes, so if you need anything in the future, you can go to them. No need to ask me. Mu Qianyi's mood suddenly sank, as if she finally realized his indifference toward her. She lowered her head, twisting her dress in her hands, and said sadly, Older sister, do you not like me? Seeing her disappointment, Xian Yuanzhan's dark eyes flickered briefly. It's not that he disliked her, but he didn't want to have too much involvement with that person's concubine. Seeing that he didn't answer, Mu Qianyi sniffled sadly. Usually, she was a chatterbox full of words, but now she was quite quiet. After a moment, she softly said, I understand now. I am not welcome. Even my own sister doesn't like me. Meeting you, sister, makes it even less likely that you'll like me. I was just forcing it. Xian Yuanzhan's heart tightened. Her words reminded him of someone else. When he was very young, he knew he had an older brother, secretly raised by Empress Dowager in Fengyi Palace. His brother was sick, couldn't go outside, and had no friends, very pitiful. So he gave him all the good things he had. He even foolishly said he was his best friend. But his brother, at the age of 10, caused him harm. The eagle was raised by my older brother. He said it was to take to the hunting grounds so the eagle could help him see the outside world and assist in hunting. Feeling guilty, he secretly took the eagle without telling anyone. But as soon as the cage was opened, the eagle flew straight at his face. Its sharp claws and hooked beak aimed directly at him. If he hadn't reacted quickly, turned around fast and rolled on the ground, his face could have been scratched, or even his eyes could have been hurt. The eagle injured him, and then flew away. The imperial doctor said his face was badly hurt and now scarred. The emperor was furious and ordered an investigation to find out the truth. Later, the truth was revealed. The emperor and empress looked very complicated. They told him to think of the bigger picture, saying the country couldn't have a crown prince with a scarred face. They also said that his older brother was the eldest son and should be the crown prince. Now that his brother was healthy again, he should give up his position. But he, the injured one, had done nothing wrong. Why should he, the victim, be the one to think of the bigger good? At only 10 years old, he felt very sad and hopeless. To protect himself, he volunteered to go to the royal temple to rest. The emperor and empress almost sighed in relief and agreed. When he arrived at the royal temple, perhaps because his fate was not yet sealed, he met the master there. After several years of treatment, his face was restored to its original look. No one knew, except the master, that he had actually recovered. But since Xian Yuanhong replaced him as the crown prince, the healthy emperor and empress both died within a few years. Xian Yuanhong seemed eager to hide something and eliminated anyone who knew about the past. Of course, he didn't spare him either. While fleeing, he received a secret letter and learned that the emperor had left a hidden decree. At the same time, Xian Yuanhong's pursuit of him disappeared. He must have also received that secret letter. The sender of the secret letter was very mysterious, and to this day, no one knows who it was. But that secret decree became a sword hanging over Xian Yuanhong's head, and also his shield. Perhaps that was the emperor's last act of kindness toward him. Xian Yuanzhan withdrew his thoughts and slowly turned around. He cast a low glance at the woman in front of him, who was mourning and lowering her head, and sighed. His voice softened unconsciously. "I don't dislike you. I just am not used to being close to others." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Qianyin suddenly looked up. Her previously dull eyes burst with bright happiness, shining brilliantly. "Big sister. I knew you weren't like that." She smiled happily and threw herself at him, wrapping her arms around his waist. Her small mouth kept talking rapidly. It's okay. Big sister, you've just been used to the cold palace, so when a stranger appears suddenly, your body naturally feels a bit resistant. Listen, if you're not used to being close to people, you need to practice more. As we get closer and closer, you'll get used to it." Suddenly, a warm, soft, fragrant body pressed into her embrace, making Xian Yuanzhan stiffen completely. He only said he didn't dislike her. Why did it suddenly become so intimate? And now she wants him to practice more? Shouldn't he respect his own habits? Xian Yuanzhan raised his hand and pushed Mu Qianyin's shoulder, saying, "I'm fine this way. No need to practice." But that's not okay. Just as they separated a little, Mu Qianyin pushed forward again, smiling happily as she hugged him once more. Her small mouth kept chattering, "I know all about this. I used to raise a cat. At first, it was just like big sister, didn't like being touched, wouldn't even let me pet it.
How can I spoil it like that?
I just held on to it and didn't let go. At first, it struggled, but when it ran away, I would just bring it back. I kept holding it, and eventually, it got used to it. Now, it demands to be held every day. If I'm busy and don't have time, it even jumps onto my lap on its own." Xian Yuanzhan stood straight, his mind buzzing from her words, feeling quite speechless. If he threw her out now, would she feel rejected and get upset, then start crying? He really hates women crying. It gives him a headache. Maybe he shouldn't throw her out.
He feels so tired.
And this woman, she actually compares him to a cat? Does she even know who he is? How bold of her. While he was lost in thought, a pair of small hands reached out and touched his chest. Xian Yuanzhan was startled. He looked down and saw Mu Qianyin's soft, white hands feeling around his chest, making curious sounds like, repeatedly. Big sister, your chest is so flat. It's not exactly flat. The curve is more raised than mine, and it's a bit hard. She pressed it again and concluded, "Yes, it's really hard. Feel mine. Mine is softer." Then she made a move to grab his hand and press it against her chest.
Gasp.
Xian Yuanzhan took a sudden, cold breath and almost jumped back several steps. He frowned, his narrow eyes shrinking slightly. He crossed his arms, looking like a decent man being teased. His ears turned red. He hesitated for a moment, then managed to say a few words.
Mu Chenyuin.
You. That's too bold. Mu Qianyin didn't think her actions were wrong at all. She covered her mouth and smiled happily. Sister, you're really easy to embarrass. Could it be that you haven't been with a bad man yet, like me? She waved her hand casually. It's okay. What's so great about those men? Later, we can stay together in the cold palace, not crowded in the harem fighting over a shared cucumber. She even patted her swaying chest. What's there to be shy about? I have what you have too, just a different size. One day, we can take a bath together and observe each other. All right, it's getting late. I need to call someone to bring water so I can take a bath. Let's go. After saying that, she ran off with her skirt, leaving Xian Yuanzhan looking stunned. What did he just hear? Shared cucumber? Bathing together? Observing each other? His temples throbbed, feeling like he was going crazy. He wasn't very familiar with women, but now he realized that this was how they usually interacted. It's too unbelievable. After a moment of confusion, he found it a bit funny. If only his identity could be kept secret, he really wanted to see her face when she found out he was a man. She would definitely be so surprised she couldn't speak, unlike her noisy current self. Not having been with a man? That's pretty good. After all, that's shared. Thing of Xian Yuan Hong. Ahem, no, that scoundrel. Ahem, no, that's not it. Xian Yuanzhan rubbed his forehead, feeling as if strange words had entered his mind. Anyway, his meaning was Xian Yuan Hong is not worthy. When Mu Qianyin leaned on the cold palace wall and waved to the nearby guard, the guard was a bit surprised. But he still came over. Qingfeng stood at the foot of the wall, cupped his hands, and asked respectfully, Your Majesty, what are your commands? Although Mu Qianyin was sent to the cold palace, her rank and title had not been revoked. When servants saw her, they still called her Madam. She naturally pointed to the room where Xian Yuanzhan was and said, My sister said I can ask you for anything. Now go help me bring some water and bring a clean bath bucket. The water should be plenty, because I want to bathe. Qingfeng was a bit stunned. This courtyard was usually where the prince lived alone. Yesterday, Madame Zhao was suddenly sent to the cold palace. The timing was tight, and nearby courtyards were full, so they temporarily arranged her here. They had planned to move her once other courtyards became available, but unexpectedly, within a day, Madame Zhao and the prince had become familiar with each other. The prince actually let Madame Zhao know they were here. Their relationship must be unusual. Qingfeng only hesitated for a moment before calming his surprise and nodded respectfully. I obey your command. Before long, the courtyard door opened. Qingfeng led a few young men dressed as guards, some carrying bath buckets, others bringing hot water, into Mu Qianyin's courtyard. Madame Zhao. Qingfeng didn't dare look at the room where the prince was and respectfully asked Mu Qianyin, Where should I place the bath bucket? Mu Qianyin casually pointed to an empty room, which was actually the one closest to Xian Yuanzhan. Just put it inside. Thank you, young man, you're welcome. My name is Qingfeng. Madam, you can call me Qingfeng from now on. Okay. Seeing Madame Zhao so calm, Qingfeng's attitude became even more respectful. It seemed that if Lady Ro wanted to cause trouble for Madame Zhao in the future, he wouldn't be able to casually open the door for her like today. Qingfeng and the others quickly set the bath bucket, filled it with hot water, and then quietly withdrew. Before Mu Qianyin entered, she held her change of clothes and circled around the door of Xian Yuanzhan's room. She even pressed her ear to the door and peeked inside. Big sister, your face really works. Thank you. I'm going to take a bath now. Xian Yuanzhan, who was reading under the oil lamp, closed his eyes. Actually, she didn't need to tell him everything. Also, her frequent visits to his room. Does that mean he will have to wear a mask or a cloth over his face when he sleeps in the future? Big sister, she still waited for him to reply. Xian Yuanzhan sighed, looked up, and nodded at her. Mu Qianyin smiled happily and went to take her bath. She thought to herself, Xian Yuanzhan's temper is really good. He will definitely be a wise ruler in the future. She asked the system silently. What happened to Xian Yuanzhan later in the original story? The system scanned and replied, he seized power and became the new emperor. But because he couldn't find the secret decree, his legitimacy was questioned. Many people didn't accept him, and some didn't believe he was the emperor's son. Later, he became a tyrant and died young. A tyrant? Died young? Mu Qianyin thought about Xian Yuanzhan's handsome, almost enchanting face. Such a good-looking face. It's a shame he died young. Why can't they find the secret decree? What about the person who secretly wrote it for him? They never appeared until the end. Mu Qianyin frowned and thought carefully. The secret decree definitely existed, but the person who kept it must have already disappeared by the end. System, can you find out where the secret decree is? The system was silent for a moment before replying, no.
Why?
Aren't you advanced? Mu Qianyin asked as she stepped into the bath, sighing comfortably. The system remained silent. So mysterious? Mu Qianyin took out some fragrant oil from her space and applied it to her body. Suddenly, she felt a deep sense of peace. Could this be a hidden task? The colorful lights in the system flickered a few times, but it stayed silent.
Mu Qianyin smiled.
This system is really clever. Now that she knew what the hidden task was, she decided to help Xian Yuanzhan find it herself. That way, it would be much easier for him to rise to power in the future. If only I knew which people the late emperor trusted most when he was alive, I could eliminate them one by one and find a general direction. But I can think of this method, and Xian Yuanhong probably can too. The question is, do I know who they are? How many are left now? While Mu Qianyin was thinking, the system spoke again. It flickered with colorful lights and said, Host, please don't focus on the wrong things. Focus on winning over the excellent men first. Getting a good successor is the right way. The colorful lights flashed brightly. Mu Qianyin caught the hint from the system and her eyes shifted. Could it be that the hidden task is already becoming clear? Or maybe she doesn't need to bother so much. Just focus on winning over Xian Yuanzhan? The lights flashed wildly. All right, she understood. She cleared her throat. Fine, you're the system. Whatever you say goes. I'll just listen to you. The lights stopped flashing. Both she and the system relaxed. After taking a shower, Mu Qianyin went to the water well to wash clothes. The winter well water was freezing cold.
She washed while sighing.
That scoundrel Xian Yuanhong tricked me into the palace, then threw me into the cold palace. Now I have to wash my own clothes. I'm so unlucky. If I get the chance later, I'll teach him a good lesson. Forget it, just wash a few times. Anyway, I smell nice, and I'm not dirty at all. That dog Xian Yuanhong. Xian Yuanzhan turned off the lamp with a slap, while Mu Qianyin's murmurs echoed in his ears. He slowly fell asleep. The next morning, when Xian Yuanzhan opened the door, a splash of bright color appeared before him. Looking closer, he saw a bright pink undergarment hanging on the clothesline in the corner of the wall. The undergarment was vivid in color, made of very thin fabric, swaying gently in the morning breeze, making Xian Yuanzhan's gaze involuntarily linger. He suddenly looked away, rubbing his forehead with a headache. It seemed Mu Qianyin really thought he was a woman, showing no hesitation at all. If this continues, just as he was lost in thought, the door opposite opened. Mu Qianyin, dressed in a simple lotus-colored silk dress, her hair loosely tied, without any jewelry, walked out looking pure and bright. Seeing him, her eyes curved into a smile. Big sister, are you going out too? Going out? Xian Yuanzhan frowned, his thin lips pressed beneath his mask. Are you going out? Yes. Mu Qianyin yawned and stretched casually, then gracefully walked toward him. As she walked, she said, Life in the cold palace is so hard. I was wrongfully accused, so I wonder if I can go out to find some proof. Maybe I can leave someday. Are you planning to ask Xian Yuanhong for help? Xian Yuanzhan's eyes showed a complicated light. Of course not. Mu Qianyin looked a bit disdainful. I don't want to ask him. I just want to find evidence. If I find it, I'll have a reason to leave. And then what? Xian Yuanzhan asked again. Will you become his consort? Of course not. This time, Mu Qiannin's tone was a bit playful. She naturally linked her arm with his and gently shook it. After I leave, I plan to find a way to break up with him, or get him to agree to let me go home. Don't worry, big sister. After I leave, I will also find a way to help you escape. Xian Yuanzhan looked down at her delicate fingers, which looked like green onions, but he didn't let go. He snorted softly. Women who enter the palace rarely get a day to go out. Besides, you're not his official wife, so breaking up isn't an option. Huh, then what should I do? Mu Qiannin seemed to have never thought about this problem before, her face showing surprise and disappointment. Can't break up? Is that true? Yes, he nodded. That path is blocked. You'd better not think about it. Huh? Mu Qiannin's voice was full of disappointment and her shoulders drooped. I just want to go home and be with my parents. If I can't leave the palace, I'll be trapped here forever. Xian Yuanzhan's eyes flickered. Waiting is the only hope. Mu Qiannin suddenly looked up, meeting his deep, narrow eyes. She looked at him with hope. Big sister, do you have a way? He didn't answer. His deep eyes seemed to hide many secrets. He wanted to climb over the wall and leave, but Mu Qiannin grabbed his arm. Big sister. Mu Qiannin's voice was soft and gentle. What is your name? We have known each other for so many days, but I still don't know your name. Xian Yuanzhan paused, then slowly said 2 words, Ajan, Ajan. These words from Mu Qiannin's mouth sounded strangely charming and touching. Before he could enjoy this feeling, she started to laugh. Jean, older brother. Mu Qiannin happily shook his arm. Everyone in my family calls me Yiner. You can call me that too. Or call me Qiannin, Qiannin. Any of these are fine. Xian Yuanzhan's thin lips curled slightly. A name, and yet there's so many ways to call it. He simply nodded and pointed in a direction. Go out that way. It's safer. Remember to come back early. Mu Qiannin beamed with joy. Is this the safe route your sister bought with silver? No wonder you're so clever and loyal. After saying this, she jumped over the palace wall and winked at him. Under the morning light, her smile was dazzling, and her flowing hair looked lively and charming. Older sister, I'll come back early. I'll bring you roasted chicken. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared from view. Though she wasn't very smart, her light skills were quite good. A faint smile appeared in Xian Yuanzhan's eyes. He also jumped onto the wall and vanished into the small courtyard. The path Xian Yuanzhan pointed out to Mu Qiannin was similar to the safe route given by the system. It was easy to avoid the patrols of the Imperial Guards. Using the map in her mind, Mu Qiannin headed straight to the Zhaohua Palace, where the original owner had only stayed for 1 day. The sign for Zhaohua Palace had been recently replaced, and everything inside was decorated very delicately. It was clear that Xian Yuanhong had high hopes for the original owner entering the palace. Fortunately, on the night she entered, Xian Yuanhong was distracted by Mu Miaoyi and got so drunk he couldn't come to see the original owner. Otherwise, she would have been very uncomfortable. Zhaohua Palace was large and quiet. In the back courtyard, faint crying could be heard from a young maid. Seeing no one else in the backyard, Mu Qiannin jumped down from the wall, startling the crying girl. "Me Empress?" Yunar covered her mouth, eyes wide with surprise as she looked at Mu Qiannin. "Empress, why are you here? Has His Majesty released you?" Mu Qiannin placed her finger on her lips and pulled her into the inner palace. She lowered her voice and said, "I snuck out secretly." Yunar knew that her lady had martial skills, so climbing over the wall was easy for her. As for how good her skills were, she, a young maid, didn't understand, only knowing that her lady was very powerful. She nodded in trust and looked her up and down. "Does the lady suffer? Did they hurt you?" "No, not at all." Mu Qiannin patted Yunar's shoulder. This time, she came to save her. In the original story, Yunar was a loyal servant. After the original body was sent to the cold palace, Yunar, a young maid, was bullied but still tried to help her, wanting to send some things into the cold palace for her. But as a young maid with no money or power and few acquaintances, she had no way to do much. Later, she became a concubine to an old eunuch, working as his helper. She thought she could use the eunuch's connections to make her lady's life in the cold palace better. But she didn't realize that the eunuch had no real ties to the cold palace. After tricking Yuna, he stopped pretending and began to abuse her in many ways. When he got bored, he even gave Yuna to his young eunuchs. Eunuchs often have twisted minds, and within 2 months, Yuna was brutally assaulted and died, thrown into a mass grave. Now, Mu Qianyin looked at Yuna's dark grape-like eyes and chubby face, feeling distressed, and gently pinched her. Yuna, I have something to tell you. You must do as I say. Yuna immediately widened her eyes and nodded seriously. Your Grace, even if I have to go through fire and water, I will do it for you. Seeing her serious expression, Mu Qianyin's face softened with a gentle smile. She said, the reason I was thrown into the cold palace this time is part of a plan. You don't need to worry, nor do you need to plead for me. Your job is to stay well in Zhaohua Palace. Go out only when necessary. Can you do that? Yes, I can. Yuna instinctively agreed, then looked a bit confused. Your Grace, you said being sent to the cold palace was part of a plan? What kind of plan? Do you want me to help you? Mu Qianyin's expression was deep and unreadable. I've made all the arrangements. You are the person I trust the most. Zhaohua Palace is my fallback. Since I am entrusting this important place to you, can you watch over it well? Yuna tightly pursed her lips, looking at her lady with admiration. She vowed, I will definitely do my best. When her lady said she was her most trusted person, Yuna felt a surge of pride and passion in her heart. She was eager to pick up a broom immediately and sweep through Zhaohua Palace from end to end, so she could proudly welcome her lady back someday.
Good.
Then I will leave the responsibility of watching over Zhaohua Palace to you, Mu Qianyin said happily. Yuna, go, and bring me some clean clothes. I need to wear them in the cold palace. Yes, Yuna, like a brave soldier inspired by her general, held her head high and went to pack her bag. Soon, she came out carrying a very large bundle. Lady Mu said, Lady, these are the clothes we brought into the palace. They're the ones you liked to wear before.
Change into them.
If they get dirty, just bring them to me to wash. I have nothing to do in Zhaohua Palace, and I worry about whether you are eating enough or staying warm. If I can help wash your clothes, I will feel better too. You're such a good Yuna. Mu Qianyin looked at the big bundle, thinking she could wear these clothes for a while. She took it happily. Thank you, Yuna. I'm leaving now. Remember what I just told you. Yuna's eyes sparkled. I remember everything, lady. Don't worry. She watched her lady easily jump over the palace wall and disappear in the blink of an eye, feeling even more admiration. My lady is truly amazing. She let out a long breath, her round cheeks forming 2 little dimples as she smiled. She happily picked up a broom from the corner and started sweeping the ground. As Mu Qianyin disappeared from Yuna's sight, she quickly stored the bundle into her space. She had thought about visiting other palaces but decided against it. She would wait until Mu Miaoi believed she was truly pregnant before going to see the show. As for Xian Yuanhong, that scoundrel, Xian Yuanzhan would handle him.
She didn't need to get involved.
Her agile figure moved through various palaces and soon left the imperial palace grounds. Mu Qianyin returned to the Jing'an Marquis residence and found everything was normal. The death of Aunt Lian did not cause any fuss in the house. No white cloth was hung. She also noticed a new housekeeper at the gate. After having the system scan him, she learned he was loyal, so she felt relieved. She went to the backyard, where her mother was handling household chores. Her younger brother was being taught by the teacher, and her father might have gone to the military camp. Everything looked peaceful and calm. She felt a bit more relaxed, probably because the original owner cared for her family. With no worries left, Mu Qianyin put on a veil and confidently headed to the street. She replenished some cooked food in her space, bought a few roasted chickens, and brought 2 jars of wine. After wandering around casually, she returned to the palace. When she arrived at the cold palace, it was still afternoon. The sunlight was just right, shining warm on the clothesline in the corner. The clothes she washed last night were already dry, so she folded them away. Then she carried the roasted chicken and wine into Xian Yuanzhan's room. By the time Xian Yuanzhan returned, it was already dark. He jumped over the wall and saw a faint yellow light coming from his window, as if someone was waiting for him to come home. His heart unexpectedly softened, and he slowly walked inside. As soon as he entered, he smelled the aroma of roasted chicken. Mu Qianyin had really brought some back. His gaze swept over the slender figure lying on the table, and his eyes flickered. The foolish woman, perhaps waiting for him too long, had fallen asleep on the table. He stopped by the table and looked at her carefully. The girl's sleeping face was peaceful, her eyebrows relaxed, and her breathing gentle and even. Long eyelashes cast a fan-shaped shadow under her eyes. When she was asleep, she looked calm and serene, unlike her lively and spirited self when awake. Watching her like this, Xian Yuanzhan felt that this moment was the most peaceful in the past 9 years. He was so absorbed in looking at her that he instinctively reached out and gently brushed aside a strand of hair falling by her cheek. Her eyelids moved slightly, as if she was about to wake up. He quickly withdrew his hand, took a step back, and clasped his hands behind his back, holding them gently. Mu Qianyin softly hummed, and her tightly closed eyes slowly opened. She sensed someone behind her and turned to look back. Her clear eyes still held a hint of sleepiness and innocence. Seeing who it was, she blinked twice. "Big brother Zhan? Are you back?" Xian Yuanzhan looked down at her and said, "If you're sleepy, go back to your room and sleep." "I'm not sleepy anymore." Mu Qianyin sat up straight, her slim waist elegant, and with a gentle smile, she lifted the cover on the bowl on the table. She smiled at him with squinted eyes. "Big brother Zhan, come quickly. I brought roast chicken and wine. Tonight, let's have a good drink, just as sisters." Xian Yuanzhan was touched by her smile and slightly curved his lips into a gentle smile. Silly girl, beautiful and sweet-tongued. It would be even better if she didn't add the word sister before her name. He sat at the table, then remembered something. If they wanted to eat, he would need to take off his mask. But he glanced sideways at Mu Qianyin, his deep eyes reflecting her fair, bright face. Can he trust her? They had only known each other for a few days. "What's wrong, big sister Zhan?" Mu Qianyin saw him hesitating to pick up his chopsticks and looked confused. "Is it that you don't like drinking? Or that you don't like roast chicken?" "No." Xian Yuanzhan sighed softly, his long fingers lifting slightly and gently unfastening his mask. Forget it. If he was betrayed again, he could only blame himself for not seeing people clearly. His handsome face suddenly appeared, making Mu Qianyin's beautiful pupils shrink. She covered her mouth and whispered softly, "Big sister Zhan, you are so pretty." Xian Yuanzhan placed his mask on the table, his palm curling slightly as she looked at him. Then he looked into her eyes with a scrutinizing gaze. He asked, "Haven't you noticed anything?" "Noticed what?" Mu Qianyin moved her small face closer, her clear eyes lingering on his face, sincere. "Let me take a good look. TSK, this little face is even prettier than mine. Your skin looks whiter than mine. Your nose is nice, your eyebrows are thick, and your lips are thin and pink. You look like you'd be fun to kiss." That scumbag really is lucky, Xian Yuanzhan. He didn't ask her to look at that. Could this silly woman not realize that he looked very much like that person? Next, gentle fingers pinched his face, turning it left and right to look at him. "Huh." Mu Qianyin made a confused sound. Xian Yuanzhan clenched his fists. Did she notice? "Huh." She moved closer, her clear, small face turning from side to side on his cheek. Her breath, carrying a light fragrance, brushed against his neck, making his Adam's apple move slightly. Then she excitedly said, "Zhan Jie, I didn't know your face was not hurt. Then why do you still wear a mask every day? Wearing a mask is so stuffy. When the weather gets hot, it might cause rashes on my face. Your face is so beautiful. You should show it openly for everyone to admire your beauty." Xian Yuanzhan, he shouldn't have had expectations for her. Forget it. Mu Qianyin hasn't been in the palace long. She might have only seen that person a few times, so her impression isn't deep. Besides, although he and that person look alike, if you look closely, there are many differences. Plus, her mind isn't very sharp, and her good qualities are all on her face. It's a bit much to expect her to immediately see that he looks like that person. Xian Yuanzhan picked up his chopsticks and said a little annoyed, "Eat." Oh, Mu Qianyin happily started eating, taking bites of roasted chicken and drinking wine, her face full of smiles. "Zhang Jie, come on, let's toast. After this drink, we are good friends. One more toast, and we will be lifelong sisters. Finish this jar of wine, and we will be sworn siblings, always together. Never betray each other." After saying that, she started singing, 10 years to cross the same boat, 100 years to share the same pillow, la la la. What kind of nonsense is this? Xian Yuanzhan didn't expect her to be so lively even when drinking. Her little mouth was either chewing wildly or chattering, and she even sang a tune he'd never heard before, making the scene very lively. He quietly watched her face flush with redness, feeling a soft warmth in his heart. He raised his slender, jade-like fingers holding a porcelain white cup, a gentle smile on his lips as he lightly clinked it with hers. He responded softly, Mu Qianyin's alcohol tolerance was very low. After they finished the first pot, she already leaned on the table, saying she couldn't go on. She also slipped her delicate, white hand into his sleeve, saying her body and face felt very hot, but her fingers were cold, and she wanted him to warm them. She was quite delicate. Xian Yuanzhan sat still, his left hand quietly resting on the table, allowing her fingers to slip into his sleeve. He picked up the wine jar with his right hand and, with her slightly tipsy face in mind, finished the second jar. After 2 jars of wine, Mu Qianyin had fallen into a deep sleep. Her cheeks were flushed, and her small, pink lips were slightly parted, looking adorable. Xian Yuanzhan raised his hand, his knuckles gently brushing her rosy cheek, feeling her delicate warmth. Just like his heart at this moment. He gazed at her deeply, his eyes dark and endless in the shadows. After a long while, he leaned over, carefully lifting Mu Qianyin into his arms, and carried her toward her room. The girl in his arms softly whimpered, her hands curling around his neck, trusting and leaning against his chest, sleeping soundly. She was so light and soft. Xian Yuanzhan moved slowly, as if afraid of waking her. He entered her room at an extremely slow pace, filled with the sweet scent of a young girl. The once dull room had now been transformed into a warm and cozy space. The bed curtains and bedding were a gentle shade of purple. An old wooden table was covered with a light green cloth, on which sat a blue and white porcelain vase with 2 red plum blossoms. Xian Yuanzhan slightly curled his lips, a smile flickering in his narrow eyes. Did she go out of the palace just to get these things? What a little girl. He gently placed Mu Qianyin on the bed, even helping her take off her embroidered shoes. With a tenderness he had never shown before, he covered her with a quilt. He sat by the bed, gazing at her sleeping face for a long time. He softly said, 10 years to cross the same boat, 100 years to share the same pillow. You and that person may not have such fate. Stay with me, okay? The girl's even, gentle breathing was his only reply. He smiled knowingly. Since you don't speak, I'll assume you agree. More than a month passed like this. After spending this time together, Mu Qianyin felt that Xian Yuanzhan had lowered his guard and started trusting her. Because Xian Yuanzhan now only takes off his mask when he is in the courtyard facing her, he no longer asks 10 questions and answers 1. This is a good change, and it also means that the day he is eaten is not far away. Mu Qianyin smiled happily, shook out the freshly washed tablecloth, and tiptoed. Just as she was about to hang the cloth on the rope, a bony, well-defined hand reached over her head. I'll do it. Xian Yuanzhan took the cloth from her hand, easily hung it on the rope, and smoothed out the wrinkles. Then he looked down at her fingers, which were red and cold. Since the spring festival just ended, the weather is still warm and cold, and the water in the well remains cool. Mu Qianyin's hands are usually delicate, but after just washing 1 tablecloth, her hands looked as if they had been blushed by the cold. It was very eye-catching. Should I have someone help you wash them? Xian Yuanzhan asked. That won't do, Mu Qianyin pouted, shoving her cold fingers into his sleeve. She said seriously, we are now in the cold palace, so we should act like it. I've been taking my clothes to Yunner to wash now and then. For things like this that I need soon, I can wash them quickly myself. It's very convenient. If I still have to spend money on such small matters, even a mountain of gold and silver wouldn't be enough. Xian Yuanzhan looked relaxed, letting her fingers move around freely, and kindly pulled her sleeve to make it easier for her. He smiled softly. You really know how to live. Of course. Mu Qianyin tilted her face proudly. I am very good. Xian Yuanzhan looked at her tenderly, just about to reach out and ruffle her soft hair, when suddenly his dark eyes sharpened. A gentle breeze outside the courtyard door whispered, Your Highness, someone is coming. Xian Yuanzhan nodded at Mu Qianyin and quietly warned, If they're looking for you, be alert. I know, Mu Qianyin replied calmly. After a moment, they heard footsteps approaching their courtyard. Qingfeng opened the courtyard gate for the visitor, Gao Gonggong, who was close to Xian Yuanhong. Gao Gonggong stood at the gate, flicked his dust brush, and his sharp voice reached inside. Empress Xiao has sent a message. Mu Qianyin pretended to just realize this, opened the door, and walked out of the room. Faced with Gao Gonggong, she did not bow. Instead, her clear eyes looked at him calmly, standing tall and graceful. Gao Gonggong was slightly surprised when he saw Lady Zhao again. Lady Zhao had been sent to the cold palace for nearly 2 months. He thought he would see a woman with disheveled hair, or perhaps someone who had gone mad. But unexpectedly, Lady Zhao looked very clean and fresh. She wore simple, plain clothes with no jewelry or adornments, yet her natural beauty still shone through. No wonder the emperor was so fond of her. When Lady Zhao did not kneel to receive the imperial decree, Gao Gonggong thought she was so happy she lost her senses, so he didn't take it to heart. He loudly announced, By the emperor's order, Lady Zhao is summoned to Lanxiang Palace for an audience. Lanxiang Palace? Mu Qianyin's eyes flickered with a faint light. Lanxiang Palace was Mu Miaoi's residence. Judging by the date, she should already be pregnant. Could she be eager to cause trouble again? Mu Qianyin calmly replied, I accept the decree. Then she stepped toward the courtyard door, walking slowly and steadily, neither humble nor proud. Gao Gonggong, lead the way. From announcing the decree to guiding her, Gao Gonggong was momentarily stunned. If he wasn't sure this was the cold palace, with Lady Zhao's commanding presence, he would have thought they were in Fingyi Palace, receiving the Empress's royal carriage. He paused for a moment, but decided not to delay. After all, Lady Zhao's rank and title were still valid, and the emperor's attitude was uncertain. As servants, it was better not to guess his intentions. He respectfully said, Madam, please. After they turned around, Xian Yuanzhan stepped out of the shadows. Watching Mu Qianyin's slender figure walk away, his brows furrowed, and his eyes darkened. He raised his hand slightly, and 2 dark-clad guards appeared like ghosts, kneeling before him.
Master.
Xian Yuanzhan's voice was cold and firm. Follow her. Do not let anyone block her. Yes. Mu Qianyin continued walking while checking the situation at Lanxiang Palace in her system. Just half an hour ago, Mu Miaoi was having lunch with Xian Yuanhong when she suddenly felt unwell. She endured it, knowing that the emperor, because of her aunt, had not been as kind to her lately. Sometimes, during private moments, they mentioned Mu Qianyin in conversation. It was rare to have the chance to dine with His Majesty. Missing this time, she didn't know when the next opportunity would come. But Mu Miaoi felt very uncomfortable, especially with the steamed abalone dish closest to her. It was steaming hot, and the fishy smell kept wafting into her nose. It made her feel so sick she wanted to vomit. Xian Yuanhong noticed Mu Miaoi staring at the dish and kindly picked up a chopstick to serve her a piece, placing it in her bowl. Love consort, eat more. Teach thank you, Your Majesty. Mu Miaoi's stomach was churning, and she forced a faint smile at Xian Yuanhong. But as soon as her mouth moved, a wave of nausea surged up her throat. Ugh, an unknown substance shot out, splattering all over Xian Yuanhong. He was caught off guard, covered in hot vomit, and was stunned. No one had ever dared to vomit such disgusting things on him. Never. Even when he was an invisible prince before, no one dared to treat him like this. Xian Yuanhong was furious. He threw down his chopsticks and slapped Mu Miaoyi hard. How dare you? You, Consort Ro, have such audacity. He angrily kicked over the table, then tore off his nauseatingly scented dragon robe and threw it onto Mu Miaoyi's head. This is outrageous. I will send you to the cold palace. The room instantly fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The palace maids and eunuchs knelt down in fear, not daring to make a sound, stealing frightened glances at the furious Xian Yuanhong. Mu Miaoyi was stunned by her own vomit, then dazed by the slap. She stood there blankly, her mind completely empty. Your Majesty. She finally found her voice and knelt down with a loud thud. Your Majesty, forgive me. I am unwell, and I didn't mean to do this. Please have mercy. Xian Yuanhong was still angry and didn't listen to her explanation. He pointed at her and shouted, Dare to deny it. You, woman without manners, must be severely punished today. He then summoned the guards. Come here. This woman, who disobeys the rules, shall be stripped of her title and demoted to a common attendant. Immediately sent to the cold palace, Mu Miaoyi was terrified. She absolutely did not want to go to the cold palace. She would rather die than go there. Suddenly, she had a bright idea. She quickly covered her belly with her hands and shouted, Your Majesty, listen to what I have to say. I am actually pregnant. I was feeling sick earlier because of morning sickness. That's why I acted this way. Please forgive me. Everyone was shocked by her words. Xian Yuanhong's anger immediately eased. He stared closely at Mu Miaoyi's face and asked nervously, Is that true? Mu Miaoyi was now in a difficult position. Without a solid excuse, she would be sent to the cold palace, and her status would fall very low. She was worried that Mu Qianyin, that unkind girl, would mock her again. She could only gamble. She hoped that the doctor on duty today was the one she had bribed, Dr. Hong. She took a deep breath and nodded, saying, I have been feeling nauseous lately and my period is late again. It feels the same as when I was pregnant before. She looked at Hong Rue and gave a warning look. My personal maid can testify to this. Hong Rue, kneeling nearby, trembled and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. It's true. Lady Mu's period has been almost 10 days late this month. This was true because Mu Miao Xian's periods were always irregular, and last month she received fewer favors, so they didn't think she was pregnant. Now, their lives were at risk, so they could only pretend for now. Xian Yuanhong's dark face softened a little. He told Gao Gonggang, Send for the doctor. Yes, Gao Gonggang immediately ran out, and the room became quiet again. Xian Yuanhong didn't scold Mu Miaoyi anymore, but he also didn't tell her to get up. Mu Miaoyi knew that if she failed this test, she would lose her position and be sent to the cold palace. She knelt quietly, her face turning pale. Soon, the head of the medical office hurried in looking excited. Gao Gonggang came to tell the doctor. When he heard that Consort Ro might be pregnant, he sent the doctor to check and came himself. Such an important matter required his personal examination to be sure. When Mu Miaoyi saw it was the head of the medical office, she felt something was wrong. Why wasn't Dr. Hong here? She clenched her sweaty hands and trembled slightly. After bowing to Xian Yuanhong, the head of the medical office said to Mu Miaoyi, Your Majesty, please extend your hand so I can check your pulse. Mu Miaoyi slightly raised her head and saw Emperor Xian Yuanhong's gaze fixed firmly on her, making her dare not make any small movements. She bit her lip and hesitated as she extended her trembling wrist, praying silently to the gods above, hoping she was truly pregnant. Otherwise, it would be a serious crime of deceiving the emperor. The head of the palace examined her wrist with a silk cloth, then pressed his fingers on it. After a moment, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. He carefully checked again, then excitedly withdrew his hand. He knelt and reported, Congratulations, Your Majesty. Consort Ro has been pregnant for over a month. The chief doctor of the Imperial Hospital was highly skilled and would not make a mistake. Emperor Xian Yuanhong immediately beamed with joy and laughed heartily. Wonderful. I will have a child. I will announce it to the world. He bent down and personally helped Mu Miaoyi to her feet. His voice was gentle, with a smile on his face. My beloved consort, get up quickly and take care of yourself. Mu Miaoyi was even more stunned, feeling both surprised and happy. She had only spoken casually, not expecting it to be true. She was actually pregnant. The gods above truly favored her. With a worried look and tears of joy in her eyes, she looked at Xianyuan Hong and asked, Your Majesty, are you not angry with me? Of course I am not angry with you. Xianyuan Hong was so excited he wished he could lift Mu Miaoyi up and show her off. He didn't care about such small matters. He thought to himself, as the mighty emperor, how could he not have children? As long as this child is born successfully, he can shame those who doubted him, and his throne will be secure. He spoke softly, My beloved consort, it's normal to feel unwell now that you're pregnant with a dragon's child. I was careless just now and scared you, wasn't I? I will have someone bring you some nourishing medicine to help you relax. You must take good care of yourself. Afterward, he told Gao Gonggong, Send my orders. The snow frogs, deer antler, ginseng, and bird's nest from last month's tribute should all be delivered to Consort Rose Palace. Also, allocate 3,000 taels of silver from the Imperial Household Department to help her recover. Gao Gonggong hurriedly agreed and went to arrange everything. Mu Miaoyi was overwhelmed with gratitude and bowed gracefully. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. I will take good care of myself and give birth to a healthy dragon's child for you. Xianyuan Hong smiled warmly and held her hand. Just focus on resting, my love. I will handle everything else. Hearing this, Mu Miaoyi felt deeply moved, tears shimmering in her eyes. She is truly pregnant with a royal heir, this time for real. This is the first such case in the harem. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. Being able to give birth to a child for you is my blessing. She looked at Xianyuan Hong with hopeful eyes, her heart moved, and she looked at him weakly. Your Majesty, perhaps because I am pregnant, I miss my family more. This child is very important. I don't trust others to take care of him. Could I ask my sister to look after me? Your sister? Xianyuan Hong was a bit surprised. Zhao Consort, he had hinted so many times before, but Rupin seemed not to understand. Why was she so generous today? Yes. Mu Miaoyi nodded softly, appearing delicate. Your Majesty, you also seem to miss my sister, right? Now that I am pregnant and can't serve you properly, why not let my sister take care of you? I can stay close to my family, and it would be a perfect solution for everyone. Xianyuan Hong looked at her with some suspicion. You no longer blame Zhao Consort for what happened last time, causing your miscarriage. Mu Miaoyi lowered her head, her hands resting on her flat belly, but her eyes flickered with a dark light. She spoke timidly. I used to blame her, but now that my child is back, I don't blame her anymore. Xianyuan Hong happily took her hand. I knew it. You are kind-hearted. I will have Zhao Consort come over and stay with you every day until you give birth. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. Mu Miaoyi saw Xianyuan Hong happily sending Gao Gonggong out, and she sneered inwardly. Her real plan was to bring Mu Qianyin out of the cold palace. She had her own reasons. First, the emperor kept mentioning Mu Qianyin in front of her, hinting and implying, trying to give her an excuse to bring her back. This made her very annoyed. The emperor's concern for Mu Qianyin was just because he missed her face. He hadn't obtained it yet, so he kept thinking about it. But now, Mu Qianyin had been in the cold palace for nearly 2 months. She might have become so disheveled that she looked like a madwoman. If the emperor saw Mu Qianyin now, he might be disgusted and send her back to the cold palace, giving her peace and quiet. Furthermore, if Mu Qianyin was lucky and hadn't turned into a madwoman, then she could serve herself in Manhwa Palace. She is now pregnant with the dragon's child, so even if she tortures Mu Qianyin into a shadow of herself, no one dares to harm her. Also, Mu Qianyin's face is truly beautiful. Since she is pregnant and cannot serve in bed, the emperor cannot stay overnight in her palace. As long as Mu Qianyin can win the emperor's favor, he will often stay in Lixiang Palace. This way, the emperor will think she is generous and will also keep her favored. No matter how you look at it, this is a good deal. Mu Miaoyi trembles with excitement, eager to crush Mu Qianyin under her foot and step on her. When Mu Qianyin arrives at Lixiang Palace, she already understands what happened earlier. She walks into the main hall, which has been tidied up by the servants. The servants' faces show faint happiness, all excited that their mistress is pregnant with a dragon's heir and will soon rise in status. She approaches Xian Yuanhong and bows gracefully. "Your Majesty, I am Mu Qianyin, humbly greeting you." From the moment Mu Qianyin steps into Lixiang Palace, Xian Yuanhong's eyes are fixed on her. He has always been captivated by Mu Qianyin's beauty. Now, seeing her in a simple, white floral dress, with flowing black hair, no makeup, and skin as clear as jade, she looks more beautiful than when dressed up elaborately, like a fairy descending from heaven. He steps forward and reaches out to help her up. "Empress, no need for courtesy." Mu Qianyin automatically stands up, suddenly steps back, and avoids his hand. "Thank you, Your Majesty." She stands straight, hands clasped in front of her, with her eyelashes lowered, looking proud and aloof. Inside, she thinks, Xian Yuanhong and Xian Yuanzhan's features are indeed similar. But Xian Yuanhong is a few centimeters shorter and not as strong as Xian Yuanzhan. Also, her face shows some dark circles from overindulgence, giving her a look of exhaustion. She doesn't seem destined for a long life. Xian Yuanhong withdraws his hand awkwardly, not angry. Now that he has a child, he's in a good mood. Plus, Mu Qianyin used to treat him the same way, so he's used to it. Compared to constant flattery, he actually misses her genuine personality. Staring at her delicate face, he says, "It seems my cold palace cannot change your nature, Empress. Are you blaming me?" "Your Majesty, you're joking." "I dare not. I will have someone go and tidy up Zhaohua Palace for you now." "Your Majesty," Mu Miaoyi quickly stopped the emperor from speaking. Just now, seeing Mu Qianyin wasn't as messy or crazy as she had imagined, Mu Miaoyi felt a sudden worry. Then she heard the emperor eager to send Mu Qianyin back to Zhaohua Palace, and she couldn't wait any longer. She still wanted Mu Qianyin to stay in Lanxiang Palace, where she could step on her. She walked out holding her belly and smiled at Mu Qianyin, saying, "Sister, I have good news. I am pregnant. The emperor just agreed to let you take care of me, so you don't have to stay in the cold palace anymore." She looked at Mu Qianyin proudly, waiting for her to thank her. Not happening, Mu Qianyin refused immediately without thinking. Mu Miaoyi was stunned, not expecting her to reject so directly. Xian Yuanhong frowned. He liked Mu Qianyin's personality, but that didn't mean he liked being disobeyed. Even the servants in the room looked at Mu Qianyin with disapproval. Seeing the emperor's expression, Mu Miaoyi was happy and shouted sharply, "This is the emperor's order. Why are you refusing, sister? Do you know this is disobedience to the imperial command?" Mu Qianyin lazily glanced at her, and then looked at Xian Yuanhong. "Your Majesty, Consort Rose said last time that I poisoned her tea and caused her to have a miscarriage. Now that I am pregnant again, she's eager to call me back. Could it be that she thinks my pregnancy is too stable?" "What are you talking about, sister?" Mu Miaoyi looked wronged, as if she had been falsely accused. "Sister, we are real sisters. I believe you didn't mean to do it last time. I have forgiven you. Now that I am pregnant again, I won't hold it against you. Please forget about that matter." "I can't forget, and I won't." Mu Qianyin nodded to Xian Yuanhong and spoke firmly, "Your Majesty, the matter of the heir is very important. I didn't harm Consort Ro last time, and I won't do it now. But I worry that the person who harmed me before might try to harm others again. To protect the royal heir, I should stay away from suspicion. I hope Your Majesty will understand." Xian Yuanhong listened to her words and looked a little calmer. He frowned and thought deeply. For him, the most important thing was the heir and the happiness of the family. Empress Zhao's words are indeed reasonable, but she repeatedly claims that last time she did not cause Consort Ro's miscarriage. So, who is really the one responsible?
Could it be
that person? He quickly dismissed this guess. It probably isn't. Not to mention, there are spies arranged by him constantly watching that person. Furthermore, he knows that person well. He is proud, and would not do such things. He is like a kind and noble gentleman. This is also why he dislikes that person. Why should he, who has reclaimed his rightful position, be treated as if he committed a terrible mistake? Not only has his mother changed her attitude toward him, but she also sometimes looks at him with strange eyes. Even the emperor secretly left a backup plan and wrote a secret decree. He is the eldest son of the emperor. Why does everyone support the second son, Xian Yuanzhan? He should be the one to die. Once he finds the secret decree, the first thing he will do is make sure Xian Yuanzhan disappears forever. Suddenly, thunder roared in the sky, pulling Xian Yuanhong back to reality. At this moment, Consort Ro was crying softly, wiping her tears as she said, "Sister, it was clearly you last time. Never mind, I won't say anything. But this time, it's the emperor's good intention. How can you go against his wishes?" She kept accusing her of disobedience, trying to frame Mu Qianyin with guilt. Mu Qianyin shook her head with a gentle sigh, her expression innocent, like a child who doesn't understand the world, and looked at Mu Miaoyi. "Consort Ro, you are now grown up and about to become a mother. Please stop being so willful and don't use the baby in your belly as a gamble. Royal children, even with a 1 in 1,000 chance, must not have any accidents. Your Majesty, what do you think?" Mu Qianyin looked at Xian Yuanhong with a gentle smile, her eyes clear and pure, without a trace of malice or scheming, as if she truly cared for him. This made Xian Yuanhong feel a bit dazed. No jealousy, no anger, calm personality, stunning and graceful, fully dedicated to the greater good. This is exactly the perfect Empress candidate in his heart. He was sure that if the Empress heard about Consort Ro's pregnancy, she wouldn't be as calm and composed as Mu Qianyin. Feeling satisfied, he nodded. "All right. My beloved consort, you make a good point. How about this? You go back to Zhaohua Palace to live, and from now on, avoid any contact with Lanxiang Palace." Xian Yuanhong looked especially generous, but Mu Qianyin was not very willing. She hadn't even finished dealing with Xian Yuanzhan, and if she returned to Lanxiang Palace now, she would have fewer chances to see him in the future. She bowed gracefully, with a sincere and selfless expression. "Your Majesty is kind and generous. I am truly grateful. However, the person who caused Lady Ro's miscarriage has not yet been found, and I am still under suspicion. If I leave the cold palace now, Your Majesty might face criticism. To avoid causing you trouble, I am willing to stay in the cold palace to pray for your happiness and a long-lasting kingdom, and for you to have a son soon." Hearing her words, Xian Yuanhong's brow twitched, and a deep affection for Mu Qianyin filled his heart. Every word was music to his ears. Finally, someone understood how hard it was for him. Why hadn't he brought Mu Qianyin into the palace earlier? Mu Miaoyi saw the change in the emperor's expression and felt regret. She shouldn't have suggested releasing Mu Qianyin. She snorted softly. "All you do is say nice words. In the end, sister still disobeys the imperial order." At this moment, Xian Yuanhong was full of satisfaction and tenderness toward Mu Qianyin. He shot a displeased look at Mu Miaoyi. His voice was serious. "Ro Fei, Zhao Fei is your sister. She is very considerate. You should learn from her and also respect her." "Yes, I know I was wrong," Mu Miaoyi replied reluctantly, silencing herself with a pout, glaring secretly at Mu Qianyin. She cursed her little fox spirit heart silently. After scolding Ro Fei, Xian Yuanhong turned to look at the tall and graceful Mu Qianyin, his face full of genuine warmth. He stretched out his hand and stepped forward, wanting to embrace her. "Love consort, I promise you, you just..." Mu Qianyin suddenly bowed down to avoid his embrace. Her voice was touched but with a hint of urgency. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I have something to do, so I will take my leave first." She hurriedly turned and left. Xian Yuanhong was surprised and called after her. "What else could you have in the cold palace?" Mu Qianyin, as she walked, pointed at the darkening sky outside. "Your Majesty, look. It's going to rain soon. I need to go back and gather the clothes." She quickened her pace and soon left Lanxiang Palace, leaving a room full of people in a state of confusion. hurrying back to the cold palace to gather clothes. What kind of clothes could be more important than the emperor himself? Moreover, they had never seen any consort so eager to return to the cold palace. The cold palace is not a good place. She would prefer never to go there in her life. Unlike Princess Zhao, who seems to treat it like home. Xian Yuan Hong stood stiffly, his hands at his sides, gazing thoughtfully at Mu Qiannin's departing figure. After a moment, he chuckled softly. My Princess Zhao is truly unique. How interesting. Mu Miaoyi tore at her handkerchief, glaring angrily into the distance. Humph. She didn't expect that Mu Qiannin, who is simple-minded and physically strong, would also learn to be two-faced. Since her plan was foiled this time, she would wait until her baby was born safely, then call Mu Qiannin over to serve her. By then, she would rely on her son's status to overshadow her. She didn't believe Mu Qiannin would have any excuses then. She stepped forward and softly said to Xian Yuan Hong, Your Majesty, I wonder if I could entrust this pregnancy to Dr. Hong? Why? Xian Yuan Hong's mind was elsewhere. He asked casually. Mu Miaoyi bit her lip and said sweetly, Dr. Hong is very skilled. He has always checked my health and taken my pulse, so he knows my condition well. If someone else were to do it suddenly, I would feel uneasy. And she hesitated, seeming reluctant to speak. After a long pause, she said awkwardly, The Empress is a bit far away, and I get short of breath every time I go to pay my respects. I'm not afraid of much, but I worry that the baby in my belly can't handle the bumps. She spoke vaguely, but her main concern was fear of being harmed by other women in the palace. Since she could bribe Dr. Hong, other consorts could also bribe other doctors. The women in the palace are very cunning. She worried that if she changed to a different doctor with ulterior motives, they might harm her or her child. Xian Yuan Hong frowned slightly, disapproving of the petty jealousy of the gentle consort. She was just pregnant and already spoiled, daring to scheme against the Empress. If she gives birth to a prince later, she would become even more demanding. He initially wanted the chief doctor of the Imperial Hospital to personally oversee her pregnancy to ensure safety. But in the Imperial Hospital, any doctor is highly skilled, and caring for a pregnant woman is no problem at all. The Empress is kind and understanding, so she should be able to understand Rupin's request. Rupin is now pregnant with his only child. As long as her requests are not too unreasonable, he will agree to them. Xian Yuan Hong turned around and looked at Mu Miaoyi with a gentle smile. Since the beloved consort has made such a request, I will agree. You don't need to go to the Empress's side anymore. Before the baby is born, I will waive your formal greetings. All right, it's getting late. Rest assured and take care of your pregnancy. I am returning to the Imperial study. Unexpectedly, the Emperor agreed to both requests, which surprised Mu Miaoyi. She immediately bowed with a smile. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. I will take my leave now. Servant, I wish you well, Your Majesty. Mu Qiannin was followed by 2 imperial guards. When she returned to the cold palace, it was almost dark. The palace was large, and the cold palace was in a remote area. She relied solely on her legs, without using any lightness skills. It took nearly 2 hours for her to go back and forth. From afar, she saw the cloth she washed at noon gently fluttering, and the yard was quiet. She didn't know if Xian Yuanzhan was there. When she reached near the yard, the 2 guards looked at the breeze and opened the gate for her, then locked it before leaving. As Mu Qiannin stepped into the yard, she felt Xian Yuanzhan's presence. So he was here. As soon as the gate closed, Mu Qiannin's arm tightened. Then, Xian Yuanzhan pulled her, dragging her toward his room. Mu Qiannin let him pull her along, a slight smile on her lips, and softly said, Zhanjie, slow down. Why are you in such a hurry? Xian Yuanzhan pulled her into the room, looked her over from top to bottom, then finally relaxed. Did he trouble you? Mu Qiannin saw the concern and anxiety in his eyes, and smiled warmly. He did. Xian Yuanzhan's narrow eyes sharpened. What did he do to you? There were also secret guards around that person. He had sent someone to follow her, but only from a distance to protect her safety. They couldn't hear what was being said. She had been gone for so long, and he was anxious and irritable, eager to speed up his plans and help her escape from the status of Zhaofu as soon as possible. Mu Qianyin smiled and told the truth. It seemed Rupin was pregnant and wanted her to go to her palace to take care of her. A scoundrel still wants me to return to Zhaohua Palace. Before she finished speaking, Shen Yuanzhan grabbed her arm. His tone was tense. What did you say? Did you agree? Mu Qianyin smiled slightly. Of course I didn't agree. Brother Zhan, are you confused? If I had agreed to their request, would I still be able to come back now? Shen Yuanzhan let out a sigh of relief. That's right, he was too nervous, only wanting to know the answer, not thinking about this part. It was only after Mu Qianyin was called away by that person that he realized how anxious he was. He actually cared about her. Since that's the case, he can't hide his identity anymore. He didn't want her to keep calling him sister. So, when would she understand his feelings? Shen Yuanzhan gently tightened his grip on her, pulling her toward him, and looked deeply into her eyes. Qian, I want to tell you something. Mu Qianyin's heart moved, and she looked into his eyes. What is it? Shen Yuanzhan hesitated a moment, then said, I've always known you didn't harm Rufin. She can't be pregnant because Shen Yuanhong is naturally weak and can't have children. Mu Qianyin's eyes widened in surprise. Really? How would sister know that? That can't be true, because I am. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap interrupted Shen Yuanzhan's words. After the thunder passed, he continued, Qian, actually, I am Empress Zhao. Before he could finish, the voice of Grand Tutor Gao came from outside the courtyard. Both of their expressions tightened. Especially Shen Yuanzhan. His two confessions had been interrupted, and he was anxious, worried that Mu Qianyin would be called away again by Shen Yuanhong. Don't go, he begged softly, holding her tightly, anger boiling inside him. Mu Qianyin gave him a reassuring look and withdrew her arm. It's okay, sister. I'll be back soon. Qian. Shen Yuanzhan grabbed her again, feeling both sour and regretful for not confessing to her immediately. He shouldn't have hidden his identity from her. Now, he had no excuse to stop her. Mu Qianyin patted his hand. It's okay, sister. I'll be back soon. Shen Yuanzhan was so anxious because he didn't know what they had discussed that afternoon. But she knew. In the afternoon, she refused to return to Zhaohua Palace with such a grand excuse. Shen Yuanhong valued his children so much that even if he was eager for intimacy, he wouldn't call her to serve him now. As long as it wasn't for intimacy, other matters could be discussed. However, through this, she could see how nervous Shen Yuanzhan was about her, which was a big gain. When she stepped out of Shen Yuanzhan's room, Qingfeng opened the courtyard gate for Gao Gonggong, showing good judgment. Gao Gonggong smiled warmly as he entered, looking more respectful than when he summoned her at noon. Please, Empress Zhao, our lord has sent us to deliver a reward for you. Send a reward to me? Mu Qianyin was a bit confused. Throughout history, there have been emperors who send rewards to consorts in the cold palace? Exactly. Our emperor cares deeply about you. Empress Zhao. Seeing her stunned with happiness and forgetting to thank him, Gao Gonggong didn't mind. He gave a subtle signal behind him. Behind him followed a dozen eunuchs and palace maids carrying trays, walking into the small courtyard one after another. He cleared his throat and his sharp voice echoed in the cold palace courtyard. The emperor's gifts, a pair of luminous pearls from the western regions, a pair of jade double phoenix hairpins, a gold-inlaid headpiece with red and green beads, 10 bolts of fine yun brocade, 10 bolts of shoe brocade, 10 boxes of secret palace spices, 12 sets of ready-made clothes. After listing the rewards, Gao Gonggong praised Shen Yuanhong a few more words. Empress Zhao, the emperor is fond of your simple dressing and personally helps you with your clothes, feeling sorry for you. Not only did he send fabric, but he also specially ordered the clothing bureau to deliver 12 sets of garments for your use. I have served the emperor for so long, but I have never seen him care so much for any other consort. Mu Qianyin heard that Shen Yuanzhan's breathing in the room had become heavier, and she smiled faintly. Please, Gao Gonggong, convey my thanks to the emperor. When Rong Fei gives birth safely, I will personally thank the emperor. Then I will go back now and report to the emperor. Rest early, Empress. Gao Gonggong knew that Zhao Fei was poor, so he didn't wait for her to give him a reward. With a flick of his feather duster, he led the eunuchs and maids, who had already emptied their hands, and left grandly. Mu Qianyin entered her room, seeing it filled with the piled-up rewards, and she smiled slightly. The white-fingered hand brushed over the shoe brocade. "I didn't expect that scumbag to be so generous." A light snort came from behind. "Is that really generosity? In the future, I could give you the whole world." Mu Qianyin turned around in surprise, but suddenly everything went dark before her eyes. Xian Yuanzhan had already moved closer, grabbing her waist. His tall, strong body surrounded her completely. His powerful masculine presence made her almost lose her composure. Deep inside, Mu Qianyin started to feel excited. Is he pretending not to care anymore? Brother Zhan, she widened her eyes, feeling confused and a little strange about his behavior. Looking at Xian Yuanzhan's clouded face, she blinked a few times and softly asked, "Brother Zhan, what are you talking about? Why do I feel like you're different today from usual?" Xian Yuanzhan looked deeply at Mu Qianyin, trying to control his rising emotions. He thought he had already seen through people's hearts and wouldn't trust anyone easily in this life. But since she appeared, she brought a rare light into his dark life. He wanted to take things slowly, but now the situation didn't allow for hesitation. He worried that if he hesitated too long, Mu Qianyin might be moved by someone else and leave him. Then he would be alone again, living a dull life. Over time, he had grown used to her fussing, her chatter, her smile, and her warmth. He didn't want to go back to how things were. Qian, Xian Yuanzhan tightly locked eyes with her, afraid that something might interrupt them again. He quickly spoke, "My name is Xian Yuanzhan. I am the younger brother of Xian Yuanhong." Mu Qianyin was stunned, as if she hadn't heard him clearly. Her eyes showed surprise and confusion. "Brother Zhan, what did you just say? What younger brother?"
I don't understand.
"Don't call me Brother Zhan." Xian Yuanzhan lowered his body slightly, so she could see clearly how he was different from her. Worried she might not see clearly, he reached out and took her hand, touching his prominent Adam's apple. His voice was deep. "Qian, I am a man." "What?" Mu Qianyin still couldn't believe it. Her soft fingers explored his Adam's apple, then she used her other hand to touch her own neck, comparing. She had satisfied her curiosity. While touching, she frowned. "Are you a man? How is that possible? In the cold palace, how could there be a man?" Xian Yuanzhan knew this was too strange. He closed his eyes, made up his mind, and grabbed her wrist, pressing it against his chest. His voice was hoarse and deep. "Qian, feel carefully. Am I really the same as you?" His ears turned pink as he cleared his throat. "Or do you want to touch more, to see if I am even more different?" Mu Qianyin's finger on his chest trembled, but she didn't need to be so direct. She pressed a few more times, then suddenly curled her fingers, afraid to press further. At first, she was in disbelief, her clear eyes wide open. Then she blinked in confusion, doubting herself. Suddenly, like being shocked, she quickly withdrew her hand. She pushed herself back desperately, hitting the edge of the table, and looked at his face in amazement, stammering, "You. Could you really be a man?" "Yes." Xian Yuanzhan supported his hand on her back to prevent her from falling, and said firmly, "Absolutely." Mu Qianyin took a deep breath and pushed him with both hands. "If you really are a man, then men and women shouldn't touch each other. Stay away from me." A hint of hurt flashed in Xian Yuanzhan's eyes. "Qian, we've been together for so long. Don't you trust me?" "This isn't about trust." Mu Qianyin pushed lightly on his chest. "Our identities are different. We shouldn't be doing this. Are you still worried about guarding your purity for him?" Xian Yuanzhan asked her with a hint of jealousy. "Of course not." Mu Qianyin hit him lightly, calming her emotions a bit. "It's just that men and women are different. You suddenly changed from a woman to a man. I can't accept it right away." "Oh, come on, get up." Seeing that her attitude toward him was still as calm as before, Xian Yuanzhan relaxed a little. He stood up lazily, with a charming look in his eyes. He said, "Then it's settled. From now on, you are my woman, Mu Qianyin." She didn't expect that after Xian Yuanzhan stopped pretending, his tactics would be so intense. She was confused and asked 3 questions in a row. When did we decide this? What exactly did we say? How did I become your woman? Her face showed surprise and confusion, her beautiful eyes wide open, looking at him with a very speechless expression. But she didn't feel any dislike toward him. Xian Yuanzhan felt happy inside and said cheerfully, "You said it yourself. 10 years of sharing a boat, 100 years of sleeping together. We've been living under the same roof for so long, we're practically family. Qianqian, you can't just ignore me." Hiss, Mu Qianyin was suddenly hit hard, feeling unsure whether to be surprised or happy. She pointed to his room with her delicate finger. "We're not living under the same roof. We're under 2 roofs. Anyway, it's almost the same. It's in the same courtyard." Xian Yuanzhan held her soft finger, wanting to put it near his lips but afraid of startling her. He could only hold it in his palm and gently say, "Qianqian, will you be my woman?" "Please." Mu Qianyin shyly withdrew her finger. Xian Yuanzhan was moving too fast. If she didn't resist at all, he might just take her immediately, which didn't seem right. She glared at him angrily and said stubbornly, "No, I'm still the concubine of that scoundrel. How can I be your woman?" Xian Yuanzhan reluctantly withdrew his hand, realizing he was too eager. He didn't touch her again but moved closer, his tall figure surrounding her. "I have my ways, as long as you agree to me." Mu Qianyin shook her head. "Still no. I just found out you're a man, and you want me to agree to this? We have no emotional foundation." She waved her hand to make him step back. "Forget that for now. Tell me, why are you pretending to be a woman living in the cold palace? And why are you the younger brother of that scoundrel? So, you're a prince? Just tell me." Xian Yuanzhan chuckled helplessly, his tall figure covering her. "I'm not pretending to be a woman. It's your bad eyesight. You misunderstood." Mu Qianyin pouted and defended herself. "That's your fault too. Besides that scoundrel, there's no normal man in the harem. You live in the princess's cold palace and look so beautiful. Of course I thought you were a woman." Looking down at her soft, full lips, Xian Yuanzhan's throat moved. He sighed softly. "All right, it's my fault. But Qianqian, when you say I look good, do you mean I am handsome?" Mu Qianyin lifted her eyelashes and looked at his close, handsome face. She hadn't dared to look carefully at his face before, to keep her image, but now that she did, she saw that Xian Yuanzhan is even more attractive than she thought. His skin is pale but not sickly, with clear, smooth features. His sharp lines soften into gentle curves, making him look both delicate and brave. His handsome face is hard to describe, so attractive that she can't look away. Especially his single eyelid eyes, deep and charming, now with a slight smile, looking at her in a very tempting way. Mu Qianyin couldn't help but swallow nervously, unable to answer honestly. "Yes, very handsome." Then, Xian Yuanzhan suddenly lowered his head, his breath brushing against her lips. He whispered hoarsely, "Qianqian, do you want to try a taste?" Mu Qianyin took a gentle breath, blinking hard, and struggled to refuse.
Not.
Good. Xian Yuanzhan knew she would refuse, but a small smile still appeared at the corner of his mouth. He did this just to make Mu Qianyin realize that he is a man different from her. Clearly, she had already noticed, because her cheeks were now blushing beautifully. He cleared his throat and gently ruffled her hair. He said calmly, "I live in the cold palace because..." Xian Yuanzhan spoke in the most peaceful tone, recounting everything from his birth up to before he met her. There was no emotional appeal, no begging for sympathy, no exaggeration, just a calm explanation. Then Mu Qianyin was moved to tears. She sniffed, embarrassed, wiping her tears, her eyes full of concern for him. Her small mouth started to speak softly. "Xian Yuanhong is such a bad person. He's so scheming at such a young age, even daring to harm his own brother. No wonder he's a foolish emperor. Someone like him, so narrow-minded, doesn't deserve to be emperor. He didn't even bother to arrange a decent place for you, making you stay in the cold palace. But you're a real prince. Could it be that no one knows you're here yet? That's so sad." Xian Yuanzhan listened quietly as she scolded him on his behalf, feeling more comfortable than ever before. Actually, he hadn't told her that he suspected the death of Emperor and Empress was also related to Xian Yuanhong. But such matters are too private. Mu Qianyin is straightforward and sincere, so it's better she not know such ugly things. He sat beside her, raised his hand, and tentatively brushed away tears on her face. Don't cry anymore. I'm not sad now, but I feel sad for you. Mu Qianyin didn't resist his closeness and looked up at him, comforting him. Jean, it's okay. If siblings can't rely on each other, then we have to rely on ourselves. It's not our fault they don't have the fortune to be our siblings. Xian Yuanzhan's heart softened. He took a small step forward and held her hand. Thank you, Qian. Your comfort makes me feel much better. Seeing him so fragile, Mu Qianyin's fingers twitched slightly but didn't pull away, so she let him hold her. It's getting late. You should go back to your room. At this moment, thunder roared again outside, followed by heavy rain. A glimmer flashed in Xian Yuanzhan's eyes as he tilted his head and said sadly, The night I left the palace to go to the royal temple, it was also raining like this. I'm a little scared, Qian. Can I sleep with you tonight? His usually charming eyes drooped, with a faint red at the corners, and he looked at her cautiously, his lips trembling slightly. It was as if he was afraid, or worried she would refuse. Oh, such a pitiful little one. Although he was pretending, Mu Qianyin's heart still felt a little guilty. That poor dog. He didn't ask for anything inappropriate, just wanted a warm place to rest. Her eyes flickered as she struggled with a difficult choice. Xian Yuanzhan didn't rush her, just watched her quietly. And he moved a little closer to her. When thunder sounded again, and his broad shoulders trembled slightly, she seemed to have made up her mind. She clenched her teeth, took a deep breath, and said, Fine. But you can't sleep in my bed. You have to make your own bed on the floor. Okay. In Xian Yuanzhan's eyes, a bright light quickly appeared. He suddenly hugged her tightly and happily responded on her shoulder and neck. Thank you, Qian. I knew you are the best person for me. Mu Qianyin's cheeks turned red. She gently pushed him away, saying, All right, I want to sleep now. After saying that, she stood up, turned her back to him, and walked to her bed. She initially wanted to take off her outer clothes, but after half undressing, she remembered there was a man in the room. She pulled her clothes back on. She looked back at him and then got onto the bed. He had planned to remove his outer clothes, but seeing her, he decided to stay dressed. He cast a glance at her and then lay down on the bed. He placed his mat on the ground as close to her as possible. When he looked up, he could see her side profile through the light curtain of the bed. It made him feel at ease. The rain stopped by midnight. Xian Yuanzhan opened his eyes and looked at the girl on the bed, breathing softly. His eyes moved slightly. He sat up. Since her breathing seemed unchanged, he stood up, stretched out his long fingers, and gently lifted the pink curtain around her. A sweet, pure scent unique to a girl wafted over. His narrow eyes sparkled with a dangerous, enchanting light. He slowly leaned down and reached out with both hands. Mu Qianyin was deeply asleep and didn't wake up when he carried her horizontally. His heart pounded like a drum. Holding his breath, he gently placed her on his mat. Then he quickly lay down beside her, sharing one pillow. It felt like a huge, secret event, and his whole body was stiff, not daring to move. He was just excited, thinking, now, even if they share a bed, it's a big step. At that moment, Mu Qianyin moved uncomfortably and frowned slightly. Xian Yuanzhan was on high alert, thinking she might wake up. Just as he hesitated, unsure whether to put her back, a warm, soft presence suddenly pressed into his arms. Mu Qianyin felt the heat and turned over, snuggling into his chest. Her small face rested on his chest, and her little hand wrapped around his slim waist. Xian Yuanzhan's breath caught. His heart was pounding wildly from the sudden joy. She was holding him. She took the initiative to hug him. He waited a moment, making sure she was asleep again, then happily embraced her waist. He rested his chin on her head, a satisfied smile on his lips, and slowly closed his eyes. It was so warm.
Too hot.
Mu Qianyin was awakened by heat. She felt as if she was wrapped inside a stove, with hot air constantly invading her body. In this early spring weather, it felt as hot as midsummer. Fortunately, her abdominal muscles were very well defined, with 8 even squares. When she pressed lightly, they felt firm and bouncy.
Huh.
Wait a minute. Where did these abs come from? Mu Qianyin suddenly opened her eyes. In front of her was a half-dressed chest. Through the open collar, she could faintly see strong, muscular pectorals. The clothing on the chest moved slightly. Following the collar, Mu Qianyin saw that her fingers were still diligently pressing on the abs.
Ow.
She quickly withdrew her hand and looked up. Xian Yuanzhan's deep eyes looked at her, his breathing a little uneven. He looked like he had been teased badly, with a sad and helpless expression, gazing at her. His thin lips parted slightly. Qian, stop touching me.
Mu Qianyin.
She immediately pulled back her thigh, turned over, and sat up. She looked around and realized she was in her own room. She let out a breath of relief. Her eyes swept over her empty bed, then turned to look at Xian Yuanzhan. She remembered that last night she had promised him she would sleep on the floor in her room.
But
why am I sleeping here? Xian Yuanzhan also sat up at this moment. His open collar was still wide from being pulled aside, and he shook his head innocently. I don't know. When I woke up, you were lying next to me and you even touched my...
Stop.
Don't say anything more. Mu Qianyin's mind was a bit confused now. She raised her hand and patted her head. She knew her sleeping posture wasn't very good, but she didn't think she had a habit of sleepwalking. Why did she suddenly end up on Xian Yuanzhan's sleeping mat? And her hands. She looked at them, wondering how they found such a place. Seeing her doubtful expression, a faint smile appeared in Xian Yuanzhan's eyes. He pursed his lips and said, Qian, you just touched me all over. You can't deny it now, right? You have to take responsibility for me. Touched all over? Mu Qianyin immediately widened her eyes and looked at his legs. When she noticed a suspicious curve, she quickly closed her eyes and covered her face, feeling like she was going crazy. Oh my! She didn't mean to do that. Although she wanted to get close to Xian Yuanzhan, not in this way. This was too eager and lacked restraint. Her confident, noble lady image was crumbling. What made her angrier was that she had already touched him, but completely forgot what it felt like. She was just messing around with a rogue. Xian Yuanzhan felt her gaze. His ears, already red, turned even redder, reaching his neck. Uncomfortably, he moved his leg to block her view. He hadn't meant to include that part when he said the whole body. It was just a cough. He struggled to hide a smile and thought for a moment, then silently shifted his body toward her. He opened his chest slightly and said, Qian, if you want to touch, go ahead.
I don't mind.
Sigh, seeing his shy look, Mu Qianyin gave up and stopped caring about her image. She decided to give up and just do what she wanted. She reached out and touched him, then stood up. Pretending to be calm, she said, All right, that's enough for today. You better pack up your bedding. Xian Yuanzhan's eyes lit up. Okay, next time, I'll let you touch again. Seeing his hopeful face, Mu Qianyin cleared her throat and touched her nose. You can't keep touching all the time. Anyway, it wasn't going to rain every day, and Xian Yuanzhan wouldn't always come to her room to sleep on the floor. She was sleeping in her own room, so she probably wouldn't sleepwalk over to his place, right? That night, it didn't rain. Xian Yuanzhan's wish to sleep on the floor was not fulfilled. He watched as Mu Qianyin said goodnight, and then closed the door. The next day, when Mu Qianyin woke up in Xian Yuanzhan's bed, she was completely stunned. How did she get here? And she had no memory of it at all? The system had nothing to say about the host's breakdown. It was just a little game between young lovers, and it watched quietly. Seeing Xian Yuanzhan still calm and secretly happy, Mu Qianyin finally understood what had happened. She grabbed a pillow and hit him. Xian Yuanzhan, are you trying to kill me? Did you do something sneaky? Listening to her call his name, Xian Yuanzhan felt a strange sense of satisfaction. He unbuttoned his shirt, raised his eyebrows, and wore a charming smile as she hit him. He lazily said, "But my clothes were gently opened by you yourself." Mu Qianyin glanced at his chest muscles, reached out to fix his clothes, and glared at him with clenched teeth, saying, "I find that you seem to be getting more and more mischievous." He naturally wrapped his arms around her waist, his eyes deepening. "Thank you for the compliment, Qianyin." Then he tentatively moved closer to her, his gaze fixed on her soft, full lips. His handsome, charming face drew nearer and nearer. Mu Qianyin made up her mind and pushed his face away. "Get up." She wanted to get out of bed and run away, but realized her shoes were still in her room. How could she run like this? Mu Qianyin gritted her teeth and shouted, "Xian Yuanzhan, I'm coming." Xian Yuanzhan turned over and easily picked her up, smoothly walking toward her room. There was no sign of guilt on his face. Mu Qianyin snuggled in his arms, reached up, and pinched his face. She said angrily, "Xian Yuanzhan, I warn you. If you dare to carry me into your room again, I won't talk to you anymore." Xian Yuanzhan looked at her pitifully. "I just want to sleep with you. I'm not doing anything else." Mu Qianyin glared at him. "You dare to say that? With my current status, can I sleep with you?" Seeing her fierce expression, Xian Yuanzhan replied, feeling wronged. "All right, I'll listen to you. I won't carry you into my room anymore." He agreed so readily that Mu Qianyin couldn't be angry at him anymore. She loosened her grip and even rubbed his red cheeks. "Good boy." Then the next day, Mu Qianyin was completely stunned. She was sure she was in her own room today, but Xian Yuanzhan was also on her bed. He was wearing a simple, thin white nightgown with a large, smooth chest exposed, propping his head up and lying at an angle, staring at her. He looked quite flirtatious and charming. Mu Qianyin closed her eyes. She originally wanted to maintain some morals, waiting until her status changed before getting closer to him. But with Xian Yuanzhan's current look, if she didn't eat him up, it might seem a little rude. So she decided to speed things up. Xian Yuanzhan thought Mu Qianyin was going to be angry and prepared himself to be scolded. Anyway, when she hit him, it was never really painful. But he saw Mu Qianyin smile gently, raise her beautiful eyebrows, and give him a charming smile. Xian Yuanzhan was momentarily stunned, not yet realizing how serious the situation was. The next moment, a smooth, small foot slipped into his clothes at the collar and gently spun around his waist and stomach. He gasped sharply, arching his body back, and quickly grabbed her ankle. But her hand also moved. He saw her delicate fingers slightly curl, and the pink nightgown she was wearing, which was still neatly tied, loosened. What came into his view was a light yellow, embroidered with small flowers and edged with a border. The fabric of the nightgown was thin, unable to hide her trembling, white skin, which dazzled his eyes. Xian Yuanzhan stared fixedly, his throat moving rapidly, completely unprepared for such a sight early in the morning. He took a deep breath, and his large hand moved faster than his mind, grabbing her. Nose to nose, Xian Yuanzhan stared tightly into Mu Qianyin's eyes, his breathing a little uneven. His eyes were filled with intense desire, as if wanting to swallow her whole. After a moment, seeing that Mu Qianyin had no intention of hitting him, Xian Yuanzhan made a bold decision. He lowered his head, pressed his palm firmly, and suddenly kissed her. The hot lips, full of strong male energy, instantly covered Mu Qianyin. She looked at the man occupying her vision and honestly closed her eyes. His kiss was very passionate, with a kind of reckless dominance, waves of heat spreading continuously. Before long, Mu Qianyin's lips went numb. She let out a low whimper from her throat and gently pushed him away. But Xian Yuanzhan became even more excited. He pressed down on her, grabbing her wrists with one hand, and with the other, he reached for the softness he had long desired. He swallowed Mu Qianyin's whimper, but let out a satisfied hum himself. They were truly very different. Mu Qianyin's body quickly grew soft. She, lost in her feelings, clung to his shoulders, thinking they could go even further. Xian Yuanzhan suddenly stopped and rushed out quickly. Mu Qianyin looked at his fleeing figure in surprise and let out a soft laugh. She sat up slowly, carefully adjusted her clothes, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. He was the one who first flirted with her, but he ran away at a crucial moment. He was really bad at it but loved to play. In the following month, Xian Yuanzhan seemed very busy, leaving early and returning late every day. But whenever he had a chance, he would hold Mu Qianyin and kiss her fiercely. Yet, whenever things got more intimate, he would get scared and run away. He would rush off at the end of each kiss, then come back soaked in cold sweat, just holding her and pretending to sleep. This made Mu Qianyin feel caught in the middle. She thought to herself, "It's better if he doesn't kiss me at all." One morning at the end of spring, Mu Miaoyi just got up and felt a heavy, uncomfortable sensation in her lower abdomen. According to Dr. Hong's estimate, today marked her 3-month pregnancy milestone, meaning the baby was now settled. But when she touched her still flat belly, Mu Miaoyi felt a faint sense of fear. Apart from the day she first found out she was pregnant and vomited all over the emperor, everything had gone smoothly. But now, why did she suddenly feel this way? She thought something was wrong and quickly said to Hong Rui, "Hurry, and send Dr. Hong here." Hong Rui saw that the gentle consort looked pale and didn't dare delay. She nodded and ran out immediately. A moment later, Dr. Hong arrived carrying a medicine box. He knelt and bowed. "Greetings, Consort Ro. May you be well." Mu Miaoyi was sitting on the bed, already sweating on her forehead. She hurriedly said, "Dr. Hong, please check me quickly. My stomach doesn't feel right." "Yes." Dr. Hong was actually a bit indifferent. Since the gentle consort became pregnant, she kept pretending her stomach was uncomfortable every few days, fooling the emperor into coming to visit her at Lixiang Palace every day, which made her look good. He also had to pretend to cooperate with her, earning a reputation for being unskilled and inattentive. In fact, her belly was fine, with no problems at all. She was just seeking attention. He felt a bit annoyed and carefully placed a cloth on his hand, then gently pressed his fingers on her belly. After a moment, he suddenly stopped, a look of surprise and panic flashing in his eyes. He quickly held his breath, closed his eyes, and focused on examining her again. Then, his fingers trembled, and cold sweat suddenly broke out all over his body. "Your Majesty, it looks like a miscarriage. Quickly lie down. I will give you acupuncture immediately." Hearing this, Mu Miaoyi's face turned pale with fear. "How can this be? I haven't done anything wrong. Why do I suddenly show signs of a miscarriage?" Hong Rui's legs went weak with fear, and she hurriedly helped her back onto the bed. "Your Majesty, please lie down. Maybe if we treat it quickly, the little prince can still be saved." Yes, I will lie down right away." Mu Miaoyi panicked but cooperated. The baby in her belly is her life. She absolutely cannot let anything happen to it. But just as she shifted position, lifting her leg to move onto the bed, her lower abdomen suddenly sank. A hot stream of fluid burst out continuously. "Ah! My baby!" She clutched her belly tightly and suddenly screamed, then fainted. Blood mixed with muddy matter immediately stained the sheets, frightening Dr. Hong Tai and Hong Rui so much they both fell to the ground. "How could this happen? Your Majesty! Wake up, Your Majesty!" Dr. Hong Tai quickly regained his composure. This matter was serious and needed to be reported to the emperor immediately. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he hurriedly took out silver needles, quickly giving acupuncture to Princess Ro. He shouted to Hong Rui, "Go and report to the emperor, yes." "Yes." Hong Rui, already terrified and confused, heard the command and hurried out. When Emperor Xianyuan Hong and the chief of the Imperial Medical Office arrived in a hurry, they immediately smelled a strong blood scent in the room. Princess Ro lay pale on the bed, unconscious and unresponsive. Several basins of blood water were placed on the ground. Dr. Hong Tai knelt by the bed with a strange expression, his eyes unfocused. Even when the eunuch shouted that the emperor had arrived, he didn't react. "What's going on?" Emperor Xianyuan Hong asked immediately. "Is my son safe?" Dr. Hong Tai suddenly came to his senses and kowtowed fiercely. Your Majesty, have mercy. I am not skilled enough in medicine. The emperor's face darkened. I asked you, is the child still alive? The doctor trembled all over with fear. There is no child. There was no child at all. In the blood flowing from Princess Ro just now, there was not a trace of fetal matter. Now, when he checked her pulse again, he couldn't detect any pregnancy at all. Could he have been misdiagnosed? That seems impossible. For over a month, he has almost daily checked Princess Ro's pulse. How could it be a mistake? But he dared not speak. He kept kowtowing, hitting the marble floor with loud thuds. I am not skilled enough as a doctor. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I beg for your mercy. His words were all wrong, and Emperor Xianyuan Hong grew impatient and asked, prompting the chief of the Imperial Medical Office to step forward. Check Princess Ro carefully again. You must save my child's life. Yes, Your Majesty. The chief quickly moved forward, bypassing Dr. Hong, and placed his fingers on Princess Ro's pulse. In a moment, his hand began to tremble, and he thought of many ways she could die. Princess Ro is not pregnant, but last time, he had definitely diagnosed her as being over a month pregnant. Could it have been a mistake? A sudden chill ran down the chief's back, and his heart pounded wildly. He knew well how much the emperor cared about the child in Princess Ro's belly. He also knew how harsh the emperor's temper could be. After all, the former emperor and empress. Although Princess Ro's belly had been under Dr. Hong's care for over a month, he personally reviewed her medical records daily. The pregnancy was stable, with no issues. How could this be? If the emperor blamed him, not only he but his entire family might be implicated. He quickly thought of an excuse. Your Majesty, the chief suddenly turned around and knelt, speaking to Emperor Xianyuan Hong. Your Majesty, I am guilty. Princess Ro faked her pregnancy to seek favor. I was deceived by her pulse, and I beg Your Majesty to forgive me. What are you saying? Emperor Xianyuan Hong's face darkened like a storm cloud, and he asked angrily, faked pregnancy to seek favor? Do you mean Princess Ro was never pregnant at all? Exactly, the chief bowed again. Your Majesty, Princess Ro must have taken some fake pregnancy medicine. I was deceived, and I humbly ask for your mercy. He then looked at Dr. Hong with disappointment and said firmly, Dr. Hong, how dare you collude with Princess Ro to fake her pregnancy and deceive the emperor? What crime do you deserve? Dr. Hong was already nervous, and now, with his colleague accusing him, he became even more anxious. He immediately shook his head and kowtowed to Emperor Xianyuan, saying, I didn't do it. I really didn't. Please, Your Majesty, see the truth clearly. The head of the court argued logically. Then tell me, why do you always report that Consort Ro is stable and the fetus is healthy in your medical reports, yet there are always rumors that she is unwell? These two statements contradict each other. How do you explain this? Dr. Hong was so frightened he collapsed to the ground, sweating coldly. This kind of petty rivalry for favor is something every doctor in the Imperial Hospital has been involved in, knowingly or unknowingly. It's an understood rule among them. But if it's made public, it would be a serious crime of deceiving the emperor. At this point, Dr. Hong no longer cared about hiding the truth about Consort Ro. Saving his own life was the priority. He desperately kowtowed to Emperor Xianyuan, saying, Your Majesty, it was Consort Ro who forced me. She said if I didn't cooperate, she would kill my whole family. But I truly didn't know. Consort Ro was pretending to be pregnant. You see her pulse every day. How could you not know? You're clearly trying to deny it. The head of the court wanted to settle this matter quietly, so that his punishment would be lighter. Dr. Hong angrily accused, Your Excellency, it was you who first claimed that Consort Ro was pregnant. If anyone is at fault, it's you. The court head responded confidently, I was deceived by her pulse. If I had examined her more times, I would have seen through it. And you, every day, you check her pulse and conspire with her for favor. This is a serious crime. How can you compare yourself to me? Dr. Hong trembled with anger and glared at the court head. He no longer cared about anything else and shouted, And you keep saying the noble consort has a stomach ache, all to compete for favor, using any means necessary. You're spreading false accusations. The court head's heart pounded wildly. He pointed at Dr. Hong's nose and scolded, "You colluded with Consort Ro. This fake pregnancy isn't the first time. Last time, you framed Lady Zhao. She wasn't pregnant. It was just the water cycle. You and Consort Ro took advantage of that to send Lady Zhao to the cold palace. You have a long record of crimes and are no longer fit to be a doctor." Enough. Hearing the two doctors argue and shift blame, insulting the royal family and tarnishing his reputation as emperor, Emperor Xianyuan was furious. He suddenly slammed the table, his eyes cold and stern, his face dark with clouds, and veins bulging on his forehead. He never expected that Consort Ro would be so bold, daring to deceive him with such a scheme. He had been very kind to her recently, always agreeing with her and giving her nice things. Even though he knew she was pretending to have a stomach ache to make him come to Lanxiang Palace often, he acted as if he didn't notice. But she dared to use her pregnancy as a trick to deceive him. This was unforgivable. Good consort. You dare to fake pregnancy to compete for favor and cause chaos in the palace. Guards, bring water and splash her awake. Yes. A bucket of cold well water was quickly brought in and poured over Mu Miaoyi, soaking her completely. This woke her from her faint. She shivered from the cold, suddenly opened her eyes, and took a deep breath, hugging herself. "Your Majesty," she saw Emperor Xianyuan Hong standing by the bed, with a dark, stern face, staring at her. Suddenly, she remembered something and reached her hands to her belly. "My child. Your Majesty. What happened to my baby?" Xianyuan Hong clenched his fists with a cracking sound, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at her fiercely. He asked sharply, "Consort Ro, you faked pregnancy to seek favor and deceive the emperor. Do you know you are guilty?" "What?" Mu Miaoyi was so shocked she forgot about the cold. She looked confused. "What fake pregnancy?" "Your Majesty, I didn't. Did you believe some jealous sister's slander and accuse me? I am innocent. At this point, you still dare to deny." Xianyuan Hong kicked over a copper basin filled with blood-colored water, which spilled all over the floor, but there was no body inside. His voice was cold and harsh. "Dr. Hong has confessed everything. There is no baby in your belly. You are not pregnant at all." "Huh?" Mu Miaoyi finally saw the blood water on the ground and turned pale. Her baby was gone? She looked at the doctor kneeling in the corner, his forehead swollen and red, trembling. The doctor must have been bribed by some wicked woman in the palace, and she believed her child was harmed. Her heart was filled with pain and anger. She clenched her fists around the wet blanket beneath her. Once she got through this, she would settle the score with him. Mu Miaoyi took a deep breath, looked away, tears in her eyes, and said with a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, someone must be jealous of me and secretly causing trouble, harming my child. I truly am pregnant with His Majesty's child. Yesterday, I even felt the baby move."
"Ah."
Xianyuan Hong suddenly slapped her hard. "You dare to pretend in front of me. Court physician, speak." The chief physician of the Imperial Hospital shook his head and said, "Empress Roa, I won't make a mistake. You are not pregnant. If you felt movement, it might be gas in your stomach, not the baby. You're lying. You're lying. You must have been paid off by some scoundrel." "I don't believe you." Mu Miaoyi covered her swollen face in shock, looking around the room for Hong Rue. "Where is my maid?"
Hong Hui.
Hong Rue can testify. I am indeed pregnant. After bringing Xianyuan Hong back to Lixiang Palace, Hong Rue had been lying on the ground, either exhausted or frightened. Now, hearing her mistress call, she crawled out of the corner and knelt down. Her voice was faint. Servant can testify that Our Lady has been 3 months pregnant and hasn't had her period." The chief physician remained calm and said, "Missing a period doesn't necessarily mean pregnancy. It could be due to health issues. This cannot be confirmed." "Shut up." Mu Miaoyi's face was full of tears, her face anxious and cold. She desperately wanted to rush forward and tear the physician's mouth apart. "You must be lying. Do I not know whether I am pregnant? I am definitely pregnant. This is true. I beg His Majesty to see for himself." Empress Ro wept as she got off the bed and knelt heavily on the ground. Your Majesty, this is false. Someone is deliberately framing me. Please, uphold justice for me. Xian Yuan Hong snorted coldly, looking down at her with a stern gaze. If you are truly pregnant, how do you explain the incident where concubine Zhao caused you to have a miscarriage? Dr. Hong has already been summoned, yet you still insist on unjustly accusing others. Xian Yuan Hong was completely furious, but beyond anger, he also felt a deep fear about not having children. It turned out that Lady Ro's 2 pregnancies were both false. This meant he still could not have children. Xian Yuan Hong's hopes were shattered, and he no longer wanted to hear Lady Ro's nonsense.
Someone.
Lady Ro has betrayed the emperor and the court. From today, she is demoted to commoner status and sent to the cold palace. Dr. Hong, hand her over to the Ministry of Punishments. Remove the head of the Imperial Medical Office and investigate. Yes. Immediately, Imperial guards entered from outside, dragging and pulling. Mu Miaoui collapsed to the ground, screaming in despair. The cold palace? Why is it the cold palace again? I don't want to go to the cold palace. I won't go.
Get out.
Don't touch me. I'm pregnant with the dragon's child. If anyone dares to touch me, I will punish you all.
Get out. Get out.
As Mu Miaoui was dragged away, the once lively Lanxiang Palace gradually returned to silence. Even Hong Rui was taken away by the imperial guards. There was no need for an interrogation. She was dead that very night, her body cold. Mu Qianyin watched the whole process through the system. Although Mu Miaoui was a concubine's daughter of the Mu family, after the incident with Aunt Lian, Mu Zhenglin had already announced that he would cut ties with this unfortunate daughter. At that time, Mu Miaoui was quite disdainful and even felt proud. She was now a consort of the emperor, and if she bore a son, she could rise to great heights. Good riddance. After cutting ties, all her glory and favor had nothing to do with the Mu family. Fortunately, the separation was clean, so this matter did not involve the Mu family at all. Finally avenging her great grudge, Mu Qianyin felt a wave of relief and happiness, her eyes curved into a gentle smile as she sighed contentedly. Qian, what are you so happy about? Xian Yuanzhan, burning hot, held Mu Qianyin in his arms, gently pecking her earlobe, making her feel numb. Mu Qianyin pushed him away with her hand. Stop kissing me, it's annoying. Xian Yuanzhan obediently changed from kissing to rubbing, his gaze deep and intense. Mu Qianyin gritted her teeth and kicked him with her soft, pink feet. She said irritably, "Get out." What's wrong? Xian Yuanzhan thickly and shamelessly leaned in again. Qian, is my grip too tight? Mu Qianyin felt uncomfortable being teased, and he refused to give her relief, making her feel angry and itchy with frustration. She kicked him again. Go away. If you don't want to do anything else, then don't touch me. The woman he loved was in his arms, and she was such a charming little fairy. How could Xian Yuanzhan not want her? He wanted her so badly. Recently, every morning when he woke up, he had to change his pants. Can that be considered not wanting her? But he had to hold back. He was determined to make Qian openly and properly his woman. So even if he wanted to, he could only endure by splashing cold water on himself every day. It was really hard for him. Xian Yuanzhan gently moved Mu Qianyin's restless legs apart and, with a pleased expression, hugged her back into his arms. Qian, be good. Soon, in a little while, my identity will be made public. Mu Qianyin pouted her red, swollen lips. You said that last time too. How much longer do I have to wait? Xian Yuanzhan thought for a moment. Maybe about 10 days. That really wasn't long. Mu Qianyin's anger eased a little as she looked at his handsome face. Then in these 10 days, you can't touch me. I'm feeling very fiery lately. I am feeling fiery too. Xian Yuanzhan, with his thick skin, buried his head in her shoulder. His voice was muffled and unclear. Then I'll help you cool down. Mu Qianyin snorted softly, her fingertips clutching his strong shoulders, silently staring at the canopy above the bed. She really could do it. Mu Qianyin was eagerly hoping for these 10 days to pass quickly so she could enjoy herself. But she didn't expect someone to be even more impatient than her. After Xian Yuanhong finished handling Mu Miaoi's affairs, the next day, he had the imperial edict brought by Grand Tutor Gao. By the emperor's command, the court under my rule should be orderly and strict, with a solemn palace. However, recently, there have been disturbances in the harem caused by treacherous people, leading to unjust accusations against consort Mu Qianyin. I feel truly distressed about this. Consort Mu, virtuous and kind, gentle and modest, deeply loved by me. Now that the truth has been uncovered, the traitors have been punished, and the false accusations against her have been cleared. I issue this decree to restore her reputation. I remember her past virtue, and I reinstate her position. Starting today, Consort Mu will return to Xiaohua Palace to live and enjoy her rightful honor. Everyone in the palace should take her as an example, uphold their duties, and not stir up trouble or cause chaos again. Approved. Gong Gao finished reading the imperial decree, looking at Mu Qianyin with a flattering smile. Congratulations to Consort Zhao for clearing her name. Please accept the decree. He had lived so long, but this was the first time he heard that a consort sent to the cold palace could have a chance to see the light of day again. This consort Zhao would surely be favored in the future. She must not be neglected. Mu Qianyin remained calm and unshaken, graciously accepting the decree. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. But, Gong Gao, I still have many things in my room that I haven't packed. Could I wait until tomorrow to return? Mainly because she heard Xian Yuanzhan's suppressed breathing. If she didn't soothe him, she worried he might do something impulsive. Gong Gao was well prepared this time, smiling happily. Consort Zhao need not worry. According to the old rules, your Xiaohua Palace can have 12 servants. Since Your Majesty favors you, 3 more have been assigned. I just passed by the Yetting Bureau and brought them here for you. They are all here now. Please take a look. He clapped his hands, and more than 10 eunuchs and palace maids entered, kneeling and bowing respectfully. Their expressions were humble, their tone polite. Servants, pay respects to Consort Zhao. Mu Qianyin was convinced. No wonder Gong Gao could stand out among many eunuchs and become Xian Yuanhong's trusted aide. He was truly good at his work. At this point, she couldn't refuse anymore. She nodded and said, "Everyone get up." She pointed to her room and said, "I don't have many things in my room." "Be careful." "Yes, Your Majesty." Mu Qianyin's gaze flicked to the tightly shut door of Xian Yuanzhan's room, then looked at Gong Gao. Her expression was calm and composed. Gong Gao, lead the way. Yes. After Mu Qianyin left, Xian Yuanzhan suddenly smashed the table in his room. His eyes were cold, and his lips pressed tightly, showing restrained anger. He could imagine why she was so eager to bring Mu Qianyin back. She must have a plan. That imperial decree he wrote was so detailed, just to please her, so she wouldn't hold a grudge about the past. But Mu Qianyin belonged to him. That person was not worthy. As his Adam's apple moved, a sharp look flashed in his narrow eyes. He stepped out of the house, softly blew a special whistle, and called all nearby people to gather. In a short time, the small courtyard was filled with kneeling figures dressed in black, silent like ghosts. Xian Yuanzhan stood in the middle of the yard with his hands behind his back, his face dark and his presence strong. He spoke coldly, "Send the order. The plan is moved up, and it will be carried out in 3 days. Yes." Suddenly, a quiet but tense atmosphere spread inside and outside the palace, like a brewing storm. Xian Yuanhong was a weak emperor who was unaware of all this. He was only looking forward to the night when he would meet Mu Qianyin in their private chamber. He had a plan. If he couldn't live, he would choose his favorite concubine to pretend she was pregnant. When the time came for her to give birth, he would find a newborn boy from the common people to replace the baby and be his heir. That woman, who gained power through her child, was Concubine Zhao. Concubine Zhao was sensible and grateful for such good fortune. She would surely be kind and gentle to him. Thinking of her charming face and figure, Xian Yuanhong couldn't wait any longer. He urged the eunuchs carrying the dragon carriage, "Hurry up, Yes, Mu Qianyin returned to Zhaohua Palace, where Yunar was already waiting at the door. She hugged her and cried, "Madam, the servant finally waited for you to come back." Yunar had cleaned the palace thoroughly, leaving no dust or leaves behind. Even the stone path outside was spotless. Yunar was very obedient. She had hardly gone out during this time, and Zhaohua Palace was well maintained. Mu Qianyin looked at Yunar's slightly thin face and smiled with relief. "You did very well." She then pointed to the group of servants standing nearby. "From now on, Yunar will be my chief maid. You all must call her Aunt Yun." All the eunuchs and maids were new and young. They immediately bowed respectfully, saying, "Aunt Yun." Yunar's big eyes sparkled with excitement. She was so young and already a chief maid. This must be her first position in the palace. Madam really cares for her. She quickly wiped her tears and looked confidently at the newcomers. She said, "You few are responsible for sweeping and cleaning, you others for welcoming at the door." There are no explicit or inappropriate scenes in this text. Here is the corrected and simplified version. Are there people who can read? Seeing Yunar immediately get into work mode, Mu Qianyin smiled slightly. She is back. Yunar's life is saved, which is great. Mu Qianyin had just settled down when Xianyuan Hong arrived. "Your Majesty is here." Mu Qianyin went to the door to greet him, wearing a proper smile. She bowed slightly and said, "Your Majesty, I welcome you. May you be safe." But inside she was worried. Xianyuan Zhan's big plan would take about 10 days, so he probably couldn't come to rescue her. If Xianyuan Hong wanted to do something to her tonight, she could only knock him out and give him a forgetfulness pill. She felt a little sad. Xianyuan Hong gently took Mu Qianyin's hand, his eyes flickering over her charming face. "Consort, no need to be so formal." Mu Qianyin bowed again and withdrew her hand. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xianyuan Hong reached out again and took her hand, leading her inside. "You just came back today. Is there anything inconvenient? If you need anything, just tell me, and I will have someone prepare it." Mu Qianyin couldn't pull her hand away, so she let him hold it. She said politely, "I have everything I need, Your Majesty."
Don't worry about me.
The country's affairs are more important. Xianyuan Hong liked her sensible attitude. Unlike other palaces, if she said something like that, he wouldn't be able to stop talking about it. It was better to have Consort Zhao, who is kind and honest, become the mother of the prince. That would be the greatest favor to her. With a possessive look, he openly stared at her chest and waist, pulling her toward the inner courtyard. "Consort Zhao, you've traveled a lot today. Rest early with me." Mu Qianyin's eyes flickered. She nodded obediently. Yes. As soon as they entered Mu Qianyin's bedroom, Xianyuan Hong dismissed the servants, telling them to wait outside. He eagerly pulled Mu Qianyin toward the bed. "Consort, I misunderstood you before. Today, I will take good care of you and not let you suffer." Mu Qianyin's bed was made by Yunar, with luxurious red curtains and embroidered pomegranate flowers on the bedding. It was very elegant, and she liked it very much. She hadn't even laid on it yet, and didn't want Xianyuan Hong to lie on it. She stood at the table, smiling gently and sweetly. "Your Majesty, shall we have a drink first to lift our spirits?" "No need." Xianyuan Hong's palm slid over her waist, and he smiled with a hint of meaning. "I have already helped to excite her. I promise tonight, Inga will be loved to the fullest." Mu Qianyin shivered at his greasy words. Xianyuan Hong, who is the same age as Xianyuan Zhan, is already taking aphrodisiacs? And Xianyuan Zhan is still a girl. Tisk, it's really a case of droughts and floods. Both are deadly. He pushed her forward with his steps, leaving Mu Qianyin no choice but to act. She quickly thought, and the dark pill appeared on her fingertip. She turned around, smiled brightly at him, and her red lips curved. "Your Majesty," Xianyuan Hong had already opened his arms in front of the bed, signaling her to undress him. "Are you eager, beloved consort?" Mu Qianyin smiled gently, walking closer and resting her hand on his shoulder. Her yellow dragon robe made her fingers look delicate and white, like fresh green onions. "Yes," Mu Qianyin responded casually, her fingers moving slowly. Just as she was about to act quickly, knock him out first, and then put the pill into his mouth. She heard a faint sound. Suddenly, her eyes widened. A tall figure jumped down from the ceiling, quickly moving behind Xian Yuanhong. Two faces, similar in appearance, appeared in front of Mu Qianyin, one tall, one short. Because Xian Yuanhong was weak since childhood and had not learned martial arts, he didn't notice someone behind him. Mu Qianyin held her breath, her eyelashes trembling fiercely, trying to hide her surprise so that Xian Yuanhong wouldn't notice. In the next moment, Xian Yuanhong let out a muffled groan, rolled his eyes, and fell backward. Xian Yuanzhan immediately caught him and covered his nose and mouth with a handkerchief. After a moment, Xian Yuanhong sank into a deeper coma. All of this happened in an instant. When Xian Yuanzhan threw Xian Yuanhong into a corner behind the screen, Mu Qianyin finally caught her breath. She watched as Xian Yuanzhan stepped out from behind the screen, his face as dark as storm clouds. He strode toward her, his waist suddenly hooked and pressed into her arms, with restrained strength. Mu Qianyin was not afraid of him at all. She leaned against his chest and asked, "Is he dead?" Xian Yuanzhan's eyes were deep and dark, like ink, filled with both sadness and anger. He patiently replied to Mu Qianyin, "He's not dead. For now, I'm keeping him alive. He still has use." "Oh," Mu Qianyin nodded calmly, then wrapped her arms around his neck. Her eyes curved into a smile. "Zhan, why are you here now?" Xian Yuanzhan's large hand gripped her waist. His dark eyes looked at her sharply, lips pressed straight, and his gaze was intense. His voice was low and tense, like a storm approaching. "If I hadn't come, would you have just gone along with it and become his woman?" Seeing the jealousy in his handsome face, Mu Qianyin smiled softly. "So, you came here just for that? You're still smiling?" Xian Yuanzhan was almost furious with this unfeeling woman. God knows he changed his plans and took great risks just to come save her. When he jumped down earlier, he saw her so close to that man, even smiling at him. His heart felt like it was being torn apart. Xian Yuanzhan frowned and stared at her coldly. His chest rose and fell quickly, clearly very angry. But even though he was furious, his hand holding her waist was gentle and firm, not making Mu Qianyin feel any pain. She was happy inside and stopped teasing him. She tiptoed and quickly pecked his lips, then smiled happily. "All right, Zhan, don't be mad. I don't want to be his woman." Xian Yuanzhan's anger was partly eased. He moved his lips slightly and asked softly, "Then why didn't you refuse him?" "I would refuse him." Mu Qianyin had already put the pill back into her space. Her fair fingers poked his chest. "I was about to knock him out when you came in." "Perfect. Now I don't have to do it myself." She rubbed against him again, her voice sweet and playful. "Zhan, you're so good. You came to save me. I thought I'd have to face this alone tonight." Xian Yuanzhan's lips curved into a slight smile, no longer angry. He pressed her closer and cleared his throat. "You have such courage. Have you thought about what might happen if you knocked him out?" "I didn't think about it." Mu Qianyin relied on his chest lazily, her mind too tired to think. "Have you thought about it?" Xian Yuanzhan felt very calm inside. "I've thought about it. But no matter how serious the consequences, you're more important." Mu Qianyin was happy. She tilted her charming face and smiled sweetly and slyly. "Do you like me that much?" Her smile was truly captivating, making Xian Yuanzhan's heart beat faster. He was afraid again. What if he hadn't come? This delicate, charming woman might have been scared and worried. A lot of feelings spread in his heart. Xian Yuanzhan was proud and silent, but the rising curve of his lips and the warmth of his palms betrayed his racing heart.
Mu Qianyin pusset her look.
She hooked her finger and smoothly slipped her hand into his clothes, acting playfully. Her eyes like silk. "I don't care. Tonight was supposed to be my wedding night, but you interrupted it. You owe me." It was really a case of blaming others unfairly. Just now, who said she wanted to knock that person out too? But Xian Yuanzhan felt pleased. It showed she only wanted to be with him on their wedding night.
But now.
His Adam's apple moved, and he spoke with difficulty. "Qian in 3 days." Before he finished, Mu Qianyin suddenly tiptoed and kissed him. You can even come to my palace and knock out the emperor. I don't believe there's no one outside for you. There are people outside, but right now the guards at the door are with Xian Yuanhong, he said. So what? Mu Qianyin smiled mischievously, her finger tracing circles on his abs. Tonight, I was supposed to be with the emperor. Xian Yuanzhan's eyes darkened suddenly, feeling a stirring desire. That sounded quite exciting. And in the next few days, he would have to temporarily pretend to be Xian Yuanhong so his plan could go smoothly. His Adam's apple moved again, and he leaned in closer. His gaze locked onto her eyes, his voice dangerous. Are you ready? Mu Qianyin challenged him with a look, her lips slightly parted. I just don't know if you can do it. The next moment, her body suddenly lifted into the air, and Xian Yuanzhan caught her horizontally. He took a few big steps and threw her onto the soft bed, covering her with his tall body. He no longer suppressed his instincts and held her in his arms. A pair of deep eyes filled with possessiveness, low and husky, whispered, "Let me show you right now if I can do this." Noticing his restrained strength, Mu Qianyin pursed her lips and smiled proudly. Sure enough, no matter what kind of man, he couldn't handle such a tease. After a while, she couldn't keep smiling anymore. A group of servants outside the door naturally kept their distance. The old eunuch, often listening from the corner, even commented inwardly, His Majesty seems much stronger today. Indeed, Queen Zhao, known for her beauty in the palace, still managed to excite His Majesty, who had tasted many beauties. Night fell deeper, and their night was just beginning. The next morning, Mu Qianyin woke up to find that Xian Yuanzhan had already left without her noticing. She was tidied up neatly, wrapped tightly in a clean brocade quilt. She secretly sighed that he was quite considerate. After sitting up, she took a deep breath again. That man is so annoying. Mu Qianyin grimaced and rubbed her waist, cursing Xian Yuanzhan silently. She asked the system, "Is there any medicine to relieve post-activity discomfort?" The system immediately advertised, "Host, the 100 Diseases Cure pill can eliminate all discomfort in your body. Even if you are on the brink of death, it can save you." Mu Qianyin stared at the enlarged interface of the system, feeling a pain in her heart. After hesitating for a long time, she still didn't buy it. A pill costing 100 points each, but it could be life-saving. Using it now felt a bit wasteful. She was poor now, with only about 1,700 points. Better to save some for emergencies. If she encountered an accident later, she would have the confidence to face it. She browsed the shop page and finally focused on the quick recovery pill, thoughtful. Since the quick recovery pill could help her body recover quickly after childbirth, it might also promote healing of related areas. Most importantly, pills for childbirth were only 1 point each, so trying them out wouldn't hurt. With a thought, she took a quick recovery pill into her mouth, and it dissolved instantly. After a moment, Mu Qianyin's eyes lit up. The pill really worked. She felt much better now. Sure enough, using the same item for different purposes can lead to unexpected and pleasant surprises. Mu Qianyin felt like she had found a great bargain and was very happy inside. With such affordable and good quality pills, she wouldn't be afraid even if there was a big 3-day, 3-night battle ahead. Come on, let's enjoy it. Mu Qianyin chuckled happily in her heart and easily got off the bed. Only the system silently sighed. It knew that the points the host spent also earned a commission for them. Although the commission was small, saving up could buy a few pretty skins to change their appearance. But this host was very stingy. She rarely spent points, and now that she was so clever, it would be even harder for the system to earn some pocket money in the future. So annoying. Evil cultivator. After getting out of bed, Mu Qianyin walked behind the screen to look around. She saw that Xian Yuanhan, who was knocked out last night by Xian Yuanzhan, was also gone. Only then did she relax and call Yuner to come in. Yuner and 4 second-class palace maids entered with hot water, bowing respectfully. Servant asks Empress Zhao for her piece. Mu Qianyin sat lazily in front of a carved yellow pearwood dressing table. Get up. Yuner, come help me wash up. Yes, Your Majesty. Yuner smiled warmly as she approached, serving Mu Qianyin while saying, Your Majesty, Lord Gao brought a large amount of gifts early this morning, even more than last time. He also received a royal order to not disturb Your Majesty's rest and to leave the items here. Mu Qianyin slightly curved her lips. During their intimate moments last night, she heard Xian Yuanzhan say that he would pretend to be Xian Yuanhan for the next few days. She was a bit worried at first because, although they looked similar, their temperaments and heights were quite different. But judging by how Lord Gao and Yun'er reacted, it seemed they didn't notice anything. Really impressive. Yun'er continued, Madam also sent a message, wanting to come to the palace to see Your Majesty. Mu Qianyin nodded. She had just left the cold palace, and her family must be very worried. They would definitely come to visit her. Then please ask Mother to come over this afternoon. Yes. Yun'er thought for a moment and then said, and the Empress Dowager's side. What about the Empress Dowager? Mu Qianyin raised her eyebrows slightly, looking at her through the bronze mirror. Yun'er gently brushed Mu Qianyin's hair, but her expression showed some displeasure. She said angrily, the aunt from the Empress Dowager's side also sent gifts this morning. But I heard that the aunt's words and actions suggest that the Empress Dowager is now favored and doesn't even greet others. Although His Majesty specifically instructed her, the Empress Dowager should still set an example. I think the Empress is just jealous. Last night was her first time serving the Emperor, and she received some of his favor. She can't stand to see the Empress doing well. Your Majesty truly loves the Empress. Maybe you should tell the Emperor about this and ask him to punish the Empress Dowager so she won't bully you in the future. Mu Qianyin watched Yun'er speak passionately, full of righteous anger, and giving her advice on palace politics. She thought Yun'er had great potential for palace intrigue. Yes, I understand. She responded indifferently, not considering herself a consort of Xian Yuanhong, and naturally had no respect for the Empress Dowager. Moreover, Xian Yuanhong's throne wouldn't last many more days. In the original story, after Xian Yuanhong was overthrown by Xian Yuanzhan, his consorts were also exiled to the former emperor's tomb to guard the tomb for the late emperor and empress, never to return. Now, only a few days remained, so she saw no need to engage in palace struggles. In the afternoon, Mu Qianyin's mother, Su Jinghua, entered the palace with her younger brother, Mu Xingzhe, kneeling in Zhaohua Palace to pay her respects. Your servant greets Princess Zhao. May Princess Zhao be safe and well. Mu Qianyin immediately helped her up. Mother, please get up quickly. There are no outsiders here, so there's no need for such a formal greeting. Su Jinghua smiled warmly, both relieved and happy, softly saying, this is proper etiquette. Now that the princess has finally overcome her hardships, I feel very comforted. Mu Xingzhe, acting like a little adult, said, congratulations to sister for clearing her name. I heard everything is going smoothly in the palace, and I feel at ease. Mu Qianyin smiled and ruffled his hair, which was styled like two small horns, praising him. It seems our Xingzhe is very well read, already using phrases like clearing her name. After her praise, Mu Xingzhe's big, round eyes sparkled brightly. He straightened his small chest, lifted his little face, and said maturely, my younger brother has been studying hard recently. When he grows up, he will support sister, so no one will dare to bully her anymore. The child's sincere words made Mu Qianyin feel warm inside. She squatted down and gently hugged him. Yes, then sister's future safety depends on my good little brother. She then turned to Yun'er and said, go bring my new brocade and the 4 treasures of the study and take them home for mother and brother. Yes, Your Majesty. Yun'er nodded and immediately went to open the storeroom with the key. Su Jinghua looked disapproving and held Mu Qianyin's hand, saying, Your Majesty, those are gifts from His Majesty. How can you give them away freely? Mu Qianyin patted her hand. It's okay, mother. His Majesty has given me many gifts. I can't use them all. You can take some. In fact, gifts from the emperor are usually recorded and can't be taken out of the palace casually. If a concubine passes away, those items are taken back by the Imperial Household Department and given to the next concubine. But since the current emperor is Xian Yuanzhan, he is very generous to her. This morning, his gifts were so many that her small storage was filled up. Anyway, these are all Xian Yuanhong's things. She might as well take them for herself. She needs to secretly stash some in her space too, because even a teacup in the palace is exquisitely crafted. After exchanging pleasantries, Mu Qianyin asked Su Jinghua about her family. Mother, since the last incident, is everything okay at home? Su Jinghua nodded, looking both fearful and relieved. We are all fine. Thanks to your majesty noticing Aunt Lien and the steward's affairs in time. Otherwise, your father and I would still be in the dark, not knowing how long they would deceive us. Later, your father investigated and found out the steward had secretly embezzled a lot of silver from the household. Many of the servants were also bought by him. After the steward died, I replaced most of the household staff. Now, the steward is gone, and the new steward is in place. When your majesty visits next time, I will introduce everyone properly. That's good. I just happened to overhear some of it. They both tacitly avoided mentioning Mu Miaoyi, as if the Mu family had never had that person. By the way, Mu Qianyin asked Su Jinghua, Mother, why didn't father come today? I miss him a little. He's been busy lately, but I don't know what he's busy with, Su Jinghua replied. Hearing her mother, Mu Qianyin suddenly had a flash of inspiration, but it was too quick to grasp. Normally, since her father didn't exchange military achievements to send her to the cold palace, with his status and position, he shouldn't be so busy that he couldn't even visit her once. Is father busy with military affairs? Not really, Su Jinghua shook her head. If he were at the military camp, he would only come home once every few days. But recently, he's been coming home every day, so he must be busy with city affairs. City affairs? Mu Qianyin's eyes lit up as if she had figured something out. She looked around and lowered her voice. Mother, did father and the former emperor have contact in private before? How was their relationship? The former emperor? Su Jinghua was puzzled why her daughter suddenly mentioned the former emperor and thought for a moment. I only know that your father was once the former emperor's personal attendant when he was young. Later, for some reason, they had a falling out. Your father was sent to the military camp and became a squad leader, enduring much mockery. It was only after he gritted his teeth and gradually earned military merits that he finally made a name for himself. After that, I haven't seen your father have any private contact with His Majesty. They often argued in court, disagreed on matters, and everyone knew they didn't get along well. Disagreeing in court. Mu Qianyin carefully considered these words, a look of curiosity in her eyes. If they truly didn't get along, the former emperor could have found an excuse to dismiss her father, instead of letting him hold military power and constantly argue with him. Now that he was emperor, he didn't need to be so oppressed. Wasn't this just making himself unhappy? Thinking further, she remembered in the original story how Xian Yuan Hong shamelessly took away her father's military merits and refused to release him. Mu Qianyin suspected that Xian Yuan Hong might also have doubts about this. The legendary secret edict from the former emperor was very likely in her father Mu Jinglin's hands. Therefore, in her previous life, even though Xian Yuanzhan seized power and declared himself emperor, the secret edict never appeared because her father had already died. Everything connected perfectly. Mu Qianyin even suspected that Xian Yuanhong first invited her into the palace, then Mu Miaoyi, and kept visiting the Mu family. Besides his interest in beauty, he had another goal, to test her father's true intentions. Mu Qianyin felt a little excited and quietly asked herself in her mind, System, am I right? The system didn't reply, only the colorful lights inside it flickered slowly and casually. Does that mean I guessed correctly? With 1,000 points, I am sure of it. Mu Qianyin felt very happy. She kept Su Jinghua and Mu Xingzhe in Zhaohua Palace until evening, gave them many gifts, and then reluctantly let them leave the palace. As the lanterns lit up, a sharp voice of a eunuch sounded outside Zhaohua Palace. His Majesty has arrived. Mu Qianyin and the servants immediately went out to welcome him at the door. A bright yellow imperial sedan stopped at the palace gate. The palace people knelt down instantly. Mu Qianyin looked up. The man on the dragon carriage was dressed in a black robe embroidered with gold dragons, noble and majestic, with a commanding presence. His eyes were faintly bruised. For a moment, She couldn't tell if this was Xian Yuanhong or Xian Yuanzhan. They looked so much alike. She bowed gracefully and said, "Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Consort, no need for formalities." Mu Qianyin clenched her hands, and they even had very similar voices. Until the emperor stepped down from the dragon carriage, walked to her, and gently lifted her hands, lightly pinching her wrists. His touch was gentle and familiar. Only then did Mu Qianyin confirm that the person in front of her was Xian Yuanzhan. "TSK, such a good imitation." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Mu Qianyin lowered her head and politely expressed her gratitude. Seeing her obedient appearance, a smile flickered in Xian Yuanzhan's eyes. He reached out and took her hand. The two walked into the inner hall. After dismissing the servants, Mu Qianyin looked at him carefully. She hesitated and asked, "Your Majesty," to be cautious. She didn't dare say anything else and tried to test him.
Xian Yuanzhan s'imposait une rafaded.
He looked down at her with a gentle smile and said, "Qian, you have no conscience. Last night, you called me Zhangji, and now you act so distant from me." After speaking, he touched the edge of his face with his slender fingers, tearing off a human skin mask, revealing his cold, handsome, almost devilish face. His bones cracked loudly, and in an instant, he seemed to have grown a few centimeters taller. Mu Qianyin sighed in amazement. What kind of skill is this? Disguise and bone-shrinking techniques. Xian Yuanzhan told her everything openly, holding her waist and pressing her against himself. "My master taught me." Mu Qianyin looked at him with admiration. "Your master is really impressive." "Yes. Next time, I'll take you to meet him." "That would be great." Their atmosphere quickly became close and familiar again. Mu Qianyin held his mask, turning it over and examining it carefully. "If you had this method earlier, why didn't you replace Xian Yuanhong from the start? What's the point of replacing him?" Xian Yuanzhan hugged her. "If I do it, I want to be the real Xian Yuanzhan." "Then what are you doing now?" Mu Qianyin looked up at him with a sidelong glance. "Are you pretending to be Xian Yuanhong as part of your plan?" "Of course not." He chuckled softly, a hint of self-mockery in his eyes. Then his expression softened with warmth. "Qian, you are the biggest change in my plan." Mu Qianyin's bright eyes moved. "So, you changed your plan because of me?" "Yes." He nodded without hesitation. "I can't let you face danger alone." Mu Qianyin guessed his intentions and felt a little touched. A man who values her more than his grand plan must love her deeply, right? The system suddenly spoke at the right moment. "Host, you can now have children." "Excellent." Mu Qianyin suggested to the system. If only there was a progress bar for affection, it would be so much easier. There was before, but the clear data made the host see the handsome men as simple task objects, not immersive or sincere enough, so it was removed later. "You guys even demand sincerity." "Of course. With sincerity, the world becomes a better place." The system sounded more official and formal. Mu Qianyin stopped paying attention and looked at Xian Yuanzhan with a moved expression. "Then you suddenly changed your plan? Could that be dangerous?" Seeing the worry in her eyes, Xian Yuanzhan felt warm inside. He gently stroked her small face with his fingers, his voice tender. "It's nothing serious. I can handle it. And my father." Mu Qianyin wanted to ask him if he already knew about the secret decree her father had in his possession. "But then I thought about it and realized I couldn't explain how I knew this, so I stopped talking." "What's wrong with Marquis Jing'an?" Xian Yuanzhan asked her softly. "Nothing." Mu Qianyin shook her head. "I just want to say that this afternoon my mother and younger brother came to visit, but my father didn't. I gave them some of the things you gifted me. Is that okay?" "Of course." Xian Yuanzhan looked indifferent, not seeming to think this was something he needed to worry about. He said, "From now on, everything in the harem will be handled by Qianyin alone." Mu Qianyin raised an eyebrow and looked at him sideways. "What if other consorts get jealous and cause trouble for me? Who else would there be? I only need you." He played with her delicate fingers, gently pinching her pink fingertips, casually saying, "Oh." Mu Qianyin didn't believe him. She poked his chest with her finger, pouting. "Beautiful women, 3,000 in the harem, adding fragrance with red sleeves, soft words. Are you willing to give all that up?" Xian Yuanzhan chuckled softly, looking down at her slightly sour little face, feeling very satisfied inside. He leaned down and lightly licked her pink earlobe, whispering with a smile, "As long as you call me Zhang Gage again, I'll be willing." Mu Qianyin reached out and pinched him. "I never called you Zhang Gage." "That's so cheesy." "You did," Xian Yuanzhan said firmly, softly in her ear. "Qianyin, think back, just when you begged me." Mu Qianyin didn't dare to remember last night's intense moments. This man seemed to have endless energy, completely draining her enthusiasm, yet he still looked so lively. Her face turned red as she clenched her teeth and glared at him. "You bad man." Xian Yuanzhan's lips curled into a happy smile. "Qianyin, right now, are you thinking of calling me dog man?" Mu Qianyin's eyes widened. He guessed that too? Xian Yuanzhan chuckled deeply, his chest trembling, making Mu Qianyin's ears tingle. "Last night, the most you cursed was that." "I've gotten used to it." He wrapped his strong arm around her slim waist and moved toward the bed. "Today, I wonder what Shallows still might scold me for?" He pushed her down onto the bed, looking eager and impatient, which made the shy girl Mu Qianyin a little nervous. She pushed at his chest and warned him nervously, "Be careful." Xian Yuanzhan's eyes were deep and dark, and his breathing started to become uneven. His voice was low, gentle, and warm. "I know last night was your first time. Tonight, we can practice a few more times, and I promise not to let Qianyin suffer." Later, this man kept tossing and turning all night. He made Mu Qianyin call him Brother Jean, a Jean, husband, and spouse over and over until he was satisfied and finally let her go. Of course, the most common thing she called him was dog man. The next day, Mu Qianyin naturally didn't get up early, let alone go to pay respects to the Empress. Fengyi Palace. When the Empress heard Gao Gonggong say, "His Majesty has issued an order. Lady Zhao is unwell and is excused from paying respects. Please forgive her, Empress." She felt annoyed but couldn't say anything. Many consorts had come to pay respects in the palace. Hearing Gao Gonggong's words, they all dared not speak out. There are many women in the emperor's harem, and new ones replace the old. Those who are not favored, as long as they haven't been sent to the cold palace, are grateful. They don't dare say much. But the empress is different. She is the head of the harem. Although in recent years, except for the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, the emperor rarely stayed in Fengyi Palace, her status and authority could not be challenged. A new consort just out of the cold palace, once favored, becomes arrogant and doesn't take her as the empress seriously. In the future, her pride might even reach the sky. This Lady Zhao is just like her sister, Ro Pin. Ro Pin at least pretended to be pregnant before, but Lady Zhao just claimed she was unwell, trying to dismiss her. It's really unreasonable. The Empress clenched her fingers hidden under her wide sleeves and took a deep breath. She smiled on her face, but her eyes were sharp. "Gao Gonggong, I understand that Lady Zhao was unwell during her first visit. It's understandable that she didn't come to pay respects. But if this happens every time, there will be no rules left in the harem." Gao Gonggong held his whisk and looked respectful. "Please forgive me, Empress. His Majesty favors Lady Zhao, and she has been working hard during her visits. The Empress Dowager is kind and generous, a motherly figure to the world. I hope she can be more patient. Is it hard to serve the emperor at night?" All the concubines in the palace hear these words and start to doubt themselves. How difficult can it be in less than half a cup of tea time? Except for feeling a bit uncomfortable after the first night, I really didn't find it hard afterward. This concubine Zhao, even her excuses are so half-hearted. She's definitely pretending. In the palace, there are muffled, angry breaths, and everyone is annoyed by her careless excuse. Only Grand Eunuch Gao believes he is telling the truth. With the recent 2 nights of noise, even he, a eunuch outside, can't stand it. How much more for a delicate lady like concubine Zhao? It turns out the emperor used to be careless, and it was the wrong person. Now that someone else has taken her place, all the previous debts are paid off. After Grand Eunuch Gao leaves, the empress angrily breaks a teacup, spilling shards and tea everywhere. Vile woman. She doesn't name anyone directly, but everyone knows who she is scolding. They all look down, silent in agreement. At night, the Empress stays in the large Fingy palace and asks her close maid, Dan, which palace did the Emperor visit tonight? Dan replies, Your Majesty went to Xiaohua Palace tonight. Again, Xiaohua Palace. The Empress's neatly manicured nails suddenly dig into her palm. What kind of charm does concubine Zhao have that makes the Emperor visit her 3 nights in a row? And she doesn't even greet him. If this keeps up, will I have to give up my position as Empress in the future? Hearing this, the palace maids immediately kneel in fear, not daring to breathe. The Empress's chest rises and falls rapidly. Her sense of crisis isn't just because concubine Zhao is favored. It's also about the Emperor's attitude toward her. Yesterday, she sent a nursemaid with nourishing soup for the Emperor, but he returned it. Today, she personally went to the imperial study, but he didn't even let her in. She's not just any concubine. She's the Empress of the country. She came personally, yet the Emperor didn't even give her this respect. It must be because concubine Zhao whispered something to him. Could it be that he wants to favor only her in the future? The Empress clenched her teeth tightly. If she had known how powerful consort Zhao was, she should have taken the opportunity to eliminate her when she was still in the cold palace. Just like before, when she removed favored concubines. The Empress took a deep breath and asked Lady Dan beside her, Go find out where His Majesty stayed last month, in which consort's palaces. Yes, ma'am. After a short while, Lady Dan returned with the news. She reported, Your Majesty stayed with consort Ro last month, often claiming stomach pain to steal others from different consorts' palaces. Besides consort Ro, the places he stayed most were with Lady Li Xiaorong, the noble consort, and Lady He. The Empress's eyes flickered with thought. The noble consort's family was very powerful, so she was definitely not suitable. Lady He seemed honest and straightforward, but she couldn't speak properly in front of the Emperor, so she was also not a good choice. That left only Lady Li Xiaorong. She had been in the palace for only a year, looked beautiful, and had ambitions that could be used. A sly smile appeared on her lips as she said, Tell Xiaohua Palace that His Majesty seems to be happy, and that Lady Li Xiaorong is very ill, vomiting badly, and crying to see the Emperor. Lady Dan immediately understood the Empress's plan and replied with a smile, Yes, I will handle it right away. At Xiaohua Palace, inside a light green silk curtain, Mu Qiannin's face was flushed, her long, white legs kicking Xian Yuanzhan's shoulder, her breath uneven. Xian Yuanzhan gently held her and leaned down to kiss her heavily. Between kisses, he excitedly said, Qian, tomorrow you will be my Empress. Tomorrow. So soon? Mu Qiannin's voice trembled with surprise. Yes, he replied firmly, his rough hand grabbing her slender arms and pulling her closer. Your Majesty. In this passionate scene, Gao Gonggong, standing outside the door, gathered his courage and called out, Your Majesty, someone from the Empress's side says that Lady Li Xiaorong seems to be pregnant and is vomiting badly. Please come and see. Xian Yuanzhan's movements did not pause at all. He responded in a muffled voice, I'm not a doctor. Tell her to send a doctor to check. But Gao Gonggong hesitated. This matter involved royal heirs and was a major issue in the palace. Your Majesty has always been very concerned about this matter. Currently, Your Majesty is busy and unable to pay attention. However, if he realizes tomorrow and investigates, he will surely blame him for failing to persuade properly. He hesitated for a moment and then dared to speak again. Your Majesty, perhaps we should go take a look. Xian Yuanzhan looked at Mu Qiannin with a mischievous and charming gaze, gritted his teeth, and growled, Go away. Yes, Grandpa Gao dared not persuade him further, or his own life might be at risk. Moreover, Your Majesty has no children after so many years. Maybe Li Xiaorong's move today was learned from that gentle consort, which makes it untrustworthy. Never mind. He lowered his head and went out to reply to Lady Dan. Your Majesty asked the Empress to send a doctor to see Li Xiaorong and take good care of her. Lady Dan, calm and composed, was surprised. Does Your Majesty not want to see her? Grandpa Gao kept a serious face. Your Majesty is not a doctor. Going there won't help. Lady Dan, please go and invite a doctor quickly, so as not to delay Li Xiaorong's illness. He was talking about her illness, not her pregnancy. Lady Dan seemed to understand. It seemed that your majesty was scared after being tricked by the gentle consort last time and didn't believe her words today. That made things a bit tricky. Seeing Lady Dan return alone, the queen, who was already prepared, frowned. What's going on? Where is His Majesty? Replying to the queen, His Majesty said that your majesty should send a doctor to see Li Xiaorong. The queen's eyes sharpened. Does he not trust her? Lady Dan nodded slightly. I believe so. The queen tapped her nails and took a deep breath. I was too anxious. His Majesty was just deceived by the gentle consort, and his face was greatly damaged. Naturally, he doesn't want to hear about this again. She paused for a moment, then a cold smile appeared on her lips. That gentle consort sister, right? They are sisters, and even broken bones are connected by tendons. I don't believe His Majesty doesn't care at all. She looked at Lady Dan. Go to the cold palace and bring some food for the gentle consort. The queen's gaze was full of meaning. Lady Dan understood and responded softly. Then she skillfully took an empty food box, brought 2 eunuchs, and headed to the cold palace. When she returned, it was already midnight. Madame Dan reported to the Empress, Your Majesty, the one in the cold palace, I heard that concubine Zhao is favored, but she didn't go to save her sister. She died angrily hitting the wall. She's gone now. Actually, it was 2 eunuchs who pushed Mu Miaoui into the wall, acting quickly and cleanly. In fact, Mu Miaoui had been sick since that day when she was splashed with cold water, learned she was not pregnant, and was sent to the cold palace. Overcome with fear, she fell ill that day and developed a high fever. If not for what happened tonight, with little clothing and medicine in the cold palace and no one to care for her, she wouldn't have survived many days. The Empress sneered contemptuously, showing no pity for a life lost. Her voice was full of sarcasm. Li Xiaorong had a stomach upset but let servants spread false news about her being pregnant, deceiving me. She is punished with 3 months of house arrest. Rong Fei in the cold palace committed suicide out of fear, shouting sister before dying. Perhaps there is more to the story. Such an important matter must be reported to His Majesty personally. She stood up, her expression proud. Escort me to Zhaohua Palace. Although it was late at night, for young and vigorous Xian Yuanzhan, it was the perfect time. He poured all his strength into Mu Qianyin, holding her sweaty waist and softly coaxing, Qian, call me Brother Zhan. Mu Qianyin's voice was hoarse. Her tender, white toes pressed against his face as she trembled and kicked him. Get lost. Xian Yuanzhan seemed to enjoy her kick even more. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his lips. His long legs stood by the bed, and his narrow eyes were full of desire. He stared intently at Mu Qianyin's delicate face, more beautiful than a flower, and said slowly, If you don't call me Brother Zhan, then call me something else. Outside the sleeping hall, the Empress was domineering, ignoring the guards and Gao Gonggong blocking her, and stormed straight in. Gao Gonggong was sweating on his forehead, trying to stop her with open arms. Your Majesty, please wait. This matter is not proper. You really can't go in. The Empress looked serious, her magnificent phoenix crown shining in the night. She spoke firmly. This concerns the safety of His Majesty. Even if it is against the rules, I must inform him. Gao Gonggong still tried to stop her. No matter what it is, we should wait until His Majesty is free to discuss it. Get out of my way. You worthless servant. The Empress kicked him, and Grand Eunuch Gao dared not resist or even block her. He simply rolled to the side. From the Empress's attitude, it was clear she wouldn't stop until she achieved her goal tonight. He had tried to block and had been hit, but even if the Emperor blamed him, he wouldn't face harsh punishment. Thus, the Empress passed the last line of defense and went straight to Mu Qianyin's sleeping quarters. She called out inside, Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to see you about. Because she was shy, Mu Qianyin had already sent Yun'er and others away to sleep. With Gao Gonggong and others guarding outside, Yun'er and the others weren't even allowed to fetch water. The Empress's status was high, and not just anyone dared to stop her. Now, around the sleeping chamber, only Xian Yuanzhan's secret guards were present. And those guards wouldn't appear without Xian Yuanzhan's orders. So, the Empress stood in the courtyard, hearing unusual sounds from inside. Suddenly, she clenched her fists tightly. How could His Majesty favor her so unfairly? If she had received such love, she wouldn't still be unable to have children. Mu Qianyin had already heard the noises outside, but Xian Yuanzhan didn't want to interfere, so she couldn't do anything. Feeling ashamed and angry, she kicked him in the chest and retreated toward the bed. Didn't you hear? The Empress is here. At a critical moment, Xian Yuanzhan, shirtless and with a muscular build, was radiating strong energy. Qian, he called softly. He pulled Mu Qianyin back into his arms, sweat dripping from his forehead, holding her waist. He whispered hoarsely, "Stop now. Do you want to get me killed?" Mu Qianyin bit his shoulder. "Then you should do something about it." Xian Yuanzhan took a deep breath, his Adam's apple bobbing wildly. He shouted angrily outside, "Wait!" Then, in Mu Qianyin's shocked eyes, he pressed his lips to hers again. The Empress endured her anger and embarrassment, standing in the cold wind for over half an hour. Finally, the noises inside stopped. His Majesty returned with a hoarse and satisfied voice, instructing the servant to bring water inside. The servants carried water buckets past her. She felt like she was no longer needed. She, the mother of the nation, stood here, but no one cared. Even Lady Dan couldn't bear the cold atmosphere and quietly advised the Empress, "Your Majesty, today is not a good time. Perhaps we should discuss this tomorrow." The Empress held her head high, standing still with dignity. She snorted softly, "I've been waiting so long. If I go back now, won't the little concubine inside laugh at me?" The door was closed again, and the sound of water could be heard. She heard a delicate, slightly irritable voice speaking, and also heard the Emperor softly comforting her, with a tenderness she had never seen before. After a while, the Empress finally saw the Emperor, who had only slightly opened the door, wearing loose sleepwear, looking dissatisfied. The Emperor's cold eyes glanced at her briefly. He only looked once before withdrawing his gaze, his face showing restrained anger. His low voice was calm and quiet, as if afraid of waking the people sleeping inside. He asked, "What is it?" Somehow, the Empress felt that today, although the Emperor's attitude was bad, he looked more handsome than ever before. She clenched her fists and gracefully stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects. May you be safe and well." Xian Yuanzhan still stood tall behind the door, not intending to come out. The Empress knew she had disturbed the Emperor's rest. Without a good reason, she would likely face criticism. She slightly frowned, wearing a proper smile, and spoke with a tone of self-blame. "Your Majesty, forgive me. I just found out that Lady Li Xiaorong was suffering from a stomach illness and vomiting constantly, and thought she might be pregnant. She didn't call the imperial doctor, but sent a servant to inform me. I was solely focused on the air, and without confirming, I hurried to report to your Majesty. This was my negligence, and I ask for your Majesty's forgiveness." Xian Yuanzhan looked calm, nodding faintly. "I understand." He was about to close the door. "Your Majesty, wait a moment." The Empress quickly called out to stop him. "I have one more matter to report." Xian Yuanzhan's eyes showed impatience. "Speak." The Empress steadied herself and continued, "Just now, the servant brought news that Consort Ro in the Cold Palace has passed away." Xian Yuanzhan was slightly surprised and finally looked at her directly. "Consort Ro?" "Yes." The Empress nodded gently. She was the sister of Lady Zhao, and her highest rank was once Ro Consort. However, when she was falsely accused of pregnancy and banished to the Cold Palace, her title was already revoked. Now, she can only be called Mu Palace Lady. People in the harem tend to speak very carefully, avoiding direct words. Xian Yuanzhan, who had been the crown prince for 10 years, could easily understand what the Empress really meant. That young sister, who was just sent to the Cold Palace a few days ago, probably won't die so quickly, even if she stops eating and drinking. It's clear that the Empress's hand is involved in this. He looked at her coldly and asked slowly, and then? The Empress's expression stiffened for a moment. She noticed that today, His Majesty spoke much less than before and seemed calmer. She had already said so much. Didn't the Emperor have any questions? And what about the Jowie in the room? She, as the Empress, was standing at the door, but didn't come out to greet her. It's really unreasonable. The Empress took a deep breath and forced herself to continue. I heard from the servants that before Mu Palace Lady committed suicide, she shouted things like "my sister misunderstood me," and her death was tragic. I worry there might be hidden reasons behind this, and I also worry about His Majesty's health, so I came overnight to inform you. Xian Yuanzhan almost wanted to laugh. You mean Mu Palace Lady's death is related to Jowie? The Empress secretly felt pleased and said calmly, I am just worried there might be a misunderstanding. After all, Jowie and Mu Palace Lady are sisters by blood. Their relationship is not something outsiders can understand. Xian Yuanzhan turned his head, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. His voice was cold. What does the Empress think should be done about this? The Empress subtly curled her lips, lowering her gaze to hide the sharpness in her eyes. His Majesty is indeed suspicious. No matter how favored a consort is, as long as she threatens his interests, he will agree to anything. She sighed and spoke softly. Mu Palace Lady is a weak woman. She alone couldn't have planned such a detailed fake pregnancy. There must be accomplices behind her. The best course now is to hand Jowie over to the Ministry of Justice for investigation. Once the truth is found, Jowie will be cleared. Just these few words, and the Empress already wanted to send the young lady to the Ministry of Justice? Xian Yuanzhan felt it was absurd. The Ministry of Justice handles serious crimes, and all the officials there are men. If a woman is kept locked up, even if the truth later proves she is innocent, no one will believe her innocence when she is released. What a clever trap. It's never a loss to plan that way. The women in the palace are very scheming. For someone as straightforward as Qian, her life is at risk of being harmed many times. Fortunately, he also dislikes crowded places. In the future, his harem will have only Qian, so no one can hurt her. Xian Yuanzhan's thoughts drifted far away. His gaze fell on Mu Qianin, who was sleeping under a blanket behind the silk curtain, and his expression softened. Your Majesty? The Empress saw the Emperor frowning in thought. After waiting a moment, she urged, What is your Majesty's decision? Xian Yuanzhan looked down and examined the Empress, who was the wife of Xian Yuanhong. His people had already found out why the cold palace was so crowded, and much of it was because of this Empress's actions. She was narrow-minded, sneaky, and cruel, truly a perfect match for Xian Yuanhong. From tomorrow on, let them be companions forever. He let out a brief, light laugh, with a mysterious look in his eyes. I understand. After tomorrow's morning court, I will give you an answer. Thank you, Your Majesty, for trusting me. The Empress was excited that her suggestion was accepted. Being stared at by the deep eyes of the Emperor made her feel a little dizzy and infatuated. Today's Emperor looked truly charming. If the Emperor also showed her such affection, she wouldn't worry about not having children. Your Majesty. The Empress bit her lip and gathered her courage to invite him. Since Consort Zhao is already under punishment, it's not appropriate for Your Majesty to stay overnight at Zhaohua Palace. Why not come to my Fingy Palace instead? No need. Xian Yuanzhan's hand was already on the doorframe. It's late, I want to rest. The Empress should go back. He then closed the door and turned toward the inner room. The Empress's invitation was coldly rejected, leaving her feeling both disappointed and ashamed. She stared at the closed door, her fingers digging into her palm. Humph. Tomorrow, she would make sure Consort Zhao never walks out of the Ministry of Justice alive. Xian Yuanzhan returned to his bed, hearing the even breathing of Qian inside. He slightly curved his lips, looking happy and satisfied. Xian was just exhausted and had bitten him quite hard. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xian Yuanzhan gently lay beside her, and with a long arm, he pulled her into his embrace. Mu Qianin was dozing off and felt the familiar warmth of his arms. She moved slightly in his embrace. Her fair little legs crossed over, and her fingers skillfully slipped into his slightly open shirt collar, resting accurately on his stomach. She pressed it twice and then fell into deep sleep again. Her sleeping posture was really. A smile flickered in Xian Yuanzhan's eyes. He rested his chin on her hair and closed his eyes as well. The next day, in the Golden Palace. Suddenly, Xian Yuanhong's nose caught a strong, unpleasant smell, and he abruptly opened his eyes. He felt his consciousness was a bit fuzzy, as if waking from a deep abyss. He didn't know where he was at first. He dazedly pressed his forehead. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty?" Someone was calling him nearby. He still rubbed his temples and turned his head to look. He clearly remembered that he was in Zhao Fei's Zhaohua Palace. And then, in front of him was an unfamiliar eunuch. The eunuch looked anxious and pointed outside the yellow curtain. "Your Majesty, it's time for the morning court. The ministers are waiting for you." Oh, the morning court. This was an important matter. So, he would wait until after the court to call Zhao Fei for questions. Xian Yuanhong stood up from his seat and suddenly felt dizzy. He was very hungry, as if he hadn't eaten for several days. At this moment, the ministers outside were shouting praises loudly. Xian Yuanhong no longer hesitated and walked out. Sitting on the grand and imposing dragon throne, he finally felt the bit real. Next to him was a cup of fine Longjing tea. He picked it up and took a sip, which eased his dry throat a little. Like usual, he casually looked around at the ministers below. The eunuch loudly announced, "If there are no matters, the court is dismissed." Xian Yuanhong was not fully awake yet and didn't notice that the eunuch reading the announcement was not Grand Eunuch Gao. Some of the ministers below looked unusually serious, and their eyes seemed to flicker with excitement. At this moment, Master Wang, the palace attendant, stepped forward. He held a tablet with both hands, looking serious, and said, "Your Majesty, I have heard rumors recently. They say you once had a twin brother named Xian Yuanzhan. Is this true?" Xian Yuanhong suddenly frowned, feeling alert. He had almost silenced everyone who knew about this. When did this rumor start? How come he didn't know? Just as he was about to speak, the Grand Counselor stepped forward. The Grand Counselor stroked his white beard and said slowly, "I have some memory of the name Xian Yuanzhan. Your Majesty used this name before you turned 10. Later, during a hunt, you fell ill, and the former emperor ordered the celestial diviners to calculate, so your name was changed. Your Majesty, am I correct in what I said?" Xian Yuanhong's face changed slightly. His fists clenched under his royal robe, and he slowly became serious. The Grand Counselor held a high position and had great power. Back then, a single wrong thought could have led to trouble, but he chose not to harm him, fearing it would shake the foundation of the country. Plus, the Grand Counselor only knew about the name change and not the full story, so he didn't act against him. Moreover, the name change was told to the heavens and ancestors by his father. It was easy to investigate. Now it had become a hidden danger. He calmly replied, "It is true. That was the former emperor's act of love for me. I am grateful. But these are old stories. There's no need to mention them again. Your Majesty." At this moment, Minister Zhang stepped forward loudly. He said, "There is a secret report. It says that Xian Yuanzhan is indeed a real person, and he is your Majesty's brother. Some even say that before he was 10, he was the crown prince." As soon as he spoke, the court erupted in chaos. Voices buzzed everywhere, and some officials looked at him with suspicion, secretly observing their ruler. This is unbelievable. Xian Yuanhong was stunned. He wanted to argue, but suddenly felt dizzy and nearly fell from his throne. At that moment, the palace door burst open with a loud bang. Xian Yuanzhan, dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe, strode in with a group of guards. He had a face very similar to the current emperor, but he was taller, more powerful, strong, handsome, and his cold aura made people tremble. All the ministers were stunned. Who is this person? Could he be the legendary brother of the emperor they were discussing? So, this is the prince. No, that doesn't seem right. Why is he wearing a dragon robe? Could he be plotting to seize the throne? That also doesn't seem correct. The ministers looked confused, but didn't dare to speak. After all, this was the first time they learned that His Majesty had a brother. And this brother apparently served as crown prince for 10 years before? So, who is the real crown prince? Who should truly inherit the throne? Only a few trusted officials, who knew the truth, were so nervous they couldn't hold their fans. Mu Jinlin, Mu Qiannin's father, suddenly had tears in his eyes and stared intently at the tall, noble man. He had waited for this day. When he saw the face of the visitor, Xianyuan Hong on the throne suddenly stood up, shocked and angry. He pointed at him and shouted, "How dare you come here? Your face?" When Xianyuan Hong spoke, the other ministers started whispering. It seemed the emperor knew about this brother. But why had he kept it a secret? Xianyuan Zhan walked quickly to the front of the throne and looked coldly at Xianyuan Hong. "Brother, you injured my face during the hunt years ago and took my place. Did you think I wouldn't recover one day?" The ministers gasped and whispered among themselves, looking at Xianyuan Hong with suspicion. "Ridiculous!" Xianyuan Hong slapped the table and glared at Xianyuan Zhan. "Who dares to cause trouble in the palace?"
Guards.
"Arrest this man and put him in the prison." But outside, the imperial guards didn't move. Xianyuan Zhan crossed his arms, looking stern. "Brother, you just recognized me, but now you suddenly don't? That's strange. Could it be that after all these years, your health is still weak and your memory is failing?" Before Xianyuan Hong could speak, Xianyuan Zhan turned to the chief minister, looking nostalgic. "How are your teeth, minister? Are you still unable to eat sweets like before?" He then spoke to the grand historian. "Master Zhang, I was mischievous as a child and secretly drew a turtle on your robe. Did you wash it off later?" The prime minister and Lord Zhang immediately knelt down and wept loudly. The prime minister covered his mouth and said, "Old minister's teeth are not good." When the crown prince was 8 years old, he insisted I try a piece of osmanthus cake. After returning home, I had a toothache that lasted 3 days and still hasn't healed. Lord Zhang sobbed. "That turtle. I thought it was some little troublemaker in the family drawing on something, so I checked each one. Turns out, it was Your Highness, the Crown Prince." "Your Highness? You are truly our Crown Prince. Your Highness, where have you been all these years? How have you been? And what about the injury you mentioned earlier?" The other officials, who didn't understand the full story, were all confused.
What?
Is this really the former Crown Prince? Oh my. It turns out His Majesty really has a younger brother. So, who is the true Crown Prince? Why is this happening? Seeing the scene turn into a family reunion, Xianyuan Hong sat uncomfortably on the throne. He suddenly slammed his hand on the dragon desk and shouted, "Enough! How dare you make noise during the court?" He had already prepared his words and sternly said to Xianyuan Zhan, "Xianyuan Zhan, I am the eldest son of the emperor, and inheriting the throne is my destiny. I was sick when I was young, but I only needed you to stand in for me for a few days. So, after sitting in this position for a few days, it became yours? I kindly took you in, yet you show no gratitude. Your actions today, are you trying to usurp the throne?" Xianyuan Zhan looked calm and steady. "I am the emperor's legitimate son. Living in the palace is natural. How could there be any question of being taken in? However, I have one thing to ask my elder brother." Xianyuan Hong's heart suddenly tensed, instinctively not wanting him to ask. He roared angrily, "Shut up. In the Golden Palace, how can I tolerate such questioning? Get out of here." Xianyuan Zhan sneered coldly, ignoring his rejection, and asked directly, "When our father and mother passed away, the palace announced it was due to illness. I was at the royal temple at the time, but no one came to inform me. Later, I learned of their deaths, but they had already been buried. Brother, I want to ask, how did our father and mother die? And why were they hurriedly buried?" "Shut your mouth." Xianyuan Hong's face instantly turned pale, with veins bulging on his forehead and sweat breaking out. He forced himself to stay calm and said, "Father and mother died from illness, and the dates were set by the Imperial Observatory. What is there to doubt?" "Is that so?" Xianyuan Zhan sneered softly and made a gesture with his hand. "Bring him in." Soon, guards brought in a frightening-looking man, causing everyone to gasp in shock. Xian Yuan Hong looked closely and his pupils shrank. It was the former chief of the Imperial Medical Office, Su Quan. A sudden chill ran down his back. After that incident, hadn't Su Quan's family been secretly dealt with? Why is he still alive? Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He desperately wanted someone to take the man away, but when he called out a few times, no one in the hall responded to his commands. Xian Yuan Hong knew he had fallen into a trap. Without hesitation, he turned to leave. But as he turned, the unfamiliar eunuch from before blocked his way. He angrily kicked, "Dog servant, get out of the way." The unfamiliar eunuch skillfully dodged and then stepped forward to seize him, making him unable to move. He cursed loudly, "Dog servant, how dare you attack me? I will have you executed." The eunuch's face remained expressionless, his hands tightly bound, and he didn't even blink at the harsh words. Xian Yuanzhan looked calmly at Xian Yuan Hong. "Why is my brother in such a hurry to leave? Stay and listen to what he has to say." Su Quan was now very old, with obvious burns on his face and hands. The burns looked quite old, with rough, bark-like skin, making him look terrifying. He suddenly knelt on the ground, trembling as he faced Xian Yuanzhan. "Crown Prince." The late emperor and empress did not die from illness. It was actually His Majesty, the current emperor, who secretly added slow-acting poison to their medicine. I dared not commit such a great treason. But His Majesty threatened me and my family of 76 people, saying he would kill us if I disobeyed. I had no choice but to do as he said. I am sorry to the late emperor and empress. Please forgive me. Most of the officials present knew this old man. He was the former chief of the Imperial Medical Office during the late emperor's time. Not long after the late emperor died, Su family's entire household mysteriously disappeared overnight, with no one spared. Unexpectedly, he was still here. Moreover, he directly called Xian Yuanzhan His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, which shows he is fully aware of the whole matter. The ministers seemed to have learned a shocking secret, and all gasped in surprise, their eyes fixed on Xian Yuan Hong. Xian Yuan Hong looked cold and fierce, glaring at Su Quan. "You're talking nonsense. When I was the Crown Prince, how could I do such a thing?" Su Quan explained clearly, "Because the late emperor and empress were unhappy that you secretly persecuted your own brother. You were worried about losing your position, so you wanted to kill them." He took out a medical record from his pocket and held it out to Xian Yuanzhan. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, when the emperor threatened my family back then, I secretly kept a warning. I carry the emperor's medical record every day. Even when I was at home and couldn't call for help, I protected it with my life. It records all the medicines used when the late emperor was ill. A quick check will show that it contains slow-acting poisons that can take a person's life." Xian Yuan Hong wanted to argue further. "Even if that's true, it's just you, an incompetent doctor, trying to harm the late emperor. What does it have to do with me?" Su Quan turned his head and looked at him with that terrifying face. "The medicine used for the eagle that your Majesty raised when he was young was also bought from me at a high price. At that time, your Majesty was still young and not as deep-thinking as now. I also have a note that your Majesty wrote to me back then, and the handwriting is obvious." After speaking, he pulled out a yellowed note from the medical record. The handwriting on the note was a bit childish, but anyone skilled in calligraphy could tell at a glance that it was written by the current emperor himself. Xian Yuan Hong's legs went weak. He stared at Su Quan with disbelief. "Old man, you're asking for death. You started plotting against me so long ago." Su Quan's face was full of sadness, with scars all over it, and a twisted smile appeared. "Your Majesty, I have done wrong and feel anxious and unable to sleep at night. Naturally, I kept a talisman for my own safety." Xian Yuan Hong broke out in cold sweat. He looked at the ministers below, who had bowed to him before but now all looked at him with anger. He suddenly knocked the teacup off the table in anger and shouted, "A person who only cares about saving himself cannot be trusted. Besides, this man was brought here by Xian Yuanzhan. Maybe everything was forged by him. His goal is to seize power and take the throne." The crown prince has no need to seize power. At that moment, a calm and steady voice sounded. Mu Zhenglin slowly stepped forward. He knelt before Xianyuanzhan and gently removed the black hat from his head. With tears in his eyes, he said, "Your Highness, I have finally waited for your return." Xianyuanzhan quickly helped him up. "Lord Mu, please rise." This was his future father-in-law. He couldn't let him kneel for too long. Mu Zhenglin had no idea what Xianyuanzhan was thinking. He only thought the prince was still the same gentle and humble man as before. Moved, he stood up and began to adjust his hat. Then everyone saw him take out something wrapped in oiled paper from inside the hat. He carefully unwrapped the layers, revealing a golden envelope that caught everyone's attention. Holding it high, he declared loudly, "This is a secret decree left by the late emperor. It bears his own handwriting and the imperial seal. How could this be a forgery?" Xianyuanzhan was the first to kneel, followed by all the ministers, leaving Xianyuanhong standing alone in shock. A secret decree from the late emperor. It had been hidden inside Mu Zhenglin's hat all along. He had searched Mu's study many times, even checking the hidden compartments, but never found the decree. He had thought he was wrong, that since all the loyal ministers close to the late emperor had been dealt with, the decree must have been destroyed long ago. But unexpectedly, it really was in the Mu family's hands. Wasn't Mu Zhenglin supposed to have had a poor relationship with the late emperor? He had been deceived. Rage surged in his chest, his blood boiled, and his eyes turned red. Even his own father had deceived him. But now no one paid attention to his expression. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lord Jing'an as he drew out the decree sealed with the imperial jade seal and began to read it aloud. "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, I, who have received heaven's command and inherited the great foundation, have worked tirelessly for the peace of the realm. Yet my eldest son, Xianyuanhong, has acted with cruelty, ignored family bonds, and plotted harm against his own brother. I am now gravely ill. Thinking of the country and people, I issue this decree. If Emperor Xianyuanhong's virtue declines after he ascends the throne, or if he commits any rebellious acts again, the throne shall pass to the second son, Xianyuanzhan. Zhan is kind, generous, and wise, and will surely carry on my legacy to keep the nation peaceful and the people safe. All officials and citizens must obey this decree and not oppose it. This is an order." After hearing the decree, the ministers wept and shouted, "We obey." They knelt and begged Xianyuanzhan, "Please, Your Highness, take charge of the affairs." Mu Zhenglin finished reading the secret edict, his eyes also turning red. When the late emperor gave him this decree years ago, he probably already sensed that the current emperor might harm him. He carefully folded the secret edict and handed it to Xianyuanzhan with both hands. Kneeling, he begged, "Your Highness, please follow the late emperor's will, ascend the throne quickly, and restore peace to our country." The ministers echoed, "Please, Your Highness, ascend the throne soon and bring peace back to our land." Xianyuanzhan took a deep breath and received the secret edict from Mu Zhenglin with both hands. He looked at his brother, Xianyuanhong. "Brother, at this point, do you still want to deny the truth?" Xianyuanhong, already unable to hold on, slumped on the throne. His eyes showed despair. He never expected that after so many years of careful planning, he would fail so completely today. Suddenly, he spat out blood and fainted. A palace eunuch immediately dragged him away, while another quickly cleaned around the throne. Xianyuanzhan looked at the golden throne, feeling a mix of emotions. If he could choose, he would never sit on this throne, only wishing his father and mother were still alive. He slowly walked up to the throne and sat down gently. "Long live the emperor! Long live! Long live! Everyone, stand at ease." Xianyuanzhan looked over the officials with a steady, strong voice. He spoke slowly. "What happened earlier, you all were kept in the dark. I forgive you. I hope from now on, you will serve the country wholeheartedly and work with me to restore peace and stability. We obey your command." At this moment, a minister of justice stepped forward and asked, "Your Majesty, what should we do with the crown prince? Since the throne has changed hands, They are unsure how to address Xianyuan Hong properly. Xianyuan Zhan thought for a moment, then with a compassionate look, said, Xianyuan Hong is my elder brother. Although he has committed great wrongs, I cannot bear to kill him. He was crowned king of Mercy and sent with his wives and concubines to the imperial tomb to guard his father and mother to make up for his mistakes. The ministers bowed again, saying, Your Majesty is kind. This is a blessing for you and for the people of the world. Next, a Ministry of Rights official proposed planning the new emperor's coronation ceremony. This ceremony was very important, not only to show respect to the new emperor, but also to clarify Xianyuan Zhan's position to the people. After several discussions, the coronation date was set, and Xianyuan Zhan immediately brought up another matter. Declare Mu Qianyin, daughter of Marquis Jing'an, as empress, to be held at the same time as my coronation. The court was again in an uproar, especially Mu Zhenglin, who was completely confused. His daughter was a concubine of King Mercy, and he was thinking about how to ask the emperor to let her go home. Why suddenly make her empress? Your Majesty, this cannot happen. The official from the Ministry of Rights emphasized the importance of rules. Without regard for whether it would upset the new emperor, he immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, Mu is a concubine of King Mercy. How can she become your empress? Your Majesty, if this news spreads, how will the people of the world view the royal family? What about the dignity of the royal family? Even Mu Zhenglin disagreed. He knelt and said, I am grateful for your Majesty's kindness, but there is no need to make my daughter empress just to thank me. I only ask that your Majesty be merciful and allow me to take my daughter home. She will stay behind the gates, never leave, and will not tarnish the royal reputation. When he finished, the ministers who had been murmuring about the emperor's unruly morals looked a little better. It turned out that the emperor was grateful for Marquis Jing'an's help in hiding the secret edict, and that was why he wanted to make his daughter empress, to repay the favor. Your Majesty is truly kind-hearted. That's a relief.
But
repaying kindness shouldn't be done this way. Just as the officials were about to speak again, Xianyuan Zhan raised his hand to stop them. He wanted to make Qianqian empress, and of course, he wouldn't let her bear any blame. Not a single stain could be attached to her. He looked calm and said firmly, Everyone is mistaken. Mu Qianyin, daughter of Marquis Jing'an, is not actually the concubine of Xianyuan Hong. The ministers were stunned, and Mu Zhenglin was also surprised. Emperor Xianyuan Zhan continued, Mu Qianyin is my secret agent. I deliberately placed her in the palace. Thanks to her, I was able to return smoothly to the court. During this time, she endured great hardship in the cold palace for me. I truly value her and want to make her my empress. Not just to repay her kindness, but because it is my heart's desire. The emperor's sincere words left the ministers feeling confused. Thinking carefully, it seemed that Empress Zhao had indeed been sent to the cold palace right after entering the palace. Moreover, Empress Zhao is the daughter of Marquis Jing'an. Marquis Jing'an kept the late emperor's secret decree. As her father's daughter, it was natural for her to help him. Everyone looked at Mu Zhenglin with admiration. Only Marquis Jing'an had foresight. Mu Zhenglin was the most confused. Qianyin is the emperor's secret agent? When did this happen? How did he not know? He scratched his head and then realized he was still holding his official hat, so he quickly put it on. But such a big matter. The emperor didn't need to lie. After all, he was now the ruler of a country. How could he possibly marry someone else's concubine as his empress? He could only thank the emperor for his favor. Mu Qianyin's promotion to empress went smoothly. Lying on the bed in Jiahua Palace, Mu Qianyin watched the scene unfold in her mind and marveled at Emperor Xianyuan Zhan's cleverness. As a consort of Emperor Xianyuan Hong, she no longer needed to accompany him to guard the imperial tomb. Instead, she had become a person who willingly risked her life for the new emperor. Her reputation would be good, and she wouldn't be called a woman with two husbands. Emperor Xianyuan Zhan's mind was really sharp. He was truly fit to be emperor. A smile played on her lips. Xianyuan Zhan performed well today. She would reward him properly tonight. In Fengyi Palace, The empress, who had been waiting inside, hoping that after the emperor finished his morning court, he would give her an answer, was suddenly overwhelmed by a large group of imperial guards. Madame Dan scowled and shouted, "How dare you? How can you break into the empress's chambers without permission?" The leader, Qingfeng, sneered. "What empress?" Xian Yuanhong plotted to harm the late emperor, the empress, and his brother. The evidence is solid. He has been declared King Mi by the new emperor. All of King Mi's wives and concubines are to leave immediately and go to guard the late emperor's tomb to atone for his terrible crimes. What? The empress was confused. Plot to harm the late emperor? How is that possible? What do you mean by younger brother? Who is the new emperor? Who is the new emperor? Qingfeng looked serious and bowed to the side. The current new emperor is the eldest son of the late emperor, Xian Yuanzhan. He is the brother of Mi Wang. If Mi Wang's consort has any questions, she can ask Mi Wang directly. He waved his hand, and 2 imperial guards approached the shocked former empress. Mi Wang's consort, please. When Mi Wang's consort and many other women from the harem were sent away with Xian Yuanhong, she finally believed what Qingfeng had said. It was really true. She thought she could be a glorious empress for her whole life, but unexpectedly, she was suddenly pulled down from her position. She looked at Xian Yuanhong, who seemed to have aged 10 years overnight, and almost couldn't believe it was real. "Your Majesty, what is going on? How did you end up like this?" Xian Yuanhong pushed her away and looked among the other consorts. "Where is Zhao Fei? Where is Zhao Fei?" He finally remembered. His last memory was in Zhao Fei's Zhaohua Palace. He remembered that his neck suddenly hurt badly, and he lost consciousness. When he woke up, it was during today's morning court. During his unconsciousness, what had happened that could make him, the emperor, be quickly demoted to a powerless Mi Wang? And this Mi carries a strong sense of irony. Did Zhao Fei betray him?
How dare she?
What is her relationship with Xian Yuanzhan? There's no Zhao Fei. Qingfeng, responsible for escorting Xian Yuanhong and others, immediately stopped him when he heard Mi Wang still calling himself I and talking about the future empress. "Mi Wang, please show respect. The daughter of Marquis Jing'an is about to become your Majesty's empress, not Zhao Fei. How is that possible?" Before Xian Yuanhong could speak, Mi Wang's consort shouted first. "Mu Qianyin was still in the same room with your Majesty and the prince last night. How can a woman who has lost her innocence be qualified to be empress?" Qingfeng snorted softly. "Are you sure, Mi Wang, that the person last night was really Mi Wang?" Seeing Qingfeng's indifferent look, Mi Wang's consort suddenly gasped in shock. If the new emperor is King Mi's younger brother, then they probably look very similar. And the person from last night, I saw her with my own eyes. Although she has the same face as King Mi, her temperament, eyes, and overall presence are much better than his. So, the emperor I saw last night is actually the new emperor. Given how much attention Mu Qianyin received last night, doesn't that mean she could rise quickly? Kui Mi suddenly felt a wave of jealousy. Why is it that Mu Qianyin, a discarded consort from the cold palace, who is already at her lowest point, can suddenly rise and become a ruler? Meanwhile, she, the proper queen, has to quietly guard the imperial tomb. She glared fiercely at Xian Yuanhong, no longer showing her usual respect. Such a useless person. Xian Yuanhong didn't have time to listen to her complaints. He reached out from the carriage to grab Qingfeng. "What did you say? Consort Zhao wants to become that person's empress. How dare she? She is my woman." Qingfeng shook off his hand and said firmly, "King Mi, you must show some respect. The future empress has been in the cold palace with our Majesty since the second day she entered the palace. She is never your woman. The second day in the palace, with her." Xian Yuanhong looked shocked. How could they possibly know each other? Suddenly remembering something, he asked in astonishment, when Consort Zhao was in the cold palace, which courtyard did she live in? "Gao Jiang. Gao Jiang, come out here." Qingfeng shook his head. "King Mi, you should save your strength. Grandpa Gao has done too many bad things and is already gone underground, and the courtyard where the future empress once lived." He thought for a moment and said with a painful tone, It's just a pity that King Mi's cold palace is too small. And perhaps it was fate that she and our Majesty were a perfect match.